Chapter 1. Suli groggily opened his eyes, feeling a dizzying sensation coursing through his mind as the world around him spun incessantly. Am I hungover? Oh, my head aches. He steadied himself against the wall and vigorously shook his head, gradually shaking off the disorienting discomfort. Wait a minute. Wasn't I playing a game yesterday? As reality dawned upon him, he recalled that he hadn't consumed any alcohol the previous night. Thus, a hangover was out of the question. Hold on, this isn't important. Where am I? Suli snapped back to his senses, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings with bewilderment. He found himself in a space of approximately 10 square meters. Directly in front of him stood an object that resembled a boiler. On either side of the room were windows, through which bright sunlight streamed in, illuminating the dust in the air and creating ethereal beams of light that evoked a dreamlike quality reminiscent of an animated film. In the center of the room lay a cardboard box, atop which rested a small booklet. Turning to look behind him, he noticed a gray metallic wall with a door on his left that appeared to be operable. Why does this look like the interior of a train engine? Suli was left utterly perplexed. In his memory, he had been engrossed in a game of League of Legends and had simply collapsed onto his bed from exhaustion. How had he awakened in this strange place? Whatever, I might as well make the best of it. Suli sighed, realizing that this situation exceeded his imagination, and he had no choice but to accept it. After all, he had experienced a transmigration before. He turned his attention to the cardboard box and the booklet resting atop it. In this confined space, there was little else to inspect. Those two items beckoned to him as if adorned with vibrant, artistic lettering proclaiming, "Come, explore us." Suli approached the box and reached for the little booklet, and in an instant, it transformed into a stream of light that entered his mind. Immediately, his spirit was invigorated as a grand voice, neither masculine nor feminine, seemingly ageless and echoing with multiple harmonies, resounded within his consciousness. Welcome to the eternal train survival game, survivors. Your universe has been obliterated by intergalactic warfare. However, fortune smiles upon you, granting you a chance at resurrection. Strive with your courage, wisdom, and luck to survive in this world. Game rules. 1. The train will forcibly enter a fragment of a world every week. After a set period, the fragment will shatter. Those who fail to board in time will vanish along with the fragment. 2. During the train's journey, there will be opportunities to change tracks. Please plan your route with caution. 3. You have 3 days of safety. Wilderness creatures will not attack you. 4. The initial strength of the train's compartments is exceedingly low. Remember to fortify the train. If the train is destroyed, players will lose their qualification for the game. Please safeguard the train. 5. Upon your demise, depending on your performance, there may be a chance for redemption. 6. Various treasure chests will randomly appear in the wild. Search diligently. 7. Individuals aged between 7 and 12 years, as well as those over 65, will appear beside their relatives or guardians at their discretion. Those under 7 will be raised in a system orphanage for further arrangements. Please consult the manual. Wishing you a delightful gaming experience. After absorbing this information, Suli clicked his tongue. Isn't this just the survival game I read about in my past life? Indeed, Suli was not a native of Blue Star. He was originally an 18-year-old orphan from Mercury. His obsession with novels and games led him to neglect his studies, transforming him from exemplary student into a failure, culminating in his disastrous university entrance examination. After receiving his grades, filled with regret, he made a wish upon a shooting star for a second chance at life. He had meant to express a desire for the financial means to repeat his studies, but unexpectedly, he transmigrated to Blue Star, becoming a high school orphan. After 3 years of arduous study post-transmigration, he finally gained admission to his dream university, only to find himself thrust into this game the very next day. A sense of weariness beyond his years washed over Suli's youthful face. Is the universe playing tricks on me? After a long moment, Suli finally accepted this reality. Given the circumstances, I might as well open the box. He promptly unsealed the cardboard container. Instantly, a series of notifications appeared before his eyes. Acquired single-serving rations, 1 mandatory. Acquired 500 milliliters drinking water, 2 mandatory. Acquired 10 matches mandatory. Acquired beginner train, fuel 1 mandatory. Unlocked 5 slots in space backpack mandatory. Acquired beginner monster, compendium 1. A beginner monster compendium? What is that? Suli pondered as he inspected the items before him. With the space backpack now unlocked, a virtual panel manifested before him, revealing 5 slots that had been activated. Upon opening the backpack, he received additional information. Each slot could accommodate 10 identical items. Compared to those bags and novels, this one seems a bit underwhelming, but it's better than nothing, Suli sighed. He then picked up the packaged single-serving rations, inspecting the unfamiliar packaging. The label indicated it could supply an ordinary adult on Blue Star with a day's worth of energy and boasted an indefinite shelf life. Similar to combat rations, I suppose, Sully mused, recalling the method imparted to him, and with a thought, he stored the rations in his space backpack. Next came the drinking water, contained in a plastic bottle resembling a square shape, devoid of any packaging. Feeling no thirst at the moment, Sully refrained from opening it and likewise placed it into his backpack. The next item was the train fuel. Sully picked up the square, brick-like object and examined its attributes. Beginner train fuel. When placed in the boiler, it provides enough heat for the train to travel 100 kilometers, highly flammable. This served as the initial energy source for all players to start the train. Sully set it aside. Finally, he picked up the compendium. The cover bore strange lettering that read, Beginner Monster Compendium. The tome was thicker than a dictionary and exuded a remarkable quality, so much so that it felt suitable for use as a weapon. Imagining himself wielding the book and shouting knowledge is power. While striking an opponent, Sully couldn't help but chuckle. This script is unfamiliar to me, yet I can comprehend it. Must be the system at work, he concluded, accepting this premise as a well-read individual from his previous life, and began flipping through the compendium. The compendium contained fundamental knowledge about various monsters, including images, usable parts, behaviors, abilities, and countermeasures. It was quite the informative read. It appears rather useful, but wait, something seems off. Sully keenly noticed discrepancies within the compendium. The weakest monster listed, a slime, was classified as black iron level. What does black iron level signify? According to the knowledge he received, the lowest tier of black iron level was comparable to that of a seasoned warrior. Not to mention, they could wield magic. All survivors, on the other hand, began at a null tier. Sully realized that confronting such creatures would be no less challenging than slaying a chicken. He scratched his head. I don't think he'll need this right away. Such survival games surely wouldn't thrust them into an unwinnable scenario from the outset, would they? Recalling the survival novels he had read in his previous life, even protagonists with extraordinary advantages faced significant hardships. Surely, that kind of situation wouldn't occur here, right? Sully suddenly felt a wave of self-doubt. Author's note: the water within the train's engine is replenished by the system and cannot be utilized. This clarification addresses a common question among readers, which I have included here to avoid misalignment in comments. Having reviewed the supplies, Sully turned his attention to the train manual's functions. With a thought, a small black booklet materialized in his hand, its cover emblazoned with the words Train Manual. This booklet was typically stored within his consciousness and could be summoned when needed. Upon opening the manual, the first page contained the rules, echoing the 7 regulations previously articulated by the enigmatic voice. Sully then scrutinized the 5th rule. 5. Upon your demise, depending on your performance, there may be a chance for redemption. Furrowing his brow, Sully understood the other rules, but this last one puzzled him. Could there be a resurrection mechanism? Not wanting to delve too deeply into this conundrum, Sully decided against testing what that redemption might entail. Such a notion could only serve as a glimmer of hope in dire circumstances. Turning to the 2nd page, he found the train members section. This page was rather straightforward, displaying only Sully's information for the time being. Name: Sully. Race: human from Blue Star. Age: 18. Gender: male. Role: train conductor. Level: LV10100. Occupation: none. Status: slightly unwell. Skills: basic appraisal, beginner decomposition. Power rating: null no rating, not yet extraordinary. Basic appraisal technique: utilize the system's power to obtain some appraisal information, cannot be upgraded. Elementary decomposition technique: capable of decomposing some simple items to acquire system-specified raw materials. Am I still not in the mainstream? Sully glanced at himself. At their school, they engaged in physical exercises twice a day and performed calisthenics once, so his physical fitness was relatively good. Standing at 180 centimeters and weighing 150 pounds, his physique was well-proportioned, and being in the prime of youth, he should have formidable combat capabilities. How could he still remain outside the mainstream? Suddenly, Sully felt a flicker of curiosity about the weakest magical creature, the slime, and how strong it truly was. As he opened his status, he found a categorization quite detailed, resembling a health check report. His condition was very healthy, with only minor issues of sleep deprivation and overheating. This was understandable, given that he had indulged in barbecues and stayed up late over the past few days. It would be odd if he weren't feeling the heat. The 3rd page was the construction page, where one could utilize materials to create items according to blueprints. Sully noticed that the construction page specified that team members could share blueprints with one another. The initial construction page came with some basic blueprints, such as a train maintenance module, a stone axe, a stone shovel, and rope. Most of these could be crafted by hand, while a few, like the maintenance module, required a workbench for creation. The fourth page was the trading interface, allowing transactions with others in the same channel. Sully nodded, recognizing this as a classic element of novels. The fifth page was the chat interface. Sully quickly opened the chat page, which was divided into World Channel, Blue Star Channel, and Regional Channel. He could not access the World and Blue Star Channel for now and could only enter the Regional Channel. Current channel 999-9910. What the hell is this real? Have we crossed over? Where's this place? Why am I here? This dream is quite novel. Am not in a hurry to wake up. Is what that voice said true? Do we need to survive in this world? I can't hold it. Someone just died right at the start. How did they die? Is there a gentleman who can lend a hand? I just turned 18, but I know so much. Sully nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's the spirit. The memories of my past lives novels are returning. Sully was captivated. This world lacked survival novels. Yet in his previous life, he had adored such tales. After reading for a while, Sully felt something was amiss. After some reflection, he suddenly realized and typed a phrase into the manual. Sully, I'm the richest man in Shihong City. Does anyone know how to return? He'll offer 1 billion. Goodness, has Chen Tang's film crew come here? I knew it. This is a movie shoot. Upon sending this message, Sully wore a satisfied smile. The survival novel chat room made its debut, lacking the cute girls seeking sponsorships and the wealthy offering hefty rewards. Akin to fries without ketchup, it was incomplete. Having finished his antics, and feeling that the chat room was refreshing too rapidly to glean any useful information, Sully closed the manual and approached the boiler. The boiler's function was straightforward. In the center was a feed port for adding fuel. To the left was a smart control panel displaying the train's status, which was also a touchscreen. Sully glanced through the train's condition. This locomotive measured 10 meters in length, 2 meters in width, and 3 meters in height, with a movable area of 10 square meters. Once operational, it averaged a speed of 60 kilometers per hour, consuming double the fuel, and could reach a maximum speed of 80 kilometers under optimal durability conditions. The train could also reverse, albeit at half its original speed. Next was the train's level. Steam locomotive LV0. Please use LV1 initial train enhancement plugin. Sully flipped through the manual and located this enhancement plugin. Using the LV1 train enhancement plugin would upgrade the train to LV1, requiring wood 100, stone 50, iron ingots 10, and rope 20. In addition to the train status, Sully could also see the current world and station. Current world, 49527 area temporary maintenance zone. Current station, departure station. Sully looked outside. It was a blank expanse, devoid of anything. He disembarked and circled the train, hoping to discover any special Easter eggs or rewards. Unfortunately, he was met with disappointment. There was nothing. Only a massive black vortex loomed not far ahead of the train. Nothing here. It seems I can only drive away. Returning to the interior of the train, Sully retrieved the fuel and placed it into the boiler. Finally, he struck a match and ignited the fuel. The train began its preheating process, with a progress bar appearing atop the boiler. After approximately 5 minutes, the pressure gauge turned green. Sully pushed down the switch. Toot! The whistle sounded as the train slowly started, plunging into the black vortex. Sully stood nervously within the carriage, waiting for about 2 minutes before the scene before him suddenly cleared. You have entered a new world. Scorching saline alkaline land. Current world energy level, 0. Challenge level, 0. Sully quickly glanced outside, his expression turning grim at the sight. The sky above was a brilliant blue, so vivid it almost seemed artificial. In stark contrast, the ground below was far less appealing. The terrain was littered with exposed gravel and hardened earth, with only sporadic trees and weeds. The overall impression was one of desolation. Oh no, it feels like the start isn't very promising. Sully's mood soured. The obvious bareness of this place was a significant disadvantage for a survival game's beginning. Having watched several wilderness survival shows, he was acutely aware that survival hinges on food, water, and shelter. The train served as the best shelter, so Sully only needed to focus on procuring food and water. However, in such a desolate locale, it was easy to deduce that both water and food would be scarce. And what's the name of this world? Scorching saline alkaline land. Goodness, saline alkaline land? Does that mean the water here is saline alkaline? I recall that saline alkaline water is undrinkable, right? At this juncture, Sully felt quite distressed. This Gobi-like terrain was already dire, and the precious water resources might be undrinkable. Saline alkaline water, how is one to survive? And scorching, does that mean an enormous water consumption? Is this difficulty level normal? System? Where's my golden finger system? Regrettably, no reassuring ding resonated in response. Suli could only exercise patience, allowing the train to continue its journey, hoping for a change in circumstances. As the train advanced steadily, the surrounding landscape began to transform. The gravel of the desert diminished, giving way to larger boulders. Among the exposed earth, the yellow soil became less prominent, replaced by a greater expanse of pale earth. And the vegetation grew denser, with clusters of 3 or 5 trees appearing. Moreover, some crimson lakes came into view, their vivid hue unsettling Suli, provoking a sense of unease. Suli glanced at the fuel gauge, having traveled 60 kilometers. It was time to procure more fuel. He needed to find a suitable place to stop. A few minutes later, Suli spotted a withered tree lying on the left side of the road and decisively pressed the brake. The train came to a steady halt. And Suli checked the display, which indicated that he had covered 71 kilometers. After turning off the engine with a single press, he peered inside the fuel tank and noted that there was less than 1/3 remaining. He then glanced at the time, when he had awakened inside the vehicle. It had been 6 o'clock. Now, it was past 7. Suli placed his drinking water, rations, and matches into a cardboard box on the train. He then opened the door and stepped into the wilderness. Upon entering, Suli felt a slight chill. He was dressed in his school uniform, which consisted of green sports pants on the lower half and a t-shirt paired with a loose green and white jacket on the upper half. His feet were clad in cotton socks and athletic shoes. While the uniform may lack aesthetic appeal, it offered great comfort after completing his college entrance examination. He had taken to wearing it as loungewear. All right, this is a small step for me, yet a significant leap in the survival game. He indulged in a moment of self-praise to alleviate his mental strain, and then he made his way towards the withered tree he had spotted earlier, which was approximately 200 meters from the train. Suli had thought he could simply jog over, but he underestimated the stony terrain. The ground was littered with various pebbles, and walking upon it proved challenging. If the stones had been resting on soil, it would have been manageable. However, if they lay atop more rocks, it would lead to complications. See cow. Unbeknownst to Suli, he stumbled and fell backward, landing on his back. Fortunately, the area was devoid of sharp stones, and aside from a sore posterior, he sustained no other injuries. Learning from this mishap, Suli became more cautious, opting to walk briskly rather than run. He approached the withered tree, taking a moment to carefully examine it. This tree was quite substantial, standing at 3 meters tall with a trunk as thick as a man's arm. Upon inspecting the base, Suli discovered the cause of its downfall. The roots had been compromised by a gaping hole, too large to support the weight of the tree, leading to its eventual collapse at the point of the injury. Suli stomped her foot against the trunk, sensing that the tree had become thoroughly parched. Suli was immensely pleased, realizing that he would save a great deal of effort. He began to search for suitable stones on the ground. Initially, he found several fist-sized rocks, and the system promptly provided an explanation. Small stones, commonly found rocks. Suli picked up several more stones, discovering that those ranging from the size of an egg to that of a fist were all classified by the system as small stones. He then lifted a basketball-sized stone beside him. Stone, a common stone found everywhere. Is this what they call a stone? Stones and branches can be combined to create a stone axe. Let us forge the stone axe first. Suli forcefully struck the brittle branches of the withered tree with a stone, and after a few attempts, he withdrew the stone and exerted considerable effort to break off a branch. With a resounding crack, he successfully snapped off the largest branch of the desolate tree. Branches, seemingly ubiquitous. Ubiquitous, my foot. This wretched place is so desolate, Suli scoffed, as he opened the manual and navigated to the construction page. Stone axe grade. None material requirements. Branch 1. Stone 1 processing time. 5 minutes. This processing system is rather intelligent. Branches can be substituted with materials such as wooden sticks. After selecting the processing option, Suli began to gather stones from his surroundings. He first collected 20 small stones, filling 2 slots, and then turned his attention to the larger stones. The quantity of stones was rather limited. After scouring the area, he managed to find only 6 that were classified as stones. Well, that should suffice for the time being. Suli abandoned the idea of venturing further afield and sat atop the withered tree to rest for a few minutes. Once the stone axe was completed, Suli eagerly retrieved it. The rudimentary stone axe exceeded his expectations. It was a specimen worthy of a museum display, clearly crafted with meticulous care and skillful polishing. Suli ran his fingers along the blade. Constrained by the material, it was not particularly sharp, yet it was more than adequate for felling trees. The handle, fashioned from the branch, had been expertly shaped, fitting comfortably in his grip. Suli brandished the tool a few times, feeling the remarkable fit and sturdy connection between the stone and the wooden handle. It was indeed an excellent instrument. Now, it was time for Bald Shang to take center stage. Suli stood atop a withered tree, wielding a stone to cleave the deadwood. 1 strike, 2 strikes. 3 strikes, 4 strikes, 5 strikes. Just as Suli was poised to continue her labor, the lifeless trunk suddenly split with a crack, yielding 2 pieces of timber. Indeed, this was a game. Suli chuckled and shook her head. She examined the spoils of her endeavor. Timber, an essential resource, capable of serving as fuel and facilitating the crafting of various equipment. Upon examination, a single unit of timber measures 25 meters. The aforementioned tree stands at a height of 3 meters and has a diameter of approximately 25 centimeters. By calculation, it appears that the difference is negligible. Suli placed 2 pieces of timber into her backpack and then examined her stone axe. The rudimentary stone axe, with a durability of 95, only yielded a mere 1 point of durability with each strike, rendering it rather ineffective. Nevertheless, it was better than having none at all. Suli, wielding a stone axe, gazed into the distance. Approximately 1,000 meters away, a small grove revealed itself, comprising 27 trees. Beside the trees lay a stretch of crimson water. The landscape was undeniably barren. After traversing 70 kilometers, Suli had stumbled upon this so-called treasure trove. Beyond it, only a few small trees and extensive gravel expanses could be found. However, this scenario had already been adjusted by the game system. After all, this was a survival game, not a game of extermination. Prior to the adjustments, one would hardly encounter clusters of more than a dozen trees in this desolate area. With tools in hand, the next quest would be to procure sustenance and water. Zurich returned briefly, placing all his belongings aside from the stone axe onto the cart. He also removed his outer coat. In this moment, the temperature began to rise, and he felt a touch of warmth. Though it was only just past 7 o'clock, the heat was already palpable, suggesting that today's temperature would not be low. Suli hurriedly strode into the small grove, her heart heavy with concern. After surveying her surroundings to ensure there were no hunting dogs or coyotes lurking nearby, she dashed to the banks of the Crimson Lake. Suri stirred the water with a stone axe and discovered that it was, in fact, a vibrant shade of orange red. The reddish hue was merely a reflection of the underlying ground beneath the water. Utilizing the basic identification technique provided by the system, she assessed the water's quality. It was identified as contaminated saline alkaline water, with consumption potentially leading to gastric perforation and renal failure. How dreadful! Not only was it saline alkaline, but it was also tainted with pollution. Suli gazed upon the vibrant orange-red water, feeling a profound sense of regret. Such an abundance of water, yet it remains undrinkable. How disheartening. Is there not a way to purify this water, transforming it into something potable? Suli exerted his intellect, recalling the knowledge he had acquired. Distilled water? Filtered water? He decided to experiment with these ideas in the car later. Contemplating the matter of purifying water, Suli returned to the small grove. Upon entering, he commenced the task of chopping wood. This fragmented grove contained a total of 22 trees, interspersed with several 2-meter-high stones. Suli grasped his stone axe and began to strike vigorously at one of the trees. In a short while, a tree succumbed to his efforts, yielding 2 pieces of timber and 1 branch. Each tree required approximately 10 strikes, and the axe's durability quickly waned. Suli hurriedly set about crafting another stone axe. Halfway through his labor, he began to feel fatigued and made his way to a large stone to rest. However, as he sat down, he made a remarkable discovery. Behind one of the stones lay a wooden treasure chest. Suddenly, Suli rushed to the chest, exclaiming, "Goodness! I must be fortunate to have encountered a treasure chest so easily." Without hesitation, Suli promptly opened the chest, discovering 3 pieces of charcoal, 5 stones, 10 weeds, and 1 watch. What a disappointment. These items are utterly useless. Suli's countenance was rather grim. These items held little value in his current circumstances. What he truly required were water and sustenance. With a furrowed brow, he organized the items and donned his wristwatch. It was a solar-powered digital watch, capable of setting alarms, automatically calibrating the time, and featuring a compass. However, that was the extent of its utility. Better than nothing, perhaps. Once he had tidied up, Suli no longer harbored any desire to rest and resumed his task of woodcutting. After felling all the trees, he glanced at the time. It was past 8 o'clock, and the sun had already risen. Suri glanced at the supplies. 54 pieces of timber, 27 twigs, 10 stones, 10 blades of grass, and 3 pieces of charcoal. Suli stretched her arm, feeling as though it no longer belonged to her. It was truly uncomfortable. Suli would not foolishly carry the supplies in his arms. for his hands were weary, though his legs felt fine. Thus, he made several trips, utilizing his spatial backpack to transport all the provisions into the train. Inside, the train appeared utterly barren. The floors and walls were composed of thin iron sheets, and Sully felt as if he could tear the walls apart with his bare hands. After placing the supplies down, the interior began to resemble a storage room. Sully glanced at the sun, which had now risen, as the temperature steadily increased. During the sweltering midday hours, it was no longer feasible to toil outdoors. Instead, one sought tasks that could be accomplished indoors. Sully retrieved the materials and commenced her crafting. Wooden barrel, wood X3, processing time, 5 minutes, capacity, 10 liters. Stone hammer grade, none, material requirements, branches X2, stones X2, processing time, 10 minutes. Sully first crafted 3 wooden barrels, then proceeded to create a stone hammer. Just as fatigue set in his arms, he felt the need to take a brief respite. While the crafting progress bar filled, Sully opened the chat interface. Brothers, I find myself in the scorching saline alkaline lake. Is anyone else here? I am too. What a predicament. This place is truly desolate. Saline alkaline lake. I have a foreboding feeling that the water here must be undrinkable brine. Undrinkable brine? Indeed, I went to the lakeshore to assess it, and the system warned that consumption would lead to renal failure. With such heat, the demand for water must be immense. My female friends jest that I possess iron kidneys. Can I withstand renal failure? You might as well try. After all, you are a Tauran, unlike us. Lin Feng, I have listed some water and food for trade. Those with resources can come and exchange. Upon seeing this message, Sully felt a surge of excitement and opened the trading interface, revealing a long list of trade goods. Beautiful girl in K, black stockings. Ah yes, this truly is a survival novel. Sully nodded in satisfaction, wishing he could imprint a seal of pure lineage upon the manual. However, it lacked a protagonist, which irked him. Why am I not endowed with a 100-fold critical hit system or a sign-in system? I too am a transmigrator. Where are my perks? Surely this unscrupulous author wouldn't deny me my rightful benefits. Sully incessantly searched for Lin Feng's name and stumbled upon the supplies he had listed. To her astonishment, a wave of perspiration broke forth as she examined the details. Drinking water, 10 milliliters, wood, 10 pieces for 500, bread, 5G, stone, 5 pieces for 500. Canned cola, 1, fire element shards, tuna, 500G, earth element shards. Lin Feng had over 500 units of both drinking water and bread listed for trade. This calculation revealed that he had produced 5 liters of water, equivalent to 10 bottles for exchange. Where could he have acquired such an abundance of water? Perhaps from the initial supply box? Moreover, offering 10 pieces of wood in exchange for merely 10 milliliters of water seemed rather excessive. Ultimately, how did he come by the tuna and canned cola? Is it conceivable that such items could be found within the boxes? Sully was utterly perplexed. He searched thoroughly. Yet there was not a single transaction involving fish on the entire trading interface. Were there fish in this lake? If so, it was unlikely they received fish. They were most probably acquired from opening boxes. Meanwhile, the chat room became lively. Thanks to Lin Feng, I finally have a sip of water. Your mouth is so small. 10 milliliters vanishes with just a press of my lips. Lin Feng, how can you be so selfish? You have so much water, why not share a bit with everyone? Indeed. This is a time of crisis. Why indulge in individualism? Hurry up and share the water with us. You show no respect for the elderly. Look at the picture of my grandmother. Do you see that? That is the celestial pattern, a symbol of true nobility. What harm is there in sharing a little water with you? Sully was quite intrigued, indeed, utterly captivated. Witnessing the survival-themed event live was genuinely fascinating. Those with timber should swiftly seek out the esteemed Lin Feng for a trade, as the 300 units are on the verge of being exchanged. Lin Feng, unfazed, remarked that he still possessed a substantial quantity of water. Once the current supply is depleted, he could restock. Upon hearing this, Sully felt a surge of disbelief. Was Lin Feng truly that formidable? How could he amass such an abundance of water so early in the game? He had already listed 5 liters for trade, with more at hand. Moreover, such dark water, while it may be understandable for some to make hasty trades, the fact that it was nearly all gone was perplexing. Were they all out of their minds? I simply cannot comprehend it. Sully sported the expression of an elderly subway commuter engrossed in his phone, pondering whether these individuals understood that 10 milliliters amounts to merely the volume of a bottle cap. Such a minuscule quantity of water would barely suffice to moisten one's throat. Yet, what of the 10 units of timber? Felling a single tree yields only 2 pieces of timber. To exert such effort under the scorching sun to chop down 5 trees for the equivalent of a bottle cap's worth of water? Surely, those willing to do so must be lacking in judgment. Or perhaps, I am the only one who finds it challenging to gather timber while others seem to collect it effortlessly? Suli could not refrain from interjecting, esteemed colleagues. May I inquire about a matter? Is the timber you acquire simply gathered at random? Under the blazing sun, I struck a tree as thick as my arm with a stone axe, and it yielded merely 2 pieces. Where is the casually collected wood? I overlooked the crafting materials, mistakenly believing that I required timber. The first tree I struck took me over half an hour. I was utterly exhausted, yet fortunately, I managed to gather enough branches to construct a stone axe. Breaking a branch is indeed simpler. I felled 14 trees, each yielding 2 pieces of wood and 1 branch without exception. It is evident from our discussions that the vast majority of individuals exerted considerable effort to obtain their timber. Suli could not comprehend why everyone would exchange 10 units of wood for merely 10 milliliters of water. Did they not find it unwise? Suri was utterly perplexed. On such a sweltering day, she must have perspired at least 10 milliliters while chopping wood. Having expended energy and shed that amount of sweat, her muscles ached. And the timber she had felled could only be exchanged for a mere 10 milliliters of water. This back and forth seemed nothing short of a loss, did it not? Why not simply drink that 10 milliliters of sweat instead? Wouldn't that equate to having felled double the trees, thus yielding a rather advantageous outcome? Could it be that everyone in this world is devoid of reason? Yet, my scores in the college entrance examination barely reached the threshold for a prestigious university. I sat alongside those lacking in intellect, achieving a ranking that was slightly above average. Therefore, does this imply that I too belong to that category of individuals? Suli found herself engulfed in self-doubt. How could such a fool dare to question the esteemed Lin Feng? There are many capable of felling trees. Yet only Lin Feng can provide water. I see some merit in the arguments above, but I also feel they lack substance. My thoughts are somewhat muddled. I share the same sentiment. I believe he is correct. This is absolutely outrageous. Indeed, we must resist Lin Feng. Yes, let us oppose him. The chat room erupted into chaos, with some hurling insults at Suli, others criticizing Lin Feng, while many wavered in their opinions, and numerous voices clamored for a boycott against Lin Feng. Meanwhile, aboard a train, Lin Feng closed the manual. Suli? A mere instigator, a petty jester. They wish to oppose me? It is merely 9 o'clock, and the temperature has already soared to 35 degrees. Once the sun fully ascends, they shall face the consequences at that juncture. It will be a choice between resistance and survival, and I know what they will choose. After contemplating this, he glanced at his provisions. A multitude of storage boxes nearly filled the room, and outside, over 90 bottles of drinking water were stacked together. Lin Feng sprinkled black pepper on the grilled tuna he had prepared on the stone slab and savored the exquisite taste of the fish. Once a mere drifter in society, relegated to the lowest echelons, here he relished the finest tuna. This survival game represents my opportunity for redemption, just as Lin Feng reveled in his triumph. A sudden system notification appeared before him. He recognized it as a message from a dear friend. Opening the manual, he was greeted by the image of an exceptionally pure and beautiful girl, albeit with a rather ample physique, alongside her message. Brother Lin Feng, I have acquired a blueprint for a basic water condenser. I wonder if I could trade it for some water and bread. Lin Feng's spirits soared. Suli glanced at the construction interface, noting that there were still 5 minutes until completion. The waiting period felt rather dull, so he continued to amuse himself in the chat room. Upon entering the regional channel, he was immediately met with an eye-catching piece of news. Huang Laoshi, Lin Feng. Esteemed figure, I have acquired a blueprint for an iron axe. Could I trade it for some bread? Lin Feng replied, certainly, I will offer you 200 G of bread. Let us arrange a private trade. Huang Laoshi exclaimed, thank you, Lin Feng, you are truly generous. Suli, upon reading this exchange, let out a startled exclamation. What on earth is wrong with you? With such a blueprint in hand, wouldn't it be wiser to craft the iron axe yourself and sell it for a profit? The food provided by the system should be conserved. It can barely last for 2 days. Are you telling me that in 2 days, you cannot forge an iron axe? Why not wait until you're truly in dire straits before making such a trade? Why? I fail to comprehend. It was akin to someone selling a hen that lays golden eggs. Even more absurd. They sell it for a mere 20 coins while expressing gratitude for the buyer's willingness to purchase. Could it be that Lin Feng is the fabled protagonist? Suli felt as though he had stumbled upon something profound. Could it be that a charming young lady had befriended him and privately traded him a water purifier? This indeed seemed like a classic trope. What then? Am I merely a control group of bystanders? Suli's expression was quite captivating. Never mind. This is not my concern. I sense that something sinister is afoot, beyond my capacity to handle. I shall focus on my own affairs. Suli let out a sigh, then began to peruse the synthesis chart, determined to memorize its contents thoroughly and meticulously plan the sequence of his upcoming constructions. After a brief wait, the stone hammer was finally completed. Suli set aside the manual and made his way back to the lakeside. He arrived at the large stone where he had previously taken a rest and retrieved his hammer. With great care, he scrutinized the massive rock before utilizing the system's identification skill. Small stone pile, materials can be harvested. He scoffed at the system's rudimentary identification. It was rather ineffective. He spat on his hands, exclaiming, "This clearly contains pyrite," a fact he had learned while studying for a chemistry exam. During his earlier respite, he had taken the time to observe this immense stone closely. He discovered that while the stone appeared to be a uniform gray granite, certain areas exhibited a yellowish hue. Upon examining the yellow sections more intently, he noted the presence of distinct, regular flat surfaces. This revelation triggered memories of his knowledge regarding crystals, as well as exercises he had previously undertaken. After his preliminary assessment, he concluded that the stone indeed contained pyrite, which motivated him to craft a stone hammer in preparation for extracting the mineral from the pile. Suli raised the stone hammer high above his head, then aimed it at the formidable boulder and struck down with immense force. With a resounding thud, the hammer nearly slipped from his grasp, sending a jolt of numbness through his palm. The towering stone, standing 2 meters tall, cracked open with a visible fissure. Focusing on that very crevice, he brought the hammer down once more. The rhythmic sound of metal colliding echoed as Suli exerted every ounce of strength, striking the stone fiercely 15 times. At last, under the relentless force of the hammer, the colossal boulder shattered into pieces. Before him lay several materials: iron ore X3, stone X5, flint X1. The Woohoo iron mine has arrived. Suri could not contain his jubilant exclamations, not solely due to the acquisition of iron ore and flint, but more so because he had substantiated his hypothesis. Once the cheers subsided, Suri was overcome by a wave of exhaustion. The endeavor had been exceedingly taxing, and he noticed a significant depletion in his endurance. Suri glanced at her stone hammer, which originally boasted a durability of 100, but now only stood at 40. There were 4 stone mortars, each requiring a consumption of 60 durability, necessitating 3 hammers for the task. Fortunately, she had brought along sufficient materials to craft 2 additional hammers on site. Suli meticulously crafted 2 stone hammers and then seated himself upon the ground, repeatedly massaging his arms. After a 5-minute interval, Suli rose once more, directing his focus towards another colossal boulder. Suli spent some time to successfully extract all 4 massive boulders. In total, she acquired 14 units of iron ore, 15 units of stone, 2 units of coal, and 1 unit of flint. Exhausted, Suli glanced up at the sun, which now hung high in the sky, its radiant beams causing a stinging sensation upon her skin. Suli made 2 trips, transporting all the materials into the train. On the second journey, he deliberately lingered a little longer and crafted 2 wooden barrels, bringing a total of 5 barrels to the water's edge, filling them with water, an impressive total of 50 liters. Though it sounds substantial, each barrel contained merely half the volume of the typical water cooler bottles. With the water in tow, Suli returned to the train. Once inside, he could no longer resist the urge to indulge in food and drink. He was both famished and parched. After a morning spent chopping wood and mining, he had expended considerable energy and moisture. First, he took a sip of water. His lips were chapped and peeling. The taste was reminiscent of rust. Suli employed his teeth to twist open the cap of a bottle of drinking water, utterly fatigued, his arms trembling, rendering him incapable of exerting any strength. He could barely lift the water bottle, resorting instead to clutching it with his wrist and cautiously consuming half of its contents. He stifled the urge to finish it entirely and set the remaining half aside. Subsequently, he unwrapped his rations, encased in brown craft paper. Within, he discovered 3 individually packaged food bars. Upon opening one of the packages, Suli discovered an item reminiscent of compressed biscuits. With a sigh, he realized that consuming such an item would also require water, and it was quite difficult to swallow dry. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to eat. The future was uncertain, so he decided to consume only half for now, rationing it so that it could last several days. Taking a bite, he found the taste rather unpleasant, greasy, sweet, and salty, saturated with the essence of energy and fat. He mused that perhaps this could be used to make a soup, which might enhance the flavor. However, He soon recalled his scarce water resources and sighed again. The thought of making soup was utterly out of the question. Suli consumed half of his meal, but found it too choking, prompting him to sip some water. Only about 100 milliliters remained in the bottle. After finishing, Suli opened the window. For the heat was unbearable. The train felt akin to a metal steamer, and Suli likened himself to a large hairy crab, without proper ventilation. He feared he would soon be cooked. Suli carefully stored the packaging paper of her rations. The individually wrapped paper resembled the shiny, reflective foil commonly used for chewing gum, and Suli always believed it held some utility. Currently, her foremost concern was potable water, with sustenance being a secondary issue. As Suli pondered her predicament, water and food, a sudden realization struck her. Why hadn't she gathered leaves before felling the trees? Goodness, those leaves might very well be edible. Suli, in a fit of regret, struck his thigh repeatedly, lamenting the fact that the tree, once felled, had been reduced to mere materials by the system. He now realized that even gathering leaves was no longer an option. The leaves and bark were consumable, and he felt he had squandered something precious. Suli continued to chastise himself, reflecting on his identity. He was no protagonist blessed with extraordinary powers, and thus, how could he afford such wastefulness? After earnestly reminding himself to learn from this experience, Suli began to ponder ways to acquire water resources. Suli is a recent graduate of high school, and for many, this period marks the pinnacle of their knowledge accumulation throughout their lifetime. Sitting cross-legged on the increasingly heated iron floor, Suli tapped into her reservoir of knowledge, contemplating ways to break through the current predicament. At present, I possess water, albeit tainted and unfit for consumption. My objective is not to source clean water from elsewhere, but rather to transform the polluted water at hand into something pure. No, into something potable. I must purify the water, ensuring it meets the standards for safe consumption. I have encountered similar problems on my chemistry and physics examinations. First, I shall treat the original water to eliminate the more easily removable impurities, such as suspended particles present within the liquid. The first solution that came to Suli's mind was to employ charcoal filtration. Fortunately, he had some charcoal on hand. He then pondered another concern. The filtered water still felt unsafe, as certain water-soluble toxins seemed impervious to adsorption. He needed to devise an additional method. After filtration, a second purification of the water was essential. Currently, two methods come to mind. One is utilizing capillary action for water purification, a concept he learned while tackling high school physics exams. The other is the process of distillation. Suli reminisced about the distillation methods he had encountered in the past, boiling water and condensing it. However, he lacked a pot or any means of heating, which posed quite a challenge, perhaps akin to Bear Grylls surviving on a deserted island. He could dig a pit and cover it with something to collect the condensate, yet this method seemed woefully inefficient. Moreover, he had no suitable object to serve as a cover. Most importantly, he needed to gather supplies, which required him to be on the move. This approach would hinder his mobility. Was it truly unfeasible? Suli pondered deeply, writhing in frustration as he tugged at his hair. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. He had been overcomplicating matters. Simplifying the concept, distilled water merely required a heat source to elevate the temperature of contaminated water, followed by a device to facilitate the condensation of water vapor. The scorching sun, with its relentless heat, served as the most optimal heat source. The current outdoor temperature was already around 38 degrees Celsius, and it was only 10 a.m. The temperature was bound to rise until 1 p.m. In Zurich, one possesses experience. Such a scorching sun can evaporate half a basin of water in just one afternoon. This sun provides ample heat to serve as a source of warmth. Suli carefully arranged his props and sat in the train, contemplating them. Upon noticing two plastic bottles, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He picked up one bottle and placed it on the ground, then took the other bottle and positioned it atop the first, creating an acute angle. Suli's eyes sparkled with curiosity. He opened the manual and entered a series of keywords to search. Empty plastic bottles, 12 branches, empty plastic bottles, 12 stones, empty plastic bottles, 1,200 milliliters of drinking water, empty plastic bottles, 1 drinking water, 1. Suli has discovered numerous transactions being conducted. Now, each individual possesses 2 plastic bottles, and many are willing to part with one for the sake of trade. Suli glanced around and noticed that everyone was primarily seeking materials for the initial train enhancement module, particularly iron ingots. He observed that Lin Feng, whom he deemed to be the protagonist, was also engaged in procurement, but he was additionally acquiring various elemental shards. It remained unclear what purpose these fragments served. After careful consideration, Suli concluded that acquiring timber was less challenging than obtaining stone. Consequently, he listed the timber in an empty plastic bottle for trade in the shop. Suli then busied himself by first crafting a stone shovel. Once completed, he ventured outside to excavate soil. The surface of the saline alkali land was encrusted, but beneath it lay a layer of yellow earth. Extracting the soil proved to be effortless, and before long, Suli had gathered a substantial amount. He transported all this earth into his train and began to work with it. This was not mere play, it was a crucial task. He had thoroughly memorized the synthesis chart and meticulously planned a construction route. To advance into the Iron Age, he needed a smelting furnace for iron ore. The smelting furnace was indeed listed in the synthesis chart. Simple smelting furnace requires 10 stones, 50 bricks, 10 soil, and 2 liters of water. Bricks can be produced not only by firing in a kiln, but also by sun-drying, creating what are known as sun-dried bricks or mud bricks. Suli crushed the weeds and mixed them with saline water and yellow clay. He was uncertain whether this method was correct, but it was his impression that such bricks were made in this manner, and the steps seemed largely consistent. Upon completion, he shaped the mixture into bricks of the size he remembered and arranged them inside the carriage. After laboriously hauling 4 buckets of water, Suli found himself utterly exhausted. Taking a moment to rest, he opened the manual. Fortunately, the timber listed in the manual was sold out, but Suli now possessed 22 empty plastic bottles. Next, he would endeavor to transform these plastic bottles into a suitable water purification device. Suli first cleaved one of the bottles in half with a stone axe. He then tore his t-shirt, which was quite long, and the removal of a small section rendered it similar in length to an ordinary shirt. The school's uniform, made of pure cotton, could effectively filter the murky water. Suli turned the section of the plastic bottle with the neck inverted, placed the cotton fabric inside, and retrieved the charcoal he had obtained from his treasure chest. After crushing the charcoal into a fine powder, he spread it atop the cotton, covered it with another layer of fabric, followed by another layer of charcoal, and finally topped it with yet another layer of cotton. Thus, a rudimentary filtration device was ingeniously crafted. Suli utilized the remaining half of a container to transfer water from the wooden barrel into the filtration apparatus. Gradually, the water was filtered back into the barrel, a process that took some time and resulted in half a barrel being purified. Meanwhile, the temperature continued to rise, prompting Suli to occasionally wipe the sweat from his brow. He unabashedly licked the perspiration, valuing it as precious salt and moisture. Once the filtration was complete, Suli retrieved a match and ignited some dried grass. He then used the burning grass to set a wooden twig alight. The twigs provided by the system were treated and thoroughly dried, making them quite easy to ignite. Ultimately, he employed the still-burning twig to scorch a hole near the mouth of a mineral water bottle, repeating this process for 10 bottles in total. After completing the alterations, Suli extinguished the flame and proceeded to fill another 10 intact mineral water bottles with the filtered saline water. Once filled, he took the bottles with the newly created holes and aligned the openings with the mouths of the bottles containing the filtered water. In this manner, a rudimentary distillation apparatus was fashioned, resembling an acute angle. Next, by placing this device under the scorching sun, the intense heat would evaporate the red water below, allowing the water vapor to travel through the junction of the 2 bottles, condensing within the upper bottle. Suli is uncertain about the efficiency of this device. However, the underlying principle is sound, merely varying in terms of effectiveness. Suli arranged 10 devices meticulously, then retrieved the reflective aluminum foil left from his previous meals to harness sunlight, directing its brilliance onto the mineral water bottles. Simultaneously, in a bid to enhance efficiency, he poured some carbon powder into the water to augment its heat absorption capacity. Afterward, Suli busied himself, placing the damp clay bricks he had crafted onto the stones outside to bask in the sun. Given that these 2 days marked a safe period without any animal threats, he felt no trepidation about unexpected incidents that might compel him to flee without gathering his belongings. Once he completed these tasks, he glanced at the time. It was noon. At that moment, even the breeze that wafted in from outside felt scalding. This reminded Suli of the air fryer he had used in the past. Well, I've become a fried chicken now. After finishing the first water purification device, Suli proceeded to construct the second. The method for the second device was considerably simpler. He began by filtering the remaining wastewater, then placed the container filled with filtered water at a higher elevation, while another container was positioned lower. He connected the 2 with a strip of cotton cloth, utilizing capillary action to filter the water into the lower container. Upon completing this, Suli found himself utterly reluctant to move. The heat was oppressive, and he was overwhelmingly fatigued. In a haze of drowsiness, he inadvertently fell asleep. However, his nap was not lengthy. Approximately an hour later, he was roused by the sweltering heat. He rose, wiped the sweat from his brow, and upon turning to glance at the spot where he had lain, he was startled to find a damp, human-shaped imprint. What on earth? It resembled a scene from a crime scene. Sully casually remarked, observing the desolate surroundings devoid of any company. He decided to strip down completely, leaving his sweat-soaked garments outside to dry in the sun. He positioned himself between two windows, idly gazing at the barren expanse beyond. The landscape, scorched by the relentless heat, revealed a cracked, crimson salt-laden ground. The air, distorted by the sweltering temperatures, felt as though one were in the depths of hell. There was no breeze, nor any sounds of animal life. The wilderness lay deserted, and the sky was empty. Exhausted, Sully slipped into a state of semi-consciousness, languidly drifting through an extended period of time. When he finally stirred again, it was already 4 in the afternoon. At this hour, the sun had lost some of its ferocity. The first thing Sully did upon waking was to check the status of her water purification system. She began by inspecting the tin plastic bottle filtration units. Upon casting a glance, Sully could not help but erupt into laughter. She had succeeded. Indeed. I am a genius. Inside each plastic bottle, there resided a portion of distilled water, its clarity sparkling and appearing quite delectable. Sully hastily retrieved the device and transferred the water within into a new bottle. Remarkably, these tin devices, set up from shortly after 11 a.m. until 4 p.m., managed to collect over a bottle's worth of distilled water. Upon inspection, there appeared to be approximately 800 milliliters of distilled water, decent enough to last a day if used sparingly. However, whether this water is potable remains contingent upon the system's assessment. Sully employed a basic identification technique on the water. The peculiar-tasting water, due to limited purification capabilities, retained some toxic substances as a result of partial vaporization during distillation. Consuming it in large quantities over a short period could lead to diarrhea. Nonetheless, Sully nodded in satisfaction. This water could indeed be deemed suitable for drinking, as long as one refrains from excessive short-term consumption. The side effect of diarrhea pales in comparison to the original issue of renal failure. Sully once again inspected the water purification apparatus consisting of 2 barrels. Regrettably, the efficacy of this device had diminished. Due to the elevated temperatures, the purified water in the basin was evaporating rapidly, resulting in a mere trickle of water. Upon examination, she discovered that the liquid retained an unusual taste, amounting to approximately 40 milliliters. Concentrating the water into a single bottle, Sully took a sip of the peculiar liquid. To her surprise, it lacked the foul odor she had anticipated. Rather, the flavor was indescribably strange, somewhat unpalatable yet still drinkable. With this, the issue of water seemed to be temporarily resolved. The next challenge lay in procuring food and enhancing the equipment. Observing her surroundings, it appeared that little of value remained. Thus, Sully resolved to seize the cooler moment to venture forth and gather supplies from the next location. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Sully gathered the sun-dried bricks. Inspecting their condition, they appeared satisfactory. Although some had developed cracks from the sun's exposure, the presence of weeds within had preserved the brick's shape. Sully estimated that after flipping it over and letting it dry for another day, it would be ready for use. He then returned to the disheveled vehicle, retrieving flint and iron or to start a fire. The flint, the size of a palm, clashed against the basketball-sized iron ore, creating sparks with each collision. The fuel provided in the novice package proved exceptionally effective, as a few sparks successfully ignited the remaining fuel, which would allow for a journey of 29 kilometers. Hastily, Sully added several pieces of wood. Each piece or twig extended the distance by 5 kilometers. He contributed 10 pieces of wood and 10 twigs to the fire. Once the wood caught flame, he extracted the remaining novice train fuel, extinguishing it and setting it aside, as it was highly flammable and could serve as excellent tinder. After 5 minutes, the train successfully started. Sully stood by the window, watching the scenery retreat rapidly. He occasionally wandered between the 2 windows, surveying the surrounding resources. After departing from the previous stop, the materials did not become more abundant. Rather, they appeared increasingly barren. This realization filled Sully with a sense of relief. Grateful that he had seized the opportunity to gather resources when they were plentiful. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. One should not always expect the next location to offer greater riches, he mused, reflecting on his experiences. Taking advantage of the train's movement, Sully began to stretch his muscles. During his time at school, he had lived in the dormitory, where a sporty roommate had taught him some stretching techniques. After an hour and a half of travel, nearly 90 kilometers, the surrounding resources finally began to flourish again. From the window, Sully noticed a proliferation of salt lakes of various sizes emerging around him. Moreover, the colors of some of these lakes had changed to a rich brown hue. This seemed to be a promising location. Observing the abundance of resources, Sully decided to halt the train. Sully came to a halt, first unloading her bricks and placing them around to dry. Then she began to survey the surrounding vegetation and resources. The availability of stone resources in this area is rather scarce. Not to mention the large boulders she had encountered before, even the size of a basketball is a rarity. However, there is an abundance of weeds. After surveying the surroundings, Sully observed that the predominant weeds resembled a type of grass, reaching up to the height of a person's knees. In addition, there were also some succulent plants that bore a resemblance to seaweed. Sully attempted to collect a few specimens and subsequently conducted an identification. The grass-like entities turned out to be mere ordinary weeds. Once gathered, these weeds dried out and proved to be excellent kindling. However, the plants resembling dragon whiskers were identified by the system as purple-lined saltgrass. Sully lifted one of the salt herbs and observed it under the sunlight, discovering that within this succulent, there were indeed some purple strands. The purple-lined salt herb, a plant thriving in saline alkaline soil, possesses sap rich in salt content, which can be utilized in salt production. This certainly is a valuable resource, as salt is an essential commodity for humanity. However, at this moment, its utility is rather limited. The need for food and water is far more pressing. Yet, is this herb suitable for direct consumption? Sully broke off a small piece, placed it in her mouth, and after a moment of distaste, spat it out, exclaiming how excessively salty it was, rendering it unfit for sustenance. She carefully stored away the salt herb, recognizing its potential to appreciate in value in the future. Sully seized the axe and ventured into the woods to procure timber. At this moment, his most pressing need was wood, essential for both the crafting of enhancement plugins and fueling the train. From 5:30 until after 7, Sully did not pause, tirelessly chopping down trees, one after another. In this time, he felled a remarkable total of 40 trees, acquiring 80 units of wood and 40 branches. It is noteworthy that prior to his lumberjacking, he had plucked a handful of leaves, but the outcome was far from satisfactory. The leaves were contaminated, laden with heavy metals, posing a threat to health. And with prolonged consumption, they could inflict harm upon the brain. Regrettably, Sully had to abandon the notion of consuming leaves and tree bark. Transporting all of this back had exhausted him to the point of collapse, and he found himself seated in the train, utterly reluctant to move. Alas, there was no water for washing, nor any means to brush his teeth, leaving him in a state of utter discomfort. With a series of curses, Sully finished the remaining portion of his rations, feeling as though his arms were non-existent. Tomorrow promised to be a painful endeavor. After consuming his meager meal and sipping some peculiar-tasting water, he resorted to using ash from the plants to clean his teeth. Observing the sky as it dimmed into darkness, Sully closed the train door, set his alarm, and prepared for sleep. The train lacked any form of illumination, so it seemed prudent to retire early and rise at dawn to labor anew. Just as he was about to succumb to slumber, a sudden, melodious chirping from outside caught his attention. Birds? That meant the promise of meat. Suddenly, Sully rose to his feet, barefoot, and rushed to the window, peering towards the source of the sound. Just in time, he beheld a large flock, roughly estimated to consist of dozens of birds resembling red-crowned cranes, soaring towards the left side of the train before gracefully descending. Sully gazed intently in that direction, earnestly recalling the location. The vastness of the wilderness allowed the naked eye to perceive great distances, enabling Sully to discern what lay at that spot. There, a small grove stood, no less than 5 kilometers from where I was. Could that be the sanctuary of the birds? I shall not venture there tonight. I am too fatigued, and darkness has fallen. My sole source of illumination is a torch, which would be far too conspicuous in the night. I am wary of startling those birds, as well as attracting the attention of predatory animals. Wild creatures typically do not initiate aggression unless provoked, yet the definition of provocation remains ambiguous. Should they be hunting and I approach with a torch, they might interpret my actions as a challenge. After much contemplation, Sully opted for a prudent course of action. However, preparations can commence this evening. To hunt birds, one must employ some means of ranged attack. To consider rushing forward to catch a bird by hand? Sully could only describe that as still being half asleep. Given my current circumstances, how can I possibly launch a ranged attack on the birds? Sully contemplated the bow and arrow, the javelin, and the sling. The bow and arrow were out of the question, as I have no knowledge of their construction. The javelin does require a certain level of skill, yet it could serve as a viable alternative. However, the sling truly stands out as the most suitable choice. Despite its seemingly simplistic design, the sling possesses an effective lethal range of up to 100 meters. Sully recalled having tackled projectile motion problems involving slings in previous physics examinations. Sully's demands are quite modest. A mere 20 meters will suffice. Upon contemplation, she promptly sets about her task. The late-night hours, when venturing outside feels too daunting, provide the perfect opportunity to practice her slingshot skills. Sully recalled the example question from the physics exam and contemplated how to proceed. Once she had formulated a clear plan, she picked up 2 pieces of grass from the ground and combined them into a rope using the system. After the synthesis, Sully examined the newly created material. It was a rope, about the thickness of her thumb and 1 meter in length. She gave it a tug, and true to the system's reputation, it proved to be remarkably sturdy. Sully also realized that everything crafted by the system is a masterpiece. Suri employed a stone axe to sever the rope into 2 segments, subsequently tearing a strip of fabric from her shirt. In an instant, her top transformed into a cropped garment. Sully folded the cloth and then secured both ends with a rope. Subsequently, she fashioned a loop at one end of the rope, sliding the loop onto her middle finger. She picked up a small, smooth stone from the ground, enveloping it in the tattered fabric, and then grasped the other end with her thumb and index finger. Sully gazed at the target in the distance, seizing the fleeting light of dusk. She aimed at a target 20 meters away and began to swing her sling. As she exerted her muscles, a sharp pang of discomfort made her grimace. With each powerful swing, the speed of the sling intensified. Sully sensed it was nearly the right moment, and with a deft motion, she released the cord held between her thumb and forefinger. The stone was propelled from the sling, whistling through the air, but it landed several meters away from the intended target. Perhaps she had released it a moment too soon. She resolved to try again. Undeterred, Sully picked up another smooth stone and resumed her practice. Once, twice, 10 times, 20 times, she devoted an extensive period to honing her skill. It was only when darkness enveloped the surroundings, rendering everything invisible, that she finally ceased her efforts. Through her diligent practice, Sully had developed a keen sense of touch. Although her throws did not consistently hit the target, they remained within a 2-meter radius. Achieving such proficiency in a short span of time was commendable. She resolved to test her luck the following day, for her arm had grown weary. Sully carefully stowed away the sling and returned to the compartment. Shutting the door behind him, he sensed a notable drop in temperature, fearing a potential cold, and donned his school uniform jacket before lying down to sleep. When the alarm clock roused him, it was already 5 o'clock in the morning. After sipping some oddly flavored water to rehydrate, Sully set off with his sling, 3 stone axes, 2 stone hammers, and the smooth stones he had selected the previous day, heading towards the location where he had observed the flock of birds the day before. The journey was approximately 5 kilometers, just as Sully had estimated. This stretch proved arduous, his legs were sore, and his arms felt almost incapacitated. Yet, driven by the instinct for survival, Sully gritted his teeth, moving his shoulders as he pressed on. Upon reaching his destination, he felt somewhat limbered up. Though the soreness in his arm muscles persisted, they were now functional. Entering the small grove, Sully conducted a thorough search within the thicket. Unfortunately, fortune did not favor him this time, and he failed to locate the treasure chest. However, he did discover the resting place of the birds. To the east of the grove lay a sizable lake, its waters a murky yellow-brown, giving an impression of uncleanliness. In the center of the lake, peculiar stones jutted out, resembling artificial mountains in a miniature landscape. From the crevices of these stones, wisps of yellowish smoke continuously billowed outward, imparting an unsettling sense of danger. Zurich speculated that it could be the fissure of a volcano, which would account for the abundance of toxic saline alkaline land in the area. This is due to the continuous release of harmful substances from the volcano, which, in combination with the groundwater, emerges to the surface and contaminates the water systems. Sully, with keen eyes, spotted a treasure chest gleaming with a metallic luster nestled in the heart of the mountain. Even if he failed to catch a bird, this discovery would be worthwhile, he murmured to himself before shifting his gaze to the riverbank, where a multitude of plants resembling reeds flourished. For the time being, he referred to them as reeds. Amidst these reeds, he noticed numerous crimson figures, birds approximately 1 meter tall, their bodies adorned in vibrant red, somewhat reminiscent of cranes. The abundance of nests indicated that this locale served as their sanctuary. How fortunate! He wondered if there were any eggs among them. Sully licked his lips. Despite having eaten only a day ago, he had grown weary of the excessively salty and sweet rations. With a target in sight, he resumed his observation of the surroundings. Wary of other creatures, Should he venture to hunt the birds and find himself encircled by hyenas or similar beasts, it would certainly be a regrettable miscalculation. Sully carefully observed his surroundings for a while, ensuring that no other creatures were present. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. It seems I am still within the novice protection period, thus I should not be attacked. Nonetheless, exercising caution is certainly wise. He glanced at his watch. It was now 5:30 in the morning, and many birds had already awakened. However, some still nestled their heads within their wings, peacefully resting. Sully approached the flock of birds with the utmost stealth. Perhaps they had never encountered a human before, as some, upon noticing Sully, did not flee. Instead, they tilted their heads and gazed at her with curiosity. Upon observing the scene, Sully wasted no time. He approached to within approximately 15 meters and noticed the flock of birds becoming agitated. He selected the roundest stone from his collection, placed it into his slingshot, and with all his might, began to swing it. As the slingshot reached its maximum velocity, Sully aimed at the area where the birds were most densely gathered and forcefully released the stone. Quack, quack, quack. The resting birds were instantly startled, emitting calls reminiscent of ducks, and a vast swarm of red birds took flight. Undeterred, Sully quickly loaded another stone and swung with all his strength towards a different direction. However, he could only launch 2 stones after the second. The entire flock had vanished into the sky. Yet, on the ground, 2 birds remained, unable to escape. Sully hurried over and seized the struggling birds with a swift motion. Ha ha! What good fortune! I managed to catch 2. He burst into jubilant laughter. The flock had numbered around 200, tightly clustered together, making it reasonable to hit 2. Both birds had been struck in the abdomen, and their slow takeoff speed resulted in a loss of balance. Had Sully's timing been even slightly slower, these 2 birds would have soared away. Sully twisted the necks of 2 birds and then examined one of them. The red-feathered bird, commonly found in scorching saline alkaline lands, feeds on algae. It typically resides in toxic saline alkaline pools, where the protection offered by the poisonous water has led to a slight degradation of its flying abilities. Feeding on algae? Sully murmured, reflecting on this description. Sully glanced at the lake, its ochre waters distinct from others, seemingly harboring something adrift. Could there be algae within these yellow-brown depths? It certainly warranted a closer look, but for now, the priority was to search for bird nests. After a lengthy search in the bird's habitat, Sully thoroughly examined each nest and, to his delight, discovered 7 eggs. These eggs were approximately the size of duck eggs. Holding one up to the sunlight, Sully scrutinized its contents but found no signs of a chick. Perhaps it was not yet the breeding season. A twinge of regret washed over him. Had it been the breeding season, he would have gathered many more eggs. He carefully placed the eggs into his backpack and continued to harvest the reeds. Sully recalled that the roots of the reeds were also edible, capable of replenishing moisture and starch. After extracting a reed, Sully snapped off its root. Upon peeling away the outer skin, Sully utilized the system to examine it. Discovering that the roots of the salt marsh reed were indeed consumable, providing a certain amount of starch and moisture. Overjoyed, Sully realized he had yet to have breakfast that morning. He swiftly placed the reed root into his mouth and, after a meticulous chewing to savor its flavor, remarked that while it bore a slight bitterness, it was certainly bearable. The juice was not particularly abundant, yet it served as a valuable source of hydration. After consuming the reed root with a few bites, Sully resumed his foraging, digging up other reed roots to eat fresh. In the process, he discerned the reason behind the yellow-brown hue of the water. It was due to a type of yellow-brown algae present in the water, the salt-tolerant brown algae, which could thrive in saline and alkaline environments and was indeed edible. Although its unappealing, slimy appearance left much to be desired, it proved to be a worthy find. However, he decided to postpone gathering it for the moment. With something in his stomach, Sully turned his gaze toward the center of the lake. There, he spotted a black treasure chest that glimmered under the sunlight. "Dry up, comrades," Sully exclaimed, then began surveying his surroundings, apprehensive of any lurking creatures beneath the water's surface. After a prolonged observation, he noted that the water was utterly still, devoid of any ripples or unusual driftwood, such as crocodiles. While he felt assured of not being attacked, he remained wary of the possibility of being startled and succumbing to panic in the water. In her childhood, Sully experienced a fright that nearly led to drowning. Moreover, she had the assurance of novice safety precautions. Creatures of the wild would not attack her unprovoked. Let us take a chance. Sully removed her top, trousers, shoes, and socks, placing them in her equipment slot. She certainly did not wish for her garments to be tainted by the poisonous water, turning a ghastly shade of reddish-brown, both unsightly and uncomfortable. After removing his shoes, he donned them once more to protect his feet from the sharp stones that could inflict wounds. On such a sweltering day, injuries are prone to infection. Eventually, he approached the water's edge, dipped his fingers into the liquid, and applied it to his underarms. After a moment of contemplation, he found it bearable, albeit with a slight discomfort. However, there was no stinging or burning sensation, indicating a lack of corrosiveness. Sully waded into the water, moving towards the center of the lake, which lay 1,000 meters away. However, the water was not particularly deep. After traversing nearly 500 meters, the water reached only his waist. The ground beneath his feet was not soft, strewn with numerous stones, making it a prudent choice to wear shoes. Sully hastened his pace towards the center of the lake. Upon reaching a distance of 800 meters, the water level reached his chest, prompting him to commence swimming. Having previously practiced in the small river of his village, he was not entirely inexperienced in the water. After traversing the final 200 meters, Sully climbed onto a massive pile of stones at the heart of the lake. Before eagerly opening the treasure chest, Sully first assessed the area from which the yellow smoke was emanating, ensuring it posed no danger. Sully leaned forward to observe and discovered a large pool of water, approximately 5 square meters in size, nestled amidst the rocks. In the center of the pool, a fissure emitted a continuous stream of yellow smoke and crimson water. It must be a volcanic fissure, Sully concluded. Suddenly, he noticed that the lake appeared to harbor numerous entities, particularly those black, crystal-like stones. Sully quickly began to examine the surrounding boulders. The more she looked, the more she felt as if she had stumbled upon a treasure. Upon these stones, there were numerous glistening objects. Perhaps these stones were remnants of solidified lava? As Sully pondered further, he felt increasingly certain about his adversary. After examining the stone, Sully proceeded to unlock the black treasure chest. The chest was crafted from metal, and upon inspecting it with the system, Sully discovered it to be a black iron chest. Upon opening the treasure chest, Sully discovered a neatly arranged assortment of items within. She acquired 10 units of stone, 20 units of charcoal, 3 iron ingots, 1 iron pickaxe, and 1 blueprint for the iron pickaxe. How fortuitous! Just as I was in need of a pickaxe, it appears before me, and with the corresponding blueprint as well. Who dares to claim that I am not the protagonist? With great excitement, Sully exclaimed. However, unbeknownst to her, the ability to unlock such treasures was actually a safeguard mechanism embedded within the game's design. The wooden chest yields 3 basic resources and 1 special item, while the black iron level chest, though also containing the same 3 basic resources, boasts a superior quality for the special item. In the early stages of the game, when a black iron or higher level chest is opened, the special item undergoes a determination process. Initially, the system assesses what item will be dropped. If the item is deemed of low quality, it then checks whether the player possesses the blueprints for basic gathering tools. Should the player lack these, the game prioritizes the issuance of gathering tools related to the surrounding resources, accompanied by a corresponding blueprint. Once the blueprints for the basic gathering tools are fully collected, the probabilities revert to their original state. The game's designated basic gathering tools consist of the pickaxe, hammer, axe, scythe, and shovel. Sully believed himself fortunate, blissfully unaware that he had merely encountered the guaranteed reward of the black iron tier. As he opened the treasure chest, any average individual, provided they had not amassed all 5 basic gathering tool blueprints, would inevitably receive either the iron cross pickaxe or its corresponding blueprint. Conversely, a lucky individual might unveil exceedingly rare treasures. However, in his ignorance of these intricacies, Sully could only revel in his delight. Sully carefully held the manuscript and then glanced at the system introduction. The iron cross pickaxe, 100, a robust pickaxe forged from iron, capable of excavating stone quarries. Renowned for its durability, Sully increasingly found himself enamored with this tool, for it proved far more useful than the stone hammer. The hammer relied on brute force, laborious and inefficient. This, however, was a true ally in the art of mining. At long last, he possessed a pickaxe. Within the realm of stone tools, there had been no pickaxe to speak of, leaving him to make do with the hammer. That contraption would strike down with a resounding thud, leaving me feeling as though my bones were becoming fragile. Now equipped with the pickaxe, Sully sought to seize the opportunity and swiftly commence his mining endeavors while the tool was still warm. He aimed at a large, glimmering rock standing 3 meters tall, eager to ascertain its nature. It was a medium-sized pile. With a mighty swing of the pickaxe, Sully brought it down forcefully. In an instant, a portion of the colossal rock was successfully dislodged. Sully was unaware of the true nature of using a pickaxe in reality, yet within the confines of this game. Wielding the pickaxe proved to be remarkably efficient. Sully struck the colossal stone 10 times, shattering it into countless fragments, which the system then consolidated into loot. Upon inspecting the durability, he discovered that only 5 units had been consumed. What a remarkable profit! Sully swiftly examined the loot from the colossal stone, stone x5, iron or x10, coal x2. Delightful. Onward. From the small or pile, stone x5, copper or x4, grindstone x1. From the medium or pile, stone x5, stone x10, coal x4. From another medium or pile, stone x5, iron or x9, clay x4. From yet another medium or pile, stone x5, iron or x6, coal x4. There were a total of 18 or piles here, and Sully had excavated 17 of them, thus gleaning a pattern. Regardless of the type of or pile, after excavation, there would always be a base drop of 5 units of stone, followed by 2 to 5 units of primary ore, such as copper ore, iron ore, stone, or coal. Additionally, there could be a drop of 0 to 1 units of secondary ore, such as grindstone, coal, or clay. The medium or piles yielded 5 to 10 units of primary ore and 0 to 2 units of secondary ore. After exhausting these mines, Sully glanced at his pickaxe, which still boasted a durability of 29. Each small or pile consumed 3 points of durability, while each medium pile consumed 5 points. Remaining was the most intriguing or pile among the colossal stones. As he approached, a faint warmth emanated from it, and red crystals adorned its surface. Bold miner. I can tell you are an elite creature. Do reveal your name. System identification, activate. Small elemental Oregon elemental ore? Could it possibly yield the elemental shards that Lin Feng had been tirelessly seeking? Everyone in the channel was aware that Lin Feng was eagerly purchasing elemental shards at a premium. Anyone with a modicum of sense would recognize that such elemental shards were undoubtedly valuable. This was a world imbued with extraordinary powers, and elemental shards were clearly associated with such forces. Given Sully's extensive experience in novels and games, he surmised that these shards could likely be used to energize various devices. Boldly speculating, they might even relate to the acquisition of extraordinary powers, while others might be oblivious. Sully certainly would not part with such a treasure for a mere pound of meat or a can of cola. At this juncture, unless he found himself utterly destitute and desperate, he would not even entertain the thought of relinquishing it. Sully observed the diminutive elemental mine, feeling an exhilarating rush of adrenaline coursing through her veins. As Sully swung the pickaxe vigorously against the mound of ore, a sudden crack echoed through the air as the head of the pickaxe snapped off. Subsequently, the pickaxe transformed into a myriad of shimmering lights, vanishing before Sully's very eyes. Ah! Sully exclaimed with a shrill cry, utterly bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. Without uttering a word, Sully brandished his stone hammer and relentlessly struck the elemental ore. After 10 vigorous blows, half of its durability had diminished, yet he finally shattered the ore into fragments. As he beheld the elemental shards scattered upon the ground, a sigh of relief escaped his lips. Goodness, that was a close call. I still had 29 points of durability remaining. How could it have broken? Sully's profound introspection on his actions revealed a fundamental flaw in his thinking. As he contemplated savoring the surprise at the very end, the consequence was nearly disastrous. Had the final stone not shattered, and lacking any other mining tools, the item would have refreshed its durability after merely 5 minutes. At that moment, there would have been no place to lament. The notion of a 5-minute durability refresh was gleaned from the chatter in the room, where an unfortunate fellow lamented rather vocally. It wasn't solely a matter of durability. What if an unexpected situation arose, such as a monster attack, compelling me to flee? In such a scenario, I might end up discarding the finest materials in favor of mundane ones, and the mere thought of it is enough to induce frustration. I would find myself slapping my own face in the dead of night. Thus, I resolutely reminded myself that in future endeavors of material collection, I must prioritize gathering the valuable items first. Upon glancing at the durability of the stone hammer, which originally stood at a full 100, it has now shattered completely. After making some estimations, it appears that the pickaxe consumes a durability of 3 per use while inflicting 9 points of damage, whereas the stone hammer, with a durability of 10, only deals 1 point of damage. In terms of material consumption, the pickaxe requires 2 iron ingots and 1 piece of wood, while the stone hammer necessitates 2 stones and 2 pieces of wood. Given the precious nature of iron, relying solely on the stone hammer seems more economical in terms of material resources. However, when factoring in stamina expenditure, the pickaxe proves to be the more advantageous choice. Moreover, based on my previous gaming experiences, it is likely that there will eventually be ores that the stone hammer cannot mine, necessitating the use of more advanced tools for collection. It is a matter of trade-offs. Should one conserve materials or expend energy? This is indeed a significant decision. Sully let out a sigh. He still preferred to conserve materials. For in the early stages, labor was the most affordable. It was the materials that were truly scarce. After his musings, Sully began to examine the resources obtained from the elemental ore piles. Stone. 5. Fire element fragments. 2. Cracked ruby. 1. Indeed, this was how elemental ores were acquired. And a ruby as well. How intriguing, for he had yet to encounter a ruby. Sully picked up the elemental ore and the ruby for a closer inspection. The elemental fragment was a square crystal, within which red substances flowed gently, while the cracked ruby resembled a jujube in size, its surface murky and riddled with fissures. Fire element fragment, a mineral resource containing weak fire elements. Cracked ruby, a gemstone with a high market value. High market value? This suggested the potential emergence of a trading system in the future. After neatly organizing these items, Sully proceeded to catalog the tools gathered during this mining expedition. A total of 18 ore piles had been collected, comprising 7 small, 10 medium, and 1 elemental pile. With an abundance of materials at his disposal, Sully utilized an iron chest as a vessel to store them, subsequently filling his backpack and repeatedly transporting the materials to the shore. After transferring these resources to the train, he avoided the peak heat of midday and rested in the train for the afternoon. By 4 p.m., he resumed his endeavors. Notably, the birds returned that evening. Though Sully's fortune was not particularly favorable this time, as he managed to shoot only 1 bird. Upon disassembling it with the system, he acquired 2 portions of bird meat and 1 feather. The evening was dedicated to chopping wood, with a total of 55 trees in the vicinity, all of which were felled to gather and transport materials. Upon completing his tasks, Sully couldn't help but reflect on the uncertainty of what lay beyond the safety period. At this stage, it seemed that the game's difficulty diverged significantly from the novels he had previously read, as long as one was willing to exert effort and diligently work. The challenge of gathering resources was not exceedingly high. On the evening of the 3rd day, Sully completed the collection of all materials and moved them onto the train. Satisfied with the organization of her supplies, she took a moment to arrange everything. In terms of furniture, she crafted a simple water purifier and 10 wooden storage boxes, made with 10 units of wood and 1 iron ingot each, containing 10 slots, each capable of stacking up to 20 items. Additionally, she prepared 10 wooden barrels. The synthesis materials were rather scattered, but a few urgent necessities stood out. Sully had surpassed the threshold of 200 units of wood, with 100 branches in total. Given the multitude of uses for wood, she resolved to utilize branches as fuel for the train moving forward. She had 134 stones, 34 units of coal, 70 iron ores, 11 copper ores, and 2 iron ingots remaining. Furthermore, she gathered 64 units of miscellaneous weeds and 41 units of salt grass. After careful calculation, Sully determined that 2 units of weeds could yield 1 piece of rope, which would suffice for the time being. By this reckoning, only 8 iron ingots are needed to complete the initial train enhancement module. To forge iron ingots, a smelting furnace is required. Sully remembered the recipe for the simple smelting furnace. The ingredients required are stone 10, bricks 50, soil 10, and 2 liters of water. Both soil and water are classified broadly. As long as it qualifies as soil or water, it will suffice for the recipe. The murky water outside counts as water, and if one so desires, beer or soda can also be utilized for synthesis. The bricks are the sun-dried earth bricks from the past few days. After 3 days of exposure to the sun, these bricks transformed into earthen bricks this afternoon, and the system's authentication is rather lenient. Upon submitting all the materials for synthesis, a countdown appeared on Sully's interface. Simple smelting furnace, 9:59. Sully waited quietly for a moment, while simultaneously commencing the roasting of meat. After igniting a fire with flint, he produced a pound of bird meat. Over the past 2 days, he had hunted a total of 4 birds, yielding 8 portions of meat and 4 feathers. According to the system's assessment, 1 portion of bird meat equated to 1 pound. Furthermore, these non-aggressive birds were rather stingy, granting a mere 2 experience points each. In addition to the bird meat, he also retrieved approximately 20 portions of salt-resistant brown algae from the lake using his coat. In Zurich, there are no pots available. One can only grill meat using a stone slab. Sully first ignited a fire, then retrieved a stone slab from the side and placed it atop the flames. Afterward, he distanced himself significantly. He waited for a considerable time, ensuring that the slab remained intact before he returned to his seat. As for how he knew it would not explode, that was a tale inspired by the experiences shared by seasoned members in the chat room, who had lamented their misfortunes. During his inaugural attempt at grilling meat on the stone slab, he exercised caution, contemplating that if the slab endured without detonating, it could potentially serve as a cooking vessel in his vehicle. As Sully murmured to himself, he awaited the temperature to rise slightly before extracting a portion of bird meat. Once retrieved, he placed the bird's skin onto the surface. Beneath the skin lay a layer of fat, which he aimed to render, thereby greasing the pan. With a sizzle, wisps of blue smoke ascended from the stone slab, filling the air with an enticing aroma of rendered fat. When a modicum of fat had emerged, Sully rubbed the bird meat against the stone, which instantly gleamed with a lustrous sheen of oil. After this, he lifted the bird meat, tearing it into several pieces. Once both sides had changed color from roasting, he produced a handful of salt grass. He broke off a small segment, crushed it against the stone, then added a splash of peculiar liquid, finally drenching the roasted meat with this concoction. In an instant, the meat transformed into an unappetizing shade of green. Sully then took out a small portion of brown algae and placed it upon the stone slab. The color of the algae swiftly deepened to a rich brown. After another round of effort, the essence of the salt grass was infused into the mixture. After quite some time of diligent work, Sully finally completed her dinner. As for the appearance of this meal, one might say it exudes a distinctively Indian flair. Sully took out her manual, captured a photograph of herself, and then shared it in the chat room. Sully's secret recipe for the salt-alkali wilderness delicacy, the sinister energy bird meat platter. Suri, indulge in this, O wild man, for this is your destiny. As I laugh uproariously, I am simultaneously tempted beyond measure. This is indeed reminiscent of the essence of the A3 spirit, desiring yet reluctant to partake. Gul'dan, is that you? Ah, do we not dwell in the saline and alkaline expanses? I have never encountered these peculiar items before. Perhaps they are infused with saltwort, which can replenish sodium levels. However, their appearance is genuinely unappealing. The juice remains green, emanating an unmistakable aura of dark energy. What are those fowl and vegetables? After a moment of contemplation, Sully replied, considering that they were all compatriots and that no personal resources were required, offering assistance posed no significant loss. Yesterday, when the train came to a halt in Zurich, a bird approached, and I took a chance by throwing a stone, successfully bringing one down. The verdant greenery of Zurich is comprised of saltwort, a succulent that can be found abundantly in various locales, which I utilize as a substitute for table salt. The brownish lake is rich in algae. One can observe that peculiar yellow-brown water and perhaps gather a handful. By utilizing one's clothing as a filter, it is possible to collect a portion. The taste is not particularly delightful, yet it is edible. Before consumption, do remember to filter it within your backpack space to remove the saline and alkaline water on top. Oh, there is sustenance in the yellow-brown lake? How astonishing. I had no idea space could be utilized in such a manner. I have learned something new. Thank you for sharing. There is a yellow-brown lake not far from here, and I shall venture to collect some. While I am not lacking in food, I have trapped some birds. What I do lack is water. Indeed, I have sufficient food. In the nearby thickets, certain trees conceal mouse burrows, which are quite easy to catch. However, water remains scarce. Yes, I truly am in need of water. Currently, the only reliable source of water seems to be through transactions with Linfeng. Linfeng? Sully turned to Linfeng's trading interface and discovered that there was still a transaction for water listed. Sully glanced at the transaction records and noticed that this individual had already traded over 100 liters of water. Goodness. Could it be that this person is truly a protagonist with the system? Suri deeply etched this person's name and appearance in her memory, and whenever she encounters him, she flees. What if one day he believes he is justified in taking my life? Sully glanced at the regional channel once more. Originally, there were 100,000 participants. Now, only a little over 90,000 remained. For the past 3 days, they had been within the sanctuary of novice protection. After tonight, at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, that protection would cease. Coupled with the scarcity of water, many were likely on the brink of collapse, and the casualties would inevitably increase. Meanwhile, Linfeng was also dining, passing the time by observing the chat channel. In truth, most individuals were likely eating at this hour, as dusk had just fallen. During daylight, those with ambition were engaged in labor. Only when night descended did they find the opportunity to enjoy their meals. Linfeng came across a photo posted by Sully, which prompted memories of her to resurface. Damn it, that manipulative wretch, sharing such images to turn my stomach. He snapped a picture of his own dinner and sent it out. There was no need to share the pitiful fare prepared by Lin Feng. Let him show what constitutes a true feast. Su Li's complexion was rather poor. Did Lin Feng harbor animosity towards him? What was the reason? Simply because he remarked that trading timber for water was unwise? He merely stated a fact. This individual was exceedingly unreasonable. Exchanging water with him would undoubtedly result in a loss, as the sweat expended far exceeded the water received. Having just graduated from high school, Su Li retained a certain straightforwardness typical of students, feeling compelled to discern right from wrong in every matter. He believed he was in the right. Yet this person was utterly illogical. Consequently, he abandoned the notion of clinging to the main character for support. As he opened Lin Feng's picture, confusion washed over him. The image displayed steak, red wine, king crab, and Australian lobster. How on earth had these items been acquired? It was evident that such luxuries could not be gathered from saline alkali land. The only means to obtain them was through treasure chests. But how many chests would one need to open to procure such a bounty? Su Li sensed that the situation was more precarious than anticipated. It was as if a foul presence lingered in the air, leaving him speechless. Where is my item? When will it be delivered to me? Originally eager to engage in a battle of wits with Lin Feng, Su Li prudently decided to retreat. This individual appeared to possess an unusual disposition, and it was wiser to refrain from provoking him. This turn of events dampened Su Li's appetite, leaving him disinterested in his meal. After hastily consuming a rather unpalatable dinner, he discovered that his makeshift smelting furnace had finally been completed. Suri retrieved the furnace and placed it in a corner of the room. This smelting furnace resembles a gasoline barrel. By adding ore and fuel, one can refine it into ingots. In the real world, such a process would undoubtedly be far more complex. However, this is the marvel of gaming, which simplifies the entire procedure. Suri first examines the user manual. Simple smelting furnace. It can convert certain ores into ingots. Su Li experimented and discovered that wood could be utilized as fuel every 10 minutes. One piece of wood yields a piece of charcoal. A single unit of wood produces 5 units of charcoal when iron ore is placed within. Using wood as fuel proves inadequate, resulting in an exceedingly slow progress. However, substituting the fuel with coal significantly enhances the efficiency. Su Li placed all the iron ore into the furnace, followed by the addition of coal. Each unit of coal can yield 2 ingots of iron, while each ingot requires 2 pieces of iron ore. Su Li placed 40 iron ores into the furnace, followed by 10 pieces of coal. The enigmatic mechanism of this 1-1-2 contraption, which effortlessly accommodates such a quantity of iron ores, remains a mystery. Do not inquire further. The system is simply extraordinary. Each ingot requires 10 minutes to smelt. Glancing at the time, Su Li noted it was only 8 o'clock. So he decided to take out the beginner's monster compendium and peruse it by the flickering firelight. He had nearly completed a quarter of this tome, thus acquiring a fair amount of knowledge regarding the extraordinary, and he was no longer entirely ignorant of its fundamentals. However, at this stage, such information was not immediately applicable. With the glow of the furnace illuminating the pages, Su Li immersed himself in his reading until the alarm on his watch signaled the passage of time. After a brief wait, the flames within the smelting furnace extinguished. Su Li promptly opened the furnace and retrieved 10 iron ingots. Consulting the manual, she commenced the construction of the enhancement module. The Level 1 train enhancement module, upon activation, would elevate the train to Level 1, requiring 100 units of wood, 50 units of stone, 10 iron ingots, and 20 ropes. Should she proceed with the crafting? Naturally, she selected yes. Upon making her choice, a 6-hour countdown appeared in the manual. Su Li, filled with anticipation, gently closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. At precisely 5 o'clock in the morning, she awoke on time. Su Li opened the manual and received the completed plugin. Level 1 Train Enhancement Plugin, designed for use with Level 0 trains. It enables the enhancement of the train to Level 1. Su Li eagerly approached the control panel of the train. The confined space of merely 10 square meters felt far too small. His numerous supplies cluttered the room, leaving little room to maneuver. This was only the 3rd day. As time progressed, the accumulation of items would only increase. He silently wished for an expansion of space, dreaming of additional carriages. After all, a train cannot consist solely of its engine. As Su Li contemplated, the train began to undergo a transformation. Before his eyes, the entire train emitted a faint glow. The walls appeared to dissolve, becoming ethereal and expanding. Originally, the train measured 10 meters in length and 2 meters in width. The The front 5 meters housed the steam-powered structure, while the rear 5 meters contained the living quarters. The carriage itself was merely a thin layer of iron, a mere millimeter thick, with the floor being constructed of sturdier steel. Sully felt he could easily punch through the carriage. Now, however, the train began to broaden before him, expanding from its original 2 meters to 3 meters in width. Although the length remained unchanged, the usable space within the carriage increased to 15 square meters. Next came the alterations within the carriage. The floor retained its steel appearance, albeit with added textures for slip resistance. The walls and ceiling underwent significant transformation. Once a mere layer of thin iron, they now featured a combination of iron and wood. An internal layer of wood provided enhanced support, rendering the structure considerably sturdier. The height increased by an additional meter, while he did not observe any stone structures. The extent of these changes suggested that the 10 iron ingots initially used for construction were insufficient. Perhaps to account for the challenges of resource gathering, stone materials were incorporated, while iron was utilized for the actual construction. Such considerations revealed the system's thoughtful design. Before Sully could fully appreciate the modifications to his new carriage, a notification from the manual interrupted his thoughts. Congratulations, you have acquired a genuine train. The train's level has been upgraded to level 1, unlocking new functionalities. A clock feature has been added. Startup time has been accelerated, now requiring only 4 minutes for preheating. Fuel efficiency has been enhanced. You have received a welcome to the Eternal Train gift package from the game operators, which has been automatically opened. You have obtained blueprints for wooden furniture, including methods to craft wooden beds, wooden tables, and wooden chairs. You have received blueprint rewards, randomly selecting 2 basic survival blueprints, 2 basic combat blueprints, and 1 basic furniture blueprint. Please choose 2 as your upgrade rewards. Iron Axe Blueprint, Iron Shovel Blueprint, Iron Two-Handed Sword Blueprint, Wooden Shield Blueprint, Iron Cabinet Blueprint. Upon examining the 5 blueprints, Sully promptly discarded the shovel and the cabinet, deeming them utterly useless. Next, she considered the iron axe, the two-handed sword, and the wooden shield. After a moment of contemplation, Sully resolved to forego the wooden shield. Both a weapon and a tool for resource gathering were essential to him at this juncture. Chopping down trees with a stone axe was indeed quite laborious and taxing. In comparison, the wooden shield had to be set aside. He selected 2 blueprints and, upon using them, the system continued its announcement, "You have received an item reward. Please choose 2 from the following 5 items. A backpack expansion item, 5 slots. Water element shards, purified water tablets, 5 pack. A small leather backpack, 10 slots. And nutrients, 5, which restore fatigue and consume hunger." First, he eliminated the recovery agents and the leather backpack from consideration, while the healing potions could still be contemplated. The value of the nutrients seemed rather diminished. Sully then turned his attention to the remaining 3 options. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided on the backpack expansion item. This choice was permanently effective, granting him an additional 5 slots to carry items, thus allowing him to transport more with fewer trips, which was exceedingly convenient. Moreover, Sully preferred rewards that pertained to personal abilities he could possess indefinitely. Next, he weighed the water element shards against the purified water tablets. At this early stage of the survival game, clean water was perpetually scarce. With the purified water tablets, he could fill a barrel with water, which, after purifications, would serve as a valuable reserve. Nevertheless, the water element shards also presented a commendable option. He speculated that these shards could be employed as an energy source. What could water elements accomplish? Sully immediately thought of water creation and cooling. The future held great promise. Furthermore, the protagonist, Linfone, who had an advantageous edge, had been relentlessly gathering elemental shards, indicating that their demand would be substantial in the future. In contrast, the value of purified water tablets would diminish over time, as drinking water remained a fundamental resource. Thus, opting for the elemental shards seemed prudent, ensuring he would not find himself in a predicament. Many gamers are aware that during gameplay, one often encounters certain junctures where specific items can hinder progress, creating a bottleneck that is nearly impossible to overcome. However, once that hurdle is surpassed, the production of such items becomes abundant, to the point where they are often disregarded. Sully harbored suspicions that this fragment of an element was indeed such an item. However, after careful consideration, Sully ultimately opted for the purification tablets. Compared to the dire threat of being deprived of water, the inconvenience of a halted progress seemed far less significant. After all, he was not the protagonist perpetually embroiled in calamities. A temporary setback was inconsequential. Once the decision was made, A bottle of purification tablets and a card materialized before Suli. The card served as an inventory expansion tool, prompting Suli to enlarge his backpack first, before picking up the purification tablets to examine the instructions. Each box of purification tablets contained 5 tablets, each capable of purifying 1 liter of mildly contaminated water. Suli stored away the water purification tablets. It was not yet the time of dire straits. To be honest, the peculiar-tasting water, when consumed in moderation, was still tolerable. Furthermore, these purification tablets could effectively cleanse the water, allowing for trade with others. At this juncture, water was the most precious commodity. After completing these tasks, Suli opened the manual to consult the crafting recipes for the iron sword and iron axe. Iron axe, 2 iron ingots, 2 wood planks, requires a forge. Iron pickaxe, 2 iron ingots, 2 wood planks, requires a forge. Iron greatsword, 10 iron ingots, 2 wood planks, 1 grindstone, requires a forge. With the advent of the Iron Age, it was time to commence the creation of various workbenches. Suli sighed. The manual contained several crafting recipes for workbenches, though there had been no previous necessity for them. Suli first opened the workstation. The basic workstation, a flat platform suitable for crafting simple items. It requires 10 units of wood and 5 units of stone, with a production time of 5 minutes. After the allotted time, Suli retrieved the workstation. It was merely an ordinary large table. Once the table was properly positioned, Suli continued with the crafting process. The anvil, a tool for processing metals, necessitating 5 iron ingots for its creation. Upon completion, it would enable the crafting of the forging table. The forging table, a working platform for metal processing, requiring 40 units of stone, 10 iron ingots, 5 units of clay, and 1 unit of iron sheet. Clay was readily available, having been collected during previous mining endeavors. This entire undertaking consumed Suli a total of 40 minutes. Once the countdown concluded, Suli placed the forging table on the ground, careful not to position it too close to the wall for fear of cracking the wooden structure. After setting it down, she could finally forge the iron two-handed sword. Suri swiftly hung an axe, a pickaxe, and an iron two-handed sword upon the construction sequence. Upon doing so, the tools on the forge began to move of their own accord, a marvel that left Suri in awe. After completing this task, he roasted some brown algae and a bit of bird meat. Lacking preservation methods, the bird meat would slowly spoil even while stored in his backpack. If he did not consume it, it would inevitably decay. Furthermore, having engaged in strenuous labor for the past couple of days, he truly ought to nourish himself adequately, at the very least to supply some protein to mend his torn muscles. Next, he retrieved 3 purification tablets and purified 3 liters of water. Subsequently, he placed the water on the trading platform. The current trading interface displayed, drinking water 50 milliliters for 10 units of wood. Suri still found this price rather unreasonable. However, it was an improvement compared to Linfeng's time, when the rate was 10 milliliters for 10 units of wood. Following this, he discovered another trade that piqued his interest, 1 nutrient solution for 250 milliliters of water in exchange for 5 units. Suli directly exchanged 2 vials. These were likely procured from a box by someone. Nutritional agents, while capable of swiftly rejuvenating the body from fatigue, consume precious food supplies. At present, the most pressing needs are sustenance and water. Thus, the price remains relatively low. Suli's current transactions serve as a minor oversight check. In recent days, players have cultivated the habit of rising early and retiring early, especially in the absence of light at night. By around 8 o'clock, they retire to sleep, and upon awakening, it is nearly 5. Consequently, there are quite a number of individuals engaging in trade early in the morning. Within approximately half an hour, Suli successfully completed all her transactions. Suli retrieved a bottle of nutritional supplement and consumed it on the spot. The flavor was delightful, reminiscent of banana milk. Suli smacked his lips, savoring the taste. Subsequently, he felt a warm sensation enveloping his body, akin to the gentle caress of a massage. However, his stomach began to grumble loudly, prompting him to hasten to his meal. This banquet consisted of 3 pounds of avian meat, 5 bird eggs, and 5 units of brown algae. After dining, he engaged in some light exercise and noticed a significant alleviation of his fatigue. He had been working exceptionally hard over the past couple of days. The muscles in his right arm ached to the point of immobility, and his left arm was almost in the same condition. Now, he found he could move again, with pain having subsided, leaving only a lingering soreness. Just as he was about to ignite the engine and set off, a deafening system notification echoed in his mind. It was then that Suli realized it was already 6 o'clock. The 3-day novice protection period had elapsed. The creatures in the wild would regain their ferocity. And the weather system had been activated. The abundance of resources in the wilderness had been restored to its original state, and the frequency of treasure chests had increased. With the end of the novice protection period, the creatures in the wild would now actively attack players. Sully clicked his tongue in frustration, pondering that he might be among the more fortunate of this group, having only just upgraded the train to level 1. The novice phase had concluded. He sighed deeply and opened the chat room, only to find everyone engaged in discussions regarding the recent system announcement. However, for the moment, no one had noticed any significant changes. Sully closed the manual and ceased her perusal. Rather than engaging in conversation, it is better to focus on living one's own life. As Sully approached the boiler, he retrieved the wood shavings he had previously gathered and struck flint to ignite a fire. In truth, he had already kindled a flame. This was merely a practice of his fire-starting skills. After several strikes, sparks fell among the wood shavings, and Sully eagerly cupped them in his hands, gently blowing into the nest. Initially, he had been somewhat clumsy, but after a few attempts, he had gained proficiency, and today he succeeded on his first try, igniting the fire with delight that lit up his face. Once the fire was ablaze, he began to toss branches into the boiler. Ideally, charcoal and coal would serve as the best fuels. However, at this stage, both resources were invaluable. Charcoal could purify water, while coal was most efficient for smelting iron ingots. The remaining fuel, wood, is of broad utility, yet branches serve a more limited purpose, primarily for basic crafting, such as stone tools and torches. Truth be told, if one possessed the necessary skills, it would be more economical to directly craft tools from wood, such as an iron axe, which requires 2 iron ingots and 2 pieces of wood. However, with craftsmanship, one could easily save a piece of wood and an ingot. Yet, who could resist the convenience of the system's synthesis? In a state of contemplation, Sully began to feed branches into the boiler. To his surprise, he observed a notable increase in combustion efficiency. Previously, 1 unit of wood branch could yield a distance of 5 kilometers. However, it now extended to 7 kilometers. He hesitated to discard charcoal and coal, recognizing that branches, while currently of limited utility, mostly applicable in toolmaking, were not a source of heartache to expend. Furthermore, in the absence of branches, he could always fashion wooden sticks from timber as a substitute. With the dwindling abundance of resources in the wild, Sully speculated that the days of encountering forests filled with dozens of trees were likely over. Consequently, the likelihood of stumbling upon the ore piles he had encountered previously seemed diminished. As he activated the train, the whistle sounded, and Sully's locomotive began to move forward gently. Sully stood by the window, watching the scenery gradually recede. In his possession were 100 branches, of which he set aside 30 as spares, leaving 70 sufficient to traverse 490 kilometers. The train continued its relentless journey, and Sully busied himself with creation. He fashioned an iron axe, an iron pickaxe, and a 2-handed iron sword, leaving him with only 4 iron ingots and 2 iron ores. Considering the possibility of needing iron ores for future crafting, he prudently retained the 2 ores. Upon completing his weapons, Sully crafted 2 chairs, repurposing the workbench as a table, now allowing him the comfort of sitting by the window instead of standing. Sully sat on the chair, perusing the illustrated guide in his hands, occasionally glancing outside. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, extending his neck to peer out. There, several kilometers away, he spotted a train in motion. Were there other players? Goodness, what a colossal locomotive! Sully gazed in awe at the locomotive. The distant engine appeared to be an impressive 25 meters in length, significantly longer than Sully herself. Its towering stature set it apart from the antiquated trains like Sully, resembling a formidable bastion of steel. Sully glanced once more to the left, where a train emerged from the desolate wilderness. The distance between the train on the left and Sully's own train gradually diminished. An unsettling premonition stirred within him. Could it be a case of highway robbery? As the train drew nearer, Sully scrutinized it and felt an unexpected calmness, for it appeared to be an unmodified locomotive. Sully promptly secured all the doors and windows. The person across from her shared the same intention. The two remained vigilant of one another as they traveled side by side for a stretch before parting ways. Sully exhaled softly and then rushed to the window on the right, gazing at the luxurious train. Soon, he observed that the opulent train appeared to collide with another train. And shortly thereafter, he heard the resounding sound of an explosion coming from behind. Sully narrowed her eyes, catching a glimpse of flames flickering atop the high-grade train. Brass? Artillery? Fortunately, it did not collide with that esteemed carriage. Sully exhaled softly, then perused his manual. It appeared that no one in the chat room was discussing the matter of train concurrency. This suggested that not everyone had encountered the issue. So I shall refrain from mentioning it. Once this topic arises, it is possible that someone may pinpoint my involvement. Sully felt that the wisest course of action at present was to remain inconspicuous, thereby minimizing the attention others paid to him. Some players had indeed uncovered valuable treasures from the chests, such as crossbows. If he were to draw too much attention to himself, those who remembered him might, upon encountering him again, realize their own abundance of resources and, swayed by their uncertainty, decisively embark on a path of plunder. After confirming that the train had vanished from sight, Sully settled back into his chair, sipped a peculiar beverage, and perused the compendium for a while longer. Once he finished his drink, he suddenly heard the train's alert. It was a gentle beep, not the jarring sound of an alarm. And Sully understood that the train had detected a junction. Sully approached the control panel to examine the train's information. In 10 kilometers, the train would arrive at a junction. Please make a timely decision regarding the route. Sully glanced at the information displayed on the control panel. Noting a fork in the road ahead shaped like the letter Y, Sully leaned forward, gazing into the distance. On the left side of the train, there appeared to be a series of undulating mountains, which Sully surmised might harbor precious minerals. To the right, however, lay an expanse of flat land devoid of any notable features. The left path led toward the mountains, while the right meandered across the plains. It seemed prudent to venture toward the mountains, for where there are mountains, there are likely minerals to be found. Gathering some would be advantageous. Thus, Sully chose the left path. After making this decision, he began to occupy himself by observing the chat room. In the time that had passed, the changes brought about by the version update had already begun to manifest. Upon glancing at the number of individuals above, it had dwindled to 70,000. Alas, I encountered a roving pack of hyenas. Fortunately, I hastened my pace and managed to escape. The pack followed for a while before dispersing. Then, I stumbled upon a vulture. These birds are truly bothersome, perching atop my vehicle and pecking incessantly. To add to my misfortune, I encountered a geyser that erupted, splashing my arm. Now, my left hand is covered in blisters. The mere thought of the impending risk of infection sends chills down my spine. I feel as though I am on the brink of demise. Zuri gazed upon a myriad of disheartening news, diligently committing the information to memory. However, within the confines of the chat room, a glimmer of good news emerged. You may find it hard to believe, but it is indeed raining here. So, you have indeed shared that. My friend, could you assist me by fetching a basin of water? Haha, it has begun to rain here as well. Oh, how delightful. I shall step outside for a refreshing shower with the rainwater. Ha ha ha. I wonder how Linphone will continue to exploit this situation. Is there a kind soul willing to help me with a basin of water? I could send you a sample of my essence. Oh dear. Enduring 3 days of sweltering heat at 48 degrees without a change of clothes, I shudder to think of the odor. Hiki, I have a peculiar fondness for this. And today I shall brew tea with it. Outrageous, indeed. My eyes have become unclean. Sully couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. If only it would rain here as well. He inhaled the scent of his own body, a pungent odor that confirmed his transformation into a rather unkempt individual. A downpour would certainly serve to cleanse both his clothes and his body. At present, he was coated in a sticky residue, a mix of dried sweat and oil that left him feeling decidedly uncomfortable. However, should the rain come, the price of water would likely plummet. Fortunately, he had anticipated this and made arrangements for water in advance. Sully rubbed a clay pellet from her body and flung it away, continuing to observe the frenzied messages in the chat group. Sisters, I've received another water supply. However, this water is not pristine, but rather has a peculiar taste. She shared a picture, stating that she had taken a sip. While the flavor was somewhat tolerable, she was cautioned by the system against excessive consumption, as it could lead to gastrointestinal distress. On my end, I swiftly fashioned several buckets to collect water outside, and then commenced my bathing ritual. It was utterly exasperating. I typically bathe daily at home, yet for the past few days, I felt so unclean that I was on the verge of developing hives. The weather system had unlocked, heralding the arrival of better days. What a farce. I was now encircled by a tempest, too fearful to venture outside. For a mere step beyond my door would result in a mouthful of sand. And more storms? Dust storms, torrential rain, extreme heat. This location must belong to a volcanic region, with the saline soil emerging from fissures in the earth. Groundwater continuously surged forth, and upon evaporation due to the high temperatures, the water vapor mingled with volcanic gases in the atmosphere, transforming into rain that fell from above. As Sully monitored the chat room, the train approached a junction, veering left. Perched on the edge of her bed, she intermittently glanced at the chat room and then at the outside world. Before long, she discerned a promising sight in the distance. She observed a plume of yellow smoke steadily wafting and dissipating. Drawing from her experience, Suli surmised that this location was likely a volcanic vent. Suli promptly brought the train to a halt. Glancing at the time, she noted that it had departed at 6 o'clock in the morning. After traveling for over 3 hours and covering a distance of 200 kilometers, it was now past 9 o'clock. The day was becoming quite warm. Suli stretched his body slightly. Realizing that the worth of the nutrient supplement had been underestimated, he now felt completely at ease, devoid of any soreness. Even the sunburn on his neck had healed, no longer causing any stinging discomfort. Suli pinched her muscles, feeling considerably stronger. Goodness, if I possessed such strength, wouldn't it be possible to become a muscle titan swiftly by consuming numerous nutritional supplements and dedicating myself fervently to training? Suli was quite captivated. After finishing her task, she tidied up the tools she had on her person. Surreally bore upon him an iron axe, a formidable iron two-handed sword, 2 iron pickaxes, a portion of roasted bird meat, his solitary remaining bottle of drinking water, purification tablets, a slingshot, and a selection of fine pebbles. Thus, he retained 2 vacant slots in his inventory. Suli, mindful of unforeseen circumstances that might prevent her return, secured the door upon leaving. She surveyed the surrounding resources. To the left and approximately 3 kilometers away, there lay a lake, accompanied by about 40 scattered trees, grouped in pairs or threes, devoid of the clusters of a dozen or more trees that she had previously encountered. Directly to the left was the site where she had observed the emergence of yellow smoke. The right side appeared rather ordinary, featuring only some stones and 2 lakes with reddish waters. Such saline alkaline lakes, besides the profusion of salt-tolerant grasses nearby, offered no additional resources. There were no brown algae or reeds to attract avian visitors. Suli glanced at the sun. It was nearly 10 o'clock, not yet the time for labor. She decided to remain in the car for a while longer, planning to venture out to work at 4 o'clock. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Suli found himself waiting in the car. He then noticed that the sky seemed to darken, transforming from a bright sunny day into a gloomy one. The wind gradually intensified as well. Suli hurriedly stepped outside, gazing into the distance, reassured upon confirming that no vast expanse of yellow sand loomed ahead. It appeared that a sandstorm was temporarily averted, thus presenting a favorable opportunity to attend to tasks. However, Suli remained cautious, refraining from venturing too far. For there were whispers in the chat room of others encountering sandstorms. Should she stray too far and be caught in the tempest, misfortune would undoubtedly follow. In this survival game, Suli did not aspire to stand atop the pinnacle. Rather, she sought stability. To endure was of utmost importance. Suli cautiously gathered stones, weeds, and salt grass from the surroundings. Today marks the 4th day, with only 3 days remaining before the map changes. What the next map will entail remains a mystery. Thus, it is prudent to stockpile as many resources as possible. After collecting everything within reach, Suli glanced up at the sky. The clouds appeared denser than before. Moreover, there was no sign of the characteristic gray haze of a sandstorm on the horizon. The temperature had also cooled significantly, creating a stifling sensation in the air. It felt as though rain was imminent. Could it be my turn for rain? After Suli discerned that it was rain rather than a sandstorm, she promptly placed her bucket on the ground and sprinted towards the direction from which the yellow smoke was rising. Having traversed the rocky terrain for several days, Suli had gained experience and was now able to jog across the uneven ground. The yellow smoke was approximately 5 kilometers away from her. Were it not for Suli's exceptional eyesight, coupled with the clear weather and open space at that moment, she might not have been able to spot it at all. After running for nearly half an hour, Suli finally arrived at her destination. It wasn't long before she detected a pungent odor of sulfur, which instantly conjured images of demons and otherworldly powers in her mind. However, considering that it was still the early stages of the game, the likelihood of encountering such creatures seemed rather slim. After cautiously approaching, Suli discovered a small waterhole. At the center of the waterhole was a geyser, constantly erupting with steam and yellow smoke, its intermittent bursts flowing into a distant lake. Suli cast a glance at the erupting geyser. Its hues a striking yellow and crimson. The rocks at the bottom of the spring bore similar shades, while at its center lay a vibrant, multicolored abyss, the depths of which remained a mystery. Within the waters of the spring rested a black treasure chest, an object that Suli recognized all too well. Was it not an old acquaintance, the black iron chest? Suli was overjoyed, yet he did not succumb to irrationality. He promptly examined the attributes of this hot spring. Polluted saline alkali volcanic water. Consumption would lead to acute visceral failure. Yet another toxic spring, utterly undrinkable. Moreover, the temperature was exceedingly high. Sully could feel the discomfort on his face from the heat nearby, and he feared that falling in would result in being scalded. Fortunately, he had not recklessly attempted to open the chest. Sully estimated the distance. The water pool was approximately 10 meters in diameter, and the treasure chest hung about 4 meters above the ground. Perhaps there could be a way to retrieve it using some object. Surrounding the spring were around 12 stone mortars of various sizes. Upon observation, Sully discovered that 11 of these stone stacks were of intermediate quality, among which one contained a heap of red elemental ore. What a find! Another elemental ore. However, the cautious Sully refrained from rushing over directly, opting instead to carefully survey the surroundings. The area was open and devoid of any visible creatures. As he glanced once more at the vicinity of the geyser, Sully began to meticulously analyze the terrain, recalling pertinent knowledge. He had encountered questions related to Blackstone Park on his geography exam, which stated that stepping near a geyser could lead a person to break through the surface and plunge directly into the scalding waters. If one were to encounter such a fate, it would not only result in meat being cooked off the bone, but also lead to subsequent burn infections that would be impossible to treat. Sully wielded a pickaxe, probing the ground with relentless determination. After a while, the feedback from his hand softened unexpectedly. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find that the pickaxe had penetrated the surface, unleashing a torrent of scalding spring water from beneath. "Oh dear, may this geography exam spare my life," Sully exclaimed, swiftly stepping aside. He then resumed his task, striking the ground with the pickaxe, and upon completion, meticulously arranged the scattered stones to delineate a small path. After a brief endeavor, he finally confirmed a route leading him to a heap of ore. Sully began her quest by discovering the elemental ore pile, wielding her pickaxe with determination. The small elemental ore yielded 5 pieces of stone and 1 fire elemental fragment. The intermediate ore pile provided 5 pieces of stone, 10 pieces of coal, and 2 sharpening stones. Another intermediate ore pile offered 5 pieces of stone, 8 pieces of iron ore, and 1 piece of clay. Each intermediate ore pile can yield 5 stones, 8 to 10 ores, and 0 to 2 auxiliary minerals. With all her might, Sully struck the ore pile vigorously. The iron pickaxe proved to be relatively effortless, allowing her to dismantle a mid-level ore pile in just 5 strikes. After a few blows, she needed to pause. This intense mining was exceedingly exhausting, and it was only a matter of moments before her arms began to ache. After laboring intermittently for 30 minutes, Sully finally completed the task of breaking down all the ore piles. Thanks to the nutritional supplement, this arduous work would have otherwise taken several hours. Among the 11 mid-level ore piles, there were 7 iron, 1 copper, and 3 coal, along with 1 small elemental ore pile. In total, she collected 60 pieces of stone, 1 fire elemental fragment, 47 iron ores, 23 copper ores, 21 coal, 1 whetstone, 1 flint, 2 quartz, and 4 clay. Upon finishing her mining, Sully turned her gaze to the black iron treasure chest in the center. While she had been mining, she contemplated a clever strategy. First, she would bind the pickaxe with a rope and then cast it towards the chest, using the pickaxe to hook it closer. Sully circled around, traversing an area of approximately 2 kilometers in a mere 10 minutes, during which she collected 20 samples of weeds. Subsequently, she wove these weeds into a rope. The system's synthesis was not rigid. Rather, it allowed for the creation of ropes of varying lengths depending on the quantity of weeds submitted. Sully ingeniously fashioned 2 5-meter-long ropes, subsequently fastening them to either end of a pickaxe. After giving it a firm tug to ensure the knots were secure, a technique he had encountered during his English reading comprehension exercises, he grasped both ends of the ropes and began to spin in circles. Initially, he released 1 meter of rope to conserve energy while rotating, and as he gained momentum, he gradually let out the entire 5 meters. At this juncture, the extended length had diminished the pickaxe's speed. Seizing the moment, Sully skillfully hurled the pickaxe towards the treasure chest nestled in the boiling spring. The pickaxe traced a parabolic arc before plunging into the water. Though the landing point was slightly askew, it was of little consequence. With a rope in each hand, Sully deftly maneuvered, encircling the treasure chest meticulously. Once satisfied that he had secured it, he began to draw the pickaxe back. The pickaxe made contact with the chest, dragging it toward him. He was familiar with the previous black iron chest that served as a storage container in his vehicle. It weighed approximately 20 pounds in the wild. If a player were to smash it open, they could yield 2 units of iron ingots. Upon prying open the black iron chest, he discovered it was exceedingly hot to the touch. Employing another pickaxe, he pried it open with fervent anticipation, praying for a bountiful reward. Upon opening, he found 5 assorted items resting quietly within: 3 bait, 1 skinning knife, 3 silver ingots, 1 iron shovel, and 1 iron shovel blueprint. Bait, a foul-smelling lure capable of enticing carnivorous creatures. Skinning knife, grants an additional pelt when dissecting animals. Another blueprint? My luck seems to be shining upon me. And I have a knife and silver ingots too. Haha, I am truly fortunate. Sully beamed, blissfully unaware that his treasure was merely a slight improvement over a standard chest. True fortune would be exemplified by someone capable of extracting a purifier blueprint from a wooden chest. However, with a lapse in judgment, he had traded away a small portion of food to others. With the treasure chest successfully dealt with, Sully resumed his laborious task of transporting materials. He stowed the elemental fragments in his pocket, while the remaining items were organized according to their rarity: silver ingots first, followed by coal and ores, and finally the assorted stones. He kept the bait close at hand, wary of being surrounded by hyenas or similar creatures. After only one trip, the sky darkened ominously, resembling a room plunged into darkness. Continuing to transport materials in such conditions felt akin to navigating in obscurity. Concerned about potentially losing his precious items, Sully crafted a torch from a stick and a piece of coal. Torch, capable of burning for 6 hours. He placed the torch by the window indoors, ensuring he could ascertain his direction should darkness fall. Subsequently, Sully emptied his backpack and ventured out to gather more materials. In a single trip, Sully could procure 100 units of materials, with the possibility of carrying a few more. After some contemplation, he resolved to grasp a handful of materials each time, making several journeys back and forth, investing a bit of time, until he successfully transported everything. Meanwhile, the rain finally descended during his second return. The earth seemed to shift from a state of silence to a crescendo, as thunder rumbled and raindrops, initially the size of soybeans, swiftly transformed into larger droplets, drumming noisily upon the metal surface of the train. The grayish-yellow rocks were cleansed of their surface dust, revealing their true, dark hues. "Ah, it's raining!" Sully exclaimed with exuberance. He had always cherished rainy days, while others complained about the noise. He found the sound of rain to be particularly soothing for sleeping or reading. It was only later, upon discovering the concept of white noise, that he understood the phenomenon. As thunder continued to rumble outside, he offered a silent prayer, hoping that the lightning would not strike his vicinity. He then retrieved 10 wooden barrels he had just crafted, bringing his total to 15 when combined with the existing ones. To enhance the efficiency of water collection, he fashioned simple funnels from wooden planks for each barrel, thereby improving their capacity to gather rainwater. He then positioned 4 barrels beneath the train's drainage system. Each barrel could hold 10 liters of water, ensuring that once filled, he would be well supplied for the foreseeable future. Sully has no intention of stockpiling more supplies. If filled to capacity, the 150 liters of water would suffice for quite some time. After arranging the wooden barrels, Sully disrobed completely and ventured outside. At that moment, the rain outside had intensified into a torrential downpour, surpassing even the vigor of the old showerhead at Sully's home. Taking advantage of the rainwater, Sully scrubbed his body vigorously, cleansing himself thoroughly. Subsequently, he picked up a wooden bucket and began washing his clothes within it. The outer garment fared well, having been scarcely worn, but the t-shirt was layered with a thick coating of white salt and grime, particularly around the neck and underarms, a matter too unsightly to elaborate upon. Lacking soap, Sully resorted to scrubbing with his hands, toiling for quite some time before he deemed the garments sufficiently clean and returned to the train. He fashioned a clothesline with a rope and hung his apparel to dry. Afterward, Sully ignited the furnace, commencing the smelting of iron ore. Once that task was complete, he lay naked upon the train's floor. Finding the iron surface uncomfortably warm, he retrieved some wood to fashion a makeshift bed, initially considering laying down some straw. But the prickliness proved too bothersome, prompting him to remove the straw mat. With the rain pouring, he opted not to venture out, choosing instead to rest until the torrential downpour ceased, at which point he would chop wood and proceed to other endeavors. Presently, he felt no pressing survival concerns and aimed to gather more resources. Every bit of material collected now could potentially serve as a lifeline should he encounter future hardships. "Hang in there, little hamster," he encouraged himself. Feeling weary, Sully glanced at the time. Having commenced his labor at around 2 o'clock, it was now past 7. He closed the windows and locked the door. As the rain continued, the temperature began to drop sharply, and Sully even sensed a hint of chill in the air. Suli retrieved a spark from the smelting furnace, ignited a piece of coal, and then commenced the preparation of the avian meat. He had hunted for birds, yielding a total of 8 pounds of meat. This bounty provided sustenance for several meals, yet a pound remained, having been set aside for 2 days and begun to develop a distinct odor. Lacking refrigeration, Suli resolved to roast the remaining meat before it spoiled. Not only the bird meat, but the flavor of the previously gathered kelp had also begun to deteriorate. He salvaged what remained in acceptable condition, dried it, and returned it to storage. Once the food was prepared, Suli consumed a portion weighing approximately half a pound, then reclined on the floor, covering his midriff with his coat, and succumbed to a deep slumber. The night passed peacefully. On the 5th day, shortly after 4 in the morning, Suli awoke. He first opened the window to observe the world outside. The rain had ceased, though he could not ascertain precisely when. The sky was dimly lit, allowing him to barely discern the ground below. Puddles lingered on the surface, but Suli surmised that with the sun's ascent, they would soon evaporate. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled the unique earthy scent characteristic of the post-rain ambience. Suli glanced at his garments. They had dried, yet remained stiff enough to stand upright when placed on the ground. He casually scrunched the fabric a bit before donning it. A peculiar odor lingered, but he had no choice. It was the only option available to him at the moment. He was aware of how to concoct a simple soap, yet lacked the necessary fats. The scant grease from the bird meat was insufficient even for greasing a pan. After consuming the remaining ½ kilogram of roasted bird meat and some dried brown seaweed, Suli surveyed his food supplies. There were still 10 portions of seaweed left, a single ration for himself, and 3 bird eggs remaining. The scarcity of food was indeed a pressing concern. Suli first peered through the window, ensuring that no traces of hyena packs were present in the vicinity. Only after this did Suli step outside to collect the water bucket. Suli glanced at the 15 buckets, 4 of which were positioned beneath the train's drainage strip, already filled to the brim with water. The remaining buckets, gathering rainwater through wooden planks, contained only about 1/5 of their capacity. It seemed that after I had succumbed to slumber, the rain had fallen for a while before ceasing. Suli collected the rainwater and calculated the total volume, which amounted to 62 liters. The water was examined by the system, revealing an unpleasant odor, albeit stronger than that of the water she had distilled herself. There were unfortunate souls in the chat room who had conducted experiments, noting that consuming over 300 milliliters within an hour would lead to diarrhea. It was imperative not to overindulge, for experiencing such an affliction at this moment would be perilous. After consuming a few sips of the foul-tasting water, Suli felt a distinct sense of hydration, yet soon her stomach began to gurgle, accompanied by a burning sensation. With 62 liters of water at her disposal, she deemed it sufficient to last until the end of this ordeal. She decided to reserve 22 liters for personal consumption during this period, while also preparing for the possibility that the next world would similarly face a scarcity of water. The remaining 40 liters would be put up for trade. Suli opened the trading panel to examine the current trading interface. Although there was precipitation, it was limited to a small area, and the majority of people remained untouched by the rain. Zurich pondered over his scarce possessions. Firstly, it was evident that iron ingots were in short supply. However, this scarcity was not unique to him. It was a common plight shared by all. Upon glancing at the prices, it is observed that the exchange rate for an iron ingot stands at 600 milliliters of potable water. In contrast, the peculiar tasting water commands a higher exchange rate of 800 milliliters for a single ingot. The value of water has plummeted, as numerous individuals have discovered methods to procure it. This region, characterized by saline alkali soil, is not a desert. The inhabitants are not devoid of water, but rather lack means for purification. Conversely, the price of iron ore is relatively modest, at merely 200 milliliters. It is essential to note that 2 pieces of iron ore combined with 1 unit of carbon are required to smelt into a single iron ingot, necessitating the presence of a furnace, which many individuals have yet to acquire. The market remains volatile, with prices continuously fluctuating, particularly since the onset of rainfall just yesterday has led to an influx of peculiar-tasting water, leaving the market in a state of disarray. Suri was uncertain whether the price was exorbitant or reasonable. Nevertheless, he possessed 40 liters of water, which could be exchanged for a considerable amount of goods. He decided to part with 30 liters of water, acquiring 150 units of iron ore in return, which he subsequently placed into the furnace for smelting. Once the 150 ores were processed, his stock of iron ingots would rise to 101. With 10 liters of peculiar water remaining, Suri continued to peruse for items of value. Initially, he encountered various blueprints. After a lengthy search through the documents, he found nothing of notable worth. The blueprints available for trade predominantly consisted of furniture designs. However, Suri's current circumstances had not yet reached a point where he could indulge in the luxury of pursuing an enhanced quality of life. Suli observed some intriguing blueprints, such as a leather backpack that offered a certain degree of compartmentalized space. However, this item was swiftly acquired by Linfeng. Upon observing the situation, Suli realized that the seller of the backpack was quite shrewd. Linfeng procured 2 kilograms of tuna to make the purchase. It was rather difficult to comprehend. If Suli were in the seller's position, he would certainly have acquired the skills necessary to gather materials for backpack production. The inherent storage space within the system proved insufficient, and the continuous transport of resources was utterly exhausting. The demand for this backpack was undeniably high. There was something amiss. This individual must have endured at least a decade of mental incapacitation, otherwise, there was no way one would exchange 2 kilograms of fish for such an item. Suli remarked sarcastically. After searching for a considerable time, he stumbled upon a somewhat acceptable item, a blueprint for an iron sickle, which he exchanged for 5 liters of peculiar water. With 5 liters of the strange liquid remaining, Suli traded it for a blueprint of a black iron storage box. As his inventory grew increasingly cumbersome, the cramped space within the vehicle necessitated a larger storage solution. Once his procurement was complete, Suli grasped his axe and dedicated over an hour to felling trees in the vicinity. He successfully chopped down a total of 41 trees, yielding 82 units of lumber and 41 branches. Thanks to the nutrient supplement, although his muscles remained sore, the pain had subsided and their strength had noticeably improved. This supplement essentially expedited the process of muscle recovery and growth. Having finished his tasks, Suli activated the vehicle and directed it towards the mountains. As he approached, he noted that the surrounding saline lakes had diminished in number, leaving behind only a few larger bodies of water. Suli strolled along the path, pausing intermittently, and fortuitously discovered a brown algae lake, home to the resplendent red-feathered birds. Surrounding the lake were several mineral deposits, albeit of a rudimentary nature. Having encountered the red-feathered birds, it was time to employ the slingshot once more. On the 6th and 7th days, Suli amassed a modest collection of ores, including 22 iron ores, 7 copper ores, and several other assorted minerals. Ultimately, 3 red-feathered birds were captured, yielding 6 pounds of bird meat, 3 bundles of feathers, and a handful of eggs. As the 7th day approached midday, Suli sought refuge from the scorching sun within the confines of the train. After much contemplation, Suli decided to forego the pursuit of the distant mountain. Instead, he resolved to remain in his current location to hunt more birds and gather some kelp in preparation for the upcoming week. Fortunately, he encountered a pack of hyenas during the midday hours. At that moment, he was taking refuge from the sun inside the train, and upon sensing the danger, he promptly secured all doors and windows. The pack of hyenas howled outside for a considerable time, ultimately realizing their futility against the train and retreating. The sole evidence of this encounter was the scratched paint on the train. Regrettably, he failed to discover a new treasure chest, perhaps having exhausted his luck. Inside the train, Suli persistently wielded his two-handed sword. This sword differed somewhat from his initial expectations. The iron two-handed sword boasted an attack value of 10 and a durability of 97. In total, the sword, including its hilt, measured an impressive 8 meters in length and weighed approximately 6 pounds. Its hilt was notably long, and the section of the blade near the hilt lacked an edge, allowing for a secure grip. It exemplified the classic design of a Western two-handed sword. Suli found it exceedingly arduous to wield this object. Weighing 6 pounds, the sword was a cumbersome lever. Lifting it was one matter, but swinging it was an entirely different challenge. Regardless, he struggled to maneuver it gracefully, unable to halt its motion at will. Instead, he could only recall the movements from the game, guiding the sword's momentum to strike, relying on inertia to vanquish foes. After several days, he gleaned some insights, though he remained uncertain about how these would translate in a real combat scenario. Time passed, and suddenly, Suli was jolted awake by a resounding noise. This sound did not emanate from the external world, but rather resonated within his mind. An imposing voice, neither distinctly masculine nor feminine, seemingly ageless yet ancient, echoed in his consciousness, issuing an announcement from the system. Among the survivors of Blue Star Civilization, 5 individuals, Lin Feng, Tang Xing, Li Fan, Su Xing, and Luo Ping'an had elevated their train's level to LV6, entering the era of internal combustion engines. The potential of Blue Star Civilization was astonishing. To align with this potential, The system adjusted the gaming difficulty for Blue Star humans, advancing the game as progression. The Beast Tide function was unlocked ahead of schedule. The Beast Tide, a phenomenon where roaming beasts would actively assault trains, allowing players to either eliminate or evade them. On the last day of each cycle, a Beast Tide would inevitably emerge, which must be resolved. Otherwise, entry into the teleportation vortex would be denied. The energy level cap was also unlocked prematurely, raising the current limit from level 0 to level 1. Black Iron level. Energy level. This influences the maximum energy within world fragments. For instance, in the level 0 world fragments explored by Blue Star civilization, the highest combat power was represented by the creatures that existed at the time of Blue Star's destruction. With chests peaking at Black Iron level 1, Black Iron level, some extraordinary Black Iron monsters would appear, as well as dinosaurs that once roamed Blue Star. Silver level chests would also be obtainable. The leaderboard function would be activated tonight at 8 p.m. The first wave of the Beast Tide would strike at midnight, and players must navigate their trains through the teleportation portal by 6 a.m. the following day. Failure to do so would result in being stranded within the world fragments. The stability of these fragments was precarious. If they were to collapse, the players would perish as well. What a predicament! Sully fumed, his anger boiling over. 5 individuals had ascended to LV6 within just 7 days, while he had yet to discover any clues to elevate his train to LV2. How had they managed to progress so swiftly? He pondered if they might be employing some sort of exploit, for how else could they be so far ahead? Sully opened the leaderboard. Train rankings. First, Luo Pinyin, train level, LV6 second. Tang Sheng, train level, LV6 third. Li Fan, train level, LV6 fourth. Su Xing, train level, LV6 fifth. Lin Feng, train level, LV6 sixth. Henry Bach, train level, LV1. Sully refrained from looking down any further. The chasm between the 5th and 6th places was staggering. Even if there were discrepancies, such a vast gulf was utterly perplexing. Initially, Sully maintained a composed demeanor, believing that if someone excelled, it was simply their merit and had no bearing on him. However, this recent announcement unequivocally conveyed to Sully that, indeed, their prowess was intricately linked to his own situation. Was this not reminiscent of a narrative he had encountered in a previous life? The protagonist, equipped with an extraordinary advantage, surged ahead, propelling the game's progression at an alarming rate. When I previously watched Sully, I couldn't help but feel the urge to critique it. The protagonist frequently experiences exponential growth, making it nearly impossible for others to keep pace with their progress. Consequently, as the protagonist propels the game's narrative forward, the casualty rate among all players escalates dramatically, ultimately resulting in their demise, leaving only the protagonist to traverse to another realm and continue their reign of power. The original development time has been abruptly condensed. TSK, one must devise a strategy. Seated upon the chair, Sully anxiously tapped his fingers upon the table, contemplating strategies. It was imperative to expedite his development. Who could predict when this group would hasten the timeline, thus intensifying the challenges ahead? Initially, he had intended to cultivate his skills in solitude, for based on his literary experiences, collaborating with others bore considerable risks, and solitary advancement seemed far more manageable. However, given the current circumstances, the pace of resource gathering alone was painfully sluggish. If there were 2 individuals, he could mine while the other felled trees, thereby accelerating the acquisition of vital materials. The only consumption would be the trifling matter of daily meals. Additionally, with the looming threat of monstrous hordes, lacking combat experience and extraordinary talents, he doubted his fortune would yield any legendary hidden class transfer scrolls or similar miraculous items. Thus, enlisting allies to confront adversaries became the only prudent course of action. At the very least, he required someone to safeguard his rear and help him endure the early stages of his development. A shift in his developmental strategy was essential. Collaboration was the key to surviving the butterfly effect brought about by the anticipated protagonist. This thought weighed heavily on him, for according to the original game progression, he should have merely contended with Blue Star creatures like tigers and leopards. Now, he faced the unsettling possibility of battling fire-breathing monsters, a formidable leap in challenge. Such an escalation in difficulty could be fatal, and the likelihood of failure was alarmingly high. After a moment of contemplation, Sully pondered the possibility that, after a period of time, this group might advance further, elevating the train's level to, say, level 11, thus propelling the game's progression once more. At that juncture, he might find himself confronted by a plethora of Black Iron tier monsters intermingled with Silver tier adversaries. That would spell disaster. The ominous star of my demise is already shimmering. Alas. Su Li cast a glance at the time, which read 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There remained a mere 5 hours until the onslaught of the beast tide. Su Li swiftly opened the manual. Now was the moment for it to prove its worth. She hastily sought items that could enhance her combat prowess. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had also perused the system announcement, gaining insights into the recent changes. The game had undergone an update, which would likely lead to numerous casualties. However, weakness begets such fates. This was a ruthless survival game where everyone was compelled to struggle for existence. Those who did not exert themselves would find themselves forsaken by the tides of time. Surely, there were many in the chat denouncing me. Yet, this opportunity was a golden chance for profit. Since you all are destined to perish, why not allow me to seize a fortune at the end? I must extract every last resource from you to build a foundation for my ascent. Lin Feng listed a batch of bows and arrows in the shop, indicating they were available for trade and blueprints. Having settled that, Lin Feng turned his gaze to the system leaderboard. There were still 5 hours until the beast tide, and the flamethrower awarded for today's sign-in proved useful. Moreover, despite the sign-in system, I found myself ranked only 5th. Indeed, there are formidable individuals in this world. This survival game presents a splendid opportunity for true talents to break free from the shackles of capital and rise. Lin Feng smirked slightly, despite his 5th-place ranking. He was unfazed, for he possessed a powerful advantage, the sign-in system, which allowed him to acquire various resources daily. Those ranked above him were merely enjoying fleeting luck. Could they truly compete against a cheat? In this game, the ultimate victor would undoubtedly be me, Lin Feng. Su Xing closed the manual, noting that there were still 3 individuals stronger than herself. Truly, the great Yinxia is replete with talent. Su Xing wiped the dagger in her hand, beneath which lay a man sprawled in a pool of blood. Teaching others the method of water production in the regional channel, undermining my interests. In such chaotic times, one must first eliminate the self-righteous. Dare to call for my condemnation? You never anticipated that I possess a probability system, enabling me to locate you through probabilistic hints. Su Xing felt an overwhelming sense of pride within. As one endowed with a system, she truly was the protagonist of this world. Having finally arrived in such a wondrous realm, she was determined to ascend to greatness with the aid of the probability system, aspiring to become not merely superior to others, but to attain divinity itself. Su Xing closed his eyes, and the system displayed the probability of finding the treasure chest ahead. The likelihood of discovering the treasure on the left was null, while the right held promise. After gleaning the answer from the system, Su Xing meticulously gathered the man's supplies and departed in the indicated direction. In this game, the ultimate victor shall undoubtedly be me, Su Xing. Li Fan completed a round of his journey, tenderly caressing the woman he had summoned. Upon entering this game, he discovered he had awakened a unique ability, the power to summon guards. He initially conjured several robotic sentinels, which required no sustenance other than basking in sunlight. Thus, he embarked on a life of leisure, with the sentinels attending to tasks. Not only did he capture a pair of enchanting sisters, but he also summoned his favorite game character, a stunning frost-haired beauty. What is this? An update to the game? Regardless, I possess invincible guards. Xian, let us proceed. In this game, the final victor is of no concern to me. Tang Xing closed the manual. The game update was of little significance, however. I shall engage in more treasure trading. As long as I continually open treasure chests, I shall incessantly grow. Tang Xing possessed a system that allowed him to select all options and probabilistic events. Opening treasure chests meant drawing several items from the treasure pool. Tang Xing could extract everything from the entire item pool in one go. Ever since acquiring his first treasure chest, he had soared. There was no need to gather resources. As long as he had enough chests, his progress would skyrocket. He was confident that with the aid of the system and his own talents, he would ascend to the pinnacle of the game. Luo Ping'an was utterly indifferent to the system announcements, perceiving no threat to himself. However, having finally secured a chance to alter his fate, he was determined to become the best in the world. No one shall look down upon me. To my ex-girlfriend, I shall make you regret it. Supreme enhancement system, activate. Strengthen my sword. Ding. Enhancement successful. Supreme critical hit. Your iron sword has been upgraded to the Supreme Tang Dao. Excellent. Let me wield this Tang Dao, a symbol of the blazing summer, as I stride towards the pinnacle of the world. Meanwhile, Su Li was engaged in trading and searching for goods. Oh chicken, could you grant me a golden finger? Regardless of Su Li's complaints, he did not hear the delightful ding that signified the activation of the golden finger. As Suli gazed upon the top 5 individuals on the leaderboard, a profound sense of envy and resentment surged within him. He was convinced that there must be something amiss with these 5 contenders. They had either encountered an extraordinary opportunity or were involved in some nefarious dealings. Otherwise, the pace of their progress was utterly inexplicable. In the vast civilization of Blue Star, comprising 12.8 billion inhabitants, only these 5 had ascended to level 6, while the rest languished in the lower echelons, from level 1 to level 5. With not a single soul among them reaching level 6, it was evident to any discerning observer that something was awry. It seemed implausible that these 5 individuals were prodigies while the remaining 100 billion were merely unfortunate and inept. It was akin to the output rankings. While others boasted figures in the hundreds of thousands, the leading few displayed outputs in the billions. One's immediate reaction would be a gasp of disbelief, surely. There must be foul play at hand. Having indulged in his envy, Suli returned to the realm of reality and proceeded to examine the trading marketplace. It was wise to avoid unnecessary harm, so his first priority was to acquire defensive gear, followed closely by practical and convenient ranged weaponry, such as a crossbow. However, he suspected that obtaining a crossbow might prove to be a challenge. As Suli entered the chat channel, she observed that there were still 60,000 participants present. Amidst this vast assembly, a select few had managed to acquire the blueprints for armor. The channel was buzzing with fervent discussions. I can't believe it. I've been utterly hindered by these individuals. I can barely afford a meal, while they have already ascended to level 6. Isn't there something amiss? If there were several individuals ranging from levels 2 to 5, I might be inclined to believe in the prowess of others. Yet, astonishingly, there isn't a single one at levels 2 to 5. Lin Feng, could you enlighten us on how you achieved this? Is it not conceivable that you are merely an extraordinary talent among countless others? An extraordinary talent? With a global population of 12.8 billion. Only 5 such prodigies have emerged. Do you think I'm naive? The game system has not raised any objections, yet you continue to prattle on? Indeed. If the official website has remained silent, it suggests that what they have accomplished is genuinely impressive. Otherwise, why would the authorities not impose sanctions? This indicates that the officials have verified their legitimacy. Haha, Lin Feng, this summer currency of yours has passed the counterfeit detection, yet I still refuse to believe it. Can you guess why? Because its face value is 250. Many share Suli's sentiments, suspecting that something is amiss. And those who defend the situation are embroiled in heated disputes within the channel. After merely casting a glance, Suli swiftly closed the chat interface, realizing there was no time to squander and that it was imperative to proceed with her shopping. Suli swiftly discovered the trading options. Wooden armor 1 iron ingots 10 wooden gauntlets 1 iron ingots 10. In the initial moment, Suli pondered what dream might be unfolding. Yet, at this juncture, there appeared to be no viable options. This is a quintessential seller's market. One may choose to abstain, risking a gamble on the hope of evading the impending onslaught. After careful consideration of the losses, Suli resolved to make a purchase. Though the materials had dwindled, there remained the potential for profit. However, the loss of life rendered everything else meaningless. Yet, if others could profit, so could she. Iron axe 1 iron ingot 10 iron two-handed sword 1 iron ingot 25, grindstone 2 note. For those wishing to barter, please bring images. The furnace is a basic blueprint, accessible to all. Iron ore is also available for anyone to mine. Suli did not believe that she was the sole possessor of iron ingots. Once both items were listed, Suli's iron ingots diminished from 112 to 100. Following the postings, her private messages inundated her. Suli promptly activated the filter, blocking out those messages devoid of images. Subsequently, he began to sift through the options, discovering several individuals eager to engage in barter. I possess iron gauntlets. Would you be willing to exchange them for your iron two-handed sword? If agreeable, I shall craft one and share the recipe image with you. As Suli opened the image, it revealed a pair of iron gauntlets, currently offered by a solitary vendor. After a moment's contemplation, Suli proposed. My costs exceed yours by 2 iron ingots and 1 honing stone. If you can compensate me, we may proceed with the exchange. Both parties had mutual needs, thus presenting a reasonable request. His merchandise was unique, just as the other party's was singular. At this moment, weapons and armor were in short supply, and thoughts of profit danced in their minds. Very well, let us commence our transaction. A swift response followed from the other side. Once the trade was completed, Suli received the iron gauntlets and simultaneously realized that his iron axe had also been exchanged. After securing the iron ingots, he crafted a two-handed sword and continued his search. Soon, he discovered another vendor offering wooden armor, who also initiated a trade proposal. After some haggling with the individual, Sully finally secured a deal wherein the other party agreed to supplement the exchange with 15 iron ingots and 2 whetstones in return for a wooden armor. This pricing was primarily influenced by the current market situation, where numerous sellers were offering wooden armor, which only required wood and rope as materials, resulting in a substantial supply. In contrast, there were only a handful of sellers dealing in genuine iron weaponry, with most others peddling items such as iron axes. Sully sold 5 iron two-handed swords, after which business came to a standstill. Lin Feng, having realized that his arrows were not selling, began to lower their prices. Compared to the two-handed swords, the populace exhibited a distinct preference for the ranged attack capabilities of bows. Sully shook his head in disbelief. Were bows truly that effective? They certainly had a learning curve. Swords and daggers, on the other hand, could be wielded even by the untrained. This crowd appeared to lack clarity in their judgment. As sales dwindled, Sully ceased the production of two-handed swords. He had sold a total of 7 swords. And after accounting for 2 exchanged in barter and the associated costs, he was left with 245 iron ingots. Once he had gathered his resources, Sully began to don his equipment, starting with the wooden armor. This wooden armor was essentially several wooden planks bound together with rope. After a thorough examination, Sully concluded that it could be handcrafted using ropes and boards. However, the system-crafted version offered superior quality, providing a comfortable fit that did not impede movement. Next, he put on the iron gauntlets, which were fingerless, resembling thick winter gloves. The gauntlets extended to the elbow, safeguarding both the forearms and hands. Sully tested them out. Wielding a sword was manageable, but engaging in other activities proved to be somewhat cumbersome. Sully donned her attire, indulged in a repast of roasted bird meat and eggs, and subsequently consumed an entire 500 milliliters bottle of pristine drinking water. Having satisfied her hunger and quenching her thirst, she seated herself upon the ground and set an alarm. The beast tide, it seemed, would signal an onslaught of wild creatures upon her. Thus, she realized she must utilize this time to secure her encampment. Sully glanced at the materials in her possession. There were 124 stones, 667 pieces of wood, and 141 branches, along with some coal and charcoal. All of these were stored in the item box. After a moment of contemplation, Sully extracted a substantial amount of stone and commenced stacking it outdoors. Each stone was a cubic block. As he arranged them, they formed a wall measuring 4 meters in height and half a meter in width, which he further reinforced with timber. Thanks to the functionality of the spatial compartment, he would have exhausted himself attempting to transport these stones single-handedly. Instead of encircling the entire train, he opted to position the stones adjacent to it, crafting a semicircular barrier around the train doors and leaving a 1-meter-wide passageway. The walls flanking the passage were slightly thinner and not perfectly vertical, rendering them somewhat unstable. His enclosure was not entirely sealed. Rather, he created a small aperture through which one could observe the outside world. Subsequently, he began to dig a pit within using a metal shovel. Originally, Sully intended to excavate a pit measuring 2 meters in depth and 2 meters in length. However, after digging for a while and glancing at the time, he realized it was already 7 o'clock, and he had only managed to achieve a depth of 1 meter. It was evident that completing the task was unattainable. Furthermore, he felt exceedingly fatigued, fearing that he would soon lack the strength to fend off any beasts. Sully abruptly halted, gazing into the pit below. He gathered some coal and commenced igniting it. Resources may be depleted, yet wealth can be amassed. However, once life is extinguished, it is irrevocably lost. The modest quantity of timber and coal was not a source of regret. After setting the coal ablaze, Sully added a few pieces of wood into the flames. He then erected torches around the area to ensure ample illumination. Following this, he constructed a makeshift ladder from the wood, enabling him to ascend the surrounding wall. Finally, he secured a rudimentary net with ropes at the top to guard against the possibility of vultures descending from above or hyenas climbing up. With everything in place, Sully leaned on his sword, consumed the last vial of nutritional supplement, and settled down to recuperate his strength. As he anxiously monitored the passage of time, the minutes slipped away, inching closer to 8 o'clock. The sound of wood crackling in the flames resonated distinctly in the stillness of the night. Sully stood atop the wall, meticulously surveying the surrounding landscape. Suddenly, in the distance shrouded in darkness, he glimpsed a glimmer of green reflections. A chill ran through Sully's heart as he glanced at the time, 7:49. He cast his gaze once more at the reflective spot he had noticed earlier and again discerned a glimmer, confirming that his eyes were not deceiving him. "Isn't it supposed to be a direct refresh?" Sully murmured, then turned his attention to scrutinizing the reflections more closely. As the reflections drew nearer, he beheld the visage of the approaching assailants. They were a pack of creatures resembling dogs, yet with heads shorter and rounder than those of typical canines. Their skulls were robust, their muzzles short, and their ears large and circular. Their tails were stubby, their forelegs elongated, and their hind legs comparatively short. Their fur was a mottled shade of brown, interspersed with patches. "It's a pack of hyenas," Sully observed intently. He had encountered these beasts just the previous day while sheltering in his vehicle, relying on the level 1 car to endure the ordeal. The hyenas measured approximately 0.9 meters in length, their shoulders reaching Sully's knees. Saliva dripped from their jaws as they bared their teeth, emitting a series of ominous growls towards him. Among them, one hyena was noticeably larger, encircled by the rest, presumably their leader. 1, 2, 3, 11. "Ah, so there are a total of 11? Sully noted, realizing they matched the number from yesterday's encounter. He locked eyes with the leader, silently hoping that none of them bore rabies. Suri firmly grasped the great sword with her left hand, ensuring she could wield it at a moment's notice. With her right hand, she deftly prepared the sling. Under the system's compulsion, the hyenas encircled Suri, their eyes fixed upon her from below the wall. Standing at a considerable height, Suri observed the pack of hyenas straining to leap up, but any that dared ascend would find themselves swiftly dispatched by her kick. The cunning creatures, aware of the peril, refrained from making any rash moves. After casting a few glances, Sully observed that several hyenas, fearful of the flames, gathered at the entrance, hesitant to move. However, under the control of the system, they would not simply depart obediently. After Sully hurled the slingshot, she aimed at one of the hyenas and released the stone. With a resounding duong, the sound of the impact echoed, unmistakably indicating a well-aimed strike. The force behind Sully's stone throw was considerable, causing the dog to become momentarily disoriented, swaying unsteadily before collapsing to the ground. However, it appeared that it was not dead, merely dazed. "Not quite effective, then. Let us see this." Sully opened a portal and retrieved a stone, hurling it towards the dazed hyena. This hefty stone, measuring 0.25 cubic meters, struck with considerable force, and predictably, the hyena fell silent. The remaining hyenas, witnessing the demise of their companion, erupted in furious roars directed at Sully, attempting to leap up. However, the 4-meter-high wall proved formidable, and with Sully wielding a double-handed sword to thrust downward, the hyenas found no opportunity to ascend. When Sully was placing items, he ensured that everything fit together seamlessly, leaving no opportunity for the enemy to gain leverage. The narrow crevices between the bricks were hardly conducive for this pack of dogs, who were not agile like goats. If they dared to rush in, he could still toss out bait and momentarily hold off these hyenas. With 10 remaining, Sully then retrieved a bucket of scalding hot water. This was acquired through a trade of 5 pieces of wood, as he lacked any heating vessels, while others possessed them. Targeting the most vociferous hyenas, Sully poured the boiling water directly upon them. After emptying one bucket, he proceeded with a second, then a third. Suddenly, Sully struck down 3 hyenas, one of which was even hit in the mouth. Witnessing the creature spitting blood, it writhed and convulsed on the ground as if it were choking. "Its throat must be swollen, foolish creature, serves you right for howling." Sully sneered with exhilaration. The leading hyena, seeing its comrades falter, let out a roar, rallying the remaining hyenas around its side. Sully anxiously observed the pack of hyenas, her heart filled with gratitude that the energy level of this world was 0, inhabited solely by ordinary creatures. The thought of encountering a magical beast was truly daunting. However, she realized that in the next world, the emergence of such creatures was a distinct possibility. With this in mind, Sully began to mutter curses in her heart towards those 5 wretched individuals, wishing them ill fate. The leader of the hyenas circled around the high walls with its companions, finally letting out a deafening roar. One of the hyenas then squeezed through the narrow gap that Sully had deliberately left open. Sully hurriedly descended the staircase, wielding a heavy hammer as he awaited at the entrance of the burrow. From within, the sound of rustling reached his ears. He raised the hammer, poised for the perfect moment. Suddenly, a gray-brown canine head emerged from the hole. With swift precision, Sully brought the hammer down. 80. With a resounding thud, the dog's head was shattered. Ah, a beast is but a beast. Such simple tricks are easily played. Sully couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. In a mere span of time, he had already dispatched 3, while two others lay scorched and maimed, rendered incapable of further combat. Now, only 6 hyenas remained. Brimming with confidence, Suli approached the main entrance, where the hyenas circled restlessly. The 2-meter fire pit was well within the capabilities of the hyenas to leap over. However, these creatures were profoundly fearful of flames. The towering inferno, with its flames reaching 2 meters high, was enough to instill trepidation even in him. Thus, this pack had refrained from leaping thus far. Yet, under the compulsion of the system, the hyenas, having explored every other avenue, found themselves cornered. They could no longer avoid the risks, and, overcoming their fear of the flames, fixed their gaze upon the fire pit. Suli raised his dual swords, poised to confront the hyena. The creature was a mere 2 meters away, close enough for him to detect its foul odor. To his astonishment, he even discerned the feathers of the crimson-feathered bird adorning one of the hyenas. It seemed these hyenas had made a habit of preying on those vibrant birds. After much hesitation, the hyena advanced, retreated, and advanced again in a repetitive dance. At last, spurred by the leader's howl, one hyena took several steps back before launching itself at Suli with a powerful sprint. It is well known that one cannot change direction mid-air. And given the narrowness of the passage, barely a meter wide, if Suli were to miss his strike, he might as well resign himself to a fate worse than death. The great sword in Suli's hands sliced through the air like a descending flash of lightning, reflecting a crimson glow as it struck fiercely upon the head of the hyena. Yet, the encounter was far from over, for another hyena lunged forward in a swift assault. However, Suli had rehearsed this scenario numerous times. Though he lacked formal swordsmanship, he was adept at simulating situations and executing movements with precision. After successfully striking the first hyena, his motions did not falter. He wielded the long sword in a sweeping arc before raising his left foot and delivering a powerful kick aimed squarely at the second hyena's face, sending it hurtling backward into another hyena. In that moment, Suli lifted his sword once more, directing a decisive blow towards the fourth hyena, plunging it into the fiery pit below. Thus, he had cast 4 hyenas into the inferno. Suli grasped the double-handed sword firmly and, after striking the hyena's head, utilized the recoil to elevate the blade. With a forward step, she executed a thrust aimed at the 5th hyena. This maneuver successfully pierced the creature's skull, severing its jaw with a precise cut, before penetrating its shoulder and propelling the beast away. At this juncture, Suli's strength waned, rendering her incapable of altering her technique. It was then that the final hyena, the alpha of the pack, lunged at her. Suli instinctively raised his arm, using his hand to shield his throat from the hyena's vicious bite. Once the hyena clamped down on his arm, it lunged on Suli, its claws incessantly raking across his body. However, clad in wooden armor, the damage inflicted was somewhat mitigated, though not entirely averted. Several deep scratches marred his shoulder. The pain ignited an immediate surge of fury within Suli. The beast failed to comprehend that Suli's fear of the hyena was not born from a dread of death, but rather from an aversion to injury. The proud upright ape was indeed capable of dealing with this hyena. He merely sought to eliminate it without sustaining harm. Thus, when the prospect of remaining unscathed slipped away, the latent rage within him was swiftly awakened. The true might of Blue Star's ecological sovereign, the terrifying upright ape, began to manifest. With a ferocious roar, Suli charged forward, colliding with the wall alongside the hyena, as if he had succumbed to madness. He repeatedly slammed against the precarious, slanted wall to the left of the fire pit. The unfortunate hyena found itself caught between Suli and the wall, enduring a brutal onslaught of impact. After a few strikes, the intentionally unstable wall finally succumbed to the pressure and collapsed, sending a cascade of stones crashing into the fire pit, burying the howling hyenas within. Even in his furious state, Suli remained cognizant of the need to first eliminate the hyenas trapped in the pit, for should they escape, he would likely face a dire fate at their claws. After subduing the hyenas, Suli pinned one firmly to the ground, allowing its claws to rake across his body, leaving a trail of splintered wood. With his free right hand, he viciously gouged at the hyena's eyes, relentlessly pounding its eye sockets with his knuckles. It was only when Suli sensed the hyena leader's resistance waning that he realized its head had been reduced to a bloody pulp beneath his relentless assault. Suli gasped for breath as he pried the hyena off his body, placing his foot firmly on its back while grasping its head and twisting it backward. Upon hearing the distinct sound of its spine dislocating, he released the creature. Subsequently, he retrieved his double-edged sword from the ground and approached the fire pit concealed behind the collapsed stone wall. A pungent aroma of charred flesh and roasted meat wafted from the pit, where 4 hyenas lay lifeless. One of them, though not severely injured, managed to escape from the flames. However, instead of attacking Suli again, it fled, howling as it retreated with its tail between its legs. Suli delivered the final blows to the remaining hyenas, then let out a long breath as he settled at the entrance of the train. I truly feel battered. It hurts like hell, he grimaced, clutching his shoulder. I hope these beasts aren't rabid. Thanks to the protection of his gauntlets and wooden armor, his injuries were not severe, though he bore several claw marks on his shoulder of varying depths. Suli picked up some wood ash from the ground, then opened a bottle of drinking water to rinse his wounds, subsequently applying the ash to staunch the bleeding. Once he had tended to his injuries, Suli began to tally his spoils. Out of the 11 hyenas that had attacked, he had dispatched 8. 2 had perished from scalding water, while 1 had managed to escape from the pit of flames. Suli lacked the capacity to pursue further, so he accepted it as it was. He accessed the system to check his level, LV1, 94,100, of which 14 points were earned from hunting birds. Each hyena had granted him 10 points of experience. He was merely too short, a slight regret lingering in his mind. Using the system's functionalities, Suli meticulously disassembled the hyenas with a skinning knife. In total, she obtained 24 pounds of hyena meat and 6 hides. Unfortunately, the ones in the fire pit were charred, leaving her unable to collect their pelts, which was somewhat regrettable. Suli unfurled the fur, noting that the pelts collected by the system had undergone processing and tanning, rendering them remarkably soft to the touch. With a grin, she tucked the fur away, pleased to have secured the materials for her mattress. After finalizing her task, Suli swiftly began to reclaim her resources. She used an iron shovel to gather the remaining carbon, which she then cast into the smelting furnace for iron production. One by one, she collected the stones. Just as she was halfway through this task, an unexpected notification from the system caught her attention. The Beast Tide survivors had departed. Congratulations to player Suli for enduring the Beast Tide. You have received the Beast Tide rewards: 100 survival coins, 1 blueprint selection box, and 2 item selection boxes. Suli was overjoyed. What a pleasant surprise to discover there were rewards as well. Suli promptly claimed her rewards. First was the survival coin, the universal currency of the survival game. Well, it seems temporarily unnecessary. On to the next. Next was the blueprint selection box, from which she could choose one of the following blueprints: basic water purifier, basic planting box, wooden armor, wooden helmet, wooden boots, wooden gauntlets, mattress, wooden bow, and arrows. Iron sword blueprint, iron axe, and iron pickaxe. Was there any choice left? The remaining options were mere trifles, hardly worthy of comparison to the esteemed water purifier. Cursing under her breath, Suli selected the basic water purifier. Among these items, only the planting box could rival the water purifier. The rest were of little value. First, she needed to address the fundamental issues of water and food before considering anything else. However, possessing this item likely meant that others did as well. It seemed the price of water was destined to plummet. After making her selection and learning the blueprint, Suli glanced at the crafting recipe. Basic water purifier. After adding charcoal, it can purify mildly contaminated water into drinkable water. Required materials: glass X10, iron ingots X10, water element fragment X1. Goodness. This item even required elemental fragments. It was clearly on an entirely different level compared to the others. Suli estimated that among the items listed earlier, only this water purifier required elemental fragments. The others consisted of merely common materials. After selecting the blueprints, Suli proceeded to open the item selection box. The item selection box allowed her to choose one from the following items: a backpack expansion item, 2 slots, water elemental fragments, 2, purified water tablets, 10 pack, nutrient solution, 3, single rations, 3, survival coins, 50, invitation letters from the underworld, a crossbow with 20 arrows, and a wooden bow with 20 arrows. Suli flipped through the options, discovering over 100 selections. However, she discerned that only the backpack expansion, water element shards, and crossbow held any true value. Yet, what exactly was this invitation from the netherworld? Curiosity piqued, Suli clicked on the description. The invitation from the netherworld. When you invite companions from the netherworld, you may venture into the domain of a certain deity to extend your invitation. What does this imply? Does it mean we can invite individuals from the netherworld to become our allies? Are they the undead? Or does it suggest resurrection? Suli contemplated the rules outlined in the manual, particularly Rule 5. Upon one's demise, there may be a chance for redemption based on one's performance. Was this the true meaning? If one performed admirably, could they possibly triumph in the resurrection contest? This notion was indeed intriguing. Thus, Did this invitation serve to summon individuals deemed worthy by the divine to become one's companions? Sully realized that this was a valuable asset. Just as he was poised to transition from a solitary existence to a small team dynamic, he would soon encounter a pivotal challenge: the selection of suitable and trustworthy companions. This tool would prove beneficial for him. Handpicked by the divine, it should indeed lead to commendable allies. Sully first selected this option. Then, after a moment of hesitation, she refrained from making a choice. After all, this gift package was not something that needed to be opened urgently. Sully placed the flamboyantly adorned gift package into his backpack and continued to gather the stones scattered on the ground. Once he had collected all the stones, he took an empty bucket and went to the nearby lake to fill it with water. He was uncertain about the circumstances of the next world. It could very well be a desert or a realm of molten lava. By stockpiling some dirty water, he could rely on purification tablets to sustain himself when the time came. After completing his tasks, it was already 10 p.m. Sully opened the chat section of the manual. Sully cast a glance at the chat area, where merely 40,000 participants remained. He recalled that there had been 70,000 just moments ago. A sense of bewilderment enveloped him. What transpired? Such a large number should not have perished. If they couldn't fight, could they not flee? With a speed of at least 60 kilometers per hour, what creature could possibly pursue them relentlessly? Sully swiftly inquired within the manual. What has transpired in Suzhou? Why have so many lives been lost? Did we not agree to drive and evade the beast tide? Alas, do not even mention it. Setting aside the obstruction caused by the wild buffalo, the escape route has been sealed by the system. At 8 o'clock, if you proceed from your location for 100 kilometers, you shall encounter a distorted crystal upon the tracks. This crystal signifies the impending opening of a spatial gate. With the crystal obstructing the path, our train cannot advance further. Even more tragically, as you make your way, you will attract several waves of the beast tide. How unfortunate for Old Sun, a truly good man, who has also perished. He ran 100 kilometers only to be blocked, valiantly dispatching a horde of hyenas. However, he succumbed to excessive blood loss, besieged by the wild buffalo, and met his demise alongside his daughter within the train. Indeed, Old Sun was a virtuous soul, who selflessly allocated his resources before his untimely end. His train was merely at level 1, with walls composed of a single layer of iron. Vulnerable enough for hyenas to tear apart, it is, quite frankly, absurd. It is all the fault of those wretched Lin Feng and his companions. Curse them. The conditions for unlocking the beast tide require 5 level 6 entities. Under normal circumstances, everyone should be at least level 2 by now. One would expect some semblance of defense. Alas, what is the use of lamenting now? The events have transpired, and I wish them ill. I curse them to a fate of no burial ground. I shall watch over you 5 wretches from the depths of hell. Sully's expression was grave as she observed the dwindling number of participants in the chat room. By midnight, fewer than 10,000 remained. The beast tide had arrived far too early. Many were still at level 0, forced to confront such a catastrophe. This was merely a level 0 beast tide. The thought of encountering magical beasts in the next world filled Sully with a sense of despair. It felt as though this had transcended a mere survival game. It was a matter of impending genocide. Yet, Sully found herself at a loss as to what action she could possibly take. Sully was also apprehensive about attracting a marauding horde of beasts. Thus, it was not until 11 o'clock that he ignited the fire to commence his journey. Along the way, he did not encounter the relentless beast horde that had been discussed in the chat group. Sully surmised that he had likely surpassed the danger posed by the beasts. The time had come. The portal was now open. As Sully gazed into the distance, she beheld a colossal, pitch-black portal emerging before the train. With determination, she steered the locomotive into the enigmatic gateway. Upon entering, Sully felt as though she had traversed through a tunnel. Darkness enveloped her, leaving only the flickering glow of the fire within the boiler visible. After approximately 1 minute, the surroundings brightened. The train gradually decelerated and came to a gentle halt. Sully glanced at the train's portal. You have entered a new realm. Self-service transit station 9527. Current world level, challenge grade. Sully gazed out of the window, and the entire platform appeared deserted, reminiscent of a scene from a ghostly film. Sully stepped outside, meticulously surveying the platform. This platform spans approximately 1 hectare, beyond which lies an expanse of pristine white space. Sully glanced around, observing several structures on the platform: a convenience store, a training ground, a bookstore, a temple, a factory, an inn, and a pawnshop, totaling 7 edifices. Sully raised her head, noticing an electronic display above, which indicated the departure times. The countdown to the next departure reads 29 hours, 51 minutes and 14 seconds. It is already past midnight, suggesting that the next departure is scheduled for 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Goodness, which mobile game company conceived this? The refresh time is set for 6 in the morning. Sully casually remarked, then began to explore the surroundings. The first place he entered was a self-service store. Upon entering, he found himself in a vast shop devoid of staff, instead filled with numerous vending machines. Sully approached one of the vending machines, which bore the inscription Black Iron Consumables. Black Iron, automatic vending machine, consumables. Your strength is insufficient to utilize this terminal. It seems even strength is a prerequisite. Sully approached another vending machine, a no-rank automatic dispenser. It offered elemental water fragments for 50 survival points. Goodness, so this is where survival points are utilized. Sully glanced at the multitude of items available, but deemed it prudent to explore further later. For now, she decided to inspect other offerings. After departing the shop, Sully made her way to the training grounds. Inside, various training programs were available, such as the one currently catching her eye, basic swordsmanship training for 100 survival coins. Description: upon selection, one will enter the training arena for a duration of 3 days focused on swordsmanship. Within the arena, 1 day equates to 1 hour in the outside world. This is excellent. Sully nodded enthusiastically, yet lamented, alas, I possess only 100 survival coins. Sully sighed and made her way to the bookstore. Within its walls, a diverse array of books and blueprints awaited, including the beginner's monster compendium, which bore a hefty price tag of 500 survival coins. At that moment, Sully realized she had stumbled upon a treasure, albeit one that was of little use in the early stages. After exploring the bookstore, she proceeded to the temple. The temple offered 3 primary functions. The first was to present offerings in exchange for divine blessings, which typically lasted for a standard exploration cycle. The second function involved healing wounds, albeit at the cost of survival coins. The final function allowed for the recruitment of allies. Upon death, all souls would return to the underworld, and should one wish to resurrect a fallen comrade, a certain price must be paid to the conductor. This process was generally random, with the compatibility of souls playing a significant role. However, specific items existed that could facilitate communication with other souls within the divine realm. It became clear to Sully that this was akin to drawing characters in a card game or purchasing a curated selection of gifts. Indeed, it resembled a mobile game. She quickly grasped the concept. Every soul, upon death, was granted only one opportunity to return to the realm of the living, and should they perish again, there would be no chance for resurrection. After reviewing the rules, Sully comprehended the purpose of her invitation to the underworld. Beyond the temple lies a factory, which boasts a feature known as train modification, specifically designed to enhance trains. Within this facility, one can upgrade their trains and add new equipment. Should there be available carriage slots, it is also possible to incorporate additional carriages. However, modifications at the factory come at a cost, and one must supply their own materials. Sully glanced at the modification options, feeling quite tempted, yet her finances were insufficient, leaving her with no choice but to abandon the idea. Following this, she arrived at the inn, where rooms could be rented, with varying prices corresponding to different levels of service. Sully is quite tempted by the most affordable temporary accommodation, which offers bathing, laundry, and simple meals for just 10 survival coins. However, as always, her finances are tight. She longs for a shower. Her hair has become so greasy that it could serve as a helmet. Sully sighed for a moment, then proceeded to the pawn shop. A pawn shop, as the name suggests, is an establishment where items are redeemed and exchanged. Upon entering Zurich, one discovers merely a platform within, where upon placing items, an appraisal ensues. Should one acquiesce to the valuation, the items may be reclaimed, converted into survival coins. I ponder what wares I might possess to sell. Perhaps I shall first examine the recycling prices. Sully accessed the pawn shop interface. Basic materials, with a maximum exchange limit of 100 units per cycle, are as follows. Would cost 0. 5 survival coins. Stone also costs 0. 5 survival coins. Elemental fragments are priced at 15 survival coins. Iron ingots at 2 survival coins. And a 2-handed iron sword at 10 survival coins. The 2-handed iron sword, priced at 10 survival coins, requires 10 iron ingots and 1 whetstone to craft, making it more economical to sell the components separately. Sully casually remarked as she continued to observe the shattered gemstones worth 50 survival coins. Wow, these gemstones are indeed the true treasures of value. If the shattered ones are worth 50 points, just imagine the worth of the intact ones. Sully began to salivate, clearly impressed by the high-priced items mentioned in the introduction. My initial investment seems to have been a wise choice. He possessed 9 shattered gemstones, which could be exchanged for a total of 450 survival coins. However, Sully recalled that in the game, gemstones were typically used for enchanting. Thus, he hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether it might be wiser to retain them. Yet, he quickly reconsidered. Matters concerning the future could wait, and it was imperative to prioritize immediate financial survival. Reflecting on his previous experiences with roguelike games, he remembered that without sufficient stats and transitional support in the early stages, one would often find themselves restarting before reaching the later phases. He decided to rest for the night and, upon awakening, thoroughly examine his belongings and compile a list of essential items. There was an abundance of items available for purchase with survival coins, and he needed to deliberate carefully. Given the current harsh living conditions, it was crucial for him to manage his resources with great precision to ensure his continued existence. Sully returned to her train, lay down fully clothed, and soon succumbed to slumber. Suri did not set an alarm and continued to slumber until 8 o'clock in the morning. Upon awakening, she first indulged in a hearty breakfast before embarking on her bustling errands at various shops. Suri continually peruses the array of services and goods offered by various establishments, meticulously contemplating her own needs. To be candid, I desire all of these items, yet my finances are regrettably constrained. Sully gazed longingly at the array of goods before him. After much contemplation, he made his way to the bookstore and purchased a volume entitled The Survival Guide for Train Game, 20 Survival Coins. This book encapsulates the fundamental knowledge of timeless survival games set within the context of trains. The content is succinct. Sully completed it in merely 10 minutes, yet found it to be exceedingly useful. Now, to attend to the matter at hand, he decided to utilize the invitation letter to summon a teammate. Eager to discern their needs, Sully arrived at the temple, a place imbued with solemnity, surrounded by an array of deities, all unfamiliar to her. Beneath each statue lay an altar, where offerings could be made in hopes of receiving the blessings of the divine. However, Sully was not yet prepared to present her offerings. According to the guidelines of survival, sacrifices to the gods must be approached with utmost caution. Should one offer something displeasing to the deity, a curse may ensue. Moreover, the relationships among the gods are intricate. If one has previously made offerings to deity A, proceeding to sacrifice to B, who harbors animosity towards A, could very well result in a curse or even divine retribution. Thus, it is prudent to familiarize oneself with the interrelations among the pantheon before making any offerings. Traversing the path under the watchful gaze of the gods, Sully reached the heart of the temple, where 2 altars stood. To her left, a red altar dedicated to healing beckoned. Sully approached the altar and offered her survival coins. Upon sacrificing 10 survival coins, she was bestowed with the healing of her scratches, the infection of her wounds, and the strain in her muscles. Sully let out a sigh of relief. He feared that he might have contracted rabies, thus opting for a more reassuring treatment through the system. Previously, he had observed a pack of hyenas, one of which was drooling, appearing rather unintelligent, which heightened his concerns about potential illness. Confirming his health was a relief, and the expenditure of those 10 survival coins felt justified. Once that matter was settled, Sully proceeded to another altar. This altar was black, adorned with the image of a balance scale. Sully took out the invitation from the underworld that she had previously obtained and reverently placed it upon the altar. It was evident that divine beings truly resided here, so it was prudent to maintain an attitude of respect, as she had nothing to lose. Once the invitation was set upon the altar, it ignited spontaneously, turning to ashes. Subsequently, a notification from the system appeared before Sully. You have activated the resurrection altar. You may spend 100 survival coins to send an invitation and summon a soul to be resurrected, becoming a member of your train. It has been detected that you have utilized the underworld invitation. This invitation is complimentary, and the summoned soul will not count towards the total number of resurrections. Sully's heart swelled with excitement. Obtaining the invitation to the underworld had proven fortuitous, not only saving her 100 survival coins but also not occupying a precious quota. The cost of resurrection is determined by the number of slots available. The first member requires 100 survival coins, the second 500, the third 1,000, with prices escalating thereafter. Notably, invitations do not count towards the resurrection slots. Thus, if he invites a soul using an invitation, the next resurrection will still commence from the initial 100 survival coins. Once the invitation takes effect, Sully begins to outline his conditions for recruitment. Firstly, the team must operate under my leadership, and no actions detrimental to me or my team will be tolerated. as I reserve the right to expel any member. Secondly, all collected items and spoils will belong to me and will be distributed at my discretion. Lastly, I will not compel any member to face death, nor will I enslave them. Having established these three stipulations, Su Li closes his eyes. Suddenly, he experiences a sensation of falling, prompting him to open his eyes in alarm. Before him stand four grand doors, each adorned with distinct symbols. One features a chalice illuminated by radiant light, another depicts a figure with outstretched arms, a third shows a person in anguished screams, and the last presents overlapping silhouettes. In an unexpected turn, the previously consumed invitation materializes before Su Li, subsequently descending upon the overlapping figure. This particular invitation hails from the Misty Kingdom, with the random domain being the underworld. Please enter the Misty Kingdom and recruit your members. Following the guidance, Su Li entered the gate of the realm known as the Country of Mist, adorned with the silhouette of a figure overlapped in its design. Upon entering, she discovered that the name was indeed fitting, for a thick fog enveloped her surroundings. "Ah, over there." Suddenly, Su Li heard a man's voice. Following the sound, he beheld a rather fashionable gentleman, adorned with sunglasses, seated before a fire, idly stirring the flames with a stick. "I am the guide here. Time is of the essence. Hasten to locate the person you seek." After speaking, the man suddenly chuckled. "You possess quite an intriguing soul." "Ah?" Su Li was somewhat bewildered. Who was this person, exuding such an air of arrogance? Could he be my golden finger? Is my golden finger the old man residing within the ring? Though I am indeed of considerable age, I am not an old man, the man remarked, continuing to poke at the fire without casting a glance in Su Li's direction. "Choose swiftly. This is the underworld. Lingering too long is unadvisable for the living." All right, Su Li responded eagerly. The ability to read minds, coupled with such ostentatious behavior, undoubtedly indicated he was a figure of great significance. Finding the man amiable, Su Li tentatively inquired, "May I ask how to address you, esteemed one?" "Just call me the sunglasses man," he replied, casting a glance at Su Li. "You are amusing. Allow me to offer you a word of caution. This is the Misty Land. The four great underworlds are the realms of the four deities of the underworld. They harbor different souls according to their preferences. The deity of the Hall of Heroes favors those who aspire to greatness, regardless of their moral standing. As long as one displays ambition and achieves remarkable feats, they shall find favor with him. Heroes, anti-heroes, saviors, and even murderers can find their place there. He is one who appreciates distinct personalities and delights in chaos. The Misty Land serves as a refuge for the vanquished. In battles and conflicts, there will inevitably be those who falter. Yet, the bravery and resolve of these failures often go unnoticed. Because they have failed, their deeds may remain unknown. However, the divine does not forget. The gods acknowledge their contributions and grant them a resting place befitting their former glory. That is the essence of the Misty Land. As for the remaining realms, the tranquil abode in hell, there is little to discuss. The deities governing them are benevolent, gathering unruly souls according to their moral alignment. Thus, do not fret over the capabilities of those here. These are all warriors recognized by the divine. Hurry and make your choice, then depart. Even the most interesting company can become tiresome after a while. With that, the sunglasses man retrieved a cigarette, igniting it with a burning twig. Inhaling deeply before exhaling a cloud of smoke in a perfect ring, Su Li politely remarked, "Understood, esteemed one. Thank you." After extending his greetings, Su Li turned his attention to the interview. Following the system's guidance, he articulated his conditions, which elicited numerous responses. The sheer volume of replies left Su Li uncertain about whom to select. He decided to first exclude the older men from consideration. Su Li, motivated by selfish intent, eliminated a considerable number of individuals. Indeed, he could not deceive his second brother. Rather, he yearned to form a team with an attractive female companion. Subsequently, he focused on selecting those proficient in archery and firearms, specializing in ranged attacks. Su Li continued her selection process. It was imperative that the team included ranged attackers. They could not rely solely on slingshots in the future. Consequently, the pool of candidates diminished even further. It was at this moment that Su Li's gaze fell upon a girl, not because of her beauty, but rather due to the small boy's avatar that accompanied hers. Sophia Blavatsky, female. 18 years old Ivan Blavatsky, male. 12 years old. Su Li reminisced about the rules she had previously encountered, noting that minors would often appear beside their relatives. Thus, if one were to choose this woman, would it be a buy one get one free scenario? Could both siblings participate? Su Li pondered, feeling somewhat perplexed. If that were the case, It would indeed be quite advantageous. An additional individual would mean extra strength. At the age of 12, one is already capable of contributing. The man tending the fire casually remarked that it was a buy-one-get-one deal, teasingly inquiring if she had taken a liking to both. Indeed, she replied, yet expressed her apprehension about the prospect of bringing along a troublesome child. The man in sunglasses discarded his extinguished cigarette into the flames and cautioned, "Do not underestimate the meticulousness of the god of the underworld." Suli comprehended that this boy also embodies the divine definition of a warrior. He must have displayed remarkable courage in his lifetime. After a moment of contemplation, Suli resolved to choose these two individuals, opting for a buy-one-get-one free offer. The bonus being a person endorsed by a deity. What a lucrative deal. Once the decision was made, Suli awaited for a brief period, after which the system delivered its notification. As Suli's vision faded to black and then returned, she found herself once again within the confines of the temple. However, upon the altar lay two bodies, tattered and incomplete. The girl's form remained relatively intact, while the boy was merely a half-figure. The pair, a brother and sister, were none other than Sophia and Ivan. Radiant light ascended from the altar, lifting the two corpses into the air. Within this illumination, Suli witnessed the final moments of their lives. The setting they occupied was a frozen forest, and behind them loomed two men wielding crossbows. The men laughed maniacally, releasing their bolts as if toying with small creatures. The scene was fragmented, yet Suli discerned that Ivan had used himself as bait, allowing Sophia to strike down one of their assailants. In a desperate act, Sophia, despite sustaining injuries, leaped into the frigid waters alongside the man. The unfortunate Ivan, who survived, encountered a foraging bear. Exhausted from evading his pursuers, he suffered a brutal fate as the bear shattered his arm and spine, all the while watching helplessly as the creature feasted on his innards while he was still alive. Yet, Ivan bided his time, waiting for the bear to lean in closer, preparing to devour his heart and lungs. With his last vestiges of strength, he thrust the jagged remnants of his arm into the bear's eyes, blinding the wild beast, only to be met with the wrath of the bear as it crushed his skull. My goodness, this is no mere child. This is a warrior in the guise of a boy. In the realm of the extraordinary, the young boy appeared to possess strength that rivaled even his own. Yet, with his delicate features, reminiscent of a scholar, it was hard to fathom the courage he harbored within. Truly, he was a warrior acknowledged by the divine. At that moment, the resurrection ritual had concluded. Both individuals' bodies had been restored, their once pallid complexions now flushed with vitality, their garments mended as well. They gently descended to the ground, their eyes fluttering open. Ivan clenched his fist, then turned to his sister, who wore an expression of disbelief. Overcome with emotion, he embraced her tightly, tears streaming down his face. Sister, we have truly been resurrected. This is wonderful. Sister, Sophia, seemingly at a loss for words, tenderly caressed her brother's golden hair. It was a profoundly moving moment. How I wish I could be included in this joy. As Suli contemplated this, she refrained from interrupting the two. After a considerable wait, Sophia finally guided her brother down from the altar. Apologies for the delay, conductor. I am Sophia Blavatsky, and this is my brother, Ivan Blavatsky. From this day forth, we shall serve as your train attendants. Very well, let us discuss matters outside. This is not the place for casual conversation. The three of them made their way outside, where a few chairs were arranged in the square. Suli joined the two on his seat. Allow me to introduce myself as well. I am Suli, a resident of the Flame Summer. I have just traversed a fragment of a world, and my current train rank is level 1. From this day forward, you shall be my companions. Suri extended her hand, and Sophia clasped it briefly. Suri perceived the presence of calluses on certain areas of Sophia's hand, curious about what practice had forged them. As for myself, I was once a mere student, lacking in skills, yet through diligence, a modicum of knowledge, and a stroke of luck, I managed to survive the first realm. However, with the game's update, I sense that sustaining my existence with my current abilities poses a significant challenge, necessitating the support of others. Thus, I have summoned you. Now, please share the status of your progress prior to your demise. What skills do you possess? And do you have any unique blueprints? Sophia and Ivan exchanged glances. And Sophia began. Before I entered this game, I was a hunter. I am adept with the bow and arrow, capable of crafting traps, and proficient in firearms. We were betrayed on the 4th day, leaving us unaware of the game's updates. We had some supplies, but they have long since vanished, leaving us with naught but the initial resources we had upon entering the game. My initial resources included 3 maps, along with blueprints for a wooden hunting bow and arrows that I traded for. Upon Sophia's conclusion, Ivan added. My initial resources consist of blueprints for a basic planting box. Suddenly, Suli's eyes brightened upon seeing the novice planting box, a splendid treasure. With a planting box and access to purified water, all concerns about sustenance vanished. I am utterly enamored with the industrious young golden retriever, who not only possesses a planting box but also contributes to our endeavors. Excellent, excellent. Welcome to our midst. With the planting box and my water purifier, the pressures of sustenance have significantly diminished. Suli was so exhilarated that she felt as though she might take flight. The blueprint for this basic planting box costs 200 survival coins at the bookstore. Furthermore, what purpose does that map serve? Can it reveal all the resources and treasure chests? Even before nightfall, Suli had already begun to daydream. Sophia shook her head and produced 3 maps, saying, Conductor, you may examine them yourself. Suri picked up a map, which was entirely blank. The basic map, when utilized, would reveal a rough representation of the fragmented world within a certain range, along with the location of your train. Beside it lay a used map, and upon opening it, Suri discovered that it indeed offered a fundamental depiction. It lacked markings for various minerals, resembling a satellite image. Nevertheless, it conveyed a wealth of information. For instance, to the west of this map, there existed a city, while to the east lay a large lake, accompanied by the distribution of several forests. Quite satisfactory, it provided a considerable amount of information. Suri was content, as this item was unavailable in the shop, making it impossible to purchase. How about I take you on a tour of our train? Suli inspected her train and the stockpile of supplies alongside 2 companions, serving as a morale boost for the new members. While Sophia remained indifferent, Ivan gazed in astonishment at the dog meat among the provisions. Conductor, have you slain a wolf? Suli chuckled and said, Just call me Sue. No need for the formalities of train chief. This is dog meat, naturally sourced from the canine itself. It is a trophy from the beast tied. Suri briefly elucidated the updates in the game and remarked, The horde I encountered consisted of a pack of hyenas. I vanquished them all and thus acquired these spoils. Suri, you are truly formidable, Ivan exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with admiration. Suli is immensely benefited. If this were a comic, she would undoubtedly be radiating with brilliance by now. Fortunately, it is mainly due to the application of some clever strategies. Suli gently patted Ivan's head, remarking on the boy's charm, whether genuine or feigned. His smile was delightful, exuding a comforting aura. As for the authenticity of his innocence, that would reveal itself in due course. Conversely, Sophia possessed a somewhat aloof demeanor, seemingly disinclined to engage in conversation. Nonetheless, her beauty was undeniable, overshadowing any shortcomings in her character. At this juncture, it is essential to comment on the appearance of these 2 siblings. Both Sophia and Ivan were fair-haired and blue-eyed, suggesting their Slavic heritage, though Suli did not inquire about their specific nationality. Their striking looks were such that Suli was instantly captivated by Sophia. Standing at approximately 160 centimeters, Sophia emanated a doll-like delicacy and fragility. Ivan, nearing 150 centimeters, was on the cusp of matching Sophia's height, and one could envision him blossoming into a cheerful and affable young man in the future. After introducing her train, Suli led the 2 back to the table in the square, where she began to outline her plans for the future. Time was of the essence. At 6 a.m. the following morning, they were to embark on their journey to the next world. Thus, it was imperative to determine how best to fortify their train while still in this realm. Suli briefly introduced herself and then remarked that this was a splendid opportunity for everyone to explore the wares offered by the various shops. Sophia nodded in silence, while Ivan, with a serious expression, hurried into the store to examine the available goods. Suli glanced at the clock, noting that in 2 hours, she would gather them all back. You have all reviewed it, haven't you? Suli inquired. Seeing both nod in acknowledgement, she continued, Then allow me to share my thoughts. Suli made her decision known, and the 3 of them conferred briefly, adding a few supplementary points before embarking on their course of action. Suli arrived at the factory and located the desired project on the self-service terminal. First, he purchased a recipe for the LV2 train upgrade plugin, 100 points. The recipe for the LV2 train upgrade plugin requires 100 wood, 100 stone, 50 iron ingots, 30 copper ingots, 10 silver ingots, 5 fire element shards, and 5 water element shards. In the guide, Suli had come across blueprints ranging from level 2 to level 6, obtainable from black iron chests, albeit with an exceedingly low probability, far inferior to the card drawing rates in mobile games. Furthermore, within these black iron chests, the priority of these blueprints falls beneath that of basic tool blueprints. until one has acquired the blueprints for essential tools such as the iron hammer, axe, shovel, pickaxe, and sickle. The recipe for these advanced blueprints will remain elusive. Consequently, no one in the entire world has ascended to level 2. On one hand, the possibility of finding the 6th black iron chest is slim, given their scarcity. On the other hand, the time constraint is significant. The game has only commenced for 7 days, and players have yet to develop the capacity for extensive treasure hunting. The rooftop water storage device can hold 5 cubic meters, equivalent to 5 tons of water. However, water in the storage unit can spoil over time, and enhancing the device's performance through upgrades can mitigate this issue. The conditions for upgrading include a train and a carriage at level 1, alongside the necessary materials: 200 units of wood, 50 iron ingots, 100 stones, and 50 survival coins. Water is perpetually insufficient, not only for drinking but also for daily living. Who wouldn't desire a warm shower after a day of toil? However, a drawback arises in the complication of filling the unit with water, and the added attachment, a pumping device, necessitates plastic. Unfortunately, Sully lacked this material and had to forego the upgrade. He then made his way to the bookstore. The blueprints he sought included the furnace blueprint, 10 points, the hammer blueprint, 10 points, the iron pot blueprint, 10 points, and a beginner's swordsmanship manual, 100 points. After acquiring these, Sully headed straight to the shop. With the planting pot in hand, it was time to consider seeds for cultivation. The seeds he purchased included potato seeds, 5 points, tomato seeds, 5 points, cotton seeds, 5 points, and wheat seeds, 5 points. Potatoes serve as both a staple and a vegetable, while tomatoes boast high nutritional value. It is said that the reason some people casually drink from the Ganges is due to the fortifying properties of tomatoes and onions. Wheat is a primary food source, and cotton was considered for future clothing and bedding needs. There may come a time when survival in glacial conditions necessitates thick garments. Furthermore, cotton has an additional, often overlooked purpose. It can be used to manufacture bullets. Indeed, cotton can be transformed into nitrocellulose, which is instrumental in the production of gunpowder, a fact Sully gleaned from a chemistry exam. Having secured the seeds, Sully opened the resource selection box left by the beast tide and chose 100 survival coins. Subsequently, he purchased 2 water element fragments and 4 earth element fragments from the market at a price of 25 survival coins each. The water element fragments are intended for crafting a basic water purifier, while the earth element fragments are essential for constructing a planting box. The requirements for a basic planting box include 20 units of soil, 20 units of wood, and 1 earth element fragment. The recycling price for element fragments at the pawnshop is 15 survival coins each, while the purchasing price is 50 survival coins each. Currently, there is a significant demand for survival coins, resulting in a robust purchasing power within the trading market. After completing the procurement, 200 survival coins remain. Sully then arrived at the training ground and opted for basic swordsmanship training, costing 100 survival coins. It is wise to enhance one's strength with available resources before anything else. Sully refrained from sharing his survival points with his new teammates, as these points were scarce in the early stages and were earned through his own efforts. Spending them on himself was wholly justifiable. In the blink of an eye, Sully vanished from his original location and found himself in an expansive, open space. Before him stood an imposing instructor, marked by a scar on his face and a physique that exuded an intimidating presence. Haha, greetings, novice. This opportunity comes at a price. You have only 3 days, and every moment is invaluable. Here, you shall not experience fatigue, thirst, drowsiness, or hunger. However, conversely, you will not attain any growth in strength. What you can take away will solely be techniques and the muscle memory you develop. Without further ado, let us commence your training. What would you like to learn? The one-handed sword? The thrusting sword? I wish to learn both the two-handed and one-handed sword techniques, Sully promptly replied. Very well. We will focus on the two-handed sword and the one-handed sword techniques, correct? 3 days will suffice to impart some foundational knowledge. Remember to engage in daily practice once you return. After the instructor's admonitions, he began Sully's sword training in the vast space. He emphasized the importance of the fundamental grip on the sword, not to grasp it too tightly, but to maintain a certain degree of looseness, determining when it is more advantageous for the left hand to be on top for generating power and when the right hand should take precedence. They delved into the most basic footwork, discovering how to move in a manner that enhances the comfort of wielding the sword, and how to control the force of one's strikes to maximize the impact of each technique. The instructor even elaborated on the philosophy of swordsmanship, why it is crucial to regulate one's strength, the significance of the phrase "the sword and strength must unite," and the implications of delivering a deep cut versus a heavy blow, as often referenced in textbooks. This fearsome-looking instructor meticulously deconstructed the foundational principles of swordsmanship for Su Li, imparting knowledge piece by piece. Su Li has gained a deeper understanding of close combat and swordsmanship, with one person earnestly teaching and the other diligently learning this fundamental knowledge. While not overly profound, has been enriched by Su Li's innate aptitude. Although 3 days of practice may not suffice, he has at least grasped the correct training methods and the direction for his future practice. This realization is paramount. "Excellent, you have learned well over these 3 days," the instructor remarked, giving Su Li's shoulder a reassuring pat. "Your civilization is under scrutiny. The path ahead will not be easy. Ensure you live well." Upon hearing these words, Su Li was taken aback and hurriedly inquired, "Are we being targeted? Do you mean the coach calculated the timing perfectly, uttering this statement just seconds before the return?" Before Su Li could finish her question, she vanished from this space. The instructor, observing Su Li's departure, stretched his shoulders but was soon warned by someone. "Do not engage the trainees in trivial conversations." I merely find certain individuals distasteful, employing underhanded tactics," the instructor remarked nonchalantly. "If they possess true capability, they should compete honorably. Yet, lacking ambition and fearing the rise of other civilizations, they resort to despicable methods. Ugh, it's repulsive. However, they have not violated any rules. It is merely one of the strategies within the game. Then what of it? I find them revolting. I am already dead. Am I not entitled to vent my frustrations?" The instructor grumbled, and suddenly, a humanoid figure appeared before him. The instructor quickly composed his expression and greeted, "Greetings, novice." As Su Li regained her composure, she found herself back at the transit station. Glancing around, she noticed that her train was still undergoing repairs at the factory. Not far away, Sophia and Ivan were engaged in conversation. Recalling the instructor's unfinished words, a sense of urgency washed over Su Li. Was our civilization under scrutiny? How vexing. It would be wise to refrain from spreading this information, lest the unseen puppeteer take action against me. Taking a moment to gather her thoughts, Su Li stepped out of the training ground. Upon seeing her return, Ivan enthusiastically waved at her, exclaiming, "Welcome back, Su." "Oh," Su Li acknowledged with a nod, then proceeded to stretch her body, sensing a subtle change. Was this the sensation brought about by muscle memory? After moving around a bit, the feeling of discomfort vanished completely. Su Li casually approached the two individuals and seated herself beside them. "What are you discussing?" she inquired. "The compartment," Sophia replied succinctly, "as our space is insufficient." Su Li glanced at Ivan and inquired, "So, are you contemplating acquiring another carriage?" This is indeed a notion worthy of consideration. In this game, there exist 3 avenues to obtain a carriage. The first involves utilizing items. By unlocking a carriage limit with survival coins, one may then purchase a carriage. The second method is through upgrading. Every time the train's level reaches a multiple of 5, an additional carriage limit is granted. The third approach pertains to recruiting members. Each member relinquishes their identity as a train leader, thereby forfeiting the fundamental limit on carriage quantity. This limit is subsequently transferred to the train leader. However, should a member perish, there remains an option to reclaim the limit posthumously, serving as a safeguard against the exploitation of carriage limit quotas. Upon receiving the Sophia siblings, Su Li naturally found herself with an increased limit on the number of carriages. However, there was no point in contemplating it, as we cannot afford to build one. Su Li shrugged, noting that the first new carriage would require 500 units of wood, 300 units of stone, 200 ingots of iron, and 500 survival coins, a sum far beyond our means. Indeed, we are aware of this, which is why we are deliberating on ways to acquire a bit more survival currency and to alleviate our current pressures. Ivan explained that 15 square meters was still too cramped. Even storing boxes took up considerable space, and with 3 of us living inside, it had become rather congested. This was undeniably true, especially with the presence of a smelting furnace and a forge, leaving us with insufficient room. Su Li concurred, stating that our immediate priority should be to construct a new carriage. We ought to at least establish a restroom, after all. We cannot simply halt the train every time nature calls. Previously, during our long drives exceeding an hour, Su Li had to resort to opening the door and relieving herself outside, a rather liberating experience. Speaking of which, the paper Su Li used in the restroom was none other than the leaves of trees. She had even contemplated cooking the leaves and bark, only to discover later that they were toxic, hence she refrained from consuming them. The leaves had proven quite resilient, making them suitable for their intended purpose. Moreover, we must not overlook the necessity of planting. Ivan lamented that each planter, once created, would occupy 1 square meter. We intended to craft 4, amounting to 4 square meters. Currently, our train contains 11 storage boxes. Although these boxes can be stacked, the interior height of our carriage is less than 3 meters, allowing for only 2 layers, resulting in an additional 6 square meters of occupied space. There is also the smelting furnace and the forge, each taking up 2 square meters. This leaves us with merely 1 square meter of usable space. Not accounting for the yet-to-be-produced planters, we currently have only 5 square meters of living space, which must also accommodate a table and chairs. Suli had spent the previous nights sleeping at the table. Upon reflection, it became clear that living in this 5 square meters with 3 individuals was indeed quite uncomfortable. The introduction of planter boxes would render habitation impossible. After voicing his concerns, Ivan sent Suli a screenshot, indicating that he had found a promising solution. Suli glanced at the screenshot sent by Ivan. The small external cargo container, a compartment attached to the rear of the train, featuring 100 slots, each capable of holding 99 identical materials. Required materials: wood 50, stone 50, iron ingots 50, survival coins 50. Upon observing the materials, Suli realized that he could indeed extract them. It seemed that this particular item had escaped his notice previously. The factory was inundated with numerous projects, leaving him quite overwhelmed. This method appeared to be quite effective. Suli nodded appreciatively as his storage capacity surged by 9,900 units, allowing him to eliminate the storage box. Upon inspecting his supplies, he noted he had sufficient wood and iron ingots, yet his stock of stone was lacking. He ventured to the trading post, where the current exchange rate for wood and stone was 3 units of wood for 2 units of stone. Suli traded for 26 units of stone and proceeded to the factory to initiate construction. Glancing at his remaining resources, he sighed, lamenting the expenditure. I now have merely 50 survival points left. It seemed prudent to replenish his stock of wood and stone, though these 2 resources were quite commonplace. While iron ingots were rare commodities, even if he encountered shortages of wood and stone in the future, he could always trade iron ingots. In the shop, iron ingots were priced at 20 survival points each, a staggering tenfold increase over their recycling value. Consequently, the trading price established among players in the manual was set at 36 units of wood for 1 iron ingot. Any higher, and it would be more advantageous for individuals to purchase directly from the shop. Was this sufficient? Suli hesitated, contemplating the remaining 145 units of iron ingots as he gazed at 2 training courses valued at 200 survival points each. Reflecting on the accelerated pace of the game, he steeled himself and declared, "Let us do this." He accessed the trading post and entered the trading interface. 1 iron ingot was listed at 5 survival points, whereas the shop's selling price was 10 survival points per ingot, with a recycling price of 2 survival points each. The market price fluctuated between 4 and 5 survival points. Suli opted to post a relatively high price. Suli perused the items available for purchase and ultimately decided to sell 100 units of wood at the pawn shop, acquiring 50 survival coins, which allowed him to gather a total of 100 survival coins. It was not until 10 p.m. that the 60 transactions he had listed were finally completed. At this point, he possessed 400 survival points. "Sophia, could you come here for a moment?" Suli called out to her. "Train conductor, did you call for me?" Sophia approached and inquired softly, her voice steady and soothing. "I have accumulated 400 survival coins, sufficient to purchase 2 training courses," Suli stated succinctly. "Please consider what you would like to choose. What are you planning to select?" "Conductor?" Sophia responded with a question. "I intend to choose the warrior class," Suli replied. He was self-aware, recognizing that while he had managed to enter a prestigious university through 3 years of diligent effort following a moment of epiphany, he was not suited for the role of a mage. It was wiser to opt for the warrior class instead. "A warrior, then I shall select the archer class. I have always been a hunter and possess some knowledge of shooting," Sophia answered. "Very well. Inform your brother and proceed with the basic archer training. I must take my leave now." Suri awarded Sophia 200 survival points, and then opted for basic warrior training. This training differs significantly from swordsmanship training. The latter solely focuses on the art of swordplay, while this is a vocational training that does not hone combat skills but rather instructs one on how to become an extraordinary professional. As Suli's vision darkened, he found himself in the familiar training grounds once more. However, this time, the instructor was not the scarred man from before, but rather a seemingly aloof and handsome gentleman. "Shall we begin?" The instructor inquired with a stern expression. "We may commence, instructor." Suli promptly stood at attention and nodded. "It will be arduous and require your utmost focus," the instructor advised. "First, let me help you perceive what magical energy is." Thus began an unceasing week of instruction, lasting for 7 days. At 5 o'clock in the morning, a figure flickered into the square. It was Suli. He exhaled deeply, stretched his limbs, and then, following the breathing techniques imparted by his instructor, he began to draw in the magical energy from the air. Ivan, who had noticed Suli's return, chose not to intrude upon this moment. A few minutes later, Sophia also appeared in the square, and like Suli, she settled down to practice. Half an hour later, Suli opened his eyes, exhaling with relief. "I've succeeded in my breathing technique. The past week has not been in vain." After some light exercise, he sensed a significant enhancement in his physical strength. This method of cultivation felt akin to a transcendental journey, absorbing energy to fortify the body. Over the week, he had gained much under the guidance of his instructor, acquiring a wealth of foundational knowledge in the extraordinary arts and even learning a skill, the magical energy slash. The only drawback was that the training results could not be entirely retained. Only experience and muscle memory could be carried forth. It felt as if he had merely dreamt, his body devoid of fatigue. Soon after, Sophia completed her own training. She too stood up, stretching her body, feeling refreshed and unwearied. "What have you learned?" Suli inquired. "Magical energy shooting, but alas, I currently lack sufficient energy to execute it," Sophia summarized. Upon hearing this, Ivan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? Then sister, you have become a superhero?" "I cannot fly yet," Sophia replied, ruffling her brother's hair. "But I can now protect you better." "Well, sister, I have decided that I want to protect you. I will change my vocation to become a guardian." Sophia glanced at Suli with anticipation, and he instantly understood. To become a guardian, one must possess knowledge, which requires attending classes, and classes entail tuition fees. The financial authority rested in Suli's hands. "Perhaps next time. This time, I lack survival coins. Ivan is also my teammate, and I will not allow him to fall behind," Suli promised. This boy was both obedient and courageous, deserving of proper cultivation. "All right, it is now 5:30. Time is of the essence. Let us hasten to breakfast, for we must depart shortly." The group then divided their tasks, with Sophia and Ivan preparing the meal while Suli headed to the factory to collect their modified vehicle. The new train had been elevated slightly, presumably for the water tank's placement, which Suli found quite satisfactory. This arrangement will not encroach upon the interior space of the vehicle. Trailing behind is a four-wheeled iron chest measuring 3 by 3 by 3, with a 1 by 3 platform adjacent to the point of connection with the train, surrounded by a railing. A sliding door has been installed at the rear of the train's front section, which, when opened, reveals the exterior iron chest. Suli tapped on the iron box, sensing its lack of sturdiness. Beyond that, everything remained unchanged. After parking the car, he alighted to partake in a meal. Today's fare did not consist of roasted meat. Instead, he employed a newly crafted iron pot. The iron pot required 3 iron ingots. Today marked the day of their venture into the new world. To imbue the occasion with a sense of ritual, Suli opened 2 bottles of drinking water and subsequently added 2 pounds of dog meat, some salt grass, and a bit of brown algae. After concocting a large pot of soup, Suli realized they lacked bowls. This was easily remedied. 1 portion of dog meat could be exchanged for 4 wooden bowls. Trading away the dog meat was not an issue. These items had a short shelf life due to the absence of refrigeration. He still had 22 pounds of dog meat, which would spoil faster than it could be consumed. As for the taste, Suli found it utterly unpalatable. The hyena meat was quite distasteful, as were the salt grass and brown algae. However, Sophia and Ivan did not complain, finishing their meals thoroughly. It was Suli who struggled, taking quite a while to finish due to the unappetizing nature of the dish. Once all 3 had consumed the soup, they began to tidy up, preparing to depart. Their first task was to organize the items within the cabin and transfer everything from the storage box to the truck bed at the back. After the transfer, the car contained only 2 black iron storage boxes, stacked one atop the other, housing essential items such as food, water, elemental shards, and various tools. The train's front now had 3 doors, one on each side and one at the rear. Ivan fashioned a makeshift curtain from weeds to enclose one of the doors, designating it as a temporary restroom. During the train's journey, everyone could relieve themselves directly outside. The forge and furnace were positioned in the left and right corners, while a simple workbench served as a table near the window, accompanied by 3 chairs. The layout was exceedingly compact, making it rather cramped for living. Yet, given the current conditions, there was little choice in the matter. Sully made a resolute decision. The next time, he would certainly produce the compartment. Moreover, the materials for the 4 planting boxes had all been prepared. Nevertheless, they were currently uncertain whether they could secure sufficient water resources, hence they refrained from commencing the planting. Just as Sully was about to toss a handful of salt grass into the mix, Ivan called out for him to halt. "What is it, Ivan? Have you discovered something?" Sully inquired with curiosity. Ivan nodded. "This salt grass has not yet been placed into the storage space, correct?" Sully reflected that this salt herb was plucked on the 7th day, beside the train, and had been left outside without being placed in storage. "Indeed. How did you discover this?" Ivan remarked. "I found that this salt herb is still alive." "Ah, alive?" Sully observed the salt herb in his hand with curiosity. "Yes. It shows signs of sprouting. Please hand me the salt herb, Sully." "All right, here you go. What do you intend to do with it?" Sully inquired with interest. Ivan carefully retained the salt herb, then produced a wooden bucket, filling it with the soil that Sully had previously excavated, and poured saline water over it. After completing this task, he explained, "Sully, you mentioned before that this plant thrives in saline alkali soil and can absorb salt for growth. I believe that if we lack a stable source of salt in the future, we might rely on this plant to obtain it. I observe that it is a succulent, which can be propagated through cuttings. Should we encounter saline alkali land or the ocean again, we might cultivate it using seawater. This way, we would establish a more reliable source of salt." Sully pondered for a moment, recognizing a semblance of reason in the notion, albeit the likelihood of its application seemed minimal. Yet, there lingered a fear of the unforeseen. In such an event, it could prove to be a lifesaver. Thus, he resolved to keep it, as it required little effort. While the 2 men conversed, Sophia had already disembarked from the train, thoroughly inspecting both the exterior and interior before returning to the carriage. Once their dialogue concluded, Sophia spoke up. The inspection revealed some scratches on the left side, with paint chipped away, potentially compromising its corrosion resistance. "Is that so?" Sully exclaimed, taken aback. He had never considered this hidden peril. "Now I understand why the factory offers painting services. It all makes sense." He resolved to be more vigilant in the future. Unfortunately, this discovery had come too late. Funds had been exhausted, leaving no time to trade for survival currency. Sophia nodded and settled into a chair, gazing out the window. Lost in contemplation, her presence reminiscent of a captivating painting. As Sully pondered over this, he recalled his own predicament. He had not bathed for several days. Yet his odor was tolerable, as the 2 companions had not expressed any disdain towards him. After all, they were resurrected beings, impeccably clean. Even their garments restored to pristine condition. Sophia donned loose-fitting jeans and a cozy sweater, paired with sturdy leather boots, clearly attire designed for labor. Ivan, on the other hand, was dressed in more casual attire, presenting a stark contrast. This disparity made Sully, who appeared rather tattered and worn, feel somewhat self-conscious. Initially, he had contemplated taking a bath, but the scarcity of survival currency deterred him from visiting an inn for such a luxury. Now that everything was prepared, it was time to embark on their journey. As the clock struck 6, a black vortex materialized before Sully. Subsequently, new options appeared on the train S-control panel. Time is up. Players are required to select a world fragment to enter within 1 hour. The formal game instructions indicated the following modifications concerning world selection. 1. Players must choose 1 world to enter from a selection of 5, comprising 4 randomly generated worlds and 1 previously explored world. 2. Players may expend survival currency to anchor a specific world. They may re-enter this world an unlimited number of times before its destruction, with each entry still necessitating survival for 7 days. 3. The maximum number of anchored worlds is 3, and it cannot be increased. Each anchoring increases the cost, capping at 100 million survival currency. 4. Apart from anchored world fragments, a player may enter a single world fragment a maximum of 3 times. After that, entry is no longer permitted. 5. During the world selection period, trading and chat functionalities are disabled. 6. This set of rules has been incorporated into the manual for repeated reference. Sully conveyed this news to 2 individuals, who exchanged glances before Sophia inquired, "Shall we venture into another realm? Is it safe?" Sully contemplated for a moment and decided against it. The previous world was somewhat bereft of resources, lacking both water and sustenance. Although it was safe, development was arduous, and the pace of the game had accelerated too quickly. We must venture forth to gather more resources, lest we be dragged down by those level 6 individuals. I held a fleeting curiosity about the mountains I had previously neglected, yet I ultimately dismissed the thought, sensing it bore little value. Moreover, I had come to realize that our civilization was being scrutinized. We must hasten our development, Sully pondered. Thus, let us choose the new world. Sophia nodded in agreement, and then fell silent once more. Sully shrugged and tapped the screen. The rules vanished, revealing 5 swirling vortices. The first vortex was surrounded by descending crimson particles, reminiscent of a scorching salt flat. The second vortex was adorned with drifting snowflakes. The third vortex was encircled by playful waves. The fourth vortex was enveloped in murky sludge. The fifth vortex was surrounded by swirling azure winds. What should I do? Which one to choose? Sully turned to her companions for guidance. The salt flat was out of the question. The second vortex with snowflakes suggested a frigid environment. And they lacked suitable winter attire. What could they do there? Would they merely huddle around a fire for warmth? No way. Sophia and her brother nodded in agreement. They had previously endured an icy realm, where staying warm had been a significant challenge. Next was the option of the seaside or the open sea. Can you swim? Sully inquired. I can, though not proficiently. Ivan cannot swim at all, Sophia replied. I can manage a bit. But the idea of swimming in the ocean is somewhat daunting, Sully lamented. She wished for the ability to communicate openly, to glean information once others ventured in. The waves were a definite pass. None of them were particularly adept at swimming, and the ocean's unpredictable nature posed too many risks. This was not a survival scenario on a raft, where one could fish for debris. This was a train. And the collection of resources would necessitate either an island visit or a dive into the depths. As for the fourth vortex of sludge, mud, swamps, and tropical rainforests were fraught with dangers, venomous snakes, crocodiles, and a myriad of toxic insects, not to mention the omnipresent mosquitoes. Just the thought made her skin crawl. The fifth option, the fierce winds, seemed like a viable choice. Sully set the tone, presenting a choice between the tempest and the sea. Personally, I lean towards the tempest. However, with a map at our disposal, we can meticulously chart our course over the ocean and gather supplies from the isles, making the sea a viable option as well. I have no objections, Sophia replied. Ivan hesitated for a moment before attempting to express his thoughts. I am rather reluctant to choose the sea. I cannot swim. In venturing, there would be a burden. In the realm of the tempest, at least I could be of some assistance. Suri glanced at Ivan. And after contemplating the potential risks they might encounter at sea, she clicked her tongue and decided it would be best to venture into the world of the tempest. The ocean posed too great a peril for them. Let us not forget that we ultimately must confront the beast tide. What if the beast tide consists of monstrous creatures from the sea? Engaging them would be quite a daunting challenge. Sully made a decision that both parties had no objections to. Surrounded by the vastness of the digital realm, Sully selected the world of tempestuous winds upon the screen. Subsequently, the swirling vortex before the train underwent a transformation, morphing into a spiraling tempest. Ivan ignited the flames, the boiler roared to life. And following a resounding blast of the whistle, Sully set the train into motion. With a sense of trepidation enveloping the trio, the train plunged into the swirling maelstrom. As was customary, after a few moments of enveloping darkness, clarity emerged before Sully and her companions. Upon entry, the wind surged through the crevices of the windows, producing an eerie, howling sound. Zuri gazed at the display screen of the control panel, which revealed the state of this world. You have entered a new realm, Wuthering Heights. Current world energy level, 0, 4. Challenge level, 1. An energy level of 0. 4 signifies the presence of only a scant few beings capable of wielding extraordinary powers. Our fortune seems favorable as it does not exceed 0. 5, indicating that the most formidable entities here have yet to reach the silver tier. Fortunately, the energy level has not randomly escalated to 1, which would imply that beings with extraordinary powers would become rather commonplace. The challenge level of 1 indicates that only well-trained soldiers from Blue Star, equipped with weaponry, can hope to survive in this environment. The difficulty of the challenge has significantly intensified. Under normal circumstances, humans from Blue Star would only encounter fragments of worlds with an energy level of 0 and a challenge level ranging from 0 to 0. 5. Damn. May those 5 individuals meet their demise swiftly. Sully cursed under his breath, reduced the train's speed, and then produced a map. It was none other than the initial item of Sophia, the basic map. After Sully utilized the map, vast expanses of yellow-green emerged in the previously blank areas. The map now resembles a satellite image. Suri glanced at the expanse of the map, noting that each edge measured approximately 20,000 kilometers. Our vehicle's maximum speed is 100 kilometers per hour. Thus, If we were to travel nonstop for a week, we would cover merely 16,800 kilometers. Considering the time spent in pauses, this approximates to a journey of nearly 2 weeks. With a radiant smile, Sully exclaimed, "What an excellent prop." The three individuals scrutinized the map, noting that their train was positioned at the very bottom, traversing from south to north. The information presented on the map was rather vague, revealing only some obvious features of the landscape. This included vast expanses of forests, substantial rock formations, as well as lakes and rivers. Sully scrutinized the map for a while and suddenly noticed a rather peculiar location on the far left, nestled amidst a mountainous terrain. It appeared as a patch of blue-violet on the map. Could it be a lake? Sully mused aloud. Ivan glanced over and deemed it unlikely. The image was too indistinct. It felt as though there might be something worthwhile to explore, and if it turned out to be disappointing, they could always make a swift retreat. Sully made a resolute decision. The current circumstances no longer permitted caution. In a world where choices are made to maximize one's potential, it is prudent to lean towards boldness. However, in terms of the path chosen, one must seize every opportunity to gain strength swiftly. If I proceed this way, it seems I must travel day and night to reach my destination by the final day. Is it worth it? Never mind. I shall first venture forth and assess the situation. Yet, this route appears to lead into the mountains. Ivan uncovered an oversight. It was not merely between the mountains, but rather descending underground. "Let me take a look," Sully remarked as he examined the railway route on the map. Indeed, it was as he suspected. However, before entering, there seemed to be a town nearby and a fork in the road. "We shall evaluate the situation, and if it appears unfavorable, we shall change our course." Thus, they decided to first take this path, then proceed along that one. The three of them, particularly Sully and Ivan, were continuously planning their route and calculating their journey. Sully meticulously carved a ruler from wood, measuring the ground repeatedly. Having finalized the route, Sully activated the train. The Level 1 train had a standard speed of 80 kilometers per hour, which was not particularly swift. Inside the train, Sully perused a bestiary. Discovering the existence of monsters, this knowledge would serve as their power against such creatures. Ivan and Sophia observed the scenery outside. According to their plan, they needed to travel for 1 hour, then choose the left direction at the fork, and continue for another 2 hours before stopping. As time passed, the wind outside grew increasingly fierce. Sully set his book aside and gazed out the window. The map depicted a landscape of plains intermingled with mountains. The ground was sparsely vegetated, predominantly comprised of yellow earth. The wind howled, sweeping the yellow dust into the air, casting a hazy glow outside. "If only we had goggles," Sully lamented. "I searched the manual earlier, but found no mention of goggles for sale," Ivan replied as he flipped through the pages. Sully gently patted the golden retriever's head. This little fellow was truly a source of comfort, eagerly volunteering for every task. Meanwhile, Sophia was engaged in the process of melting glass, all in pursuit of crafting a rudimentary water purifier. The materials required for this basic purifier included 5 units of glass, 10 iron ingots, and 1 shard of water essence. The glass could be produced by smelting quartz. Suri possesses merely 6 pieces of quartz, having exchanged 4 flints with another for an additional 4 pieces of quartz. 2 pieces of quartz can be transformed into a single glass. Once the glass is produced, it becomes possible to craft a rudimentary water purifier. Within Suri's domain, there remains 30 liters of peculiar monster water and 120 liters of saline alkaline water awaiting purification. They traveled in silence until nearly noon, just past 9 o'clock. Ivan glanced at the map and felt they were nearing their destination, then called out, "Suri, it is time to stop." "All right." Sully came to a halt at the train station. At this moment, the wind outside had lessened slightly, yet it still blew at a force of around 6. Enough to make the tall trees sway. Walking against it was somewhat laborious, but still manageable. Their initial destination was a grove adjacent to a valley. Perhaps due to the prevailing winds in this area, the trees grew densely, providing ample opportunity for Sully and the others to gather resources. Sophia and I each wielded an iron axe for felling timber, while Ivan, you should scout the surrounding area for any wildlife or treasure chests. Ivan pursed his lips and insisted, "I can chop wood too. I am even stronger than my sister." Sully cast a glance at Ivan, who stood at a mere 150 centimeters, his voice still possessing the high-pitched quality of a child, untouched by the changes of puberty. "I am aware of your ability to fell trees, but we require a lookout, a scout to explore the surroundings, as well as a porter. When the moment arises that demands swift action, I shall compel you to act, whether you desire to or not." Yet, in the absence of dire circumstances, Sully wished to extend care towards the young one. Perhaps it would be more prudent for two adults to undertake the physically demanding tasks, while the child could serve as the scout. Although this role may not be physically taxing, it holds significant importance. Ivan, despite his youth, displayed considerable cleverness. By the way, did I instruct you both to stow a stone in your backpacks? Have you done so? Sully inquired hastily, feeling the wind's force impede his movement, prompting him to extract the stone and cradle it in his arms, for it was quite heavy. Ivan seemed to want to say more, but upon noticing Sully's unwavering gaze upon him, he pressed his lips together and simply uttered, "Thank you, Brother Sue." With that, he fell silent as the three of them ventured outside. The wind outside was indeed fierce, stirring small pebbles into the air. When these fragments struck their bodies, they stung. As Sully and Sophia ventured into the wooded area, each wielding an axe, they commenced their lumberjack task. Once the felling of trees began, Ivan dashed deeper into the forest. The expanse of trees was immeasurable, and Sully and his companions had agreed upon a time frame, 2 hours of relentless chopping, after which they would promptly proceed to their next destination. After a considerable duration of labor, Sully found himself pausing intermittently. The trees here were significantly larger than those he had encountered in the saline and alkaline fields. The trees in those fields were merely the thickness of an arm, while here, the trunks boasted a diameter of approximately 30 centimeters and towered about 6 meters high. Felling such a tree demanded considerable exertion. Each one yielded 5 pieces of lumber, 2 branches, and between 0 to 1 unit of resin, alongside 0 to 1 acorn. It was then that Sully realized these trees were a type of oak. Resin, flammable, preservative, and adhesive, it holds numerous applications in various syntheses. Acorns, bitter yet rich in starch. The resin was indeed a valuable find, as it could serve as an adhesive for crafting wooden bows. The wooden hunting bow required 5 units of wood, 2 units of adhesive, and 1 bowstring. Thus, the resin could be classified as an adhesive. Acorns, edible and long-lasting, further fueled Sully's motivation to fell more trees. Moreover, after a week of rigorous training and having begun to tap into extraordinary abilities, his strength and recovery had markedly improved. He found himself more adept at chopping, working with greater speed and efficiency than before. After some time, Ivan suddenly approached with a beaming face. He had discovered a wooden treasure chest. "Sugo, I found a treasure chest. Haha, what splendid luck. A fortuitous start." Sully hurried over, but as he prepared to take his turn at opening it, he hesitated. "My luck doesn't seem too promising. How about you open it, Ivan?" "Me? Open it?" Ivan queried, surprised. "Yes, you open it. Every time I open one, it was merely the baseline reward," Sully replied, a hint of disappointment evident on his face. He had thought himself quite fortunate to always receive blueprints, only to realize, upon consulting the guide, that he had consistently obtained the minimum rewards. "All right, I'll give it a go," Ivan said, scratching his head before proceeding to open the chest. Upon opening it, they discovered 4 supplies. Much like the black iron chests, it contained 3 basic supplies and 1 special item. However, black iron chests were known to yield superior treasures with a richer pool of rewards. They received 5 units of charcoal, 5 copper ingots, 5 mangoes, and 1 round shield. A round shield? Sully retrieved the shield from the chest. It was crafted from wood and enveloped in leather, adorned with a ring of iron along its perimeter. Sully lifted the shield and gestured with it in his hands, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. The shield restricted his wrist movement, rendering him unable to wield his sword with both hands. "This is for you," Sully declared, tossing the round shield to Ivan. "I wield a 2-handed sword, and your sister uses a bow. There's no need for this. You might as well keep it. It will serve you well for self-protection while scouting outside." Ivan was deeply touched and did not hesitate to accept it. He understood that if the other 2 could not make use of the shield, it was better for him to have it. In the event of a confrontation, he could position the shield at the forefront, allowing his elder brother and sister to attack freely. "It seems I will need to strengthen my muscles," Ivan murmured to himself, then began to gather the supplies that had fallen to the ground. He was determined to fulfill his role as a porter. Sully and the silent Sophia spent 2 hours in their endeavors. Sophia felled 19 trees while Sully brought down 27, culminating in a total of 46 trees. They harvested an impressive bounty, 230 branches, 92 resin, and 36 acorns. After felling the last tree, the 2 returned alongside Ivan, who had also discovered various items within the grove: 12 stones, 11 berries, 21 weeds, and 10 clods of earth. During their leisure moments, the children diligently dug up considerable amounts of soil in preparation for crafting planting boxes, demonstrating that their contributions were by no means inferior to those of their companions. Ivan had already undertaken numerous trips to transport the gathered wood, ensuring all was stowed away within the train. Once the three had organized their findings, they activated the train, setting course for their next destination. As the clock struck 11, the train continued its journey, while Suli's rudimentary water purifier was completed. Suli took it out. This object stands 1 meter tall and has a cylindrical shape. It is a rudimentary water purifier. When water is poured inside, it consumes charcoal to purify the water source. Efficiency: each portion of charcoal can purify 10 liters of water. Purifying 2 liters daily seems insufficient. 2 units yield merely 4 liters, which feels rather inadequate. Suli lamented. 4 liters of water only amounts to 8 bottles of mineral water. For individuals engaged in strenuous physical labor like him, the water consumption is considerable. He also wishes to boil some hot water for bathing each day. He contemplated finding a way to acquire 2 more in the future. Suli opened the manual, intending to peruse the whimsical antics of fellow netizens. However, upon opening it, she was met with an announcement. The system notification indicated that her original channel had been merged with several others due to a decline in its active population, which had fallen below 10,000. Ah! The dreaded merging of servers, she thought, a bittersweet realization washing over her as she reflected on the grim statistic. Within just 7 days, over 90,000 had perished in their region alone. It was likely similar in others. If one considered this ratio against the global population of 9.8 billion, it painted a terrifying picture. Almost 9 billion lives extinguished. Yet, the reality was more nuanced. In their region, there was a figure named Lin Feng, who exploited the situation by selling dubious water for a mere 10 milliliters, ensnaring many with his deceptive wares. People, in a moment of folly, purchased his tainted water, driven by the allure of rare blueprints, only to part with 100 grams of bread and 100 milliliters of water in exchange. Lin Feng, a gluttonous creature, consumed only blueprints and resources, trading scarcely any finished products. Everything crafted from those blueprints remained exclusively in his possession, resulting in a stunted development for their region, marked by significant casualties. However, they were not the sole victims of such devastation. Other regions governed by different system administrators also suffered grievously. Notably, in the realm ruled by the probability hint system, there was a character named Su Xing, who, under the moniker Doom's Herald, eliminated anyone sharing survival strategies that threatened his business, subsequently raiding a multitude of treasure chests using the hints he received. Conversely, in certain areas, individuals shared survival tips and formed various mutual aid groups, mitigating their losses considerably. As the train continued its journey, the wind outside grew increasingly fierce. The grit and debris in the wind collided with the train, producing a delightful crackling sound. Sophia gazed out at the tempestuous gusts for a while before expressing her concern about the wind's intensity and the potential damage it could inflict on the train's components. A valid point, indeed. Suli shared her apprehension. "Does anyone know how to repair a train?" she inquired, but both remained silent, shaking their heads. Suli let out a sigh. "If it proves unfeasible, I shall devise a train repair plugin, a contraption capable of directly rectifying the issues of the train. This is the preliminary blueprint, accessible to all. The materials required are minimal, allowing for the restoration of durability for level 0 to 1 trains. When a train encounters difficulties, it is fundamentally a matter of diminished durability within the system. Players have the option to rely on their own technical skills for repairs or to utilize the system's assistance with durability restoration items. This is precisely what Suli finds intriguing. The system presents 2 choices. One is to engage hands-on, employing knowledge to create. This route demands a certain level of expertise and craftsmanship, though it requires fewer materials. With proficient skills, one could produce items superior to those crafted by the system. The alternative is to expend greater resources and enlist the system's aid in manufacturing. The drawback lies in the limitations of blueprints and the higher material consumption. Most players opt for the system's assistance due to its convenience. Without the system, Suli and the others would have to cut down trees and spend considerable time processing the felled logs, which would also need to be left to dry for a period to eliminate moisture. Unlike now, where everything can be accomplished in a single step, transforming into uniformly sized dried timber, saving an immense amount of time. After pondering for a while, Suli absent-mindedly scratched his neck and then picked at a bit of dirt under his nails. Suli's expression turned one of disdain. Feeling uncomfortable, she sighed. "I really want to take a shower. Are we there yet?" Ivan glanced at the time and replied, "No, we still have an hour until we reach our destination." How frustrating. Sully sighed once more, then began crafting wooden barrels. After producing 5 more barrels, they now had a total of 20. All in preparation for what lay ahead. With patience, Sully perused the monstrous compendium for quite some time until the train veered onto a different path, finally arriving at their destination. It was now 1 p.m. "We've arrived," Ivan exclaimed with palpable excitement, gazing at the small lake on the left, which mirrored the map precisely. Sully was struck by the significance of the map. With it, they could meticulously plan their route, seeking timber in the forest or water by the lake. Without the map, they would flounder aimlessly like a fly. The map proved to be an exceptional asset, truly deserving of its designation as a unique reward, Sully mused. The so-called unique reward was something Sully had encountered in the guidebook. The game offered subsidies for those traveling with children or the elderly. The initial rewards found in their cardboard boxes were particularly abundant. Children were more likely to produce exceptional blueprints, while adults tended to acquire items beneficial for survival. Thus, Ivan possessed the blueprint for a basic planting box, and Sophia had obtained 3 powerful foundational maps. These were invaluable tools in the early stages. As for the later stages, the most significant challenge would be confronting the monsters, rather than scavenging for resources. The utility of such maps would diminish. Who would still rely on these basic supplies in the later stages? Was exquisite metal no longer appealing? Or was elemental wood not desirable anymore? Frankly, this game did evoke the essence of a survival game, rather than one of annihilation, Sully observed. If he reflected on certain survival novels from his previous life, the protagonists, despite their advantages, often struggled tremendously. It seemed that apart from the fortunate main characters, few could survive. Strangely, the NPCs appeared to be inexhaustible, as if they were perpetually respawning. After indulging in such whimsical thoughts for a while, Sophia brought the vehicle to a halt. The train nestled beside a lake in a valley. To the left of the lake lay the train, adjacent to a stretch of grass. On the right side of the lake, a valley was adorned with towering trees. Truth be told, Sully felt more like a tourist than a participant in a survival game. Yet, he dared not underestimate this place. He did not believe the system would permit a leisurely respite. Pushing such thoughts aside, he decided to survey the environment. They planned to remain here until 11 p.m., after which they would set the train in motion, traveling throughout the night to reach their next destination by 6 a.m. the following morning. The journey ahead necessitated relentless travel, ensuring they would arrive promptly at the blue-purple location marked on the map. Sully had a peculiar feeling that the azure and violet expanse before her was undoubtedly a splendid place. As the train came to a halt, Sully and her companions alighted. To the right of the train lay a serene lake, while to the left sprawled a patch of low-lying grass. Sophia surveyed the surroundings and suddenly remarked to Sully, "Conductor, there are no solitary trees here." Sully was taken aback, pondering why there seemed to be no solitary tree in sight. Not a single one. Trees typically clustered together in groups of at least a dozen. Sophia succinctly explained that, in the wild, most of the trees were lightwoods. Lightwood? Sully repeated the term, feeling a sense of familiarity. They can grow up to 7 meters in a year. Sophia added, continuing, aside from the vast forest of oak, the trees that tend to grow in clusters in the wild are primarily lightwoods, and their height generally ranges around 6 to 7 meters. Sully's expression hardened. This information indicated that beyond the expansive forests, the surrounding area was dominated by lightweight timber that had only been growing for approximately a year. There were no signs of trees that had matured for 2 years. A simple deduction reveals that the solitary groves outside could only have existed for a single year, and once that year elapsed, they would inevitably be obliterated. It seems that the storms in this region possess a formidable intensity. Sully speculated that a powerful storm swept through this area annually, devastating a cluster of small groves outside. Observing the height of the lightwood, it seemed that the time for such an event was drawing near. Was it mere coincidence that they arrived just in time for the storm? Sully chuckled lightly. Isn't that obvious? System, you wretched thing. As usual, go gather supplies. Sophia, fetch some water. Today, fill our 5-ton water tank to the brim. Ivan, as always, please exercise caution and search the surrounding area. I shall venture further afield to chop some wood. Sophia, inspect the water. If it appears to be ordinary lake water, instruct Ivan to construct 4 planting boxes and sow the crops. Selina sprinted towards the forest, axe in hand. This was undoubtedly the most efficient method available at present. They possessed only 20 barrels, sufficient for one person to transport. The involvement of additional individuals would merely squander time, unless more wooden barrels were procured. However, procuring more barrels necessitated timber, 10 units of wood for each barrel. Thus, acquiring an excess of barrels would be somewhat imprudent in terms of resource management. Previously, a greater number of barrels was required to store water, but now, with the advent of water tanks, barrels had become redundant. Each barrel could hold 10 liters of water. So 20 barrels equated to 200 liters, whereas the water tank boasted a capacity of 5 tons, or 5,000 liters. When calculated, it became apparent that Sophia would need to make 25 trips back and forth, which would indeed be quite exhausting. Surpassing nearly 3 kilometers, Suli arrived beside the woods. Whereupon she commenced the task of felling trees. This time, the trees in this vicinity appeared not to be oaks, thus acorns did not scatter. Suli felt a twinge of disappointment. Suli swung his axe methodically, felling a tree with remarkable efficiency. In no time, he had brought down a tree, and by now, he had chopped down over 100, establishing himself as a skilled laborer, with the ability to discern the type of wood. He could bring a tree down in just 5 precise strokes, conserving both his strength and the durability of his axe. After working diligently for a while, he paused as the clock struck 6 in the evening. In total, he had successfully felled 31 trees, and he found himself too fatigued to continue. Suli returned to the vicinity of the train and discovered Ivan already igniting the fire to prepare a meal. Inhaling the aroma, he recognized it was the last portion of bird meat, which should be consumed soon before it spoiled. "Sue, you're back," Ivan exclaimed excitedly upon seeing him. "Just wait a moment. The meal will be ready shortly." "Oh, thank you for your hard work." Suli glanced into the pot and noticed some vegetables mixed in. "What are these vegetables?" he inquired. "I foraged them from the woods," Ivan replied cheerfully. "I'm not certain of their names, but I assure you they are edible. I've eaten them before." Suli was deeply moved. These two teammates were truly treasures. The little one even knew how to gather wild vegetables, a testament to their hunter lineage. Suli returned to the train, placed the timber down, and then noticed that the black iron storage box, specifically designed for food, contained an abundance of items. Wild vegetables, 7, berries, 20, honeycombs, 4, hemostatic herbs, 2. Wait, honeycombs? Suli rushed outside and exclaimed to Ivan, "Goodness, my friend. You've managed to obtain honeycomb." Ivan, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head and replied, "I discovered it in a hollow tree. I lit a torch to smoke the bees away and then collected a small amount. Gathering just a little won't provoke the bees." It was then that Suli noticed a slight swelling on Ivan's face, a clear indication that he had been stung. "How do you feel? Does it hurt?" Suli inquired with genuine concern. "Next time, please refrain from such actions. We lack any medicine, and if the sting proves severe, we would be left to await our fate. It's not worth it for a mere taste of honey." When Suli spoke these words, he genuinely meant them. A mere drop of honey hardly warranted such a considerable risk. I possess experience. Yet, experience alone does not suffice. Even those who can swim have drowned. Suli's expression was grave, for he understood that Ivan's current enthusiasm stemmed from the belief that he was a burden. However, to speak candidly, this young lad is certainly not a liability. He has already rendered valuable contributions to the team. Should such behavior persist, I shall have to resort to violence. After Suli issued a warning to Ivan, she turned around and encountered a young girl holding a bow, who was gazing at her with a gentle smile. "Where did you get that bow?" Suli pondered, bewildered. "Did you trade for a bowstring?" "No, I made the bowstring myself," Sophia replied, shaking her head as she settled by the campfire. "I do not engage in private trading." Impressive, Suli commended, deftly steering the conversation away from trade. Here, both Ivan and Sophia held Suli's authority in high regard. For instance, whenever they acquired something, they would first inform Suli, refraining from clandestine exchanges. They only partook in meals after Suli had begun eating, which truly made Suli feel respected. Consequently, her satisfaction with the duo grew. After dinner, Suli produced ripe mangoes, one for each of them, a gift from the system. "We must consume these swiftly," she urged, "and remember to save the seeds. We might try to cultivate them later. I adore mangoes and watermelons." With that, she eagerly peeled her mango and indulged in its sweetness. The siblings exchanged glances before joining in. This straightforwardness further endeared them to Suli. They accepted her invitation to eat without any pretentiousness or flattery, resembling unsociable workers. Once they finished the mangoes, Suli turned to Sophia and inquired, "What did you use to make the bowstring?" Sophia, pausing from her half-eaten mango, replied, "It's made from dried weeds. The system dried them, and they possess considerable toughness, which I wove into the bowstring. I attempted to craft arrows, and the system approved." "That is excellent. With bows and arrows, hunting will become much easier." If we manage to catch larger game, we can utilize sinew in place of arrows. However, the elasticity of the weeds is insufficient and the bow lacks power. Sophia shook her head, explaining, the bowstring does not require elasticity. It merely needs to be resilient. The bow's strength comes from its limbs. Understanding dawned on Suli as she absorbed this information. After discussing the bows and arrows, she shifted to the matter of water. How much water do we have stored? Is it safe to drink? Sophia continued, the water tank is now full. It is ordinary lake water, which can be purified using the filtration device you created earlier. Boiling it will make it safe for consumption. She then sent Suli a screenshot detailing the lake water. Ordinary lake water, containing various aquatic organisms. It is advisable not to drink it directly. This was indeed good news, as it alleviated concerns about their water supply. In survival games, as long as one avoids polluted waters, the issue of obtaining drinkable water is generally manageable. Suri swiftly accessed the trading interface, seizing the opportunity to list her wares while few had discovered the water source. Upon opening, Suli discovered that someone had already listed lake water and successfully lowered its price. After calculating the potential profits, he felt that the returns were not substantial. Consequently, he abandoned the idea of trading. He then turned his attention to Ivan, inquiring whether the basic planting box had been completed. It is done, Sugu, Ivan replied, sending several screenshots. I have already planted the crops. Suli perused the screenshots sent by Ivan. Potatoes, 6 days to maturity, yielding seeds after 1 day. Tomatoes, 11 days to maturity, yielding seeds after 2 days, with the possibility of harvesting every 4 days thereafter. Cotton, 10 days to maturity, yielding seeds after 2 days. Wheat, 15 days to maturity, yielding seeds after 2 days. Insufficient light and water conditions may delay maturity or even lead to withering. Such rapid growth? Suli felt a surge of joy upon reading this information. It seemed to be the result of that elemental fragment. However, this situation posed a challenge, as the train space was becoming increasingly limited. To ensure adequate sunlight, Ivan positioned all 4 planting boxes by the window. Yet they still fell short of the required light duration. At least they would not wither. Silently, Suli noted the planting house in his memo. After finishing his meal, he hurried back to continue chopping trees, unwilling to relinquish a single moment. Meanwhile, Ivan wandered around restlessly, stating, with such a substantial resource point, it seems improbable that there isn't a single treasure chest. I must have overlooked something. Suli did not allow him to wander far, for he would need to keep watch during the night. Around 8 o'clock, it would be time for him to rest. Sophia tested the hunting bow she had crafted, finding its strength quite commendable. She then took out the arrows, inspecting them with great care. The arrows produced by the system were of exceptional quality, far beyond what she could create herself, albeit at a considerable resource cost. Sophia's arrow recipe called for iron-tipped arrows, necessitating the use of iron during production. The system's arrows required 1 unit of feather, 1 iron ingot, and 1 unit of wood. If crafted by hand, she could produce at least twice the quantity. However, the time saved from forging and shaping the arrow shafts made it worthwhile. After arranging the arrows, Sophia began to stroll along the lakeshore. This lake was quite expansive, and based on Sophia's experience, there were surely prey in the vicinity. Earlier, while fetching water, she had glimpsed the fleeting shadow of an animal in the distance. She approached the spot where she had seen the animal's shadow, scrutinizing the ground closely. It was a deer, of medium size, though its species remained unknown to her. Sophia surveyed her surroundings. Where there were deer, predators surely lurked nearby, necessitating caution. Drawing on her experience, she discerned the general direction in which the deer were heading. At that moment, she was positioned downwind, allowing her to move closer with minimal noise. Sophia meticulously followed the tracks and droppings, pursuing her quarry. After some time, she spotted several deer grazing amidst the trees. Narrowing her eyes, she identified a particularly suitable target and began to inch closer. Having previously practiced, she felt confident in her ability to strike true with her superior arrows. As she closed the distance, Sophia keenly noticed the ears of a few deer twitching. Something had startled them, and regrettably, she had hoped the wind would allow her to approach even nearer. Nevertheless, this distance was sufficient. Drawing back her bowstring, she aimed for the deer's abdomen. Holding her breath, she relished the sensation of becoming one with her bow. Then, she released her fingers. The sound of the arrow's flight was nearly silent, and it struck the deer's abdomen with precision. The startled deer awakened instantly, but instead of calling out, they leapt away from the spot in alarm. Sophia lowered her bow, unperturbed, for she knew the deer was near death. The arrow had pierced both lungs. The wound inflicted by the arrowhead would continue to bleed profusely, leading the deer to succumb to its own blood. The other deer, seemingly unaware of the danger, gathered around the stricken one, curiously inspecting the arrow embedded in its side, appearing quite perplexed. The wounded deer, exhausted, could no longer stand, collapsing to the ground as its head slowly drooped. "Are you not leaving yet?" The group of deer appeared somewhat foolish, seizing the opportunity presented by their folly. Sophia did not hesitate to draw her bow once more. After a while, Sully, having felled a few trees, glanced around to ensure no one was in sight, then shed his garments and plunged into the water to bathe and wash his clothes. Lacking soap and a scrubbing cloth, he resorted to scratching his skin. His complexion had darkened considerably since his time in the saline land, where the skin on his neck and nose had been scorched away. Fortunately, during his recovery at the transit station, his skin had healed, leaving him merely with a deeper tan. Just days prior, his face and neck had been covered in peeling skin and swelling, giving him the appearance of someone exposed to radiation. After scrubbing for a while, Sully felt some relief from the itching, especially on his scalp. He had never experienced such dirtiness in his life. Once clean, he began to wash his clothes in the lake, tirelessly working to remove the salt stains. "This shirt of mine, drenched in sweat time and again, dries, sweats, and dries again, has become so fragile that it tears at the slightest friction. It's utterly infuriating." After a considerable effort, he finally finished washing. By this time, night had fallen completely. He gathered the wood he had cut and proceeded towards the train. Upon reaching its side, he was met with a waft of metallic scent, the unmistakable odor of blood, which made him tense. He cautiously drew his twin swords and approached the train with care. "Who goes there?" Before he could get close, he heard Sophia's voice. It's me, Sully. What is happening?" "The stench of blood is overwhelming." "It's the conductor," she replied. "I was careful with my footsteps, fearing there were intruders." Sophia clearly exhaled in relief. Sully approached the front of the train and discovered Sophia dismantling a deer. "Where did this deer come from?" "Did you hunt it?" Sully exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, I did. I hunted two. One has been dismantled, yielding 20 units of venison, 2 deer hides, and a tendon. I find it somewhat wasteful to let the system process it, as the deer's entrails are an excellent source of vitamins. Therefore, I intend to do the disassembly myself." "There's no need for that. Instead, while you are dismantling it, make sure to preserve the liver." Sully promptly reminded, "I came across this in that guide. You two might want to take a look at it later." "Is that so? I'll give it a try," Sophia replied, ceasing her dissection of the venison. Instead, she closed her eyes and silently willed to retain the liver and fat before proceeding with the disassembly. Upon completion, she obtained 10 units of venison, 1 unit of liver, 2 units of deer fat, 2 pieces of deer hide, and a tendon. A look of astonishment crossed Sophia's face. Such a technique existed. Indeed, this was implemented to cater to the diverse dietary preferences of players, ensuring they could retain desired items. However, the trade-off was a slight reduction in the amount of meat acquired through the normal disassembly process. Nevertheless, it remained quite advantageous. The tanning of leather, on the other hand, was considerably more troublesome. After stating this, Sophia decided to keep all the venison, as she planned to transform some dog meat and a portion of the remaining venison into jerky, which would help extend their shelf life. "You carry on. I need to make several trips to gather the chopped wood," she added. "By the way, where's Ivan? He's already asleep. We'll need him to drive later tonight, so let him rest a bit longer." Sully continued to run back and forth, chopping wood and transporting the materials until nearly 11 in the evening, when he finally paused. Upon returning, he noticed that Sophia's hair was damp, indicating she had taken a bath. The wind outside began to pick up, and Sully and Sophia climbed into the vehicle, turning off the horn before starting the train. It was evident that Ivan was truly exhausted, as the train's engine did not rouse him. Observing Sully's fatigue, Sophia suggested, "You should rest first. I will wait a little longer. At midnight, I will wake Ivan to take over." "That sounds fine. Just remember to sleep early and don't neglect yourself for your brother's sake," Sully advised, reminding her that he was already an adult and needed to act as one. However, working a night shift was merely a trivial matter for someone of their age. "I understand," Sophia nodded. When the alarm rang, Sully awoke groggily. Upon waking, he discovered that Sophia was asleep beside him. At that moment, her face bore none of the previous calmness. Instead, she appeared somewhat silly, lying on her side without a pillow, in a rather enchanting pose, and drooling slightly. Sully nearly burst into laughter. Once she stifled her amusement, she noticed Ivan, who was engrossed in a book. Hearing Sully rise, Ivan set his book aside. Brother Sue, you're awake. Yes, good morning. Where are we? Upon speaking, Suli glanced out the window, where dawn was just breaking. It was a little past 5, approaching 6 o'clock. Ivan closed his book and remarked, It's not ideal for observation at night, but I just spotted a river. After cross-referencing with the map, I have essentially determined our location. We are here. And it will take approximately another half hour to reach our destination. All right, thank you for your hard work. Suli affectionately patted the golden retriever's head. Take a rest. I'll prepare breakfast. After we eat, you can relax. After a simple morning meal, Suli and Sophia disembarked. Their current stop was yet another wooded area, with the objective of gathering timber. They spent the morning collecting wood, traveled at noon, and returned to the forest in the afternoon for more timber collection. On the third day, they arrived at a riverbank where they replenished their water supply. During this time, they exchanged a discarded grass rope bowstring and 10 arrows for a fishing rod blueprint. Sophia opted to repurpose deer sinew to craft a new wooden bow, which was significantly stronger than the previous one. Delighted with her new toy, Suli attempted to fish in the river but was soon outsmarted by a fish. In a fit of frustration, she leaped into the water, only to discover a black iron-level treasure chest while swimming in the current. She joyfully retrieved silver ingots, 5, cloth, 5, corn seeds, 3, and a weaving machine blueprint, 1. What a treasure! Now I can make clothing. As she felt the fabric, which was pure cotton and totaled 5 meters, she realized it was sufficient for garments. Unfortunately, none among the three of them possessed the skills to sew. At this moment, they would have to rely on the assistance of online acquaintances. Upon entering the chat room, Suli discovered that everyone was engaged in discussions about their respective worlds. Previously, it had been established that all individuals in this chat room had selected the same world. I am utterly exasperated by this watery realm. Upon entry, the train travels across the surface of the sea. It's quite disorienting. Just yesterday, I encountered a storm that caused the train to plunge into the water, and I expended a considerable amount of resources to reset it. What? There is such a function? I had no idea. Whose brilliant idea was it to have the train traverse the ocean? Our icy world is equally challenging. It is engulfed in ice, and resources are exceedingly scarce. My daily routine consists of chopping wood and burning it for warmth, over and over again. My hands are now afflicted with frostbite. However, at least you can engage in ice fishing. I once saw a screenshot from a fellow who had cut a hole in the river, and the fish were foolishly jumping right up. Ice fishing, my foot. Finding a frozen river is not as simple as that. This place is riddled with mountains and blizzards. One can never know when it might all come to an end. Why haven't we heard from our friends in the swamp? Perhaps they have perished. The toxins are overwhelming. And why are there no voices from those in the storm world? Perhaps they are indulging in their comforts. How I wish I had chosen the storm. Yet, the system told me it was full. I had no choice but to select the ocean. The storm world appears splendid, just a bit windy, nothing more. The fiercest winds cannot uproot a tree. It's merely the calm before the storm. Our world is undoubtedly brewing something significant. Otherwise, why are there no tall trees? Only short ones abound. I can't help but chuckle at this recurring rhetoric. Truly, the storm world is delightful. Trees, water, and animals. All that is missing are minerals. We have caverns in the storm world, and within them lie minerals. How envious I am. I firmly believe that the storm world is far from safe. The energy level and challenge rating in this world are the highest among the 5 realms. It defies logic that a higher challenge rating equates to greater comfort. It seems everyone perceives this world as rather simple. Yet Suli concurs with the notion that this world is certainly concealing something monumental. To date, the strongest wind has only reached level 6, which contradicts Suli's earlier predictions. Thus, Suli is now contemplating altering her route. Perhaps it would be wise to seek refuge underground. Certain paths in this world lead subterranean, and sheltering from the storm below ground would undoubtedly be safer than braving the elements outside. Shaking her head, she decided to postpone that consideration for the moment and first address the matter of clothing. Dear esteemed individuals of Zurich, might I inquire if there are any skilled tailors or those proficient in garment creation among you? I have acquired a modest quantity of fabric from a treasure chest and wish to craft some clothing. Indeed, I am a tailor. However, I currently lack the necessary tools. If you would kindly provide me with the fabric, I shall create it for you. After some time, Suli observed that some individuals immediately proclaimed, "Send it to me, and I shall assist you." Their credibility was akin to claiming, "I am Qin Shi Huang." After an extensive search, she finally discovered a source that appeared somewhat reliable. Wang Tong mentioned that he possessed a blueprint for a set of everyday attire, which comprises a top, a pair of trousers, and an outer coat. One complete outfit requires 2 units of fabric. Certainly, let's have a private conversation. In Costa Rica, this individual began to negotiate prices. The counterpart's demands were rather straightforward. He sought sustenance. Although the selection of food was limited due to preservation conditions, Costa Rica was still quite willing to offer some provisions for trade. The two parties deliberated on the exchange. Costa Rica proposed 2 units of venison in exchange for 2 sets of garments. The counterpart first traded 2 iron ingots for 2 pieces of fabric, after which Costa Rica exchanged 2 iron ingots and 1 unit of meat for a single set of clothing, repeating this process twice. The current dilemma is, to whom should the garments be given? Suri undoubtedly required a new outfit, as his current attire had become tattered and worn. He needed a complete change. After some deliberation, the siblings decided to offer the spare set to Sophia, reasoning that she, having engaged in physical labor, was in greater need of fresh clothing, while Ivan's workload was comparatively lighter. Once the exchange was made, Suri eagerly donned his new attire. The ensemble was quite ordinary, consisting of a simple black casual outfit that, while unadorned, was tailored impeccably, offering a comfortable fit. After putting on the jacket, Suri showcased his new look with a flourish, asking, "What do you think? Do I look more dapper?" "Indeed, you do, Suri. You appear as if you were in your early 20s, came the enthusiastic response. "Really?" Suri exclaimed in astonishment as he turned to Sophia. "Do I truly look like I'm in my 20s? Ivan, with a hint of exaggeration, interjected. "Not quite that young, more like 28, but certainly much younger than before." Suli raised his hands in exasperation, exclaiming, "But I'm only 18. How could I possibly be 28? It was a rather youthful assertion, yet he found himself questioning his own appearance for the very first time. The relentless heat of the arid saline soil had taken its toll. After enduring the scorching sun for so long, coupled with the fact that he had neglected to shave, he resembled a weathered man with a darkened complexion and a scruffy beard. When he mentioned his age of 18, both Sophia and Ivan could hardly conceal their astonishment. "Goodness! Hand me my peeling knife. I must shave." Once Suli rid himself of his facial hair, he remarkably regained a youthful visage, appearing akin to a vibrant 25-year-old. Thus, it became evident that the sun could indeed be quite treacherous, stealthily aging one without notice. Following this exchange, the trio found their bond strengthened. "Suli, I truly believed you were a man in your 30s, but it turns out you are merely a year older than I am," Ivan remarked, his previous reserve dissipating. "At this age, children often feel a bit constrained in the presence of adults. You young rascal, wait until we find ourselves in another sun-drenched locale. Then you'll understand. After shedding a couple of layers of skin from your face, you too shall transform into an elderly fellow, albeit a youthful one." Suli vigorously ruffled Ivan's hair. Upon completing this, Suli turned his attention to the newly acquired blueprints for a loom. The basic loom, capable of weaving fabric. Considering that there was no immediate need to produce cloth and the confined space within the vehicle, Suli decided against constructing it for the time being. With this loom, coupled with the cotton harvested from the seeds planted, he would eventually be able to create fabric on his own. After wrapping up his examination, the journey continued, extending until the morning of the 5th day. Having just risen, Suli resumed his reading within the confines of the train. The beginner's monster compendium contained records of tens of thousands of low-level creatures, and he was far from completing it. After a considerable period of reading, Ivan suddenly remarked, "Sue, we are nearing our destination. Have we arrived?" Suli promptly set the book aside and gazed out the window. In the distance, he discerned a cluster of man-made structures, a small town, likely rich in resources. As Suli spoke, he observed the increasing intensity of the wind outside, which had been growing stronger since the previous morning. Now, the gusts had reached a force of 7, making it significantly challenging for anyone to walk outside. "Let us hasten to this town and search for supplies before the wind worsens," he mused. "I can't shake off this unsettling feeling." Suli let out a sigh. The three of them had a modest meal before laboriously stepping outside. Battling against the fierce wind, they ventured towards the town together. From a distance, it was apparent that this place had long been abandoned. Some wooden houses had collapsed, leaving only a few concrete structures standing resiliently amidst the desolation. Suli glanced at the inscriptions on the surrounding shops, welcoming her to Northwind Town. So, this place is indeed called Northwind Town. The sign on the hotel indicated a 20% discount for lumber mill employees. On the map, the large settlement to the north, which is somewhat out of the way, must be the lumber mill. It appears that this town was once an auxiliary settlement for the lumber mill. As Suli gazed upon the desolate logging site, she pondered aloud, I once believed that the world of survival was devoid of human presence. This sentiment echoed the narratives often found in the novels of her past life. Even when encountering civilization, it was typically in the form of enchanting beings such as fairies or fox maidens, rather than the remnants of human towns. To her surprise, here lay the vestiges of human habitation. We previously stumbled upon a small human dwelling within the frozen forest, where we discovered various items, Sophia added. We should remain together and explore, as we cannot ascertain the safety of this place. Both agreed to this prudent course of action. The town boasted over 20 concrete houses and a dozen wooden structures, the latter of which had succumbed to collapse. The trio approached the nearest site, a fallen shop that appeared to have once sold vegetables. Suli clambered onto the ruins to inspect, but found it heavily compressed, with no visible valuables through the crevices. She deemed it unworthy of further effort to search here. Next, they ventured into a concrete restaurant. Upon investigation, it became apparent that all items had been removed. It seemed the original inhabitants had executed a planned evacuation rather than facing a sudden assault. After scouring the abandoned eatery, they uncovered an iron pan, several glass cups, 2 bottles of spoiled ketchup, and an array of plastic chairs and tables typical of a street food stall. At the sight of these plastic chairs, Suli's mind began to play the haunting melody of On the Storm That Is Approaching. Alas, in this world, there was no one to share in the jest of the grand illness zone. Suddenly, Suli felt a twinge of melancholy. After removing the iron basin and glass cups, she also took away the chairs from the food stall. Noticing Ivan's puzzled expression, Suli explained that they were all made of plastic and that she intended to disassemble them for materials. Our water tank requires plastic for the drainage pipe. Placing the items in her inventory, Suli opted for the disassembly function. Consequently, those dozens of food stall chairs transformed into 11 portions of plastic. Not too shabby. She successfully extracted 11 portions of plastic. After thoroughly searching the restaurant, she collected 1 stainless steel basin, 11 plastics, and 10 glass cups. Next, she ventured into the pharmacy, which proved to be even more disappointing as it contained nothing of value. Suli began to feel regret, questioning whether it was wise to come here in search of something. Yet, unexpectedly, a delightful surprise awaited. In front of Suli stood several ravaged concrete structures. These edifices resembled honeycomb briquettes, each pockmarked with a series of successive holes. The perforated concrete was scattered across the western side of the quaint town, totaling 3 in number. Surili entered one of the rooms and glanced around. Realizing it was likely a barber shop, the shop bore large patches of dark stains, presumably blood. What could have transpired here? Had this group been attacked? Surili observed the numerous, uniformly sized holes, accompanied by a serpentine skeleton measuring 2 meters in length nearby. Suddenly, unsettling thoughts surfaced in her mind. Surely, it couldn't be the kind of thing I am fearing, could it? Suli swallowed nervously and glanced at the wind outside. Fortunately, the intensity of the wind posed no threat. What are you referring to, Sugu? Ivan inquired. It is a type of magical beast, one that attacks people while riding the wind. For now, there is no need for concern. Such beasts are quite heavy, and this level 7 wind cannot carry them. However, we must take this into consideration, Suli reassured. I have always felt that the world lacked danger, but it appears that it has been waiting for us here. After a brief outburst of exasperation, Suli began to search for items with urgency, hastily gathering what was necessary before we departed. Upon our return, a meeting would be convened to discuss altering our course. The 3 individuals swiftly searched through the hair salon for useful supplies. Perhaps the proprietor had met an untimely demise, as there were numerous items preserved within. Many valuable possessions had been removed, likely by some well-meaning individuals. However, there remained a plethora of useful goods, such as a dozen bars of soap, razors, a large mirror, and several sizable bottles of shampoo. These were indeed treasures. Suli could no longer endure the discomfort of greasy skin and hair. They gathered soap 12 bars, shampoo 5 bottles, towels 10, razors 2, mirrors 3. After completing their task, the trio proceeded to their next destination, a clothing store. Suri and Sophia together found some well-fitting garments inside, including undergarments, stockings, and shoes. Suri's socks now stand upright without faltering, a clear indication that it is time for a change. The primary clientele here consists of lumberjacks, so the merchandise available comprises simple, sturdy, and durable clothing, perfectly suited to Suri and her companions' needs. Notably, there are shoes reinforced with steel plates, impervious to the sharpest of nails, truly invaluable items. No one anticipated that the clothing store would harbor unexpected treasures. The staircase leading to the second floor of the shop was broken, yet Suri, reluctant to abandon the resources within, devised a way to ascend. To her astonishment, she discovered a remarkable find, a black iron treasure chest. Suli swiftly opened the package, acquiring 5 iron nails, 5 pieces of leather, 5 ropes, and the blueprint for a simple backpack with 10 slots. How delightful! Suli, brimming with excitement, performed a series of mock punches in the air. The spatial backpack was a game-changer. During this period, the most arduous task had been transporting supplies. Gathering resources required venturing several kilometers away, and even after collecting them, he could only carry a limited amount at a time, necessitating multiple trips. It was indeed a torment. Although this backpack did not completely resolve the issue, it alleviated the burden, making one less trip was truly worthwhile. He promptly learned the backpack recipe and began searching the second floor. The second floor of the clothing store served as a warehouse stocked with winter garments, while the first floor housed summer attire. Suli led Sophia and Ivan into the selection of garments, each choosing items that suited their respective physiques, particularly Ivan, who was still growing and required clothing that would accommodate his future growth. The trio spent over an hour merely searching for suitable attire. If only the space had been more ample, they could have effortlessly taken the appropriately sized garments without such deliberation. Ultimately, Suli discovered a handcart in the storage area, and the 3 of them filled it with their selected clothing before transporting it to the train for safekeeping. After several trips, they finally mustered the energy to explore the next dwelling. The 2 houses they encountered were not only dilapidated but had also suffered from fire damage. Both residences, once homes, now stood charred and desolate. Upon entering, they conducted a thorough search, finding only a few items, some clothing and daily necessities that had survived the flames. However, Suli and her companions held no inclination to utilize items previously owned by others, thus they refrained from taking anything with them. Suli also discovered the cause of the fire, an explosion of the gas canister. Fortunately, they found a set of toothbrushes, the kind typically sold in family packs. These were located in the bathroom and had not been consumed by the flames. Although the plastic bristles had slightly warped from the intense heat, they remained functional. They took the toothbrushes and toothpaste with them. Beyond that, there was little else of value to be found. The group then explored other houses and ultimately located some pillows from a nearby inn. Although the pillows were somewhat soiled, they were still usable. Aside from this, no other significant finds were made. After their scavenging was complete, Suli and the others returned to the train. Suli and her siblings sat at the table. Suli tapped on the surface and opened the monster compendium. Based on my knowledge, I surmised that the creature we were about to confront was of a peculiar nature. Sophia and Ivan turned their gaze toward the compendium, which displayed an unusual beast. Its overall form resembled a winged serpent, but atop its head rested a crystal helmet. This was the storm crystal winged serpent, a creature of black iron rank. Suli elucidated the characteristics of this monster, describing how it soared through the winds, piercing travelers with its might. This creature possessed formidable strength, ranking among the top 10 in terms of offensive capability within its tier. It sustained itself on rocks and ores, as well as flesh. After consuming these minerals, it would excrete refined ores and crystals to construct its lair. Strictly speaking, this entity cannot be classified as a typical organism. Rather, it belongs to the elemental beings, akin to the stone giants. Upon ingesting minerals, the beast develops a sharply pointed crystal atop its head, which continuously accumulates wind elements. Once a sufficient quantity of these elements is amassed, the creature within its lair releases them, culminating in a tempest. During this tumultuous event, the monster rides the winds, wreaking havoc upon the earth while engaging in mating rituals, subsequently returning to its lair. This ritual occurs annually, with a significant migration every decade. After mating, they do not return to their original lair but seek a new location to construct another. Once they take to the winds, the unique structure atop their heads gathers fierce gales, amplifying their power and transforming them into indomitable projectiles. The calamity only ceases when the wind elements contained within their crystals are utterly depleted. After Suli finished speaking, both Sophia and Ivan's faces paled slightly. The azure-purple location we were heading to, could it be their lair? It is highly probable. This small town must have narrowly escaped the great migration of the feathered serpent from years past, leaving the survivors to hastily gather their belongings and flee. How do we avoid it? Sophia inquired. We shall go underground, Suli replied. Have you noticed that this map always features routes leading to the depths whenever mountains are nearby? This is the method the game provides for us to advance. Merely staying underground still poses risks, for the caves are interconnected, allowing winds to sweep through, which could summon the storm crystal feathered serpents. Our destination is deeper underground. Ivan continued to ask, do we still need to go to that azure-purple place? There is a significant possibility that it is the lair of these creatures. Shouldn't we steer clear? On the contrary, we must venture there. Suli smiled faintly. If the adult creatures have gone out to mate and seek new habitats, what remains in the lair? The young? Precisely. What is left in the lair are merely the young ones, and some older ones that cannot reproduce. The compendium states that these creatures, in their juvenile stage, are underdeveloped and incapable of attacking with the winds. They can only expel weak gusts, rendering their offensive power minimal. These creatures lack intelligence, relying solely on animal instincts, so caution is advisable. Moreover, we need not confront the remaining inhabitants directly. What do we require? Resources. Wouldn't it be delightful to gather their crystals? With the crystals, we could return to the transit station, exchange them for survival coins, and procure supplies. Suli's excitement was palpable. Furthermore, at 8 o'clock on our final day, we will face a wave of beastly assaults. Suli looked at the two of them. If my estimations are correct, by that time, we are likely to encounter adult creatures outside, whereas here, we only need to confront the juveniles and the elderly. These creatures are particularly reliant on the crystals atop their heads and the summon gales. It is no exaggeration to say that 20 juvenile storm crystal feathered serpents are far easier to handle than a single adult. Once an adult takes to the winds, its speed becomes formidable. It resembles a supersonic projectile capable of continuous turns and self-navigation, able to pierce concrete, let alone our ironclad wooden train. Without the adults, we are merely dealing with ordinary, non-venomous serpents. Hence, we must alter our course. Zuri sketched a new route upon the map. Today marks the 5th day, and the wind outside is steadily intensifying, a herald of the impending breeding season of the monstrous creatures. This morning, we shall embark on this path. The train will delve into the subterranean caverns, from whence we will proceed along this route. If fate allows, we should reach the lavender-hued region by the morning of the 7th day, which I suspect to be the lair of these beasts. At that juncture, we shall act with prudence. Sophia pondered for a moment before countering. What if your assumptions are misguided? What if they are not the creatures you anticipate? I am 90% certain that they are indeed those creatures, Zuri replied with a smile. If not, we will simply hold our ground within the cave. As long as we light our torches and prepare our defenses, we should be adequately equipped to contend with the oncoming tide of beasts. After all, where is there ever a venture devoid of risk? Sophia acquiesced to Zuri's reasoning, and Ivan expressed no dissent. The trio promptly set the train in motion. After traversing 80 kilometers, they encountered a fork in the road. According to their original plan, they intended to take the second left path towards a lakeside. However, they now opted for the farthest left route. Suli glanced at the chat room and observed that players who had chosen the storm world were fervently engaging in conversation. The wind intensified, causing an uncomfortable sensation on my scalp, a portent that felt ominous. My wig was blown away. Within a survivor's cabin, I stumbled upon a journal detailing a serpentine creature that could ride the winds. Given the escalating gusts, a sense of foreboding enveloped me. Animals began scurrying underground, a clear warning from the game. I resolved to transition below ground. However, there was no need for panic, having arrived in such a low-risk zone. I felt it prudent to seize the opportunity and gather additional resources. The timber and fresh water I had amassed were sufficient to advance to level 2. Indeed, one must not let opportunities slip away. Had I forgotten the hardships endured in the desert? What desert? I must remind myself that we are in a merged zone. Previously, I was in a saline alkaline area. That was no picnic either. The chat room buzzed with excitement. It appeared that the game was not devoid of mercy, already providing various hints, from documented journals to the peculiar behavior of animals. However, Suli surmised that many would continue to risk gathering supplies, as they remained blissfully unaware of the true threats they were about to confront. The greatest danger they anticipated was merely the appearance of a tornado, after which they could simply drive to safety. What about a serpentine creature riding the winds? Is it more formidable than a tornado? After a moment of contemplation, Suli resolved to share the circumstances, believing that having more individuals alive would be beneficial. After all, they were her fellow countrymen. In Zurich, I have uncovered certain clues indicating the potential emergence of a malevolent creature. This entity is said to ride upon the winds, launching swift assaults on living beings, possessing the remarkable ability to penetrate concrete walls of up to 20 centimeters in thickness. Do not forget that the energy level here is 0.4, which signifies the existence of extraordinary beings in this world. If the people of Zurich lack confidence, it might be wiser to retreat into various caverns, much like myself. Is it true or false? It does hold some merit, yet I remain skeptical, with only a 0. For energy level, what significance does it possess? What are the energy levels of the other realms? In any case, our oceanic world is merely at 0. 2. As some have noted, it is widely believed that the storm world possesses the highest energy level. I find that plausible, after all. Hasn't it been said that the storm world is brewing something significant? I am convinced. I shall seek out a cavern at once. There should be an entrance near the mountains, correct? Alas, as I observe the winds intensifying, my heart grows increasingly uneasy. This individual seems somewhat familiar. Isn't he the so-called wealthiest man in Shihong City? Do you never watch films? He is simply being clever. The conversation among the group grew fervent. And with little desire to continue, Zurich closed the manual. After the train had traveled for nearly 2 hours, while Zurich was engrossed in his book, Sophia suddenly exclaimed, "Look outside." Suddenly, Sully glanced outside and beheld a towering blue-gray column of wind reaching towards the heavens. This wind column only persisted for a brief 20 seconds before dissipating. However, after a short while, it reformed. A tornado was beginning to take shape. Fortunately, we are nearing our destination, Sully sighed in relief. Ivan's face also bore a look of trepidation. As someone in the chat room had mentioned that the terrain here was peculiar, with numerous mountains creating a circular structure, making tornadoes a common occurrence. Little did they expect to witness one firsthand. Sophia observed the scenery outside, noting how several slender trees had their branches snapped by the wind. While some were completely uprooted and blown to the ground, the wind's intensity had likely reached level 8. The past 2 days had seen winds at level 7. At this strength, it felt as though an invisible force obstructed one's path, making movement arduous. Once it escalated to level 8, it had the power to break trees. Accelerate, Sully commanded as he approached the control panel and activated the speed boost. This was a standard feature on all trains. Engaging it consumed double the fuel and steadily reduced the train's durability while increasing its speed to a certain extent. A level 1 train typically traveled at 80 kilometers per hour, but with the boost, it could reach 100 kilometers per hour. The train roared forward, swiftly racing towards its destination. 20 minutes passed, and Sully focused intently ahead, spotting a vast pit where the train tracks descended into the abyss. "We are going down." As Sully canceled the acceleration on the panel, she suddenly perceived the surroundings darkening significantly. Sophia lifted a torch and ignited it within the boiler. One torch was capable of illuminating for 6 hours. In such a cramped compartment, a single torch sufficed. However, it remained uncertain whether this flame could meet the needs of the planting box. Nevertheless, at this juncture, there was no time to concern herself with the planting box. If the crops withered, so be it. As Sully glanced at the time, it was 11 o'clock. After continuing to drive for another half an hour, although there was a breeze within the cave, it was not particularly strong. As Sully brought the vehicle to a halt, several individuals began to affix torches around the train. "Next time, let us install some headlights," Sully remarked with a touch of sarcasm. Ivan pondered for a moment, contemplating that the most economical option would be acetylene lamps, which merely required replenishing the acetylene for illumination. Yet, those lamps were rather impractical, as the acetylene could only be obtained randomly during mining. Sully considered, "I believe kerosene lamps might be a better choice. Even more optimal would be electric lamps. However, our vehicle lacks a power system, and purchasing batteries would be quite uneconomical." After weighing the options, he concluded that a device known as an elemental lamp, which utilized elemental shards, could be worth considering. Speaking of elemental shards, Sugu had mentioned that you had mined elemental or piles before. Ivan inquired curiously, "What do elemental or piles look like?" Elemental, or, Sully explained, is somewhat akin to ordinary or piles, but they absorb surrounding elements and thus emit a faint glow. He suddenly smacked his forehead. "Wait, once the vehicle is in motion, keep an eye on the surroundings. If you see anything glowing, let me know." It might be an elemental or pile. As they conversed, Sully and his companions secured torches at each corner of the train. The train was originally designed to accommodate torches, even featuring thoughtful wind-blocking devices. Once everything was in place, they resumed their journey. After traveling for quite some time, they encountered a fork in the path, opting for the route that veered to the lower left, delving deeper into the cavern. Progressing underground, they anticipated reaching their ultimate destination by the morning of the 7th day. As they descended further, the illumination diminished considerably. The surroundings were enveloped in darkness, with only the sound of the train echoing through the vast emptiness of the cavern. If one were here alone, it would be rather eerie. Thankfully, you're all here, Sully said with a smile. Ivan felt a bit bashful at the remark, while Sophia remained composed, quietly gazing outside. The train's speed was regulated at 80 kilometers per hour, which, while not excessively fast, allowed them to perceive some of the surrounding scenery thanks to the torchlight. The dimensions of the cavern varied. Some areas were quite spacious, while others were extremely narrow, just a few meters wide, barely accommodating the train. Moreover, the underground teemed with various creatures. In addition to bats, Sully and his companions had spotted rats, pangolins, and lizards. According to the seasoned members in the chat room, the shallower caverns were home to an array of wildlife, including deer, wolves, and bears. As time passed, it reached 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The three engaged in light conversation while attentively observing the external environment. Suddenly, Sophia's demeanor shifted. Something's amiss. Stop the train. What? Sully exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before hastily bringing the train to a stop. After the train braked over a distance, it finally came to a halt. Sophia removed her outer garment, donning durable work attire adorned with red and yellow hues, perhaps indicating the presence of elemental ore. Is it real? With a beaming smile, Sully exclaimed, let us go. Ivan, armed with our torch and pickaxe, we shall embark on our mining expedition. The trio first surveyed their surroundings before disembarking from the vehicle. Soon after, they donned their backpacks, crafted from the blueprints Sully had previously discovered. Simple backpack, 10 slots, the most rudimentary leather backpack, capable of stacking 10 identical items in each slot. Materials required: 5 ropes, 10 pieces of leather. From the treasure chest, they procured 5 pieces of leather. The hide of a hyena yielded 2 pieces of leather, totaling 12 in all. Additionally, a deer hide could be divided into 4 pieces of leather. And with 4 deer hides, they obtained 16 pieces, culminating in a grand total of 33 pieces of leather, sufficient to create 3 backpacks. The 2 backpacks provided by Sully have alleviated the pressing needs of the siblings. They possess only a 5-slot backpack each. Sophia requires arrows, while Ivan, being a porter, benefits from the backpack as it minimizes his travel distance. Sully exchanged 10 iron ingots for some pelts and subsequently crafted 2 backpacks, placing them in the marketplace, with each priced at 5 silver ingots, observing the market trends. The trio, with Sully wielding a sword at the forefront, Sophia armed with a bow in the center, and Ivan bearing a shield at the rear, advanced towards a source of light. Their journey was largely uneventful, save for a few rodents scurrying about, all of which were frightened away by the commotion caused by the group. It was uncertain what sustenance these mice were foraging for in this locale. As they drew closer, Sully raised his torch, revealing a look of astonishment. Before them lay a small expanse of mineral deposits. Drawing from Sully's experience, it was evident that the majority were intermediate or piles, alongside several silvery deposits, possibly silver ore. Centrally located among them were 3 luminescent elemental ores, 2 of a yellow hue and 1 red. Sully and his companions hastily commenced their mining endeavors. In addition to the heaps of coal and iron ore, they also discovered numerous piles of copper ore and several deposits of silver. By the time they had completed their excavation, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. Sully and his companions returned to the train, which continued its journey. Perhaps fortune favored them, or perhaps their descent into the depths of the earth was the reason for their good luck. On the morning and afternoon of the 6th day in this world, they encountered 2 more mounds of ore, comparable in scale to those they had previously discovered. They were met with abundant harvest once again. Meanwhile, the players in this world were undergoing a true test of their mettle. Beginning on the 5th day, small tornadoes began to emerge. These whirlwinds lasted no more than a minute, dissipating due to insufficient energy. However, owing to the peculiar topography of the area, new tornadoes rapidly formed in their wake. Some players, finding themselves too close, sought refuge within caves. Yet many others struggled to locate suitable shelters in the short span of time, remaining exposed in the flat central courtyard, surrounded by a plain landscape. These unfortunate souls suffered greatly, as the wind rattled doors and windows mercilessly, shattering glass in the process. By the morning of the 6th day, the winds intensified, and the tornadoes fully materialized, their powerful columns sweeping across the ground, erasing everything in their path like an eraser on paper. By noon, a multitude of tornadoes merged together, creating colossal whirlwinds that engulfed the plains, turning the sky a menacing shade of black. At this point, the train was utterly incapable of withstanding such fierce winds. The Level 0 train was as fragile as paper, torn apart effortlessly, its walls peeled away, whisking both players and their hard-won supplies into the sky, thousands of meters above. Players caught in the maelstrom had little time to brace themselves before being battered by falling debris and branches. Even those who survived the onslaught of stones faced the grim threat of asphyxiation. The destruction of Level 1 trains was merely a matter of time. Wind surged through the cracks of windows, violently tearing them and their frames apart, and like the unwrapping of a gift, the walls were gradually ripped open, pulling the occupants into the tempest. This was a cataclysm that swept across the fractured world, the forces of hurricanes and tornadoes reminiscent of an apocalypse. At this stage, only those sheltered in the depths of dense forests, protected by mountain peaks, or those who had wisely sought refuge in underground caves managed to survive. However, all of this was merely a prelude to the breeding of the crystalline feathered serpents. During this phase, these serpents unleashed vast amounts of wind energy, catalyzing the tempest. They unfurled their gliding wings, riding the gales into the storm. Their unique crystalline helmets transformed them into projectiles, capable of piercing through any obstacles in their path. On the afternoon of the sixth day, countless feathered serpents entered the whirlwind, initiating their courtship dance, propelled by the wind as they accelerated their speed. The female feathered serpent, in an effort to conserve the nutrients for her eggs, does not change her course but maintains a steady speed while soaring through the wind. In contrast, the male feathered serpent orbits around the female like a satellite, showcasing his strength and exquisite mastery of aerial maneuvers. Should the female find the male satisfactory, she may opt to alter her trajectory, resulting in an entanglement of their forms. Together, the two serpents release the wind elements they have accumulated. And under the catalyzing influence of a sufficient concentration of these elements, the eggs can gather enough energy to commence fertilization. This entire spectacle is merely a display of courtship among creatures. However, due to the involvement of extraordinary powers, it has engendered catastrophic scenes reminiscent of natural disasters in this world, which was originally a realm devoid of magic, akin to the Blue Planet. Yet, one fateful day, a tribe of feathered serpents descended upon this world, and as they proliferated, their supernatural abilities wreaked havoc, ultimately leading to the demise of this once peaceful civilization. Nonetheless, none of this concerns Su Li. He feels an overwhelming sense of joy, for he has just acquired a substantial cache of ores, particularly benefiting from his simple backpack, which has enabled him to amass a significant amount of resources. Su Li took stock of the essential resources he had gathered since his arrival in this world. He had amassed 680 units of wood, 603 branches, 236 units of resin, 609 stones, 341 iron ores, 143 copper ores, 45 silver ores, 207 units of coal, 124 iron ingots, and 15 silver ingots, along with a myriad of miscellaneous stones, such as whetstones, clay, and flint, in abundance. The highlight of his expedition was the discovery of a total of 6 elemental ores, 2 of earth, 1 of fire, and 3 of gold, along with fragments of elements acquired through trade. In total, he secured 4 fire element fragments, 4 earth element fragments, 5 gold element fragments, 2 water element fragments, 1 fractured ruby, 2 fractured sapphires, and 1 fractured golden crystal. It could be said that this venture, facilitated by his spatial backpack, had rendered his team immensely wealthy. Upgrading the train to level 2 required 5 fire element fragments and 5 water element fragments. Su Li found himself notably lacking in water element fragments, possessing only 4 fire element fragments and needing 1 more. Upon reviewing his materials and requirements, Su Li was astonished to discover that he seemed to be lacking in stone rather than iron ingots. He had never specifically gathered stone. It was only during his mining endeavors that he would collect it incidentally. Nevertheless, the speed of resource collection highlighted the advantages of having more people. The efficiency of 3 individuals mining was significantly greater than that of a solitary worker. Su Li felt that with her current wealth, she should rank among the foremost in the player community. She crafted 2 additional backpacks and listed them at a price of 100 stones each. The business for these backpacks had nearly reached its peak, as she had essentially acquired all the furs available in the market. Suri engaged in a bit of cunning, instructing Ivan to gather pelts while she would sell the backpacks afterward. Once their tasks were completed, the trio indulged in a delightful meal of stew before resuming their journey. However, their progress was somewhat slower than anticipated due to an extensive period spent mining along the way. It would be unwise to abandon the precious ore piles and head directly to their destination. After all, should they encounter formidable monsters and find themselves in a hasty retreat, it would be a tremendous loss to leave without these valuable resources. As Su Li remarked during dinner, our circumstances are rather precarious. We possess little opportunity for trial and error. Thus, Let us refrain from hastily venturing into the lair of the monsters and instead focus on securing the valuable resources within our reach. The journey pressed on. And with a moment of idleness, Suli perused the chat room. The number of participants stood at 68,341,000, a figure bolstered by the addition of 100,000 following the merger. However, a third of them had already departed. On the evening of the seventh day, another beast tide was anticipated, promising an even greater toll of lives lost. As Suli gazed upon the numbers before him, a sense of unease enveloped him. He occasionally pondered whether, should this relentless decline persist, the civilization of Blue Star would ultimately vanish. For even if some individuals were to survive, their numbers would be insufficient. The remnants would consist solely of people, while the essence of civilization would be extinguished. For instance, if only Suli remained. Could one truly claim that the civilization of Yinxia still thrived? No, it would have perished. Suli was acutely aware that his knowledge of Yinxia's civilization was scant. He recognized the term, yet he could not recall its origin or the dynasty it referenced. He was aware of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms. Yet he remained oblivious to what these 5 dynasties entailed or which 10 kingdoms were included. His understanding of Yinxia's mythology was limited to a handful of figures, with their relationships gleaned from television adaptations such as Investiture of the Gods. He could only recall a single phrase from the Tao Te Ching: heaven and earth are unkind, treating all things as mere straw dogs. However, if one were to inquire, "Are you certain?" doubt would creep in, causing him to mutter to himself whether this indeed originated from the Tao Te Ching or from another text, or perhaps was a reimagining from a modern novel. By the time his descendants came of age, they might not even employ the term anymore, instead opting for the lexicon and language of other civilizations. Upon reflecting on this, Suli was enveloped by a profound sadness. She closed the chat room and shut her eyes, exhaling a long sigh. What purpose does overthinking serve? It would be wiser to retire early and recuperate, gathering strength for a more fruitful mining venture the following day. The night passed uneventfully. Upon awakening, the train continued its journey. Due to delays on the route, they anticipated reaching their destination only by nightfall. Ivan lay asleep on the ground, having had to keep watch the previous night. Suli pondered whether this would hinder his growth, feeling somewhat helpless. After all, Ivan lacked significant combat prowess, leaving him to handle labor-intensive tasks. Observing Sophia, who anxiously remained by Ivan's side, Suli fell into silence for a moment before speaking. In our next world, let us take a more measured pace. It is always like this. We not only fail to rest adequately, but our spirits also suffer. Perhaps we could devise some strategies within the factory. You may take the lead. Sophia smiled reassuringly. It is all right. Ivan is already a warrior. He can endure this hardship. Suli chuckled as she replied, I primarily fear he will grow to be a diminutive figure, a little potato. The thought made her laugh, as if she had gained a delightful son. This child was indeed endearing, hard-working, and obedient. Reflecting on his fierce determination when he had fought a bear with his severed arm bone, Suli found herself increasingly fond of him. Suddenly, animal sounds echoed from outside. Suli reacted with indifference, having grown somewhat accustomed to it. The surface was no longer a realm where normal creatures could thrive. The relentless winds sweeping the ground and the feathered serpents courting amidst the tempest posed lethal threats. Only in the mountains and underground was there a chance for survival. During this period, surface-dwelling creatures would migrate en masse underground. The courtship of the feathered serpents would last for 7 days, during which time surface animals would seek refuge in caves. However, these creatures were not mere data from a game. They required sustenance. Herbivores would consume large amounts of grass before descending, enduring for 7 days, while carnivores would opt to hunt within the subterranean confines. During this period, Suli has witnessed numerous scenes of hunting, even encountering 2 packs of beasts from the ecosystem. One was a pack of wolves, and the other a family of 3 bears. However, their vehicle traveled at a speed of 80 kilometers per hour, rendering the wolves and bears unable to keep pace. After a considerable chase, they eventually retreated. Suli and his companions displayed little interest in the creatures around them, thus refraining from any hunting. Their primary objective remained to reach the suspected lair of the feathered serpent as swiftly as possible. On the afternoon of the 7th day, at 2 o'clock, they noticed a transformation in the surrounding terrain. Initially, the walls were intermittently adorned with glimmering crystals. Not far ahead, clusters of crystals began to emerge. As the train advanced downward along the track, a sudden brilliance illuminated their path. The trio collectively gazed skyward. The sky was devoid of clouds, a deep azure as if recently polished. The air was tumultuous, with winds gusting at approximately level 7, yet no tornado had formed. The ground was scattered with blue-violet crystals, their luminescence enveloping Suli in a sensation akin to stepping into a fairy tale. "We have arrived," Suli uttered with a hint of anxiety. This was indeed the lair of the storm crystal feathered serpent. However, the mature specimens had already departed, leaving only the weak and infirm behind. The storm crystal feathered serpent required winds of at least level 8 to take flight, and the current gusts barely reached level 7, rendering them incapable of flight. The shrill sound of brakes screeched, prompting Suli and his companions to remind one another, "Remember, the weakness of the juvenile storm crystal feathered serpent lies in the underdeveloped crystals atop their heads. Their skin is remarkably resilient, capable of withstanding sharp blades. Thus, the most effective method of dispatch is to strike with a hammer. These serpents are blind, lacking both sight and smell, yet possess acute hearing. Their vulnerability lies in their aversion to toxins. Given our capabilities, we should avoid ambush tactics as they are unlikely to succeed. If we can avoid conflict, we should do so. Understood?" "I comprehend, Sugul." Ivan responded with enthusiasm. "Excellent. Keep that in mind, and let us proceed to mine." 3 individuals disembarked from the train, greeted by the long-awaited sun, filling Suli's heart with excitement. Whether fortune would smile upon them hinged upon this very moment. The entire lair sparkled with crystals, and on the map, it appeared no larger than a small fingernail, while in reality, it spanned approximately 2 kilometers in diameter. They are currently on the periphery. After confirming that no crystal feather serpents were present in the vicinity, Suli brandished his pickaxe and began to excavate the crystal. Striking a crystal approximately half a meter tall twice, it shattered, and several items fell to the ground. Fragmented crystal 3, shattered crystal, consistent with quartz, valued slightly higher than other materials. Pristine crystal 1, an intact crystal, priced somewhat higher than other materials. Lower tier magic energy crystal 1, a crystal imbued with a portion of magical energy, serving as a material for alchemy and forging. The mere fact that the price was slightly elevated was enough to astonish Suli. What he desperately needed now was survival currency. This was no ordinary crystal. It was a veritable treasure trove of survival coins. Moreover, the presence of the lower-tier magic energy crystal, an extraordinary material, promised significant profit. As Suli gazed upon the expanse of crystals, her eyes sparkled with excitement. The clock struck 2. "We shall mine for 3 hours, extracting as much as we can. After 3 hours, we will commence the construction of our defensive fortifications to withstand the oncoming beast tide at 8 o'clock. With that, Suli and her companions began their excavation, yielding a substantial bounty of crystals alongside some unexpected treasures. They acquired 2 fragments of fire element and 1 fragment of water element. To their astonishment, the crystals occasionally contained elemental shards, spurring them to labor with even greater fervor. However, the cacophony of their mining proved to be excessively loud. Nearly half an hour into their endeavor, they were beset by an assailant. It was a serpentine creature, approximately 1.5 meters in length, adorned with an unformed crystal helmet atop its head and 4 pairs of wings upon its back. The entire serpent exuded an air of strangeness and menace. It approached, swaying its head, and opened its mouth towards the source of the noise. Instantly, a swirling mass of azure wind coalesced within its maw, which it then emitted silently. Suli did not immediately notice the peculiar feathered serpent. Caught off guard, he was struck directly in the back. The intense force of the blow sent him crashing to the ground, prompting the other 2 miners to take notice of his predicament. "Sugul," Ivan exclaimed anxiously. "I'm fine. I'm wearing wooden armor," Suli replied, hastily scrambling to his feet, then grimacing as he glared at the crystal feather serpent that had ambushed him from behind. This creature had yet to reach maturity. While its adult form unleashed a powerful wind cone, its juvenile counterpart could only expel wind bullets. Being hit felt akin to receiving a solid punch. Its offensive capability was entirely reliant on the force of its wind strikes, making it akin to a glass cannon with certain limitations. It belonged to the category of magical beasts that were relatively easier to handle, as described in the bestiary. Suli placed the pickaxe aside and retrieved the 2-handed sword and hammer that were resting nearby. It was the perfect opportunity to test their quality. Suli advanced boldly, seizing the 2-handed sword to strike down at the serpent-esque form. The feathered serpent, swift in its movements, immediately evaded upon hearing the sound. Suli, with keen precision, altered the trajectory of his sword, landing a decisive blow upon the crystalline feathered serpent's body. However, a frown marred Suli's brow. The serpent's texture was unexpectedly slippery, and the sword's impact lacked the satisfying sensation of a true hit. Casting aside the 2-handed sword, Suli raised the hammer that rested against his back. The feathered serpent swayed its head, gathering another gust of wind into a projectile. Yet this time, Suli's movements were swifter. The hammer descended from above, striking the serpent's head with a clean, decisive force, accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering crystal as the serpent's head was driven into the ground, its crystalline structure fracturing. Once again, Suli raised the mighty hammer and struck fiercely at the head of the feathered serpent, delivering a fatal blow in 2 swift strikes. Concurrently, Luong felt a warm current coursing through his entire being. The player has ascended to level 2, 24,500. As this is your first advancement, please select your method of growth. 1. Cultivation type. 2. Attribute allocation type. If uncertain, Suli might instinctively lean towards the attribute allocation type. However, after consulting the guide and weighing the pros and cons, Suli thoughtfully opted for the cultivation type. You have chosen the cultivation type for your growth. Your physical prowess has been enhanced, and your potential has been fortified. Suli tightened his grip, feeling as though the fatigue from mining had completely vanished. Now, he felt invigorated, as if his energy had been fully replenished. Moreover, he sensed a newfound strength. He grasped the bottom of the hammer's handle with one hand and effortlessly lifted it. This, Sophia remarked, noticing Suli's transformation. Have you leveled up? Indeed, what an astute observation. Suli replied with enthusiasm, affirming that he had leveled up, enhancing both his physical attributes and life potential. At this moment, Suli suddenly recalled the key points regarding upgrades and promptly addressed Sophia and Ivan. You are both at level 1, correct? When it comes to upgrading, do not opt for the point allocation type. Instead, choose the cultivation type. While the point allocation type allows for quicker development and requires no arduous training, it is fraught with limitations. This type confines you within a predetermined template, constraining your growth within its boundaries. Regarding attributes, the point allocation type relies solely on attribute points for advancement, whereas the cultivation type permits self-directed training and growth. In terms of skills, the point allocation type restricts you to learning only those skills outlined in the chosen class template, along with a few universal skills, whereas the cultivation type does not impose such restrictions. However, the cultivation type is not without its drawbacks. It generally progresses more slowly, consumes more resources, and necessitates considerable effort. Given the brisk pace of this survival game, where exploration is required weekly, the growth of the cultivation type may struggle to keep pace with the game's demands, particularly in light of our accelerated game progression. Nevertheless, there are methods to enhance the cultivation speed. After careful consideration, I have resolved to embrace the cultivation type, which offers greater freedom and growth, a higher ceiling, a lower baseline, and a certain instability that holds the potential for miraculous outcomes. Opting for the point allocation type would yield a steady progression, perpetually trailing behind the top 5 on the leaderboard. If we were to experience continuous breakthroughs, akin to the train reaching level 6, we would inevitably push the game's progression to an unbearable level, leading to our demise. Thus, it is better to take a risk and choose the cultivation type, relying on our own insight and fortune, as well as grasping at a glimmer of hope. Pursuing the steady development of the point allocation type is merely a path to slow demise. It is reminiscent of the survival novels I read in my previous life, where, while most were still struggling in battered vans, the protagonist had already commandeered a battleship on the road, resulting in game updates and the emergence of immensely powerful monsters in the wild. Suli did not wish to be merely an ant, inadvertently crushed by the storm ignited by the protagonist. After elucidating the matter of upgrades, Suli turned to inspect the spoils of victory, equipping a skinning knife to commence the process of disassembly. She acquired 2 storm crystal feather serpent meats, 1 shattered crystal feather serpent head crystal, and 1 fine crystal skin from the serpent. Suli meticulously organized her belongings and addressed the other 2 individuals, urging them to remain vigilant. Although they lingered at the periphery, it was uncertain whether the sounds of their mining activities might attract the attention of the crystalline feathered serpents. This particular breed of blind serpents possessed exceptional auditory acuity. Should they encounter any, they must be swiftly eliminated. For creatures of the same species, the slaughter of 100, 200, 500, or even 1,000 would yield a single blueprint for equipment crafted from the materials of such beasts. With a count of 100, there remained a glimmer of hope for something extraordinary. Suli contemplated the blueprint for the storm crystal feather serpent's drops, a flicker of anticipation stirring within her. Among the black iron-tiered magical beasts, the storm crystal feather serpent is rather specialized, highly dependent on its environment. In a suitable setting, their offensive capabilities rank among the finest within the black iron tier. However, without the right conditions, their threat level diminishes to that of a mere slime. At least the slime's acidic spray poses a significant danger, splattering upon close-range attacks and launching acid arrows from a distance. In contrast, the storm crystal feather serpent, deprived of an appropriate environment, can sometimes prove less menacing than a common cobra. After dealing with the serpents, Suli and her companions resumed their mining endeavors until 5 p.m. During this time, they encountered 5 more juvenile crystal feather serpents, each yielding 30 experience points. After a fair distribution, all 3 of them ascended to level 1. As the clock struck 5, they paused their activities and returned to the train, beginning their journey in reverse. After traveling 20 kilometers, they finally halted in an open area. Ivan dutifully went to start a fire and prepare their meal. Suri and Sophia collaboratively constructed a fortress using stone, adorning its exterior with torches strategically placed in various locations. Surrounding the torches, they piled crystals, effectively shielding them from the wind while maintaining their luminous glow. The fortress they crafted stands at a height of 3 meters, taking on a perfect square form. The outer layer of the fortress features several protruding ledges, each secured with ropes. After finishing dinner, Suli remained within the confines of this rudimentary fortress, quietly awaiting the clock to strike 8 in the evening. At this moment, all the survivors of Blue Star were anxiously anticipating the arrival of the beast tide, and their impatience led them to voice their frustrations towards the 5 individuals. It was then that Suli recalled that Lin Feng seemed to belong to the same district as himself, although he had not encountered that name in quite some time. He conducted a search for Lin Feng's name and discovered that there had been no trading records for him over the past 7 days. How could it be that he had not engaged in any transactions for so long? Suli found this puzzling. It seemed implausible. Previously, Lin Feng had amassed a plethora of inexplicable supplies, such as tuna and canned cola, scavenging a multitude of items. Yet, upon entering this world, he had suddenly fallen silent. As Suli opened the leaderboard, the top 5 remained unchanged, with the train level still at LV6. However, the ranks from 6th to 10th had descended to LV2 trains. Had they fallen behind? Were they sanctioned? Or had they simply hit a progress wall? Suli pondered. In truth, her conjecture was accurate. This group had indeed reached a standstill. Upon entering LV6, the materials required for upgrades had become increasingly scarce. Even if they offered items for trade, they would find no takers, as these resources could only be gathered in worlds with a power level above 0. 7. Yet this time, the highest power level was merely 0. 4, rendering such materials non-existent. The only way to acquire these resources was through the purchase of survival coins or by opening silver chests, which were exceedingly rare. They managed to obtain a few through their respective hacks, but those without such advantages found it exceedingly difficult. Moreover, the yield from the chests was minimal, with their greatest value lying in the special items they contained. No one could provide the vast quantities of materials necessary for upgrades, leading to a stagnation in their progress. Consequently, they ceased trading altogether, hoarding their items until they reached a transit station, where they would convert everything into survival coins and purchase the necessary materials from the store. Closing the manual, Suli closed her eyes to meditate, awaiting the passage of time. As the clock struck 7:40, she glanced at the time and called Sophia and Ivan to prepare for the beast tide. Ivan looked at the time, noting there were still 20 minutes remaining. You haven't experienced the last beast tide, so you're not quite aware, Suli patiently explained. The beasts of the tide do not spawn out of thin air within your line of sight. They will begin to gather around players before 8 o'clock, and at that hour, they will launch their assault. Thus, we can observe in advance the number of monsters in the tide, or even launch a preemptive strike. Ah, I see, Ivan replied, enlightened. At that moment, Sophia had nimbly ascended to a 3-meter-high wall, peering outside. With her keen eyesight, aided by the flickering torches beyond, she swiftly identified the foes of the impending beast tide: 3 wild boars for wolves, and 21 juvenile crystal feather snakes, with 2 larger individuals, their crystalline heads radiating brilliance, indicating they were mature specimens. So many? Suli exclaimed in surprise. Can we handle the wild boars? Their charging power is formidable. I fear they may breach our walls. We can manage, Sophia replied, her face adorned with a calm smile, a confidence that took Suli's breath away. However, Suli quickly regained her composure and turned to Ivan, instructing, "Get up there and shield your sister." The adult crystal feather snakes would unleash wind hammers and blades. Once the battle commenced, each of them must fulfill their roles. First, deal with the wild boars and wolves. Ivan, can you ensure your sister's protection? Absolutely. The reliable miner responded with unwavering determination. He raised a shield and crouched beside his sister without obstructing her. This time, the material was abundant, totaling 800 units. Thus, the fortress constructed by Lu Ong possessed a thickness of 2 meters, with each side measuring 8 meters, while the internal activity space amounted to merely 16 square meters. Su Li dashed to the wall, casting down a rope from the lever, the lower end of which was tied to a bell. The wind outside was gusting at a force of 7, causing the bell to jingle incessantly. The Jingyu snake, being blind, relied on sound and the sensation of the wind to navigate. Thus, Su Li hoped these bells would disrupt its senses. After releasing the bells, Su Li anxiously turned to Sophia. As the hour approached 8, the beast tide split into 3 groups, rushing toward their fortress. Sophia squinted, estimating the distance between them, taunting her hunting bow, and aimed at a colossal wild boar with enormous tusks. Simultaneously, survivors in the storm-ridden world began to confront the beast tide. Those hiding in the deepest recesses of caves encountered assaults from burrowing monsters and swarms of bats, while those within the caves faced attacks from wild creatures. Those near the cave entrances or in the valleys suffered the worst, being ambushed by 2 to 4 adult storm Jingyu snakes in a hunting frenzy. With little hope of survival, the number of participants in the chat room began to dwindle, the rate of decline accelerating with each passing moment. Sophia released her arrow. Magic energy shot. The arrows crafted by the system tore through the wind like meteors, striking the charging wild boar with pinpoint accuracy. Sophia had been practicing shooting in level 7 winds, and now her efforts bore fruit. When the boar was merely 10 meters from the fortress, Sophia's arrow pierced its body. Lungs. Sophia succinctly noted the hit location, grazing the ribs and lacerating the lungs, ensuring it would struggle for a moment before succumbing. Ivan quickly grasped his sister's arm, kneeling on one knee to secure their position against the impending impact. The struck boar grunted as it barreled toward the wall, though the wall measured 2 meters in thickness. It was merely a dry stone structure, lacking any adhesive. Thus, its sturdiness was not as formidable as anticipated. Upon collision, the wall trembled, tilting slightly. Unfazed, Sophia glanced at the aftermath and, upon witnessing the second wave of boars, stepped left to change her aim, drawing her bow once more. The bow in her hands, crafted from beast tendons, possessed far greater draw strength than the previous bow made of grass cord. With a maximum of 15 arrows at her disposal, she could not afford to waste any. While her arrows were ineffective against snakes, they posed no challenge for wolves and boars. Releasing her fingers, the arrow sliced through the air like a serpent. Thud. The arrow struck yet another wild boar, and this time, the outcome was even more favorable. The boar that began its second charge abruptly lost its life, its limbs giving way as it slid several meters across the ground, falling silent. Side, heart, Sophia exclaimed, reveling in her success. The impact of the wild boar, coupled with the strength of the bow and the sharpness of the arrows, effortlessly penetrated its muscular hide, ultimately claiming the beast's life. Meanwhile, 2 other wild boars crashed against the wall, causing it to tremble once more. One of the boars shook its head and retreated, while the other, previously pierced through the lungs, expelled a torrent of blood from its mouth and nostrils, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Sophia, clutching an arrow, shifted her aim towards the charging boar. The wall, having been struck, now presented a slight angle, enabling the 4 wolves to gain leverage as they clawed at the wall and, astonishingly, leaped upwards. Ivan, wielding a shield, stepped forward and forcefully struck one of the wolves down. At the same moment, Suri, gripping the hilt of his sword with one hand and the unsharpened section near the hilt with the other, aimed a thrust at the highest leaping wolf. The sharp blade pierced through the wolf's chest. Although it did not reach the heart, it effectively incapacitated the lungs. Following this, Suri kicked another wolf aside and discarded the lifeless body downwards. Get down, Ivan suddenly shouted. Sophia released her final arrow and was promptly pressed down by Suri. A blade of azure wind swept across the distance they had occupied, and had they not crouched, it would have severed their heads. The wind blade was conjured by the elder crystalline feathered serpent, which Suri anxiously observed from outside. Such elder serpents were rare, having lost their ability to reproduce. Thus, they refrained from breeding during this period, opting instead to remain in their nests to care for their young. Their powers surpassed those of the adults. The wind cone transformed into a wind blade due to the accumulated energy within their crystalline heads, as they no longer required energy for reproduction. This allowed them to temporarily harness the wind for a surprise attack, albeit with less threat than the adults during their breeding season. As the wind generated by a congregation of adults was exponentially more formidable than that produced by an individual elder. As previously mentioned, these creatures were incapable of true flight. They merely glided upon the wind, which greatly influenced their capabilities. Not far off, the slower crystalline feathered serpents that had just approached began their assault. with the young ones incessantly unleashing wind projectiles. When these projectiles struck a person, it felt akin to being punched, inflicting minimal damage unless they landed on a vital spot. However, in large numbers, they posed a risk of being overwhelmed by sheer force. Among the two elder serpents, one was gathering wind energy in its mouth, and after a brief moment of charging, unleashed another wind blade attack. The other was enveloped in a swirling mass of wind, augmenting its strength. The wild boar lay dead. Sophia remarked succinctly, "Lung injury won't last much longer." As an exceptionally seasoned hunter, Sophia understood that her arrows would struggle to pierce the skull, leading her to consistently target the boar's lungs. Once injured, it would soon succumb to its own blood. 3 wolves remained. "Ivan, protect your sister," she instructed. "Sophia, unleash the gusts of wind upon its mouth." Sully gripped the sword with both hands, recalling the teachings of her instructor. The wild wolf, undeterred in its ferocity, lunged at Sully once more. The sword in Sully's hands was poised at his waist, aimed at the approaching wolf. With a swift upward thrust, the blade once more pierced the wolf's abdomen. Infuriated, the beast attempted to snap its jaws at Sully's head, but he deftly pushed forward, sending it tumbling off the fortress. The other 2 wolves were similarly dispatched by Ivan's shield. This time, the 2 remaining wolves exhibited greater cunning. Instead of leaping to attack, they targeted Sully's legs, biting down with ferocity. Sully delivered a powerful kick that shattered the neck of a dog, subsequently plunging a blade into another wild wolf. Through systematic enhancement and rigorous training, Sully had become adept at handling such wolves, leveraging the terrain to his advantage. With a swift whoosh, an arrow was released. However, the fierce winds outside proved too formidable, causing the projectile to lose its accuracy after traveling a short distance. The gusts intensified, rendering the arrow ineffective. Sophia retracted her bow, acknowledging the considerable distance. "Let us descend and avoid their sharpness," she suggested. The trio descended from the fortress, seeking refuge within, adhering to their prior strategy of maintaining silence. The crystalline feathered snake, being blind, relied solely on its acute hearing and sensitivity to the winds. Inside the fortress, Sully and his companions remained undisturbed by the outside winds. After ensuring their silence, the only sound that permeated the air was the continuous jingling of the bells they had hung. The crystalline feathered snake, drawn by the sound, relentlessly directed wind blasts and blades toward the bells. Sully had hung a total of 11 bells, crafted from pure iron, making them rather resilient against impacts. It took several strikes to shatter the bells, while the wind blades could obliterate them in a single blow. The 3 remained silent, listening intently to the sounds of the bells being destroyed. After a considerable duration, a sudden violent crash echoed, and Sully witnessed a section of the wall abruptly cave inward. Sully immediately comprehended that it was the elderly crystalline feathered serpent harnessing the power of the wind. This opportunity must not be missed. Zurich hurriedly approached the crumbling wall. Beside him stood Ivan, clutching a shield. Silence enveloped Sully. Yet Ivan discerned Su Fan's intentions and stepped forward, shield in hand, to guard her. Meanwhile, Sophia produced an arrow, one she had meticulously crafted. Suspended from it was a rudimentary device. She aimed it away from Sully and released the arrow into the open air. Due to the weight of the device, the arrow did not travel far, but upon release, it emitted a piercing sound. It was a warning arrow, a signal that captured the attention of the blind serpents. Some of them disregarded the faint sounds of footsteps, redirecting their assault towards the source of the warning. A faction of them targeted Sully, while another struck at both the arrow's origin and the arrow itself. This was precisely why they had refrained from utilizing the warning arrow initially. Its very nature guaranteed immediate noise, posing a risk of being targeted. Sully charged towards the fortress, wielding a hammer, as several green wind projectiles hurtled towards him. Unfazed, he slowed his pace slightly, while Ivan stepped forward, using his shield to deflect the incoming projectiles. The shield, however, offered limited protection, and the reliable miner was struck once, staggering momentarily, nearly losing his footing, but fortunately managed to regain his balance. Subsequently, Ivan veered to the right while Sully moved to the left. Ivan deliberately struck his shield to draw the attacker's attention. Peering down, Sully noticed numerous stones that had been directly shattered upon impact. Amidst the rubble, a long snake's head was ensnared within the cracks. The insufficient wind force, combined with the 2-meter-thick stone anvil, had effectively trapped this crystalline feathered serpent. Sully glanced at the distance. The snake was ensnared a meter down from the top of the wall. The reason for this particular positioning was that the ropes used to hang the bells were products of the system, which, by default, were each 1 meter in length. Knowledge is indeed power, Sully mused, reflecting on the truth of this statement. Suli raised the hammer high, aiming it at the serpent's position, then crouched down and struck forcefully. Arcane strike. A radiant glow emanated from the hammer, amplifying the force of the blow. The so-called arcane strike is, in essence, a fundamental striking technique that harnesses magical energy to enhance the subsequent attack. Suli has been training for 7 days, and the magical energy within him has only sufficed for this one strike. As he brought down his arm, he felt a discomfort coursing through it. The exertion was arduous, and it strained some of his muscles. Yet, the results were remarkable. With a single blow, he sensed the exhilarating sensation of shattering something brittle. The feeling was ineffably delightful. Upon observing the serpent, it was evident that after being struck, its upper body retained mobility while its lower half lay incapacitated, a clear indication that its spine had been fractured. With this severance, the serpent no longer posed a threat. Down! Suli called out to Ivan before leaping into the fortress below. The wall was merely 3 meters high, and given his physical prowess, the descent was effortless. Ivan obediently lowered his shield and descended the fortress, exhaling in relief as he seated himself beside Suli, gazing at the shield. Suli noted that the leather covering the ironwood shield had been torn in several places, while the remaining areas bore numerous circular indentations. As he lifted his clothing, he revealed his previously struck arm, now marred with deep bruises. No matter, they could not breach this 2-meter-thick wall. Once their magical energy was depleted, it would be our turn. Suli casually remarked, "These are merely black iron-grade magical beasts. Even if the crystals atop their heads are infused with stored magical energy, there will inevitably come a time when it is depleted." Indeed, after a considerable wait, the sound of wind bullets striking against the stones ceased. The trio approached with iron hammers, only to discover that the juvenile crystal feather serpents were writhing their bodies and advancing towards them, seemingly eager to engage in close combat. However, in a close-quarters skirmish, who among us would fear this group of harmless, blind serpents? Suli and Ivan stood atop the wall, striking down the serpents one by one, akin to a game of whack-a-mole. Meanwhile, Sophia fixated her gaze on the elderly figure in the distance, who was gathering strength. Upon vanquishing the last juvenile serpent, the aged individual completed his build-up of energy. The 3 of them swiftly retreated into the fortress. Then, with a thunderous roar, one of the fortress's walls was utterly obliterated. Suli and his companions, wielding hammers, rushed outside to unleash a flurry of blows upon the disoriented elderly individual. With a final resounding crack, the head shattered, and the elderly figure was successfully vanquished. "Woohoo!" Suli exclaimed in jubilation, while Ivan, having been influenced by Suli's exuberance, echoed the call with enthusiasm. The 2 erupted into laughter, and even Sophia regarded them with a smile. Congratulations to the players Suli, Sophia Bravatsky, and Ivan Bravatsky for successfully annihilating the Beast Tide. Based on the scale of the Beast Tide, you have been awarded the following: 300 survival coins, 2 blueprint selection boxes, and 3 item selection boxes. Here are the skinning knives for you. Gather resources while I open these boxes. I will join you shortly. Sophia and Ivan then set off to collect materials, aware that, in addition to the approaching Beast Tide, they needed to gather stones from the ground, a resource in high demand. Suli first opened the blueprint selection box. Please choose one from the following 5 blueprints. Is there only 5 this time? Suli clicked her tongue. The last box had a plethora of options. However, most were merely inconsequential pieces of furniture. Beginner's Magic Energy Stove Blueprint, a stove powered by magical energy, an essential tool for crafting secret dishes. Crystal Feather Serpent Skin Armor Blueprint, used to create armor from the crystal feather serpent skin. Down Jacket Blueprint, Venomous Throwing Bottle Blueprint, or Tooth Lance Blueprint. There were no appealing choices. It was imperative to select the Beginner's Magic Energy Stove Blueprint. Suli had seen this device in the shop, as it was indispensable for the preparation of special cuisine. Secret dishes could accelerate cultivation and enhance attributes, so constructing this magic energy stove was a necessity. As for the remaining blueprint box, Suli glanced at it, noting that it was identical to this option. Suli tends to favor the blueprint for the crystal feather serpent leather armor. However, he must contemplate a pressing issue. This place is the lair of the storm crystal feather serpents, and he can ascertain that a silver-grade treasure chest must be hidden here, though its exact location remains unknown. The value here is substantial, and Suli has resolved to return next week to thoroughly excavate this lair. In light of this, he must also consider the possibility of duplicating the blueprint. The silver treasure chest has a chance of yielding the blueprint for this armor, and additionally, defeating 100 crystal feather serpents may also result in the blueprint's drop. Should he happen to acquire a duplicate, it would be a waste. So he decides to set it aside for now, as obtaining it would not allow for immediate crafting. The crystal feather serpent leather armor, as one could easily surmise, utilizes materials derived from the crystal feather serpent, which are extraordinary in nature. When it comes to crafting equipment with extraordinary materials, one requires more formidable crafting tools. Sully recalls that there are such tools at the transit station, though he has forgotten the specific materials needed. After placing the gift pack back into his backpack, Sully opens his item pouch. Item selection box. You may choose one from the following items. This selection is quite extensive, and after a brief contemplation, Sully finds only a few items of potential use. Backpack expansion item, 5 slots. Water element fragment 6. Survival coins 300. Training manual. Resource transporter. Steam mining machine. Vintage rifle with 20 bullets. Small leather backpack, 10 slots. Upon observing this, Sully realized that the days of exchanging high-priced materials for her leather backpack were now behind her. Those who truly needed a backpack would likely opt for a direct exchange instead. As for the backpack's increased capacity and survival coins, there is no need to elaborate. The training manual is akin to the introductory swordsmanship guide that Sully had been perusing. However, while the swordsmanship guide comprises a collection of sword techniques, the training manual instructs on how to embark on a profession, encompassing the foundational training for extraordinary abilities. The value of this item is quite significant. Sully had previously encountered a swordsman training manual in the bookstore, priced at 400 survival coins. Choosing this option seems rather lucrative. The material transport machine was not available for sale in the shop. According to the information, it facilitates the transfer of goods within a diameter of 10 kilometers. Sully found herself quite enamored with this item. However, it does possess a drawback. It requires the consumption of magical energy crystals. At this stage, magical energy crystals remain a relatively scarce resource, and Sully hesitated to expend them. Next was the steam mining machine, which, as per the description, can autonomously mine by burning coal and necessitates the installation of a pickaxe. This too is an appealing item. Lastly, there was the vintage rifle. To be honest, this was the item Sully desired the most, as Sophia was adept at using rifles. Acquiring this weapon would significantly enhance their offensive capabilities. Moreover, firearms pose a considerable threat to humans even when not discharged. However, selecting this option would entail confronting the issue of ammunition supply. After much deliberation, Sully ultimately decided to exchange for the steam mining machine. Once the machine was deployed, Sully examined this peculiar contraption with great care. Its design bore a striking resemblance to artifacts from Western fantasy games. Gazing at the mining machine, Sully could not shake the impression that it might be concealing a goblin within. Of course, a fire-breathing creature would suffice as well. Overall, it resembled a tracked vehicle equipped with mechanical arms, exuding a rugged aura. Sully opened the water tank and added some water, then proceeded to feed coal into the boiler and ignited it. Once the fire was lit, the steam mining machine roared to life. Sully was uncertain of the underlying principles of this contraption, yet it unmistakably discerned the location of the ore and laboriously made its way to the crystal mine to commence extraction. After gathering, it did not collect the ore but continued onward to the next site for further harvesting. Is this our reward? Sophia leaned closer, intrigued by the phenomenon. How does it operate? I am unsure. Perhaps it is magic? I noticed some runes within the boiler. Regardless, it certainly does not belong to the realm of our technology. Sully shrugged, sharing the good news that they had acquired a miner who consumed charcoal. By the way, I wish to inquire, Sophia, what path do you intend to pursue in the future? Sully asked her. Will you opt for a crossbow or firearms? Both are relatively comparable in the later stages, sharing the same core, albeit with different specialized weapons. Sophia pondered for a moment and replied, I believe firearms would be preferable. I am not particularly fond of using bows and arrows. Very well, I understand. Sully nodded and then selected the reward. Then this vintage rifle shall be yours, along with 20 bullets. Choosing this weapon is a prudent decision, for currently, the store does not offer any rights for purchasing firearms. I shall make good use of it. Sophia solemnly accepted the vintage rifle and began to adjust it. It is a splendid gun. My grandfather possesses an even older one, which I frequently use during my hunting days. However, that model tends to pinch one's fingers when changing bullets. Upon returning, I shall acquire a blueprint for bullets and manufacture them myself. It is far too costly to buy them directly. By the way, do you require any scopes or stocks? A scope would be beneficial, but a stock is unnecessary. The one it comes with suffices. Also, can we add a bayonet? Sophia inquired. Certainly, at this stage. You shall be the primary damage dealer of our team. Very well, I shall continue gathering supplies. Watching Sophia depart, Sully decided to set aside the remaining gift pack. He desired each of the remaining rewards but opted to keep them for future needs. Subsequently, he busied himself as well. It was now around 8:30. By midnight, the portal would open, situated 100 kilometers away. They must leave the portal before 6 in the morning, or else they would be stranded here, with the next opportunity to return to the city occurring in 7 days. During this time, they could gather more crystals, which were indeed valuable treasures. Not to mention, the crystals contained some elemental shards. The three of them diligently toiled to gather resources and reclaim materials until they paused at 1 o'clock in the morning. As the outer crystals had been nearly exhausted, venturing deeper would mean confronting the remaining offspring face to face. Sully cast a glance and noted that there were at least over 200 younglings within, along with several elderly individuals. It was indeed unwise to confront them directly. After tidying up, Sully assessed the gains from this endeavor. During the mining process, 11 juvenile storm crystal feather serpents were slain. In the beast hide had yielded 21 younglings, 2 elder specimens, 3 wild boars, and 4 wolves, resulting in the following bounty: storm crystal feather serpent meat, 68, shattered crystal feather serpent heads, 21, complete crystal feather serpent heads, 2, fine crystal skin of the feather serpent, 35, core of the storm crystal feather serpent, 1 additionally. From the wild boars, boar meat, 50, boar tusks, 4 boar hides, 3 from the wolves, wolf meat, 32, wolf fangs, 4 wolf pelts, 4 stone, 631, damage during defense. Stone blocks, 78, damaged materials, shattered crystals, 247, whole crystals, 83, low-tier mana crystals, 61, water element fragments, 5, fire element fragments, 3. No other elemental fragments were observed. From the compass, Sully learned that the fundamental elements of this world are metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, along with other elemental fragments. Though these 5 are the most prevalent, Sully speculated that the elemental forces of gold and earth would be beneficial for the growth of the crystal feather serpents, so they consumed both. The wood element, however, required gathering in areas abundant with forests, making it difficult to collect underground. Once everything was sorted, Sully and the others boarded the vehicle once more, steering towards the portal. Along the way, they startled several elderly crystal feather serpents, who retaliated by unleashing a few gusts of wind blades, leaving several scars on the train. Fortunately, no one was harmed. However, Sully felt a twinge of sorrow, lamenting, "I've only had this vehicle for 2 weeks. You lot better watch out." They arrived at the portal without incident and successfully entered the transit station. You have entered a new world. Self-service transit station 4399. Current world energy level, challenge level. The train came to a halt at the platform. Sully alighted from the vehicle and glanced at the time. It was 2 a.m. Today's journey had come to an end, and it was time to rest. Tomorrow, they would thoroughly examine what items needed to be procured. The trio made their way to the platform, utilizing some garments as makeshift pillows, spreading out furs on the ground before settling down to sleep. The furs, meticulously processed by the system, were clean, soft, and devoid of any unpleasant odors, providing an exceptionally comfortable sleeping experience. Before drifting off, Sully naturally activated the construction feature. Level 2 train upgrade plugin. Wood 100, stone 100, iron ingots 50, copper ingots 30, silver ingots 10, fire element shards 5, water element shards 5. Construction time, 12 hours. At 6 a.m., Sully's alarm clock chimed, compelling him to rise reluctantly. He needed to inspect the factory and carefully devise a plan to enhance the train. After getting up, Sophia went to prepare breakfast, while Sully and Ivan separated to search for supplies. After a thorough exploration, the three convened for a discussion. Sully concluded that it was imperative to construct a new carriage, as our available space was exceedingly limited. The current train measures a mere 10 meters in length, with 5 meters allocated to the locomotive and 5 meters for operational space, while the width is confined to 3 meters, resulting in a paltry total operational area of merely 15 square meters, which is truly inadequate. Ivan promptly shared a screenshot in the group. The specifications for the new carriage, designated as Carriage 01, are as follows: a fundamental length of 15 meters and a width of 3 meters, requiring the following resources: 200 iron ingots, 500 units of wood, 500 units of stone, and 500 survival coins, with a maximum of 11 carriage slots. Lacking sufficient survival coins, Sully decided to visit the pawn shop to sell some items. First, She checked the selling price of the recently acquired crystals. She intended to retain the materials from the crystal feather serpent for future equipment crafting. The prices for fragmented crystals and complete crystals were quite favorable. 2 survival points for the fragmented crystals and 5 survival points for the complete crystals. However, the system imposed a limitation, allowing a maximum of 100 units of each material to be recycled at a time, which was somewhat bothersome. Sully first sold 100 shards of crystal, exchanging them for a total of 200 survival coins. Subsequently, he sold 73 whole crystals, acquiring 365 survival coins, leaving him with merely 10 whole crystals. He also exchanged 100 pieces of wood for 50 survival coins. Upon opening the newly added cargo interface and confirming his choice, Sully watched as the train automatically set in motion, entering the factory. Within the factory, a multitude of machines sprang to life, with robotic arms tirelessly processing materials into components, which were then assembled onto the workbenches. There was an undeniable aesthetic beauty to the scene. After observing for a while, Sully experienced a peculiar sensation akin to watching someone tend to a horse's hooves or operate an excavator. Shaking her head to regain her focus, she proceeded to install additional equipment. First, she attached the water pumping device, which, in conjunction with the train's water tank, would facilitate water extraction. The required materials included 10 units of plastic, 20 iron ingots, 20 pieces of wood, and 10 survival coins. Upon completing the water pumping system, she turned her attention to a lighting apparatus. The coal-powered illumination device, functioning as a vehicular light, necessitated 10 copper ingots, 30 stones, 10 complete crystals, and 30 survival coins. This coal-burning lighting facility, once ignited, produced a beam comparable to that of a car's low beam. While not extraordinary, it sufficed in subterranean conditions. As they had yet to enter the electrical era, they had to make do with such rudimentary lighting. Having accomplished these tasks, Sully and her companions were left with 375 survival coins. After selling several fragmented gemstones, they acquired an additional 200 survival coins, bringing their total to 575. Sully intended to purchase a few books with this currency. One such book, The Fundamentals of Extraordinary Magical Energy Utilization, cost 100 survival coins and provided insights into the basic principles of magical energy and its straightforward applications. Another tome, titled The Gods, priced at 70 survival coins, detailed the taboos surrounding various deities and the intricacies of worship. The blessings of idols impart powerful buffs, and Sully was determined to take advantage of this. She then purchased a training course for Ivan, a young man who had decided to pursue the path of the Guardian. The basic Guardian training cost 200 survival coins. Following this expenditure, Sully found herself with a mere 5 survival coins left. The coins had vanished as swiftly as flowing water, leaving her feeling quite pained. However, upon the completion of the training, she felt it was indeed worthwhile. After 7 days of rigorous training at the facility, Ivan had successfully grasped the fundamentals of being a guardian and acquired a basic ability, the magical energy shield. This skill allowed him to expend his own magical energy to provide a protective shield for others, rendering him a significant combat asset. During these 7 hours, Sully had not idled. She delved into the aforementioned book on magical energy. Within this narrative universe, there existed a unique force harnessable by all beings, known by various names. Some referred to it as spiritual energy, others as mana. However, in the context of the train game, this energy was collectively termed magical energy. The process of cultivation involved absorbing this magical energy into one's body to enhance oneself. Sully is trained as a warrior, excelling in enhancing his physique with magical energy. Sophia, the archer, amplifies her perception and agility, while Ivan, the guardian, fortifies his defensive capabilities. Depending on subsequent developments, magical energy will ultimately manifest in highly individualistic forms. The established and systematic training methods are referred to as professions. Following a fixed professional path ensures steady growth, yet miracles are seldom encountered. All statistics are calculable. Thus, it is advised that those seeking stability should pursue a point allocation strategy, while those willing to take risks may opt for a cultivation approach. However, the cultivation path is not a dead end. With each level up, the system's enhancements will elevate the insight and potential of cultivation players, preventing them from falling too far behind point allocation players. After emerging from the training grounds and completing his initial cultivation, Ivan noticed that night had already fallen. Thus, our enhancement session has concluded for now. Sully reflected briefly and stated that next, we must proceed to the temple. Sully has not forgotten that the temple houses deities. By offering sacrifices to the statues, one may receive the blessings of the divine. According to Jibei, the blessings from the gods are immensely beneficial. Though there are numerous taboos associated with them, when utilized appropriately, they can significantly enhance one's team. On a previous occasion, Su Li refrained from worshipping the deities, fearing that a careless act of devotion might lead to irrevocable consequences. He had encountered situations in games where impulsive decisions resulted in missed rewards. After experiencing such setbacks, he began to save his progress before making choices. Worshipping deities, however, is a solemn affair and cannot be reversed. To err on the side of caution, he opted to forego the opportunity for divine rewards. The merchandise available at the transfer station corresponds with the difficulty level of the challenge world. Previously, he had faced a level 0 world, where many items remained locked. This time, the challenge world's level has increased, unlocking several new goods, including texts about the deities. Upon his return, Su Li specifically purchased a book detailing the relationships and taboos among the gods. It felt akin to navigating a particularly corrupt workplace, where one must remember the preferences and enemies of their superiors, he mused. In this world where true deities exist, worship entails certain protocols, as each god has distinct likes and taboos. For instance, the god of forging and the god of machinery cannot be worshipped simultaneously. The former perceives forging as imbuing objects with soul and intent, while the latter's assembly line methods are seen as devoid of spirit. An assembly line? A soulless endeavor, the god of forging proclaims. The god of machinery, however, remains indifferent, accepting both handcrafted masterpieces and mass production. Yet the one-sided disdain from the god of forging has led to conflict, resulting in the former's refusal to acknowledge those who have previously worshipped the latter. Furthermore, the storm god harbors a dislike for the god of beauty, due to the latter having played a trick on him. The god of beauty, owing to her lifestyle choices, is not favored by deities associated with family protection, loyalty, or maidenhood. While her followers are not outright barred from worship, the blessings received are often rather meager. Beyond personal preferences leading to taboos, there exist paradoxical relationships among the deities. For example, the god of life holds an admiration for the god of plague, praising the latter's tenacity in survival, where minuscule life forms triumph over more formidable ones, a testament to life's resilience and indomitable spirit. As for the lives lost to plague, the god of life sees this merely as the natural cycle of existence. Life and death are intertwined. Both the demise from plague and the predatory nature of life are simply facets of the natural order. Such myriad taboos abound, illustrating that the relationships among the gods cannot be discerned solely by their names. Su Li couldn't help but scoff inwardly. This was not a gathering of deities, but rather a compendium of divine gossip. To be honest, it was quite entertaining for passing the time. Nevertheless, despite her grievances, she knew she must attend to her responsibilities. After much deliberation, the trio selected a deity each, one that resonated with their individual preferences for veneration. The first was the kitchen god, a benevolent goddess revered as the guardian of the household. Her worship brings forth secret delicacies, warnings of impending dangers, and blessings of health. The devotees are expected to refrain from any actions that could unjustly disrupt familial harmony. She delights in offerings of exquisite cuisine and lovingly crafted artisanal gifts. With almost no adversaries, she is akin to a maternal figure among the deities, a beloved entity among the divine. The second was the Earth Mother, who sovereignly presides over the realm of the earth. Her only stipulation for her followers is to avoid creating significant environmental pollution. In return for her veneration, she bestows enhancements related to mining, agriculture, and animal husbandry. Her favored offerings consist of soil, mineral crafts, and the young of animals, as well as entities that threaten ecological balance. The third was the god of exploration, who governs the domains of discovery and expansion. His sole demand from his followers is the relentless pursuit of new worlds, encouraging them to delve into the fragments of unexplored realms. Should they cease their explorations, the god of exploration will turn his back on them. The essence of their ventures is what he cherishes most, thus his requirements for offerings are modest. Anything sourced from the realms they explore suffices. Nevertheless, his true preference lies in the creations born from the struggles and ingenuity of his followers in their quest for survival and expansion. The boons granted by the god of exploration are remarkably potent. His list of blessings is extensive, with a few notable benefits including the ability to cinch treasure chests and enhance luck during explorations, leading to better loot. Surili chose to devote herself to the god of pioneers, while Ivan pledged his allegiance to the Mother of Earth, and Sophia opted for the god of the hearth. To be candid, Surili was taken aback by Sophia's choice of the hearth god. She had anticipated that Sophia would choose deities such as the god of machinery or the god of archers. However, Ivan found no oddity in this decision, as he understood that his sister held family in the highest regard. It was hardly surprising that she would choose the hearth god, a protector of the home. Suli nodded, conceding that her understanding was somewhat lacking. Once a choice was made, Su Li and her companions sought out the deity's statue within the temple for their offering. The first they encountered was the Mother of Earth, prominently positioned within the sanctum. Ivan, visibly apprehensive, carefully placed the core of the storm crystal feather serpent upon the altar dedicated to the Mother of Earth and knelt in anticipation of divine response. Sophia, feeling somewhat anxious, whispered, "Is it truly acceptable to offer this?" "It should be fine," Su Li replied softly. After all, the storm crystal feather serpent did wreak havoc upon that plane. Besides, we lack any suitable tributes, so this is our only option. Could we not procure porcelain? Surely, earthenware artifacts hold considerable value, Sophia inquired. Do deities yearn for porcelain? Remember, what they seek is sincerity. A purchased offering lacks genuine intent. If one wishes to present porcelain, it must be crafted by one's own hands, Su Li advised hastily. To the divine, there is little distinction between a ton of gold and a pound of clay. What truly matters is the cultural and emotional significance attached to the offering. Just then, a radiant light erupted from the altar. Subsequently, a golden crystal descended gently. What? Instead of a blessing, we received an item? Su Li gasped, astonished. The provision of an item rather than a blessing indicated that the Mother of Earth was indeed pleased. What could this signify? Su Li was unaware that the last world they visited, Wuthering Heights, had been annihilated by the crystal feather serpents. This realm was originally devoid of magic. Yet a number of these serpents found their way here, proliferating and wreaking havoc on the climate. Lacking any regulatory capacity, this magicless world ultimately succumbed to drastic climatic upheaval, leading to ecological extinction. As the principal perpetrators of this ecological disaster, the cores of these serpents became exceedingly suitable offerings to the Earth deity, particularly as this batch of tributes from Blue Star was deemed exceptional. Consequently, the benevolent Earth Mother bestowed a modest reward. Ivan cradled the crystal in his hands and, after bowing before the statue, respectfully retrieved it. What is it? Su Li inquired eagerly. You should see for yourself. It's a remarkable treasure. Ivan replied with a smile. Suri promptly examined the crystal. The sunlight crystal, having dissipated after 4 brief explorations of the world, radiated a continuous glow, bestowing sunlight upon the surrounding crops for a full 24 hours. Ordinary plants experienced a growth acceleration of 50%, while extraordinary plants thrived at a rate enhanced by 20%. What a splendid treasure this is. We can now cultivate crops underground. Excitedly, Su Li exclaimed. They were preparing to return to the Whistling Valley to engage in mining activities. Their greatest concern was the crops they had previously planted, as there was insufficient sunlight underground, causing the plants to wither. Su Li believed that these survival points had been squandered. However, unexpectedly, a twist of fate occurred. Ivan experienced a promising start. After he collected the crystal stones, they proceeded to the statue of the kitchen god. The statue was situated further inside, suggesting that the deity was not faring well. It was hard to imagine that this figure was, in fact, a benevolent being from the divine realm. As Su Li raised her gaze, she couldn't shake the impression that this stove deity bore a striking resemblance to the blue ribbon she had seen before, albeit in a more dignified form. It was worth noting that the deities here evoked a strong sense of déjà vu. She recalled a particular deity she had encountered in the underworld, and she half expected him to suddenly emit a bizarre cry like Wushao. Just as Su Li's thoughts began to wander, Sophia approached the altar. She produced a piece of fabric, which Su Li recognized as Ivan's scarf. Ivan had worn it when they were first revived, but he had since removed it due to the sweltering heat within the dungeon. Upon recognizing the scarf, Ivan's face lit up with a smile. That was a scarf my sister knitted for me. This type of offering was greatly favored by the stove deity. Su Li nodded in agreement with Sophia's choice, noticing Ivan's reluctance to part with it. With a gentle smile, she ruffled his hair, reassuring him, "Do not worry. What the stove deity desires is to witness the love of family. That scarf embodies your sister's affection for you, and the stove deity will not take it away." The offering radiated a soft glow, and soon a small spark of fire circled around it before landing in Sophia's hand. Carefully, she accepted the flame and then closed her eyes. After a moment, Sophia returned to them, holding the scarf. "How did it go?" Su Li inquired. Sophia handed the scarf to Ivan and replied, "The stove deity is quite pleased and has granted me 2 recipes. For Ivan, a blessing, Ivan Blavatsky's exclusive amulet materials, love. Any fabric, 11, effect, ensures Ivan Blavatsky's healthy growth. When love fades, the amulet will also disappear. Now, you need not fear that you will not grow tall. Sophia chuckled as she playfully tousled Ivan's hair. In addition to this gift for Ivan, there was another recipe. Recipe: Storm Crystal Feather Serpent Soup Secret Recipe. Enhances perception and agility growth. Materials: 1 storm crystal feather serpent meat, various spices, 1 egg, 1 fungus. Requires a magic furnace of any level. Su Li's eyes sparkled with delight. This was indeed a remarkable treasure. The secret food recipe was something he had initially intended to procure. Our chosen path is one of cultivation, and such secret food has the potential to accelerate our training speed significantly. Consuming this delicacy at every meal could result in a growth rate surpassing that of certain point-enhanced methods. Both of us have received valuable gifts, igniting a sense of anticipation within Su Li as he pondered the blessings he might receive. The trio approached the god of exploration, and Su Li adjusted his attire before producing a rudimentary device. This contraption was a simple water purification device that he had ingeniously crafted upon his arrival in this world. It was evident that without this invention, he would have faced a considerable risk of succumbing to thirst. Presenting his offering, Su Li dutifully knelt before the deity, awaiting a divine response. Suddenly, a radiant light enveloped him, as a beam of brilliance entered his very being. A screen materialized before Su Li. Congratulations, player. You have received a temporary blessing. Mining expert, lasting for 1 exploration cycle. When you and your team gather minerals, the resource drops will undoubtedly reach their maximum value. You will possess the ability to sense minerals within a certain radius. Su Li's eyes widened in astonishment. This tool was remarkably effective. For instance, when gathering from a basic or pile, the fixed yield consisted of 5 units of stone, accompanied by 2 to 5 corresponding minerals, and a random additional mineral ranging from 0 to 1. With this enhancement, the yield became a guaranteed 5 minerals and 1 supplementary mineral. This significantly elevated the efficiency of resource collection. Grateful thanks to the god of exploration. Su Li promptly expressed her gratitude to the divine and returned with a sense of contentment. Casting a glance at the resurrection platform in the center, she chose not to recruit any allies further. With their survival coins completely depleted, they could no longer construct anything. Su Li and her companions could only wait for the completion of the train while searching for usable items. With newfound space, their first task was to set up the bed. Su Li first crafted 3 single beds. Subsequently, he exchanged some smoked reindeer and wolf meat for 3 sets of mattresses, 3 sets of bedding, and pillows. He then traded his backpack for 3 vials of deadly poison. The deadly poison vials, when thrown, create a pool of venom upon impact, inflicting poisoning effects on any adversaries above. Currently, he finds himself burdened with an excess of meat, necessitating the development of preservation methods. This matter weighs heavily on his mind. They possess an abundance of meat. To speak of snake meat alone, there are 68 pounds, with plenty of wild vegetables, wolf meat, and wild boar meat remaining. Much of the previous hyena meat has spoiled and been discarded, and at the market, many are peddling fish and deer, with hardly anyone interested in this somewhat deteriorated dog meat. Had it not been for Sophia's smoking process, the deer meat would likely have gone bad as well. Su Li could only procure a modest amount of timber and purchase some ice blocks. He placed the ice blocks alongside the box designated for meat storage to preserve its freshness. This was a service that emerged only after the merger of districts. In their district, some individuals found themselves in the tranquil world of the frozen sea, a realm abundant in water yet woefully lacking in food and fuel. This time, some opted not to venture into new worlds but rather returned to the frozen sea, trading ice blocks and water resources for sustenance. While this approach could be deemed viable, Su Li believed that in the current version, which is being rapidly advanced, such a conservative strategy would not sustain them for long. The resources in the initial world were exceedingly scarce. The price of ice blocks was not exorbitant. Furthermore, the meat infused with magical energy had a significantly longer shelf life compared to ordinary meat. Common bacteria found it challenging to proliferate on magical meat, making spoilage unlikely. Though it was not as effective as refrigeration, it was certainly better than having nothing at all. Once everything was arranged, Su Li and his companions took a well-deserved rest at the transit station for a considerable time, eagerly awaiting the completion of their train. The locomotive had yet to be upgraded, offering little to discuss, measuring 10 meters in length and 3 meters in width. However, the subsequent carriages were truly impressive, boasting an initial length of 15 meters and a width of 3 meters. The trio enthusiastically boarded the train, only to find themselves sorely disappointed. Ivan touched the walls, feeling their fragility, and couldn't he help but lament, isn't this just akin to the walls of a level 0 train? Merely a layer of easily torn metal. Suli surveyed the surroundings, finding the interior desolate and devoid of any presence. To the left of the entrance, there was a display screen. Upon activating the screen, a description of the carriage's condition appeared. Basic carriage, current carriage bonus, none current carriage equipment, none. Suli flipped through the pages, discovering more detailed data such as durability and sturdiness, which proved to be of little use. It truly seemed to lack substance, however. It was a relief that upgrades were possible. The conditions for upgrading were akin to those for the vehicle's front, necessitating the purchase of blueprints at the factory, followed by the creation of upgrade components. Suli glanced at the upgrade blueprint. The Universal Carriage Upgrade Plug-in Blueprint required 100 survival coins and could be applied to the basic carriage, enhancing it into a universal one. The prerequisites included 300 units of wood, 300 units of stone, 200 units of iron ingots, 100 units of copper ingots, 20 units of silver ingots, 5 fire element shards, and 5 water element shards, as well as a train head of level 2 or above. It would be a relief to upgrade, otherwise. Residing in such a fragile newspaper shell offered little sense of security. Once this was settled, Suli and the others tidied up the interior. The train head served as their dining and resting area, where they often gathered. The rear carriage was designated for sleeping and processing materials, and it also housed a basic planting box and sunlight crystals. Suli exchanged 2 fire element crystals for 3 earth element crystals and subsequently crafted 3 new planting boxes. In addition to the previously sown tomatoes, potatoes, cotton, and wheat, Suli also planted mangoes, seeds left over from consuming the mango obtained from a treasure chest, corn from a treasure chest in the abandoned town, and strawberries purchased with the last 5 survival coins. Due to insufficient sunlight exposure, despite having sown for 7 days, the actual effective growth period was only 4 days, and with today's count, it totals 5 days. Mangoes, growth period of 28 days. Yielding harvest every 5 days upon maturation, with sunlight crystals reducing the growth time to 6 days. Tomatoes, growth period of 11 days. Yielding harvest every 4 days upon maturation, with sunlight crystals reducing the growth time to 3 days. Potatoes, growth period of 6 days, with sunlight crystals reducing the growth time to 4 days. Cotton, growth period of 10 days, with sunlight crystals reducing the growth time to 6 days. Corn, growth period of 14 days, yielding harvest every 4 days upon maturation, with sunlight crystals reducing the growth time to 3 days. Strawberries, growth period of 8 days, yielding harvest every 4 days upon maturation, with sunlight crystals reducing the growth time to 3 days. Wheat, growth period of 15 days, with sunlight crystals reducing the growth time to 10 days. Considering the planting time, potatoes will be ready for consumption the day after tomorrow. This thought filled Suli with anticipation. The 3 individuals arranged their beds, positioned the planting boxes, watered the plants, and familiarized themselves with the various supplies within the train before moving on to the main event. What is the main event, you may ask? Naturally, it is the upgrade of the locomotive. Suli took out the LV2 train upgrade module and directed it towards the locomotive. A radiant light gradually enveloped the front of the train, transforming it within its luminous embrace. Originally measuring 10 meters in length, the locomotive extended to 15 meters amidst the glow. The additional 5 meters provided ample space for movement. The design of the locomotive became notably more contemporary, however. It remained a steam engine reliant on boiler fuel, which was somewhat of a drawback. The 3 individuals circled the train, observing its transformations. While the height of the train remained unchanged, the scars inflicted by the hyenas in the saline alkaline land, as well as the wounds left by the biting winds, had been completely erased. Upon witnessing this, Suli was filled with joy, as it spared her a considerable sum in repair costs. As the radiant light dissipated, a system notification appeared before her. The train's level had ascended to LV2, unlocking new functionalities. A preset feature was introduced, enabling her to determine the distance the train would travel next and to select which path to take at intersections. The fuel efficiency was enhanced, reducing the preheating time to a mere 3 minutes with an integrated ignition system in the boiler. The train's speed had also been augmented. Additionally, she received a final gift from the game operators, the newbie package, which had been automatically activated for her. This bestowed upon her blueprints for wooden partitions, wooden doors, indoor train lighting, stone flooring, and stone walls. She was then prompted to choose one reward from the following 5 options: an onboard sleeping compartment, a rooftop defense platform, an onboard radar, a hunting shovel, or a storage compartment. Sully was once again filled with joy, for there were new gift packages available for claim. He promptly opened the manual's detailed introduction, meticulously examining the effects of these options. The rooftop defense platform added a combat station atop the vehicle. However, it was merely a platform, devoid of any cover. To obtain shelter, one would need to invest additional funds to construct it. The hunting shovel affixed a massive blade to the front of the vehicle, designed to breach the onslaught of beastly hordes. To be honest, Sully felt that these 2 items were not particularly essential at the moment. Moreover, both could be manufactured in the factory, with materials that were quite easy to gather. Consisting solely of various metal ingots, no elemental shards required. The cost-effectiveness and demand for these options were both exceedingly low, thus he decided to disregard them for now. As for the onboard storage compartment, with the addition of the trailer bed, the necessity for it had diminished significantly. Hence, it was also eliminated from consideration. The onboard sleeping quarters represented merely an extension occupying 5 meters of the vehicle's length, endowing it with a certain unique capability: the acceleration of stamina recovery. After much deliberation between the dormitory and the vehicle radar, Sully ultimately succumbed to the allure of the latter, despite the enticing convenience of the dormitory's restroom. The vehicle radar, reliant on numerous electronic components, posed a challenge for Sully to acquire, yet its utility was undeniable, especially as they prepared for their subterranean mining expedition. The vehicle radar boasts the capability to display terrain within a 5-kilometer radius and can be further enhanced at the factory. Additionally, the vehicle's speed has seen a notable improvement, with a standard velocity of 80 kilometers and a maximum of 100 kilometers. Once the upgrades were complete, Sully and the others commenced their respective training and study sessions. Regrettably, Sully lacked the materials necessary to construct a mana furnace, which requires 100 iron ingots. She had only 24 remaining. Otherwise, she would have relished the opportunity to taste the elusive secret food snake soup. After an early rest, they awoke at 5 in the morning. Following breakfast, they entered the swirling vortex of teleportation at 6 o'clock. Upon entering the vortex, Sully eschewed exploration of other worlds and opted to return to the previous realm. You have entered a new world, Wuthering Heights. Current world energy level, 0, 4. Challenge level, 1. Suddenly, darkness enveloped them, and they found themselves back in this world. Surrounding them was an expanse of blackness. Sully activated the lighting system, revealing a pile of stones nearby. The items I arranged before my departure remain. We have returned to our previous location. With a face alight with excitement, Sully declared, "Let us reverse. We'll travel back at 80 kilometers and continue mining for crystals." My mining expert has responded. Sully glanced to his left, in his perception. There lay a mine approximately 3 kilometers away. As Sully activated the radar, the surrounding terrain within a 5-kilometer radius was immediately displayed. He promptly captured screenshots. Armed with a pickaxe and a steam miner, the trio, fully equipped and wielding torches, proceeded westward. The underground cavern was treacherous to navigate, with limited visibility and some slippery surfaces. Guided by the radar, they cautiously ventured along a narrow path into a cave, leaving torches to illuminate their retreat, startling a flock of bats in the process. Eventually, Sully discovered an underground lake, surrounded by various heaps of ore. Without hesitation, they began to excavate. The 3 took turns mining, relying primarily on their physical strength, while one person, upon fatigue, would assume the role of transporter. After considerable effort, they finally depleted the ore in that area. Returning to their vehicle, they rested while reversing. However, after a brief while, the mining expert provided another alert. Sully quickly halted the vehicle and resumed mining. Back and forth, they soon gathered the requisite 100 iron ingots to construct a basic magical furnace. This basic magical furnace resembled a modern integrated stove, requiring lower-grade magical crystals as energy during usage. It was only through this furnace that one could activate the magical energy within the flesh of extraordinary creatures, thereby producing delicacies with special effects. Following the recipe provided by the deity of the furnace, Sophia began to prepare snake soup for the trio. Perhaps due to the iron pot being ill-suited for such a dish, the resulting soup was of rather low quality. Lower-grade storm crystal feather snake soup, upon consumption. It enhances agility and perception during training. For players whose agility and perception are below 50, consuming 10 servings will increase agility and perception by 1 point each, with a maximum effect of 3 times. After partaking in the snake soup, The trio felt a warm current flowing within their bodies. Each commenced training according to their learned magical energy exercises. Sully engaged in swordsmanship, continuously practicing his swordplay. Ivan appeared to be undertaking physical training, while Sophia's movements resembled a dance routine. After a considerable duration, once the warm sensation dissipated, they paused, drenched in sweat. Sully attempted to stretch his body, feeling a notable enhancement in both flexibility and physical strength, with the latter increasing at nearly double the usual rate. This was merely the effect of the inferior serpent broth. One could scarcely fathom the results of consuming a superior or even a top-tier variant. Sully exclaimed in astonishment. After boiling water for personal hygiene and donning a fresh set of clothes, they finally set the train in motion, reversing towards the lair of the crystal feather serpent. Upon entering the vicinity of the lair, Sully and his companions halted the train and proceeded on foot, wary of directly entering the den and alarming the tempestuous crystal feather serpents. Sully and his companions first surveyed their surroundings. The breeding season of the storm crystal feather serpents had yet to conclude, with their courtship and mating rituals extending over 7 days. Considering it was only the 4th day, the serpents were fervently engaged in their activities. After careful observation and confirming that the adult serpents had not returned, Sully felt a surge of courage. He examined the area and identified a favorable terrain. He began to gather stones, skillfully constructing a pocket-like formation that complemented the landscape. In moments of lacking strength, the convenience of a spatial backpack truly proved advantageous for building a stronghold. Next came the time to stir up trouble. Sophia followed Sully at a distance, aiming her arrow at the resting young crystal feather serpents nestled in the center. The moment the arrow was released, it was as though a hornet's nest had been disturbed. Over 200 hatchlings from the nest scurried towards them, accompanied by 6 elder individuals as well. Sully and Sophia swiftly dashed back towards the trap pocket, deftly evading the slicing winds. As for the wind projectiles, the young creatures were far too weak. Their speed was sluggish, and even if they struck Sully, she could withstand several hits. As long as she wasn't overwhelmed, they posed little threat. Upon entering the pocket trap, Sophia and Sully quickly grasped the ropes and, with Ivan's assistance, ascended to the fortress above. Once the clumsy serpents had made their way inside, Sully produced a vial of potent toxin. According to the information in the compendium, the crystalline feathered snakes were particularly susceptible to neurotoxins. Once poisoned, their ability to manipulate wind elements would be severely compromised, akin to silencing them. With a single toss of the toxin vial, the serpents writhed helplessly on the ground, rendered mute. Observing the incapacitated crystalline feathered snakes, Ivan remarked, "If only we had purchased the potent toxin vials earlier. Who could have anticipated we would encounter the storm crystalline feathered snakes here?" Sully chuckled in response, noting that such vials could only be acquired at the transit station or through treasure chests at this stage. Upon realizing they would face the storm crystalline feathered snakes, Sully had scoured the trading interface, only to discover that no one was selling them. It wasn't until the conclusion of their last exploration that someone selected this type of throwing vial from the optional chest and listed a few for sale. Ivan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of her point. Sophia gazed at the crystalline feathered snakes, now stripped of their special abilities, reflecting on the adage that knowledge is power. Without the compendium, who would have guessed these serpents were merely weak, venomous blind snakes? Had they been unaware of this information, they would have had to devise a strategy to lure the serpents out, dealing with them one by one. Although they were capable fighters, it would have required a considerable amount of time. "Hey, considering this, my initial reward proved quite useful," Sully exclaimed with delight. The compendium contained extensive information on numerous black iron-level monsters. By skillfully leveraging this knowledge, they could effortlessly dismantle their foes. Upon witnessing the serpents had all entered, Sully cast a bottle of potent venomous projectiles into their midst to further invigorate the spectacle, ensuring that the toxins were not entirely depleted by their consumption. Once the serpents had exhausted much of their strength, the trio leapt from the wall, systematically dispatching the creatures one by one. This endeavor not only yielded a substantial bounty of serpents, but also propelled their kill count beyond the notable threshold of 200. For every type of magical creature. Upon the slaying of 100, 200, 500, or 1,000, one would earn a blueprint for equipment primarily crafted from the essence of that particular creature. 2 blueprints fell before Sully: the blueprint for the crystal feather serpent boots and the blueprint for the crystal feather serpent trousers. Sully had learned about the situation and soon discovered the necessity of a device known as a primary arcane forge. According to the instructions, it was an essential component for crafting extraordinary equipment. This predicament stemmed from the forced progression of their journey. Ordinarily, They would have to navigate through at least 5 resource-scarce survival worlds before encountering extraordinary monsters and arcane gear. By that time, most survivors would have amassed a substantial collection of materials. They could seamlessly produce various crafting tables either through trade or their own reserves. Levels 0 to 5 represented the steam engine era, levels 5 to 10 the internal combustion electric age, and only after level 10 did one truly enter the arcane era. Now, the progression had been abruptly accelerated, leading to a disconnection in their development. Rewards obtained could not be utilized, rendering them utterly futile, no matter how splendid the reward. If it could not be crafted in the short term, it was as if it had never been acquired. It was akin to presenting an ancient individual, still relying on bronze tools, with blueprints for an internal combustion engine. What use would they have for such designs? What they needed was the technology for iron smelting. No matter how superior the engine blueprints, if they were of no practical use, they might as well be discarded as waste paper. Alas, one can only hope for a promising future. Such circumstances had dampened Su Li's enthusiasm. After vanquishing the crystal feather serpents, Su Li and the siblings ventured deeper into the lair. I must tell you, ever since arriving here, my treasure radar had been incessantly beeping. Su Li boasted as he led the siblings further into the lair, claiming that this place was teeming with treasure chests. The presence of treasure chests was highly probable, for Su Li had perused the guide which indicated that unique map regions almost invariably contain such treasures. In this howling valley, the unique map region was undoubtedly the lair of the crystal feather serpents. Suri and her 2 companions cautiously entered the lair, discovering a few surviving cubs within. The trio swiftly dealt with them. Once the matter was resolved, they retrieved the steam mining machine and commenced the extraction of nearby minerals. With resolute determination, Su Li exchanged her last optional treasure chest, acquiring a resource transport aircraft. This aircraft boasts a capacity of 10 slots, each capable of holding 20 materials. Upon designating a location, it automatically transports goods, consuming a lower-grade mana crystal after every 5 round trips. As the current accumulation of items is limited, Su Li decided to postpone its deployment. After setting up the mining machine, she embarked on a thorough exploration of this new nest. This nest, though modest in scale, appeared to contain few items and lacked the remains of any deceased crystal feather serpents. Upon reaching the center of the nest, Su Li discovered her objective: 3 treasure chests arranged in a conspicuous triangular formation. Eagerly, she hurried over to open the chests. Her excitement piqued by the possibility of a special treasure chest. Su Li approached the treasure chests, examining each one with keen interest. The first was a standard silver chest, which, upon opening, would yield 3 basic resources and 2 special items. The second chest was resplendent, adorned in a regal purple hue. Intrigued, Su Li leaned closer to inspect the furniture chest. The final chest, shaped like a crystal, bore a resemblance to the head of the storm crystal feather serpent. A final glance revealed it to be the treasure chest of the storm crystal feather serpent's lair. Suri had never encountered such a treasure chest, nor had she come across it in her guide. Thus, she speculated, the furniture chest must exclusively yield furniture, while the nest chest likely resembles a boss chest in games, only revealing items related to such creatures. Speculation proved futile. It was better to simply open it. Upon a brief contemplation, Su Li resolved to first unlock the furniture treasure chest. Furniture, it seemed, would not enhance her prowess and appeared rather inconsequential, thus she opted for this choice. You have opened the furniture treasure chest. You have acquired the blueprints for a standing crystal lamp, an ornate wooden bookshelf, and a cozy single sofa. Su Li snapped her fingers, a look of delight gracing her features. Not bad at all, she remarked, referring to the blueprint for the standing crystal lamp, the bookshelf, and the sofa. I had long suspected that chair was uncomfortable. Once we craft the sofa, our night shifts will be much more pleasant. Having studied the blueprints thoroughly, it became apparent that we were still short on cotton for the sofa. Once the cotton is harvested in a few days, we shall be able to construct it. Subsequently, Su Li opened the treasure chest of the lair. You have unlocked the Storm Crystal Feather Serpent Lair treasure chest. You have obtained a 2-handed sword, the Storm Crystal Sword. You have acquired the recipe for the Agility Potion. You have received the skill book, Arcane Charge. Su Li was astonished to discover that he had obtained a skill book. Su Li hastily picked up the skill book. The skill book, Arcane Charge, detailed the methods for mastering the skill. By enveloping oneself in arcane energy, one could launch a full-force assault against foes. Those with a focus on attributes could directly consume the book to learn, while those inclined toward practice could study its principles independently. It was indeed possible to learn from the text. We are of the practicing type. so we should peruse it regularly. Even if not for offensive purposes, it could serve us well in hasty retreats. After placing the skill book into his backpack, Suli proceeded to examine the agility potion. The formula for the agility potion required an alchemy station and, when consumed, would enhance movement speed by 10 for a duration of 10 minutes. This was a commendable item. Even in the later stages, its percentage-based effect would retain its utility. Without hesitation, Suli decided to learn it himself. He had acquired all these blueprints independently, and they could be shared with his teammates. The siblings had no objections. They were well aware of who held the reins in this team. Continuing to open chests, he encountered a silver treasure chest this time. This was Suli's first experience with a silver treasure chest, and he felt a surge of excitement. You have opened the silver treasure chest. You have received Train Fuel X5, Gold Element Fragments X5, Silver Cross Pickaxes X3, Silver Cross Pickaxe Blueprint, and Basic Workbench Blueprint. With a sparkle in her eyes, Suli discovered the blueprint for the workbench. Armed with this knowledge, the original basic workbench could be upgraded. The primary workbench was quite comprehensive, equipped with numerous tools. At that point, purchasing a recipe for bullets and gunpowder would enable her to craft ammunition. After mastering the blueprints, Suli proceeded to dismantle the silver treasure chest, transforming it into silver ingots. Once the treasure chest was dealt with, it was time to mine. The three of them united their efforts in excavation. By noon on the following day, they had completely exhausted the entire nest. After completing their mining endeavors, they pressed onward. This time, their planned route involved 5 days of subterranean mining, followed by 2 days above ground to replenish their supplies of water and wood. During this period, they continually exchanged ice blocks with others to preserve the serpent meat. There was little to recount during this time. Each day was a cycle of mining, smelting, mining, and smelting. Suli also purchased some bricks and constructed an additional furnace, ensuring that both furnaces worked tirelessly to refine ores into metal ingots. On the 7th day, Suli and her companions resurfaced. By this time, the crystalline feathered serpents had returned to their lairs to lay eggs, and the storm had subsided, gradually diminishing to a level 6 wind. Suli and his companions discovered a forest near a river, where they decided to take a respite. After replenishing their water supply, they continued to gather resources from the surroundings, particularly weeds and various wild vegetables. They also took the opportunity to enjoy a refreshing bath. For dinner, they feasted on the potatoes harvested a few days prior and strawberries picked the day before, accompanied by the ever-essential snake stew. During this period, they hunted several animals. And drawing from their experience of raising over 200 juvenile crystal feather snakes in their lair, all 3 of them advanced to level 3, opting for a cultivation path. They did not receive attribute or skill points, but rather enhancements in potential and insight. Congratulations on reaching level 3. Your physical condition has slightly improved, and your life potential and insight have increased. The effects of this boost in potential were remarkable. They could distinctly feel an acceleration in their cultivation speed and a heightened sensitivity to magical energy during their training. Roughly estimating, Suli remarked, I could now take on 5 of my former self from when I first entered the game. I feel I need to strengthen my lower body. Mining daily has left me feeling somewhat unbalanced, Ivan commented, striking a muscular pose. That makes sense, Ivan. You've been bulking up rapidly lately, Suli agreed, nodding in approval. He then added more food to Ivan's plate, encouraging him to eat heartily. It's the perfect time for you to grow. I once set a record in our school for growing 17 centimeters in a year. I remember those days well. My legs ached constantly, and I now bear the stretch marks from growing too quickly. All right, Ivan said, devouring the extra food and savoring the fresh potatoes. Indeed, the wild vegetables we used to eat were not nearly as delightful, Suli concurred. Sophia, having finished her snake stew, set down her bowl and suggested, perhaps we should cultivate more rice and wheat. Rice and wheat have low prices and lengthy growth cycles. I believe it might be more prudent to purchase them directly from the store. After all, we've struck a fortune this time and can trade with others or buy from the shop. Homegrown produce is tastier, Sophia countered. True enough. We can plant a variety of crops that yield continuous harvests, staggering their planting times to ensure a daily supply of fresh vegetables. After their discussion, Suli and his companions prepared to face the impending beast tide at 8 o'clock in the evening. As per usual, they constructed a fortress using stone materials. This time, they would confront a horde consisting of 18 wild boars, 8 brown bears, and 20 wolves. While the numbers were considerable, the absence of magical creatures rendered the horde utterly powerless against Suli and his team. With the storm crystal sword in hand, Suli executed the final blow, severing the head of the last brown bear with a decisive strike infused with magical energy. Thus, the beast tide came to an end. Upon its conclusion, Sully was awarded 300 survival coins, along with one selection box for blueprints and one selection box for items. The rewards seemed to be diminished compared to the previous occasion. Was it due to repeatedly entering the same realm, or perhaps the inferior quality of this beast tide? Left without answers, Sully shrugged and opened the selection box. Inside the blueprint box, there was nothing of significance. After much deliberation, Sully opted for a universal gunpowder recipe. The item selection box yielded similarly meager offerings, and after a lengthy selection process, Sully finally chose an invitation to the underworld. Having previously utilized an invitation to the underworld, Sully understood that the next entry would require 5 invitations to access the domain of the divine and select individuals. Feeling that her team was still lacking in magical offense and healing abilities, she contemplated the addition of more members, rather than spending survival coins on a lottery. Using the underworld invitation seemed a wiser choice, as it was curated by the divine and thus trustworthy. Reflecting on the recent rewards, not only had the quantity diminished, but the quality had also notably declined. It was unlikely she would return, alleviating concerns about obtaining duplicate blueprints. It was time to make use of the previous blueprint selection box. Finally, Sully retrieved the blueprint for the previous beast tide selection box and chose the design for the crystal feather serpent leather armor. With this, he now possessed a complete set of blueprints for the crystal feather serpent series, including leather armor, trousers, and boots. This journey had certainly become considerably easier. Sully took out a towel and began to wipe the blood and grime from his crystalline sword, exclaiming, "We have grown stronger. The enhancement from the magical energy is formidable. In the past, I could scarcely imagine withstanding a grizzly bear's ferocious strike with my shield, let alone staggering the beast." Ivan's face too was alight with excitement. The sharpshooter, who had contributed significantly to this battle, clenched his hand, feeling the fatigue in his arm. His strength had increased rapidly. The bow felt slightly lighter, indicating it was time for an upgrade. After dismantling the fallen beasts, the 3 of them took turns bathing. Once refreshed, and after organizing their collected items, Sully reviewed the fruits of their 7-day resource-gathering expedition. The results were impressive. Shattered gemstones included 7 rubies, 5 golden crystals, 6 yellow sapphires, 3 blue sapphires, and 1 green gemstone. Elemental fragments were as follows: fire, gold, earth, water, and wood, 11, 15, 12, 11, and 2 respectively. In terms of crystals, they had 907 shattered crystals, 343 intact crystals, and 351 lower-grade magical crystals. For serpent-related materials, they collected 485 storm crystal feather serpent meat, 261 shattered serpent heads, 275 fine serpent skins, 6 intact serpent heads, and 4 storm crystal feather serpent cores. Basic materials included 5, 138 stones, 4, 689 iron ingots, 3, 132 copper ingots, 364 silver ingots, 2, 096 coal, and 3, 962 wood. The remaining assorted materials were not meticulously counted, but were undoubtedly sufficient. The only shortcoming was the scarcity of weeds, limiting their ability to craft ropes. However, they did not currently require many. In case of necessity, they could always trade for some. It was evident that this journey focused solely on resource gathering had been exceedingly fruitful. It was a testament to the blessings of the god of pioneers, combined with the mining machines and demographic advantages, that such a bountiful harvest was possible. Other solo players who focused on mining had to reduce their numbers to a mere fifth, or even less. Thus, the early population advantage was indeed monumental. Moreover, the blessings of the god of pioneers were truly remarkable, Sully mused. With just one additional person, the efficiency during mining doubled. Even an extra child assisting in transporting materials greatly enhanced productivity. Not to mention, they possessed the god of pioneers' boon, which allowed them to sense the locations of mines, significantly shortening the most time-consuming search phase. Additionally, they had a steam mining machine capable of replacing 5 workers without fatigue. With such an abundance of minerals, Sully set about constructing 3 additional smelting furnaces on the way, bringing the total to 5. These furnaces would operate continuously for 24 hours to refine the ores into metal ingots. Once everything was organized, he drained the water from the tank and refilled it. The water tank is devoid of a purification system. If the water is left standing for an extended period, it will deteriorate. With everything in place, Sully piloted the train towards the portal. The journey would take an hour, so Suli, along with Sophia and Ivan, settled inside the carriage, engrossed in their books as they awaited the train's arrival at the portal. After finishing an introduction to a magical creature, Suli stretched languidly and noticed Sophia, engrossed in her study of extraordinary foundational texts beneath the standing crystal lamp. In the days following the tempest, the sky here appeared as if it had been thoroughly cleansed, stretching endlessly without a single cloud. The silvery moonlight streamed through the window, enveloping Sophia in its glow, transforming her golden locks into a more exquisite shade of platinum, making her seem as if she were wrapped in a veil of lunar silk, a vision of beauty that transcended earthly realms. Sophia's breath quickened slightly. The girl, dedicated to honing her agility and perception, sensed the fervent gaze upon her. The demure maiden feigned ignorance of this attention, yet the subtle flush of her ears betrayed her shyness. It was this delicate blush that drew the girl from the domain of the moon goddess back to the realm of mortals. Suddenly, Suli emerged from her trance, realizing that she had been staring at someone and hastily averted her gaze. However, upon turning her head, she was met with the mischievous grin of Ivan. His sly smile incited a surge of indignation within Suli, prompting her to give him a swift knock on the head. "What are you laughing at? Have you mastered the art of magical charge?" she rebuked. Observing Suli's flustered anger, Sophia pressed her lips together, a smile spreading from the corners of her mouth. "I, Huhan-san, am back once again at the transit station." With a fervent shout, Suli dashed off the train in a somewhat frenzied manner. He first made his way to the pawn shop to sell a few items, and then hurried directly to the factory. LV3 train blueprint? Purchase. The cost was 200 survival coins. The required materials for the LV3 train upgrade plug-in included 500 wood, 500 stone, 300 iron ingots, 200 copper ingots, 50 silver ingots, 50 glass, 5 fragments of gold element, and 5 fragments of water element. A mere trifle. Let us commence construction. Suli waved his hand grandly and constructed one. Glancing at the time, he noted that it would take 12 hours to complete, so he set it aside. Moreover, the carriage upgrade plugin? I shall buy that too. Let us get started. The cost was 100 survival coins, and the universal carriage upgrade plugin blueprint required 100 survival coins along with 300 wood, 300 stone, 200 iron ingots, 100 copper ingots, 20 silver ingots, 5 fragments of fire element, 5 fragments of water element, and a train head of level 2 or higher. After another glance at the time, he realized it would take 8 hours. Time for sleep. Suli waved his hand once more, and the three of them climbed onto the beds inside the train to rest. It was that Suli was averse to using an inn, rather. He found them too expensive and felt a pang of regret at the thought of spending money. The cheaper options were not as comfortable as their own beds, so it seemed more practical to simply sleep in their own quarters. The following morning, they awoke late, having indulged in a leisurely slumber. It was already past 10 o'clock. The three of them discussed their desired purchases, and before they knew it, noon had arrived. After finishing their meal, they discovered that the train upgrade plug-in was ready. Immediately, Suli commenced the utilization of the train. The train's rank ascended to level 3, granting it new functionalities. A water pipe installation was added, enhancing the internal space of the train with plumbing. The combustion efficiency improved, reducing the preheating time to a mere 2 minutes. The train speed subsequently increased. Despite the elevation to level 3, the dimensions of the train remained unchanged. However, the walls transformed into a more robust alloy. Zurich remarked that it felt like a mere filler level. Nevertheless, the plumbing was quite commendable. Unfortunately, Suli regrets that this upgrade does not include a beginner's gift pack. Suli entered and glanced around, discovering a layout of water pipes on the train's control panel, allowing for the installation of several water outlets. The pipes were directly connected to the water tank, enabling convenient access to water via tap within the train, eliminating the need to run to the tank for refills. Once this was accomplished, Suli proceeded to take out the universal carriage enhancement module to fortify the carriage. The basic enhancement transformed the standard carriage into a universal one, thus augmenting its functionality. The insulation properties were improved, and the length of the carriage was extended to 25 meters. A radiant glow enveloped the entire carriage. As countless materials melded into its construction, the carriage gradually elongated in the light, ultimately becoming a 25-meter-long vehicle. With the upgrade complete, Suli did not rush to examine the changes in the carriage, as the control panel had already provided the necessary information. He drove the vehicle into the factory to continue enhancing it, beginning with the addition of storage space. Suli activated the first feature. Due to the presence of a freight car, His need for storage space was not particularly significant. However, a screenshot sent by Ivan altered his perspective. It depicted a train conductor, also utilizing a freight car, lamenting in a chat group that his freight car had been ravaged by a monstrous tide, resulting in a catastrophic loss of materials that exceeded the capacity of his locomotive. The world he inhabited was bereft of water and minerals, rendering it unsuitable for another venture, compelling him to engage in tearful low-price transactions. Another unfortunate soul had experienced a similar fate during his last journey in the Whispering Valley, where Suli resided. A tornado had whisked away his freight car, leaving him destitute. This served as a wake-up call for Suli, highlighting the inadequate defensive capabilities of the freight car and the inherent risk of loss, relegating it to a mere emergency utility unless reinforced with funds. After much contemplation, Suli resolved to establish a vehicle-mounted storage space, relegating the freight car to a backup role. Vehicle-mounted storage space, level 1, capable of holding 20,000 units of materials. Resources required: 100 iron ingots, 50 copper ingots, 10 silver ingots, 1,000 wood, 300 survival coins, and a universal level carriage or a level 1 locomotive. This storage space would occupy 5 meters of carriage length. Suli positioned it at the rear of the carriage. With this addition, combined with the externally mounted storage car and the inherent storage within the vehicle, he could accommodate over 30,000 materials, which was ample. Next, he turned his attention to the vehicle-mounted planting chamber. Vehicle-mounted planting chamber, level 1, a greenhouse constructed using a single-sided mirror, with wall strength equivalent to that of the vehicle structure. It includes automated irrigation and other features. Resources required: 50 copper ingots, 200 glass, 200 wood, 100 survival coins, and 1 shard each of lower-grade elemental fragments of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This planting chamber necessitated 10 meters of carriage space. After placement, only 10 meters remained within the carriage. For the remaining space, Suli opted to create 2 vehicle-mounted sleeping quarters. Vehicle-mounted sleeping quarters, personal rooms that expedite recovery of stamina, mental state, wounds, and overall condition. Resources required: 50 iron ingots, 250 wood, 250 stone, 1 wood elemental shard, and 50 survival coins. Each sleeping quarter occupies 5 meters, making a total of 10 meters for both. Consequently, the entire 25-meter length of the carriage was utilized. He was still short 1 wood elemental shard and 1 water elemental shard, so Suli exchanged 4 lower-grade magic crystals with others to acquire them. Subsequently, he decided to install a rooftop water tank, adding another 5 tons of capacity. He also planned for a rooftop combat platform. Vehicle-mounted combat platform requires 100 wood, 100 stone, 100 iron ingots, and 50 survival coins. After installation, a platform with railings emerged atop the vehicle, devoid of any defensive measures. However, in the future, he could construct a combat fortress or install artillery upon it. The first time in Zurich, I encountered a super train equipped with remote assault capabilities. Unfortunately, Suli desired to enhance the radar of his train, yet his train's level was regrettably too low for any upgrades to be feasible. Suli examined the blueprints for the Level 4 train enhancement module at the factory. In this regard, the factory surpasses the store, as it provides construction blueprints that clearly outline the required materials, whereas the blueprints available for purchase at the store are mere recipe blueprints, obscuring the necessary materials until prior to use. The Level 4 train enhancement module costs 300 survival coins and requires the following materials: 500 units of wood, 500 units of stone, 300 ingots of iron, 50 ingots of copper, 200 ingots of silver, 50 ingots of gold, 10 batteries, 30 units of plastic, 5 fragments of gold elements, and 5 fragments of wood elements. Upon reviewing the recipe, Suli realized it was futile to proceed, as he had never encountered gold ingots before and thus decided against purchasing it for the time being. He then glanced at the blueprint for the next tier of train carriages. The blueprint for the exquisite carriage upgrade module costs 300 survival coins and can be applied to a universal-grade carriage to elevate it to an exquisite carriage. The requirements are as follows: 500 units of wood, 500 units of stone, 500 ingots of iron, 300 ingots of copper, 100 ingots of silver, 50 ingots of gold, 10 fragments of wood elements, 5 fragments of water elements, 5 fragments of fire elements, and a train head of level 4. There was little to discuss here either, so he opted not to make a purchase for now. This left Suli pondering how the previous few individuals managed to ascend to level 6 in a mere 6 days amidst such scarcity of resources. The answer was quite simple. The fifth-place contestant, Lin Feng, benefited from a sign-in system that rewarded him with a Grand Train upgrade package, allowing for a direct leap in advancement. The fourth-place contestant, Su Xing, encountered a probability system and happened upon a wandering merchant, engaging in a gamble that yielded significant rewards, thereby acquiring the upgrade module to reach level 6. The third-place contestant, Li Fan, summoned a companion who had narrowly escaped death from pursuers and, thanks to Li Fan's summoning techniques, arrived with a wealth of materials, facilitating a rapid ascension. The second-place contestant, Tang Xing, had a straightforward approach. He opened chests, claiming everything, as some chests had a minuscule chance of containing upgrade cards. The first-place contestant, Luo Ping'an, experienced the simplest fortune on the first day. Upon using an initial train enhancement module, he triggered a critical success, propelling himself directly to level 6. It was difficult to comprehend, as these individuals seemed to have an unseen force facilitating their progress. After watching the train enter the factory for modification, Su Li hurried to the temple, eager to partake in the blessings of the divine and acquire formidable buffs. Earlier, while Su Li was engaged in construction, his siblings had already visited the temple. Sophia had offered a homemade soup from the Russian region to the kitchen god and received a buff enhancing her culinary insight. Ivan, however, was struggling to find a suitable offering. As Su Li approached, he conceived a rather dubious idea. What if you offered a core from the crystal feather serpent? Ivan immediately rejected the notion without hesitation, stating, I don't think that's appropriate. We have already made a sacrifice and should not offer again. Such insincerity of heart. This is still what you, Su Ge, have conveyed to me. Su Li pursed her lips and retrieved the water purification device she had previously offered to the god of exploration, placing it upon the altar for her sacrificial rite. The device on the altar transformed into light and vanished. Subsequently, the specks of light coalesced into a staff, which descended upon Su Li, leaving her momentarily dazed. You have received the blessing of the god of exploration. You have acquired the ability to cinch treasure chests within a radius of 5 kilometers. Upon opening a treasure chest, you will be struck once by the god of exploration staff. Only you may open the chests. Those opened by others will become empty. The god of exploration, pointing at you, lad. Stung by the reprimand, Su Li scratched his head, recalling the previous blow that felt as though his pinky had been placed in a chest. However, this punishment bore the nature of a jest from the god of exploration. Some might ponder whether Su Li had been overly careless. Firstly, Su Li's endeavor to explore the fragments of the world itself constituted a form of offering to the god of exploration. His recent sacrifice could be viewed as a trifecta, a continuation of his previous explorations, a promise to further delve into the unknown, and the handcrafted water purifier. The god of exploration merely perceived his cleverness and responded with a playful jest. Moreover, the relationship between the pioneers and the god of exploration is characterized by a relaxed camaraderie. The deity himself possesses a whimsical nature. According to the records of the gods, there was an individual who once presented the god of exploration with a tome detailing transformations, claiming it to be a venture into a new world. The god of exploration then delivered a similar blow to Su Li's earlier one, leaving him with a quip to hasten his efforts, and before departing, granted him an inspiration buff. Upon returning home, this divine figure indeed crafted a transformed avatar. Had it been anyone else, Su Li would not have been so casual. Though the blessing required enduring a strike, its benefits were undeniably formidable. Contentedly scratching his head, Su Li exited, leaving Ivan in a quandary about what offering to present. Ultimately, Ivan brought forth a portion of wheat he had sown himself, earning a gradual recovery buff. After sustaining injuries, consuming his self-cultivated crops would grant him a minor healing effect, lasting for one exploration cycle with a cooldown of 24 hours. With the construction complete, it was time to resume the routine and purchase training sessions. Su Li purchased a warrior training course for 200 survival coins, while Sophia acquired an archer training course for the same amount, and Ivan opted for a guardian training course, also costing 200 survival coins. The training sessions are evaluated based on time rather than content. For prodigious talents, a single session suffices to master the material. However, for those less gifted, one must invest more coins for additional lessons. Subsequently, Su Li procured several blueprints, the recipe for rifle ammunition at 50 points, the recipe for rifle bayonets at 50 points, and the recipe for optical scopes at 50 points. He also traded some earth elemental fragments using bows, arrows, and a backpack, successfully increasing the quantity of basic planting boxes to 10. Su Li deemed this quantity adequate, yet he harbored concerns about water supply. In the event that the next world is a desert, wasteland, or island, he would face challenges in cultivating crops without sufficient water. On the morning of departure day, Sully awoke naturally. Upon opening his eyes and glancing at his watch, he noted the time was 5 o'clock, still prior to the alarm's ringing. Rising from his bed, he donned casual attire. Due to the train's transformation, they had removed the beds and were now sleeping in the square. After taking a few steps, Sully spotted Sophia and Ivan, who had just risen, engaged in their morning routines. "Good morning," Sully greeted them, unable to suppress a yawn. Sophia placed her towel back into the basin and replied, "Good morning, Sully. Breakfast is ready, snake soup, along with some vegetables and strawberries." Upon hearing snake soup, Sully felt a wave of irritation wash over him, having grown weary of the same dish. "Again with the snake soup? I'm starting to feel nauseous," he remarked. "I feel the same, brother Sully," Ivan said with a wry smile. "But consuming snake soup benefits our strength. Even if we don't relish it, we must eat, sister. It's not that the soup is unpalatable, it's just that we've had too much of it." "I understand. I too am growing tired of making snake soup," Sophia confessed, her expression slightly pained. "Perhaps we could trade secret food with others?" Ivan proposed a practical solution. "The secret food we consume primarily enhances our agility and perception training. But wouldn't relying solely on it lead to a lack of balance in our development?" Sophia responded coolly, "I've called out in the chat room several times, but all I encountered were fraudsters. I had intended to share my findings once I achieved results." Sully nodded, appreciating the initiative demonstrated by his teammates. After all, it was unreasonable for him to consider every detail alone. The siblings were also quite attentive. They would always inform him before any transaction. In return, Sully granted them the privilege to purchase rare items before reporting to him, as some exquisite treasures were snatched up almost immediately upon listing. At this moment, the train had been constructed, and after finishing their meal, the three tidied up their bedding and proceeded to the factory. Within the factory, a brand new train awaited acceptance. "Oh, how intriguing," Sully marveled at the train's appearance. The exterior of the train remained unchanged, yet in the middle section of the carriage, a 10-meter-long, jet-black matte glass room emerged, harmonizing perfectly with the similarly colored compartments. No, it would be more accurate to describe it as a one-way glass room, as it was opaque from the outside while allowing visibility from within. Surrounded by the train, Sully took a leisurely stroll, examining the new locomotive with keen interest. However, her expression soured as she glanced at the wooden trailer attached behind it, finding it utterly incongruous with the sleek, all-black aesthetic of the train. The simplicity of the trailer clashed starkly with the train's design. Once the storage compartment is upgraded in the future, it would be prudent to remove this unsightly addition, she mused. Sophia remarked that an extra segment only increased the likelihood of attack. Adversaries could easily ascend the trailer to launch their assaults. In contrast to the seemingly unscalable train cars, this trailer provided far too many opportunities for an ambush. After the three of them boarded, they meticulously scrutinized the interior of the train. The front compartment housed a rudimentary workbench and several chairs. Meanwhile, the items previously stored in the first car had been relegated to a temporary inventory, which had only existed for 2 hours, necessitating their reorganization. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sully rearranged the workspace within the vehicle, positioning the processing workbenches at the front. This area measures a mere 30 square meters, necessitating the accommodation of 2 water purifiers, 1 primary forging furnace, 5 elementary smelting furnaces, 1 basic workbench, 1 initial magical energy stove, and 1 ordinary cooking stove. This arrangement quickly consumed over 10 square meters, leaving the space rather cramped. Upon entering the cabin of the vehicle, Sully first replaced the flooring and wall panels with stone materials. Within this space, there exists a furnace, a forge, and a cooking stove. The previous wooden interior had been charred black. Concerned about the potential for fire hazards, Sully opted for stone instead. Sully stepped onto the ground, and the quality of the stone floor was commendable, reminiscent of the marble flooring commonly found in rural areas. The 3 individuals busied themselves for a while, arranging both the flooring and the equipment with care. Sully entered the first carriage, and upon stepping inside, the first sight that greeted her was the cultivation chamber. After the opulence of the bulky locomotive, the cultivation chamber offered a remarkably pleasant atmosphere. Spanning 10 meters in length and 3 meters in width, the chamber housed 10 primary planting boxes, each equipped with a nozzle capable of delivering water to the boxes as per the user's settings. Sophia approached and activated one of the nozzles, which showered water over the mango trees below. However, a significant amount of water splashed onto the floor as well. Displeased, Sophia shook her head, remarking that this feature was somewhat wasteful, as they ought to conserve water. I suppose it's best if I handle the watering myself, Ivan volunteered readily. Very well, Sully agreed, recognizing Ivan as a responsible miner who would not neglect the task. Moreover, the responsibility was rather light. The seeds provided by the system were free from disease and pest eggs, and the planting pots were devoid of any fungal infections. Hence, as long as there was no external contamination, the likelihood of disease or pestilence was minimal. Of course, overwatering could lead to root suffocation, which was an unavoidable risk. The cultivation chamber was also equipped with an internal circulation ventilation system, designed to aid the plants in mimicking the outdoor breezes. Suri surveyed the greenhouse, and with a hint of nostalgia, remarked, "In truth, this space is quite expansive. We could dine here. The walls and ceiling are constructed entirely of one-way glass, rendering us invisible from the outside. Yet, we can gaze upon the exterior, enjoying our meals while admiring the scenery. It is utterly delightful." Upon Su Li's suggestion, the siblings felt a tinge of excitement. The trio conferred and decided to bring both the magical stove and the conventional cooking range. They placed a table in the center of the room to serve as a dining table. Consequently, the front of the vehicle would function as the duty room, allowing them to supervise the operational workbench while on duty. The cultivation chamber was conveniently adjacent to the vehicle's front, making it effortless to traverse between the two areas. Once everything was arranged, Sully continued to explore the features of the cultivation chamber. Having invested so many resources, it would be disappointing to merely receive a glass house. Cultivation Chamber Level 1 eliminates low-level foreign pests and diseases and slightly enhances plant yield. That seemed acceptable, certainly better than having nothing at all. Sully smacked her lips in contemplation. Next came the dormitory. A metallic partition separated the dormitory from the cultivation chamber. As she opened the grand door on the partition, she was met with a wall that featured a passage approximately 1 meter wide, leading to the left. Upon entering the left passage, she found a corridor that extended 10 meters in length and half a meter in width. The right side of the corridor was lined with a wooden wall, which bore 2 doors and 2 operable windows. And thus, this was the dormitory. Sully opened one of the doors and stepped into the dormitory. The space measured a modest 3 by 5 meters, featuring a diminutive 1 square meter bathroom equipped for both showering and using the toilet. Living here alone seemed manageable, yet accommodating 2 individuals felt rather cramped. Goodness, it resembles a hamster cage, Sully remarked with a hint of sarcasm. However, there was little to be done. The space in the vehicle was simply limited. The arrangement included 2 dormitories, with Sully and Ivan sharing one room, while Sophia occupied the other. Sophia had wished to share a room with her brother, but Ivan, asserting his maturity, declined her request. The beds of Sully and his companions measure 1 by 2 meters, arranged side by side, leaving a walking space of 30 centimeters. Additionally, Sully has discovered the nature of the newly added storage space that appeared during the evolution of the carriage. On either side of the train ceiling, there are storage compartments akin to those found in airplanes. Although these compartments do not hold a substantial amount, they can accommodate some miscellaneous items. To Sully's delight, these storage boxes possess a rudimentary preservation function, capable of delaying the spoilage of meat. This is indeed a fortuitous development. Sully and his companions consume 3 meals a day, each partaking in a serving of snake soup, amounting to 9 servings of snake meat daily. Over the course of 7 days, they have consumed 63 portions of meat. However, they possess a total of 485 portions of snake meat, stored for a week. Even though they have been preserved in ice, the quality of the beast meat has begun to deteriorate. Sully and Ivan hastily transferred the ice and meat into the refrigerated storage compartments. Once that task was accomplished, they continued to organize their dormitory. The interior of the train boasted relatively high ceilings, allowing Sully to stack 6 pull-out storage boxes against the wall for their personal belongings. At last, they had a semblance of a restroom and private space. Previously, they had no toilet and were compelled to attend to their needs on the train, which was undeniably awkward, especially during the times when they lacked a first-class compartment and only had the engine. Any attempt to conceal themselves could still be overheard. Sigh. The past is indeed hard to revisit, Sully lamented. Yet, through their arduous efforts, life gradually improved. The toilet was of the squat variety, which Sully had long since adapted to. As siblings of Russian descent, they found the Asian squat quite manageable. Ivan even demonstrated a leg-kicking dance for Sully, showcasing his talents. The most distant storage space in the carriage was designated as Vehicle Storage Level 1, capable of holding 20,000 units of materials without grid restrictions. This absence of grid limitations truly captivated Suli. Typically, grid restrictions would mean that a particular item could occupy 3 slots, with each slot holding 5 materials. Theoretically, this would allow for 15 materials. However, in practical use, a pickaxe, a hammer, and an axe would fill up all available slots. Thus, the theoretical 15 storage spaces would only accommodate 3 items in reality. With the removal of grid constraints, they could now store items at will. How splendid! After inspecting the new compartment, Suli felt quite satisfied, though she noted that the space was a tad small. Such is the nature of humanity. When one lacks a home, even a hamster cage seems sufficient, yet once one possesses a hamster cage, it suddenly appears too confined. Truly, one must learn to appreciate what they have. Suri feigned a profound sentiment, which amused Sophia, who was meticulously maintaining her vintage rifle. At that moment, Ivan hurried over, exclaiming, "Suri, I have procured the blueprints." He then revealed 4 schematics: basic chemical workbench blueprint, 100 survival coins, battery blueprint, 50 survival coins, basic workbench blueprint, 100 survival coins, basic enchantment table blueprint, 200 survival coins. These were all newly unlocked upon their return. The locomotive's level must reach a certain threshold before the shop grants permission to sell the recipes. Suli picked up the blueprint and mastered all of them. The basic chemical workbench blueprint requires a primary workbench for its creation, and it necessitates gold ingots, which are currently unavailable. The primary workbench can be upgraded from the basic workbench, also requiring gold ingots, which cannot be procured at the moment. The basic workbench has another upgrade branch: the primary enchanting table. The enchanting workbench primarily facilitates the synthesis of various materials or their disassembly into lower tiers. While not essential, it offers considerable convenience. The primary enchanting workbench demands 5 additional elemental shards of each type. This necessitates some accumulation, and since it is not urgently required, Suli chose not to construct it. Batteries are materials for upgrading the train, consuming 5 iron ingots, 1 electrolyte, and 2 gold ingots. The electrolyte requires the chemical workbench but does not necessitate a recipe. As it is inherently provided, only some sulfur or in water are needed. Plastic also requires the chemical workbench and can be processed from resin alone. Hence, progress is currently stalled, entirely hinging on the establishment of the chemical workbench. Suli rubbed her temples in frustration. Furthermore, the rifle ammunition purchased earlier requires universal gunpowder, which is crafted from nitrate ore and cotton. Gold ore, nitrate ore, and sulfur ore have become the forthcoming targets for collection, while iron ore and copper ore are no longer of immediate necessity, as several thousand units will suffice for a while. Careful selection of the world is crucial. Suli sighed. However, who can definitively ascertain the choices of this world? It appears to rely solely on luck. I inquired in the chat room. And in worlds with a level of 0.7, some have indeed mined gold and nitrate. Sophia suddenly remarked, despite having excavated numerous ore piles. We have yet to encounter a single gold or nitrate or sulfur. I suspect it may be a limitation of the world's energy level. That makes sense. Suli agreed with a nod. The ore piles in this world seem rather unnatural. One encounters them frequently within caves. In a normal world, such dense occurrences are typically found only in mining sites. Clearly, these resource points are sculpted by the system. Does this imply we should select a world with a higher energy level? Might that entail some danger? Ivan inquired. We have no choice but to take the risk. Just look at the leaderboard. Ivan opened the leaderboard, where the top 5 had already reached level 8. And the 6th place had a train level slightly higher at level 4. Who knows how long it will take for this group to ascend to level 11. Entering a new era. Should the game update again, the randomly generated worlds might all exceed energy level 1, with any wild creatures encountered being formidable beasts, leaving us to await our demise. Suli murmured with resentment, pondering how many souls still thrived on the entire blue star. Their chat channel, once bustling with 100,000 members, now dwindled to merely over 10,000, and yet another merger was imminent. Amidst this turmoil, Suli had sold a considerable amount of materials to exchange for survival coins. He traded 100 units each of stone, wood, iron ingots, shattered crystals, intact crystals, fragmented head crystals, and copper ingots. Even so, there remained a shortfall of 300 survival coins. Suli could only endure the pain of selling 6 precious gems that she had intended to hoard, finally balancing her accounts. After a round of enhancements, their supplies had significantly dwindled. Currently, they possessed 1,062 units of wood, 3,739 ingots of iron, 2,632 ingots of copper, 3. 538 units of stone, 294 ingots of silver, and only a meager 5 fire elemental shards, 11 earth elemental shards, and 9 gold elemental shards remained. The consumption of fragmented crystals was considerable this time, leaving them with merely 307, as the greenhouse required a substantial amount of glass, which could only be produced from quartz and crystals. Suli found herself lacking in quartz. Fortunately, fragmented crystals could serve as a substitute for quartz. Suli had contemplated exchanging goods in the marketplace, yet regrettably, there were few vendors offering crystals. She lacked the leisure to linger in the market for a shopping spree. That time would be better spent training or memorizing the compendium. The scarcity of participants indeed posed such a disadvantage, rendering the market diminutive. As the clock struck 6, a swirling vortex materialized before the train platform. Suli and the others boarded the train, which soon roared to life. The whistle sounded, and the train chugged out of the platform, plunging into the vortex. Suli opened the control panel to examine the 5 newly revealed whirlpools of the world. The first whirlpool was reminiscent of the last world, the Howling Mountains. The second whirlpool was shrouded in dense fog, with vague outlines of towering structures discernible within. The third whirlpool featured a decayed claw, marred by a bullet hole. The fourth whirlpool was teeming with mushrooms that dispersed spores. The fifth whirlpool showcased peculiar flying birds and clouds. Choose. The trio collectively scrutinized the whirlpool designs. Suli resolutely declared, "First, we must eliminate the third option. It resembles a world previously selected, a zombie realm. The risk is far too great. Even though we possess magical energy and formidable strength, we are not immune to zombie infections. If we were to be captured, we would be forced to scavenge for antibiotics and antidotes, exhausting ourselves without the chance to develop further. We should also discard the fifth whirlpool," he continued. "What if those birds are airborne?" Sophia expressed her concern. "We all lack the ability to fly, which imposes significant constraints. If it is indeed an aerial environment, the energy levels here must be exceptionally high. It merits consideration." Suli scrutinized the peculiar flying birds within that whirlpool, and as he gazed longer, they began to seem increasingly familiar. Finally, he erupted in exasperation. "Damn. Luminescent birds. Pass. This difficulty is insurmountable." He had encountered these birds in his compendium. They were roughly the size of hummingbirds, carnivorous in nature, and thrived in groups. They could emit bursts of light and were numerous and formidable, possessing a degree of optical camouflage. They were akin to a flying, invisible piranha, an ominous prospect indeed. Crucially, these birds shared a symbiotic relationship with another species known as the mirror bird. They lived beneath the feathers of the mirror bird, assisting in ambushing other magical beasts and feasting on the mirror bird's leftovers. Without delving into further details, it suffices to say that the combination of these two species would rank among the top 100 in terms of difficulty within the extensive compendium of magical creatures, which boasts tens of thousands of entries. Suli and the others lack the capacity for widespread destruction. In such instances, it suffices to simply declare GG amidst laughter and merriment. In summary, Suli advised, "Above all, heed my words. Even if one must choose a world of zombies, refrain from selecting this world of clouds." Thus, we are left with the choices of the Misty World and the Spore World. Ivan gazed at these two options, feeling somewhat uneasy. Mist and spores, who knows if they harbor toxicity? We lack protective measures such as masks. Are we truly considering the option of the Howling Valley? After a moment of contemplation, Suli shook his head, declaring that they could no longer opt for the Howling Valley. There was little of value to be gained there. The nearest den would take more than 7 days to reach. The most coveted items in that world were the lower-grade mana crystals found within the dens. If they chose the Howling Valley, they would have to hastily retrace their steps this week, only to select that world again next week before they could venture into another den to slay monsters and mine. The sole treasures to be obtained from 2 opportunities to select a world would be those lower-grade mana crystals, which were not worth the effort. They needed to accelerate their development, as several of their companions were on the verge of reaching level 11. Sophia suggested, "Since the possibility of poisoning exists for all of us, we should consider where we stand to gain the most. One option is the city shrouded in mist, while the other is the spore jungle. The spore jungle likely harbors the most valuable resources, primarily various herbs and food, perhaps even mining sites. We are in need of fragments of wood element, and the jungle is likely to be abundant in those. As for the Misty City, it may offer us direct access to some modern products, such as refrigerators, generators, or even finished nitric acid, sulfuric acid, and batteries." After a moment of contemplation, Suli found the reasoning quite compelling and thus chose the Misty Realm. We can trade the wood element fragments with others. If that proves unfeasible, purchasing them directly from the shop is also an option. Nitric and sulfuric acids should be readily available in the factory. Additionally, the urban world likely holds opportunities to gather some electronic components, which are scarce resources. The siblings were in complete agreement as well. Upon choosing the mist, the remaining 4 realms vanished without a trace. Only the realm of mist remained, resembling a gaping maw, poised and ready to welcome those daring enough to venture forth. Suli nervously swallowed, then proceeded forward. The train plunged into the vortex. After a period of darkness, Suli discovered a thin veil of mist outside the window. You have entered a new world, the City of Mist. Current world level, 0, 8. Challenge level, 1. Suli approached the window, gazing outside. Before her lay a train traversing a street shrouded in mist, rising to a height of approximately 2 stories. The fog outside was not yet dense. And thanks to her remarkable eyesight, Suli was still able to discern the happenings beyond the glass. Suli raised his head, his eyes widening in astonishment as an exclamation escaped his lips. In the theater of his mind, the bell rang, signaling the imminent commencement of the arena competition. The host, microphone in hand and adorned with a professional smile, addressed the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this survival arena contest aboard the train. Without further ado, let us introduce our challenger. He is a devotee of the god of exploration, the slayer of the storm crystal feather serpent. Standing at 185 centimeters tall and weighing 85 kilograms, he possesses formidable strength capable of vanquishing a bull with a single punch. He has entered the realm of the extraordinary and embarked on the path of a warrior. Please welcome the train conductor, Suli. The crowd erupted in cheers. Oh. Suli is invincible. Suli, your charm is irresistible. As Suli opened his arms, he gestured warmly to the fervent audience. With an unyielding stride, he made his way to the center of the stage. The challenger, Suli, announced the host, thrusting a microphone towards him. Is there anything you wish to say to your opponent? With a mischievous smile, Suli replied, what I wish to express is. Instantly, the crowd erupted in cheers. Su God. Su God. He smirked. Our Su God is invincible. The atmosphere grew electric as Suli pointed towards the audience, declaring, Challenger Suli? No, it is you, the defender, who stands as the true challenger. Oh, the audience exclaimed. When did you become the champion of the arena, Suli? Today, Suli proclaimed, raising a single finger high. Right here, right now. Excellent. The host responded, beaming with enthusiasm. Suli exhibits remarkable determination and unwavering confidence. With a composed demeanor, he extended his hand towards the direction of the defender, announcing, Now, let us welcome the reigning champion, Godzilla. Suli, huh? What? Am I fighting Godzilla? Suli widened her mouth in surprise. Ha, just kidding. The host chuckled as he patted Suli on the shoulder. How could your opponent possibly be Godzilla? Suddenly, Suli let out a sigh of relief, laughing heartily. You certainly know how to lighten the mood. Your adversary is the Crimson Lotus legendary Godzilla. As the internal drama concluded, Suli staggered, clutching the table to prevent himself from falling. What a farce. Is that truly the Crimson Lotus legendary Godzilla outside? Suli's voice warped in astonishment. What kind of absurd world is this? How can there be a Crimson Godzilla? This is utterly ridiculous. Perhaps a direct encounter with a purple clay teapot would be more fortunate. Suli's linguistic faculties began to unravel. Who among my family understands? Traversing worlds, I look up to see a rotund figure towering at 108 meters, weighing 90,000 tons, demolishing buildings. Well, there is no need to ponder how to grow stronger. I should first contemplate how to meet my demise peacefully soon. But something feels amiss about this rotund figure. Suli's gaze sharpened, for this exterior bore a striking resemblance to the Red Lotus Godzilla. However, this entity, reminiscent of the formidable creature, seemed rather lackluster in strength. The 30-story high-rise, cradled in the grasp of this Godzilla, endured 3 or 4 slaps without apparent damage. This was peculiar. The intensity was not aligning. Suli discerned that something was amiss. The true Red Lotus legendary Godzilla would have felled such an entity with a single strike. Even if its strength were considerable, there would still be claw marks. Then, a multitude of possibilities flooded Suli's mind. Could it be an illusory mist? A phantom bat? A dark mist specter? A conglomerate organism? All were feasible. In any case, it was certainly not the genuine Godzilla. What? Ivan, startled, caught wind of Suli's words and snapped back to attention, hurriedly inquiring, Suli, do you mean to say that it is a fake? Indeed, Even if it were not entirely fictitious, it was but a hollow fade, Sully asserted with conviction. Given its size and muscle mass, such minimal destructive capability was inconceivable. Please halt the vehicle. Let us chart our course. Sophia brought the vehicle to a stop, the boiler remaining alight. They were not lacking in fuel, having an abundance of branches, which, once processed into charcoal, would burn with greater longevity. Sully hesitated for a moment before deciding not to use the last basic map she had. Such a map was indeed a rare treasure, and she had not encountered any for sale even at the transit station. In this urban world, Sully felt that the utility of a basic map might be limited. It would be wiser to conserve it for future travels, perhaps to places such as island worlds. Zuri carefully tucked away the blueprints, momentarily setting aside any thoughts of Godzilla. Instead, it was imperative to map out our objectives for this endeavor. This time, we need not traverse far and wide. The city harbors a wealth of resources we require. In such an urban setting, it is unlikely that a wide expanse will be accessible early on, as it presents a substantial opportunity to acquire a plethora of essential resources. However, the progression of the game has been hastily accelerated. Under normal circumstances, when such maps become available, players should be venturing into the realm of extraordinary items. As commonplace materials like iron, plastic, and modern conveniences cease to be scarce commodities. Thus, the opening of city maps facilitating the collection of these items becomes feasible. Currently, we find ourselves on the outskirts of a city. What we seek are not the ordinary residences. A simple visit to a store for toiletries, and such will suffice. Sully tapped the table, organizing her thoughts. The hospital contains the medication we require, while the factory may possess a substantial amount of finished materials, such as nitric acid. There are also gun stores. However, this may be a country with strict gun control. Thus, we could visit the police station. Next, there is the bank, which likely holds gold. Regarding the urban landscape, there should be city maps available. We can seek out a city map and then plan our route accordingly, Ivan added. Indeed. A splendid suggestion, Sully nodded. Newsstands, bookstores, and libraries could all potentially have city maps. Let us pay close attention to such places. Sully looked outside. The mist outside had thickened even more than before. Although the sun had risen, the exterior remained enveloped in a shroud of white fog. As the wind swept through, the mist rolled and churned, as if monstrous beings were stirring within, sending a chill down one's spine. As Sully entered the chat room, she was greeted by an announcement. Due to the insufficient number of survivors in the area, a merger of regions was taking place. You have now entered the chat room of Area 1551, where the current population stands at 100,000. Sully's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, the regions had been merged again. Originally, there were 8 billion inhabitants on Blue Star, but how many remain now? Sully refrained from dwelling on the matter any further and promptly posted a message in the chat room. Has anyone ventured into the City of Mists? Can anyone shed light on whether the fog outside is toxic? Goodness, I just stepped out to grab a bottle of cola and only then remembered this concern. How reckless of you. How have you managed to survive until this merger? Are you foolish? They say once you step out, you're out for good. Can one not deceive others into venturing out? Keeping a watchful eye on those who might have been duped. Wondering if they are still among the living? Which district do you hail from? Why the ominous tone? What have you truly experienced? The chat room suddenly erupted in chatter. Sully could only shake her head in disbelief. The absurdity and tangential discussions of online friends never ceased to amuse me. After a brief pause, someone shared an image, a screenshot of an appraisal. It indicated that a certain type of mist is not toxic, though it may possess other effects. After expressing gratitude to the esteemed individual for the extraordinary rewards from the treasure chest, Sully returned alone to her dormitory. She closed the door, opened the window, and took a deep breath. As the mist enveloped her, she felt nothing in particular. After Sully took a vigorous inhalation for a while, she opened her panel after half an hour, capturing a screenshot to share with Sophia and Ivan. Subsequently, she extended her hand to gently pick her nose. There was no dust within, nor did she experience the damp sensation typically associated with moisture. It was as if this mist was merely a visual effect. Suri began to recall the plot of the transformation story. Suddenly, a surge of anger coursed through her, yet there was no subsequent escalation. The anticipated emotional breakdown did not materialize. Sully closed the door, peering through the window with concern at her companion, Sophia. Sophia moved her lips as if to speak. But Sully promptly replied, "You did not utter a sound. 2 branches can yield a single piece of charcoal," Sophia articulated this time. Sully repeated, "What is 4 plus 4 plus 4 multiplied by 2? The answer is 16. First, we perform the multiplication and then the addition. After verifying a few more answers and confirming that there were no issues, both individuals finally breathed a sigh of relief. Suli rolled up the car window and opened the door, leading the three of them back to the sofa in the planting room. The short-term inhalation had not resulted in hallucinations or poisoning, and there were no anomalies in their status indicators. Furthermore, this mist was neither smoke nor water vapor. Suli concluded. This half-hour was essential. They were still quite vulnerable and needed to exercise caution. The next phase involved a prolonged intake experiment. Yet it would be postponed for now. The visibility was better during the day, so they should hasten to gather some supplies. They would conduct the experiment at night. Surrounding them were several residences and a convenience store. The trio maintained a tactical formation as they cautiously approached the residential area. Upon nearing a two-story house painted white, Suli leaned closer to the window and peered inside. The interior was in complete disarray, with the dining table cluttered with dirty newspapers and books. And the house appeared to be vacant. Suli glanced at the window, which was left unlatched. Suli gently pushed open the window, and Ivan, shield in hand, was the first to climb through. Next came Sophia, followed by Suli. The trio sequentially opened the doors, revealing a first floor that housed a kitchen, dining area, living room, a restroom, a laundry room, a storage space, and a garage. The interior was a disarray, particularly the garage, which was cluttered with a hodgepodge of items, rendering it akin to a refuse heap. An unpleasant, metallic odor pervaded the entire house, wafting from the staircase, indicating that something had evidently begun to decay on the second floor. Upon ascending the stairs, the three discovered an ajar door, its surface marred by dark, sanguine stains and suspicious solid fragments. Suli tightly gripped his sword. Subsequently, Ivan stepped forward first. Once prepared, Ivan brandished his shield and charged into the room. Following closely behind, Suli entered with his sword drawn, the two of them keeping a vigilant watch over one another. Upon entering, they found no monsters within, only a grotesque scene indicative of a recent feast. This was once meant to be the master bedroom, yet it now lay scattered with crushed bones. Judging by the two pools of blood, it appeared that there had once been two individuals present here. Suli gazed at the ceiling, where a gaping hole suggested an intrusion from the outside. The occupants were long gone. It seemed they had met a grim fate. As Suli relaxed her guard, she scrutinized the damage, noting that the intruder must have stood nearly 2 meters tall. The ceiling had been shattered from above, leading to the unfortunate demise of the homeowner. Oh, the fog and the monsters. What a harrowing combination. With a sigh, Suli scratched her head and decided to search for supplies. Within the room, she discovered a few batteries, albeit diminutive, akin to size 7 batteries, which the system did not recognize as usable. Nevertheless, Suli deemed them potentially useful for the future and chose to keep them. Next, she encountered an assortment of clothing and shoes. Having previously plundered a clothing store, they held little interest in these second-hand garments. The food in the room had been entirely consumed. Suli and her companions gathered the remnants of salt, black pepper, and other condiments, along with some utensils and pots. As she clutched a half bag of salt, Suli suddenly recalled a time when she had saved a sprig of saltwort, which ultimately proved to be of no use. Yet, it had not been in vain. At that moment, it had seemed like a sound idea. Who could predict the future? It was always prudent to be prepared. She also stumbled upon an open bottle of ketchup, the contents nearly finished, with only faint traces remaining. Suli picked it up and sniffed. It had not spoiled, and the moisture within had not evaporated, indicating that the incident had occurred not long ago. Turning on the tap yielded not a drop, and flicking the light switch resulted in darkness. The furniture exuded an antiquated charm, reminiscent of the late 20th century. Suli cast a glance around the room, remarking on the aged decor. There was no computer to be found, and even the television was one of those bulky models with antennas. No mobile phones were present. The only communication device was a landline. After a thorough search, she concluded that there was little of value to be found. Suli was only able to move the washing machine, dryer, electric oven, induction cooker, and refrigerator. In the future, as we step into the age of electricity, these will undoubtedly prove useful, eliminating the need to purchase them from stores. After all, storing them in the warehouse occupies merely a few spaces. After searching the interior, Sophia lamented that she had not discovered any firearms. Perhaps this truly is a gun-free nation, Suli remarked. However, judging by the family portrait, it was evidently a Western country. Nevertheless, it is a different world. The writing here consists of some form of symbolic script. Although he could comprehend it, this was only possible with the assistance of the system. In his memory, these characters did not resemble the script of any nation on Blue Star or Earth. Surrounding them were 3 residential homes and a convenience store. They continued to scour the surrounding residences. The interiors of the homes bore a striking resemblance to one another, each having been ravaged by the destruction of walls, leaving the families within to meet a grim fate. The supplies they uncovered consisted primarily of various household appliances and condiments. As Suli was about to leave the final bedroom, she noticed among the several posters adorning the walls, one that appeared somewhat familiar. It was the poster for Nuclear Mutation Monster, Fusion Titan, now showing in theaters. Suli gazed at the poster, which depicted a colossal monster unleashing bolts of lightning. It bore an uncanny resemblance to Godzilla. What could this mean? Suli found himself ensnared in contemplation. What is the matter? Sophia, noticing Suli's prolonged absence, approached to investigate, only to find him lost in thought while staring at the poster. The wall was adorned with several posters of bikini-clad beauties. Yet it was evident to Sophia that Suli's attention was captivated by the monstrous figure. It truly resembled the creature outside, Sophia pondered. However, the monster outside was wreaking havoc. So who would dare to film a movie while a beast rampaged? Surely, no sane individual would. Lacking extensive experience with novels or video games, Sophia's imagination fell short. She initially perceived the external monster as a tangible reality, concluding that, for some reason, people had created a film inspired by it. In contrast, Suli, drawing from his wealth of literary experience, formulated a hypothesis. Perhaps the creature outside was, in fact, imitating the cinematic monster. Entities associated with dreams, thoughts, manifestations, resentment, and fear could all be involved. Consider, for instance, mirror monsters, skin-wearing demons, or mimetic beasts of esoterica. More information would be required to substantiate this theory. Upon hearing Suli's insights, Sophia expressed her admiration with a look of respect. Suli observed Sophia's expression with a hint of satisfaction. He had thoroughly perused the beginner's monster compendium and was now beginning to memorize its contents. For this was vital knowledge about monsters, knowledge that could prove life-saving. To commit it to memory was undoubtedly wise. Moreover, it afforded an opportunity to impress others. At such a tender age, young men are particularly fond of showcasing their prowess before the opposite sex, dreaming of awakening their extraordinary abilities, with the awakening scene ideally unfolding within their own classroom. Having basked in this moment of self-aggrandizement, Suli hummed a cheerful tune as he collected the most valuable radio in the room before descending to the first floor to reunite with Ivan. They then proceeded to the small shop. The shop was in complete disarray, with all food and drink depleted. Suli had hoped to indulge in some sparkling water. The trio rummaged about for a while and managed to find some toiletries, towels, basins, kettles, toothbrushes, and toothpaste, particularly grateful for the toothbrushes, as they had previously been using a charred one salvaged from a house consumed by flames in the Wailing Valley, its handle grotesquely warped. In addition to the toothbrushes, they gathered various condiments, mops, brooms, as well as toilet paper, socks, underwear, screws, and pens. An assortment of miscellaneous items filled their bags as they returned to the train. Yet, beyond these essentials, there were other peculiar items. Sophia nonchalantly stowed several pairs of black tights into her backpack. After glancing about to ensure no one was watching, she fixated on a few small boxes labeled 003, her expression a mixture of resolve and hesitation. With a determined bite of her lip, she gathered the remaining 10 boxes. However, upon turning around, she was met by the unsettlingly grinning visage of her younger brother. A flush crept to Sophia's cheeks as she swiftly delivered a kick to Ivan's backside. "Let us go." "All right, sister," Ivan replied, rubbing his rear as he took the lead. He dared not walk behind, lest he incur the wrath of his indignant sister. The journey back to the train was remarkably tranquil, though navigating through the mist proved somewhat challenging. Suli glanced at the compass on her watch, which spun incessantly as if it had consumed a burst of energy. Raising her head, she noticed that the fog had thickened considerably since 6 o'clock, rising several meters high and obscuring her vision entirely. The mist grew denser by the moment. Suli murmured as the 3 of them returned to the vehicle, placing the collected supplies back inside. The issue of visibility posed a significant challenge. Should they lose their way, retracing their steps would be nearly impossible. Suli sensed that the situation was somewhat precarious, for it was evident that there were monsters lurking about. If they were ambushed in the fog and became scattered, they would easily become lost. They could only remain here for 7 days, after which they must depart for the transit station. If anyone were left behind, it was certain that they would need to return the following week to continue the search, which would inevitably disrupt their plans. The siblings pondered potential solutions, yet found little that was feasible. Let us remain longer in the city, Ivan suggested. The city is replete with various structures that might aid us in discerning direction. Straying into the wilderness would make it exceedingly difficult to regain our bearings. That is indeed a valid point, Sully replied. I recall seeing the city's mirage to the right of the tracks upon our arrival. We shall proceed in that direction. With a method established, Sully activated the train. Surrounding them were merely a few residential buildings, none of which seemed worthy of exploration. Sully's treasure-sensing abilities did not detect anything of interest either. Rather than meandering through these dwellings for potential rewards, it would be more prudent to head straight for the city. The train advanced along the predetermined track, and with its preset functionalities, Sully merely needed to decide which fork in the road to take next. Outside, the rolling fog obscured any points of interest, so they occupied themselves with reading and training. Thanks to the assistance of the secret food, the trio's magical energy cultivation progressed swiftly. Sully estimated that within the next 2 days, their strength would elevate to the black iron level. The space is somewhat limited. It would be ideal to have a training area, Sully expressed with a hint of dissatisfaction. The factory offers a martial arts room option, but the minimum requirement is a substantial amount of ingots, which I cannot afford. Though unable to purchase it, Sully still found the martial arts room to be impressive. The prerequisites were exceedingly demanding: 200 units of gold ingots, in addition to elemental crystal stones, which are a higher grade material than elemental fragments. This only underscored the remarkable nature of such a facility. Sully speculated that this structure was, with great certainty, an extraordinary edifice, conjuring visions of potent abilities akin to double experience points. The train, adhering to its programmed course, navigated 2 junctions before descending underground. Upon entering the subterranean realm, Sully noticed the mist dissipate abruptly, revealing concrete walls surrounding them. After descending approximately 4 meters, the environment bore a striking resemblance to a subway system. Sophia remarked, "Indeed. Could it be that the train operates in a subway manner once it enters the city?" Sully conjectured, "Does this imply that we can only halt at subway stations?" The train came to a pause mid-journey, flanked by concrete walls, with earth beyond them, rendering escape impossible. The train continued past its designated stop, traveling several kilometers before finally arriving at the first subway station. Sully engaged the brakes, bringing the train to a halt. As the doors of the train opened, Sully and his companions, fully armed, stepped onto the platform. Sophia scanned the surroundings and raised her longbow, aiming in a particular direction. "Show yourself." Her crystalline voice echoed in the desolate subway station, yet no response emerged. Ivan stood before Sophia, shield at the ready, prepared to unleash a magical barrier at a moment's notice. Sully cast her gaze towards the direction indicated by Sophia, where a water barrier stood, an often-seen plastic structure, 2 meters in height, utilized as a partition during road construction. Beneath the water barrier, a strap commonly found on backpacks was visible, under Sully's watchful eye. The strap twitched slightly. "Hey, don't hide. Your backpack is exposed," Sully called out. In an instant, the strap was pulled in. Moments later, a young man and woman, both with Western features, emerged from behind the water barrier, smiling and raising their hands. Noticing that Sophia was holding a bow, the man visibly relaxed and remarked, "Brother, there is no need to be so tense." Sully swiftly glanced at the 2 individuals before him. They were clad in summer attire, devoid of any concealed weapons. The sole armament was a baseball bat, studded with nails. Both bore pallid expressions. "Raise your hands and turn around," Sully commanded. The 2 complied obediently, spinning in unison. "No firearms," Sophia whispered. "Very well, lower your weapons." Sully attempted to engage. "What's your ID in the chat room, brother?" "Huh, the chat room?" The young man appeared momentarily taken aback, then replied, "Is it the Survivors Mutual Aid Society? Indigenous people?" Sully narrowed his eyes and sent a friend request to the individual opposite him. Target non-player. Request failed. It was indeed true. They were indigenous. Sully discerned this and proceeded to extract information. "Are you also here to gather supplies? Where do you hail from?" "We came from the stadium," the man answered candidly. There was no choice. An archer was watching closely, prompting him to speak the truth. "The stadium? Isn't that rather distant? How did you get here?" Sully continued his inquiry. As for the stadium's location being far, that was a fabrication. Alas, this fog has persisted for over a month, cutting off our water and electricity. Last night, the mist suddenly vanished, so we ventured out to seek food, only for the fog to return this morning, trapping us here. The man lamented. "That sounds quite similar to our predicament," Sully concurred, adding, though we reside in the countryside. We were confined for quite some time, only emerging when the skies cleared. Do you know what has transpired? Why has it come to this? I am unsure, the man replied, while the woman hesitated. Sophia turned her gaze towards her. What do you know? I am not entirely certain. I have merely heard some rumors that someone opened the gates of hell, unleashing the monsters upon us. The woman spoke tremulously, yet managed to convey her message. Isn't it said that the end of the world is upon us? Many have claimed that the gates of hell shall open. That is merely a fabrication concocted by the tabloids for the sake of circulation. The man interjected impatiently. Hearing you drone on about this day in and day out is utterly exasperating. Yet, the fog has indeed manifested, has it not? Sol mentioned they were heading to the city center to partake in a ritual to summon hell, and now Sol has vanished. With no response to the messages sent via the pager. I told you, that is a falsehood. They are merely a group of bored individuals online, gathering together seeking a pretext for revelry, indulging in excess, and engaging in debauchery at motels. The man expressed his irritation in the current circumstances. Uttering such words would only exacerbate the chaos, leading to mental collapse amidst fear. Listen to me, stop dwelling on this. My mental strain has been significant for far too long. Suri contemplated the notion of being confined at home for an entire month due to a persistent fog, accompanied by the incessant murmurs of an individual proclaiming that it was the work of demonic sorcery, claiming that the gates of hell had been flung open. Indeed, such thoughts were rather overwhelming. The woman, having been reprimanded by the man, fell silent thereafter. Suli exchanged glances with the siblings, then inquired, Have you ever encountered a monster? The man replied, I have not seen a monster, but I have witnessed a pack of wolves. The woman was about to interject, but the man shot her a glare. Do not glare. Allow this lady to speak. Have you made any discoveries? Suli asked. I have no findings. I merely speculate. Could it be the legendary minions of the Wolf Lord? The Wolf Lord? Yes, the Wolf Lord. That is a local legend, said to be some sort of creature that commands wolves. Beyond that, I am not well versed. I am merely here for my studies, the woman continued. Very well, I understand. You may leave now. Remember to exercise caution. Not everyone is as benevolent as we are. As she watched the pair depart, Suli turned to the siblings. Ivan, what is your perspective? The young lad, Ivan, did not miss the opportunity to respond. Adult, this matter must surely hold some intrigue. After a moment of contemplation, Ivan stated, It is possible that those individuals inadvertently summoned a creature, leading to the world's demise. All the fragments of the world are remnants captured and reshaped by the system after its destruction. The fact that this city can serve as a gaming landscape indicates that this world has indeed perished. Sophia added, If it were merely a pack of wolves, it would pose no issue. However, the energy level here is 0. 8. I believe it may not be limited to just wolves. I share your thoughts, Suli nodded. The apocalyptic prophecy, the summoning ritual in the city center, these two may serve as clues. However, the timing of this information seems too fortuitous. Let us wait until we encounter more survivors before proceeding. Suli and his companions secured the door. Once the train was locked, it was safeguarded by the system. It could only be opened through forcible destruction or the demise of the train conductor. After completing the task, the three of them made their way towards the subway exit. Upon stepping outside, they were greeted by a thick fog enveloping the surroundings, where visibility was reduced to less than 5 meters in the vast expanse of white. As Suli surveyed the surroundings, he discovered a newspaper stand at the entrance of the subway station. I remarked that in this era, with the internet not being as pervasive, there were still numerous newspaper stands. The three of them approached the stand, only to find it closed. Through the window, they could see a considerable collection of books and magazines within. Suli broke the glass of the newsstand with the hilt of his sword and rummaged through it for a moment. When he emerged, he held 3 local maps and several newspapers in his hands. He handed a map to both Ivan and Sophia, instructing Ivan to examine the maps and devise a route. Suli turned to the newspaper. The headline of the Knockford Daily announced that the youth would soon host a Millennium Hell Party in the city center square. The subtitle revealed that many citizens expressed their discontent with this event. The mystery of the century's end? No. It is a jubilant celebration of the millennium. As she continued to browse, she noted numerous articles concerning the turn of the century. It was evident that no one took it seriously. Rather, most individuals merely seized the opportunity for a lively entertainment affair. Zuri flipped through the pages and stumbled upon the entertainment section. Perhaps it is the eve of the century, as some films have seized upon this trend, producing a number of sensational movies. 999, The Apocalypse, the Titan Underworld Insectoid is currently captivating audiences. Suli shook her head and then noticed an announcement. A chemical factory in our city had experienced an incident of mixed acid leakage. Those responsible have been held accountable, and the perpetrator is currently on the run. Mixed acid refers to a combination of various acids, potentially including sulfuric acid and nitric acid. Suli scrutinized the news, committing the name of the factory to memory. Setting down the newspaper, she turned to Ivan and inquired, "How is it?" "Brother Sue, this place is a city called Knockford," Ivan replied, handing over the map. Suri opened the map, where a red line was drawn with a pin. "If we follow this path, we will encounter a police station, where we might find some weapons. Along the way, there is also a shopping mall and a bank." Suri returned the map to Ivan. "Additionally, let's locate the chemical plant, as there lies the mixed acid. How shall we proceed?" "We shall first follow this road. Along the way, we will pass by a university. Beyond that institution, we shall veer left, and after a short distance, we will arrive at the police station." The three of them maintained their formation, discerning their surroundings as they navigated through the thick fog. Traversing through such mist, particularly when one is aware of the potential presence of monsters, is indeed a harrowing ordeal. The fog seemed almost alive, swirling incessantly, and with every undulation, it felt as though creatures lurked within its depths. It was profoundly disconcerting. Sophia, with her heightened senses, walked at the center, assuming the role of a scout. Suddenly, she halted, sensing an imminent threat. Something approached. Ivan took a step back, positioning himself protectively behind Sophia. With sword in hand, Suli advanced, surveying the surroundings as the fog swirled more rapidly, seemingly revealing glimpses of monstrous figures. "No matter what transpires, do not flee in panic," Suli cautioned, retreating to lean against the wall to minimize the area of engagement. The trio quickly positioned themselves against the wall, awaiting the enemy's move with steadfast resolve. Time ticked away, and suddenly, Sophia knocked an arrow and released it into the mist. A cacophony of howls erupted from within, reminiscent of feral canines. It appeared she had struck her mark. Once their presence was unveiled, the latent ferocity of the beast surged forth, as 6 half-human-sized gray wolves emerged from the fog, howling in fury. "Ah, old friends." Suli wielded the storm crystal sword with grace, the massive blade slicing through the air with a whistling sound, creating a protective barrier around her comrades. This was a form of guardian swordsmanship, employing a dense dance of the sword to deter any approaching foes. Meanwhile, Sophia knocked an arrow and released it, striking one of the wolves in its lung. To her astonishment, the creature showed little sign of distress. This was peculiar. At such a depth, it should have been on the brink of choking and coughing up blood. Sophia exclaimed in alarm. With a piercing gaze, Suli realized that his attempts to strike at the weaknesses of his foes had proven futile. Thus, he resolved to dismantle them instead. He relinquished the protective strategies initially employed by his guard and, abandoning the sword techniques, advanced boldly towards an oncoming gray wolf. As the crystalline blade met the beast, it deftly deflected the wolf's claws, pivoting in his grasp to deliver a fierce slash across its neck. This single stroke severed the wolf's head cleanly. With another swift motion, he eviscerated a second wolf. He was no longer the same individual he had been 2 weeks prior. With the dual aid of secret sustenance and magical energy, he was well on his way to becoming a black iron-level warrior, facing these ordinary wolves with utter ease. His earlier conservatism stemmed from the fear that the enemy was not limited to just these wolves. Suddenly, the sound of rushing wind reached his ears. But Suli paid it no mind. An arrow then struck the wolf's eye with unerring precision, sending it flying. Almost simultaneously, he felt a robust layer of magical energy enveloping him. It was Ivan's protective shield. 1, 2, 3, 4, he dispatched a total of 10 wolves with his blade. The remaining members of the pack retreated, howling into the distance. Sophia remained vigilant, her gaze fixed on the swirling mist. The wolves had not yet departed. "Ah, I understand." Suli stared intently at the fog. He did not hear the wolf sounds, yet he sensed a peculiar tingling, reminiscent of needles pricking at his skin. Was this the awareness of murderous intent? Am I on the verge of evolving into a being of pure killing intent? Suli deliberately jested, creating an illusion of relaxation. In the next moment, a colossal creature, towering at a height of 2 meters, lunged towards her with astonishing speed. Suli executed a swift side strike, aiming directly for the shadowy figure's torso. Ivan stepped forward, taking Suli's place, and successfully blocked the creature's assault with his shield. The beast's claws clamped onto Ivan's shield as it opened its maw, lunging viciously towards Ivan's head. "Ha!" Ivan exclaimed, shaking his shield with vigor. In an instant, a backlash of magical energy surged forth from the shield, crashing down upon the creature's head. This was not a skill, but rather a fundamental technique of shield usage inherent to guardians. Sully harnessed the magical energy within, imbuing it upon his sword, and delivered a powerful downward strike of magical slashing against the creature. The azure-glinted strike brutally cleaved through the beast's flesh. Suddenly, a crimson aura enveloped the monster, prompting it to unleash a ferocious roar. A woo! Sully felt an inexplicable surge of panic within her, instinctively retreating a few steps as she contemplated fleeing. Turning her gaze towards Ivan, she noticed he too wore an expression of sheer terror, his legs trembling uncontrollably. A swift flash of azure brilliance pierced the air, striking the creature poised to attack. The magical projectile surged forth, entering the monster's maw and emerging from the crown of its head. The inexplicable fear that gripped Sully dissipated, and he swiftly advanced, severing the creature's head with a single stroke of his sword. He exhaled deeply and turned to see Sophia kneeling on one knee, winking at him. "Impressive," Sully exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. With the monster vanquished, the surrounding pack of wolves fled in disarray. This skirmish concluded in triumph for Sully and his companions. "Ivan, how are you?" Sully extended his hand towards Ivan, who was seated on the ground. I. Ivan's face burned with embarrassment, unable to meet anyone's gaze. He felt a profound shame regarding his performance. "It's nothing. You were merely affected by a skill," Sully reassured him naturally, pulling Ivan to his feet. The skill had instilled fear in their enemies. "You bore the brunt of it, while I only experienced a fraction." This was not mere consolation, it was the stark truth. Such fear-inducing abilities required either an exceptionally resilient will to consciously resist or a robust mental fortitude. Ivan, caught off guard without sufficient resistance, found himself overwhelmed. "What manner of creature was that? Do you recognize it, Sully?" Sophia inquired, gazing at the decapitated werewolf. "I do not. The compendium lists a few similar entities, but they employ elemental powers. There is a werewolf that induces fear, but it belongs to the undead category, with decaying flesh. This one, with its gleaming black fur, does not seem to fit that description." As he spoke, the lifeless werewolf transformed into a pool of black liquid, seeping into the ground. "Well, it does evoke a sense of the undead," Sully sighed. "However, I truly remain unaware of its nature." The compendium's author noted that many creatures remain undocumented, and perhaps this is one of them. The werewolves have emerged. Ivan recalled the ferocity of their attack. Their claws were razor-sharp. "My shield is nearly worn out." Sully glanced at Ivan's shield, a relic from long ago. It was merely a common thin iron sheet, encased in leather over wood, hardly sufficient to confront the monstrous foes. It had sustained damage during previous encounters with wind projectiles, and now the iron surface was marred with deep gashes. It was on the verge of being rendered useless. A solution was needed to procure a new shield for Ivan. One wondered if the security office possessed any bomb-proof shields. Sully rose to her feet, feeling disheartened. Not even a single trophy to show for her efforts. It was all in vain. How could such repulsive creatures exist? The undead were utterly miserly. Alas, she resolved to procure some wolf pelts later. What had become of the wolves she had just slain? They had vanished into a pool of black water. Sophia added. Sully's expression grew grave. Transforming into black water was not a unique ability of that werewolf, was it? This trait, I have an idea. 5 potential answers. However, I am still uncertain. For now, I shall refrain from teaching you the countermeasures. If the methods are incorrect, it could pose a greater risk. Sully, there is no experience to gain here, Ivan supplemented as he closed his panel. Of course, this entity must be some sort of derivative or polymer. Sully nodded. Ultimately, eliminating this creature would yield nothing but negative returns. It is best to avoid it. I fear that may not be possible. Sophia raised her bow once more, sensing an approaching presence. From which direction? The way we came. Then let us flee, towards the school. This derivative excels in attrition warfare. It would be foolish to trade our lives for its mana. Without hesitation, Sully declared. The 3 of them, with Ivan leading the way, rushed towards the school indicated on the map. As they ran, they soon discovered that there were monsters ahead. Sully contemplated naming these creatures fungoid beings. These entities were humanoid in form, adorned with fully bloomed mushrooms atop their heads, presenting a most repulsive sight. Their bodies were covered in yellow spores, resembling a grotesque armor. The sight was rather unsettling. Sully severed the head of one of the fungoid beings with a swift stroke of his sword and cautioned Ivan, "Be careful. Cutting along the mushroom's texture will facilitate a clean slice. Avoid being bitten, for these creatures bear a resemblance to zombies, and I fear they may be infectious." "I understand," Ivan replied promptly. The group accelerated, their extensive training granting them strength far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. As they sprinted with all their might, the fungoid beings were unable to keep pace. This way, we reached the university. Sophia shouted to the others. I'll go first. She leaped onto the concrete wall of the university, taking a moment to survey the area. Fortunately, no monsters were visible within the school grounds. Ivan followed suit. And after dispatching a few more fungoid beings, Suli finally vaulted over the wall. Only a cluster of fungoid beings remained, floundering against the wall. The surroundings were shrouded in mist, and without a map of the campus, the trio could only run in one direction. Before long, they beheld a colossal structure, within which flickered signs of fire. Approaching the entrance, they noted the presence of defensive fortifications and remnants of battle. The stairs were stained with dried blood. With her keen senses, Sophia whispered, "Someone is watching us." She slung her bow over her shoulder and readied her rifle, recognizing that firearms wield greater deterrence than arrows. "Indeed," Suli replied, indicating his temple. "I feel a slight ache here." "Me too. Do they have guns?" Ivan inquired. "My shield can withstand 2 shots from a rifle." The trio had consumed a considerable amount of snake broth, significantly enhancing their perceptive attributes. It should be about right. Remember, before they fire, the intent to kill will crystallize, and that prickling sensation will intensify momentarily. Suli shared this knowledge, gleaned from his mentor, and raised his hand. "We mean no harm. We are merely seeking supplies." However, the mist suddenly enveloped us, causing us to lose our way. "We wish to inquire about directions, and if we have offended you, we will depart at once." "You claim to have come from the mist?" A muffled voice responded. "Did you encounter any monsters?" "Indeed, we faced a pack of wolves, which we vanquished through sheer force," Suli replied, raising his hand. "Upon their demise, they transformed into black water. The weather is peculiar. We must have encountered an anomalous event. Let them in." An elderly voice commanded. "Very well, Professor." The muffled voice continued to speak. The door opened slightly, and Suli and the others exchanged glances, deciding to enter. Lacking a map of the campus, they only had a map from the kiosk, which depicted this area as a large square inscribed with the name of the university. Having wandered aimlessly through the fog moments ago, they had no idea where they had ended up. They required the assistance of the locals to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. Otherwise, they would surely become lost within this vast institution. Upon their entrance, Suli and her 2 companions discovered themselves surrounded by a throng of individuals. Suli cast a glance at the group, who wielded various long-barreled firearms. However, they appeared relatively amicable, refraining from aiming their weapons at her. She felt an inexplicable sense of misfortune in their presence, prompting her to entertain a private jest only she could comprehend. This venue featured a spacious hall that spanned 2 levels. By the railing on the 2nd floor stood several individuals armed with flintlock guns. Most of this assembly comprised youthful figures, with over 30 individuals making their presence known, though it remained uncertain if others lingered nearby. Leading them were a few older men, their ages suggesting experience and authority. Suli noticed that the faces of the group were not in good condition, without exception. They all bore prominent dark circles under their eyes. "Hello," Suli greeted them first. "We mean no harm. We simply wish to inquire about directions." Suli endeavored to appear harmless. "Greetings, young one. You may call me Principal Phaeton," said an older man who stepped forward. "Due to the recent monster incidents, everyone is rather on edge. We also fear you might be a new kind of monster, but from what I observe, you do not resemble one." He made a light-hearted jest about warriors, guards, and marksmen, suggesting that monsters would not conjure up a role-playing group, would they? Suli managed a faint smile in response, though it was evident that his interest in humor was waning. Noticing this, the principal subdued his smile and pointed to a nearby sign. "It seems you are not in the mood for jesting. Very well, there is a campus map over there for your reference. After you have reviewed it, we can discuss other matters." Suli signaled to Ivan to safeguard Sophia and then approached to investigate. He was a seasoned warrior, resilient and robust. Should any danger arise, Ivan would provide Sophia with his shield, allowing her to swiftly dispatch the armed assailants within moments. The remaining gunmen, in disarray, would pose little challenge for Suli alone. He reached the schematic and scrutinized the campus map, confirming their misdirection. They had initially intended to enter the university from the west by scaling the wall. Yet in their perception, they had arrived at the true north of the school, when in reality, they had ventured northeast. "Thank you," Suli expressed to Principal Phaeton. "Not at all. If you are willing, might we exchange some intelligence?" The principal inquired. "You've come from outside. Are you aware of the circumstances beyond?" "We are uncertain." Suli fabricated a tale. We were in the countryside until the mist cleared, only to find ourselves ensnared once more by it. He continued, along our journey. We encountered several wolf packs and even a werewolf. It took considerable effort, but we managed to slay the beast. A werewolf? You defeated a werewolf? A student exclaimed in astonishment. A werewolf? Sully narrowed his eyes, intrigued. Is that your term for it? A student shook his head, responding. That is how we refer to it in Knockford. Some call it the Wolf Lord. You are not a local, then? Indeed not. Just observe my features. I am of East Asian descent. I am merely visiting relatives. Sully concocted another fib, cleverly relaying this to Ivan to ensure he wouldn't forget. He often used their conversations as a mental note, and Ivan was becoming accustomed to it. Is this werewolf a local legend in Knockford? Sully inquired, his eyes narrowing once more. Yes, the principal replied. Knockford has a history of wolf-child incidents, hence the enduring tales of werewolves in the countryside. Sully inquired further. Are there any more local legends about Knockford? Indeed, there are quite a few, the principal replied. As you know, Knockford is steeped in history. It has always been an agricultural region, rich in rustic charm. Within this library, there exists an examination of Knockford's customs that I can share with you. Albeit for a price. Sully shrugged. All right, what do you need? First, tell me if it is true that you eliminated the wolf walker, the principal asked earnestly. Do not deceive me, it is of utmost importance. Lies are detrimental to us all. It is true, Sully nodded. That creature instills an inexplicable fear and is somewhat challenging to deal with. It lacks intelligence and is rather foolish. The principal regarded Sully intently before glancing at Ivan and Sophia. Sophia's expression remained composed, while Ivan appeared somewhat vexed. Choosing to place his trust in them, the principal continued. Adjacent to the library is the second cafeteria. It is a modest dining hall, and we have nearly exhausted its food supplies. Hence, I would like to request that you take our students to the first cafeteria to procure some provisions. Are we carrying it ourselves? That seems rather foolish, Sully replied. No. We have a procurement vehicle from the second cafeteria, the principal clarified. We can drive it there. It has ample capacity for food. And you may take some with you as well. There are scattered myconids and wolf packs around the school, but we can handle them. Your focus should be on the wolf walker and the mutated myconids. How does that sound? Challenging indeed, Sully remarked with a smirk. We are talking about the legendary wolf walker and mutated myconids of Knockford. I grew up listening to their tales. You just mentioned you are not from Knockford, a student whispered. Do you disagree? The principal asked, concern etched on his face. Not at all, Sully shook his head. What I mean is, we require additional compensation. A mere portion of food and a book on folklore in exchange for risking our lives is not a fair deal. You must offer us some other benefits. A burly man on the upper floor shouted at Sully, gun in hand, the benefit is your life. In an instant, Sophia aimed her weapon at the man. Sully felt an invisible shield envelop him. He glanced at Ivan, who was cleverly concealing the glow of his spell casting with a shield. Quite astute. If you cannot negotiate, then do not speak, Sully retorted, dismissing the man with a glance. What could you possibly do if I agree and then make my escape? Bob, do not act recklessly. I have advised you numerous times to remain calm. The principal urgently addressed the armed individual. Once calm was restored, he turned to Sophia and Ivan, saying slowly, on your way to the first cafeteria, you will pass the laboratory building. Inside, there are old lathes, metals, and other materials. While the quantity may be limited, it is sufficient to create some useful items. Does anyone here possess such skills? The former principal adjusted his attire and spoke with a serene demeanor. I, myself, was a proud engineer during that grand conflict 6 decades ago. Over the years, my craftsmanship has remained intact. What can you create? Sully inquired. An alloy shield. A handful of hand grenades, incendiary devices, and ammunition. I can even fabricate firearms. The principal gestured towards his weapon. These are the very creations born from my hands in those times. Sully exchanged a glance with her younger siblings, who had sent a message to Sully among their friends, suggesting that she take the lead. Sully pondered the pros and cons. The principal spoke of beneficial matters, and it was indeed time to replace Ivan's shield. Moreover, their intention to visit the security office was in pursuit of firearms. However, seeking weapons there introduced numerous uncertainties. It was possible that all the firearms had already been taken. Should she acquiesce, she would only need to confront the Wolf Lord or the mutated bacteria beings. A flicker of temptation arose within her. Yet, she remained cautious of this group as potential change of heart. For Sully, dealing with people proved to be more vexatious than battling monsters. Sully was acutely aware that he was merely a naive student who had never stepped outside the confines of his ivory tower. He believed that he could not outmaneuver those more cunning than himself. Consequently, he approached interactions with others with a healthy dose of skepticism. After much contemplation, Sully ultimately deemed this transaction acceptable. Thus, he nodded in agreement, expressing his hope for a pleasant collaboration. Sully and the principal exchanged a handshake. Subsequently, Sully received a book from a teacher. Sully observed that this book had been taken directly from a nearby table. This implies that the individuals present here had also discerned the connection between folklore and monsters. The Customs of Knockford. Sully was unaware of the original title of this book. However, the translation exudes a distinctly summer-like essence. Sully lifted his gaze to the second floor, where his treasure radar indicated the presence of a chest. However, after surveying the vigilant crowd around him, he discerned that this was not the opportune moment. Once he completed his task and earned a measure of trust, he would return for the chest. Its modest response suggested it was likely a wooden or black iron chest, with a value that was not particularly high. Sully lowered his head and swiftly leafed through the tome. Much of the content within was of little relevance to him. Only the accounts of rural legends concerning monsters held any value. Thus, he perused the pages with great speed. By the time the principal had organized the necessary personnel and brought forth the vehicle, Sully had already completed his reading. Well, any discoveries? The principal inquired as he approached. Indeed, I have gleaned some insights, Sully replied, casting a glance at the kindly old man. After a moment of contemplation, he continued. I surmise that the monsters we encounter outside are derivatives of some greater entity. They seem to take shape from the fears of the inhabitants. We share a similar hypothesis. For once that group of monsters was vanquished, they left no trace behind. If those creatures had existed in Knockford all along, merely concealed within the mountains, their demise would surely have resulted in the presence of remains. Legends tell of individuals who have acquired the pelts of the Wolf Lord, commanding entire packs. Yet, upon the death of those monsters, they dissolve into black water, resembling some form of creation. Sully nodded, his enthusiasm for discussion waning. The book merely validated his hypothesis without narrowing the scope of the monsters. The tactic of conjuring monsters through fear to prey upon individuals is a method employed by many entities rooted in dreams and negative emotions. Relying solely on such a tactic to identify a creature is akin to attempting to pinpoint a criminal based solely on the height of 173 centimeters. While it may narrow the field, it does not directly identify the perpetrator. Acting hastily, such as executing a suspect, would undoubtedly lead to complications. Furthermore, who is to say that there can only be one type of creature? It is conceivable that the entity releasing the mist is one creature, while another is responsible for its manifestation. In her heart, Sully meticulously reviewed all the suspicious creatures, noting down the strategies to counter them, thus preparing her mind. Subsequently, the three of them boarded the supply vehicle, joining the procession towards the first dining hall. This university is quite expansive, encompassing several miles within its confines. If one is not well acquainted with the area, it is entirely possible to become lost here, even in the absence of fog. The procurement vehicle that Sully and the others are riding is, in fact, a cargo truck equipped with a compartment, along with a small pickup truck that lacks a compartment. Sully and the three companions, accompanied by several students wielding long rifles and firearms, remained in the small pickup truck. As they gazed at the thick fog rolling in behind them, Sully quietly informed the siblings about the possible monsters they might encounter. Knockford had previously experienced a wolf disaster and incidents involving wolf children. Consequently, the legend of the wolf walker has endured. According to this legend, when a she-wolf is pregnant and consumes a pregnant woman, the soul of the infant is reborn as a wolf walker, a master of all wolves. Also known as the Lord of Wolves, the howls of the wolf walker instill an uncontrollable fear. It can rapidly heal itself by devouring humans and command a pack of wolves. One might consider it a high-recovery warrior with control capabilities. Next is the Mushroom Man. Knockford is characterized by a subtropical rainforest climate, rich in a variety of fungi, and the locals have long had a habit of consuming mushrooms. There exists a particular fungus capable of parasitizing small insects and controlling them. Ancient people, upon discovering this fungus, felt a profound dread, believing that it would inevitably infect and manipulate humanity. Thus, the legend of the Mushroom Man emerged. It is said that the Mushroom Man is a human host to the fungus, which evolves after parasitizing its host, with spores that can explode and form a thick fungal armor. Its weakness lies in an aversion to fire. Thus, we might attempt to use torches to burn it. Upon our return, we could carry some resin, throwing it and igniting it to incinerate the creature. Lastly, there is the barnacle monster. Being by the sea, the proliferation of barnacles is quite grotesque. The legend states that this barnacle creature parasitizes humans and consumes them. It is described as a gigantic barnacle with 4 human-like legs, capable of extending long, tentacle-like appendages, each lined with numerous mouths capable of delivering a lethal bite. It is evidently a hybrid of barnacles and lampreys. Known for its blood-sucking nature, the legend does not specify its weaknesses, but one might regard it as a large barnacle, likely possessing a particularly tough shell. It remains uncertain whether electricity would be effective against it. These 3 legends are among the most widely circulated, while the remaining tales lack such prominence, being confined to specific villages. After Su Li's explanation, the sister displayed little reaction, while the brother openly expressed disgust at the thought of the barnacle monster, finding it utterly repulsive. "Are you particularly afraid of this?" Su Li inquired curiously, recalling his childhood mischief that left him with a lasting fear of leeches after one crawled up his leg. Sophia couldn't help but smirk at this. "Dear sister," Ivan, feeling embarrassed, slapped Sophia's shoulder. "I have grown up and am no longer afraid of such things." "Indeed, I believe you," Su Li replied, though it was evident that Sophia held some skepticism. The 3 engaged in quiet banter as the truck continued its journey. The driver, well acquainted with the area, skillfully maneuvered the vehicle, making turns until they came to a halt at the back entrance of a massive building. "We have arrived. This is the back door of the first cafeteria, leading directly to the warehouse." The driver addressed those around him, exclaiming, "Exercise caution." As Su Li and the others disembarked, they joined the ranks of defenders. Meanwhile, Su Li's treasure radar once again alerted him to the presence of a treasure chest nearby. This divine treasure radar possesses a detection range of 5 kilometers. Within 1 to 5 kilometers, it can only sense a vague direction, and precise detection occurs only within 1 kilometer. At this distance, Su Li could barely perceive the treasure chest located in the library, which could serve as a coordinate for navigation. Su Li paid little attention to the food being transported by the group. They lacked staples and meat, but were in need of eggs and fungi, as these 2 ingredients were essential for preparing snake soup. Zuri surveyed her surroundings, the mist continuing to swirl ominously, as if poised to unleash a horde of monstrous creatures at any moment. Apart from the occasional sounds made by her fellow students, an eerie silence enveloped the area, evoking the chilling ambience of a horror film. In a bid to combat the oppressive fog, the group of students and their teacher retrieved a metal barrel from the vehicle. They filled it with timber and books, igniting it to create a beacon of light. As the flames flickered to life, visibility in the vicinity improved significantly. Su Li stood with 2 companions, vigilant of their surroundings. At that moment, the principal approached and said to Su Li, "I apologize. Bob was overly impulsive just now." "Bob? The fool who brandished a gun earlier?" Su Li shook his head dismissively. "I did not take that to heart." Despite his words, Su Li had already resolved that if a werewolf were to attack Bob, they would not intervene. The dense fog was advantageous not only for the monsters, but also for Su Li and his companions. They could swiftly increase their distance, leaving the group unable to pursue. If a conflict were to erupt, they would simply flee and settle the score later. Ideally, Su Li wished to avoid any confrontation with the natives, as they were there to gather resources, and engaging with the locals would only hinder their progress, rendering their efforts somewhat futile. Su Li glanced once more at the group of students. Including the 3 of them, there were a total of 20 individuals. Among them, 2 drivers remained in the vehicle, and 1 principal stood outside. The remaining 14 students formed a semicircular formation, with 9 of them wielding long rifles, directing their weapons outward to guard the entrance of the warehouse, while 5 had entered the cafeteria to transport provisions. Su Li withdrew her gaze and continued to observe the mist. The porters were equipped with numerous carts, their pace of transportation remarkably swift. The supplies being extracted from the warehouse predominantly comprised long-lasting food items such as rice and flour, along with a substantial quantity of canned goods and dried mushrooms. The edible fungus industry in Knockford is quite developed, rendering these dried mushrooms both plentiful and affordable, which the cafeteria has procured in abundance. It seems to be quite similar to the West, where canned food is also highly favored. Su Li mused as she gazed at the multitude of cans. However, this leisurely moment was abruptly interrupted when Sophia suddenly drew her bow and aimed it towards the mist, causing tension to envelop those around them. "How many?" Su Li instantly took hold of her sword and inquired of Sophia. 300 meters, more than 10, the sound of footsteps. Along with a heavy footfall, Sophia replied, swiftly adding her observations. Both the heavy and normal footsteps had emerged simultaneously, and the source of the sounds was alarmingly close. Sully understood Sophia's meaning. These audible entities had manifested instantaneously. The sound of heavy footsteps should indeed be more pronounced. If they emerged from beyond the exploratory range, one would expect to hear the heavier footfalls first, followed by those of an ordinary person, indicating a sequential order rather than simultaneous occurrence. 300 meters? You heard footsteps? Don't make me laugh, exclaimed a man named Bob derisively. Sully was utterly disinclined to engage with this simple-minded fellow, swiftly proceeding to the trading interface, where she exchanged 3 portions of resin for an equal measure of timber. Their outing had not yielded much in terms of possessions. Aside from provisions of food and water, they carried only a modest supply of metal ingots, coal, wood, and stone. Any necessities could be procured through immediate transactions or the crafting of tools. Given the limited utility of resin, they had not brought any along. She tossed the resin to the brother and sister duo. The sound of footsteps indicated a high likelihood of encountering the mycelial beings. Fire was the most effective means of dealing with them. Once harvested, the resin transformed into a gel-like orb, roughly the size of a lead ball, highly flammable. When ignited and thrown, it could serve as a rudimentary incendiary device. Mind your tongue, Bob, Principal Phaeton reprimanded him immediately, having noticed Bob's increasingly defiant demeanor of late. Humph. Bob scoffed, but ultimately complied and silenced himself. Sully cast a glance at Sophia, urging her to pay attention to this troublemaker. He had encountered such individuals during his school days. Once their pride was wounded, they would become emotional and retaliate recklessly against those who had damaged their self-esteem. It was quite repugnant, and Sully yearned to swiftly conclude this commission and depart with the shield and ammunition promised by the principal, leaving behind this unreliable assembly of adults. The conflict unfolded in mere seconds, and soon the surrounding youth were alerted by the sound of footsteps, their expressions towards Sophia tinged with surprise. The students, well trained, gathered together to form a formation, their long guns aimed outward, encircling the entrance. Fortunately, although the unloading area of this small warehouse was not expansive, it was sufficiently large to accommodate a vehicle. The students did not need to guard the vehicle. The speed of the mushroom-like beings initially matched that of a brisk human walk, but after covering a certain distance, they broke into a swift run. Amidst the swirling mist, a being clad in a suit, adorned with several mushroom-like protrusions resembling rapier, burst forth, closely followed by 11 others of its kind. Sully discerned a whistle among the students, for within the group of 11, there was a certain sister of bounteous spirit adorned in a gown of intricate branches and ripe fruits. Quite relaxing, Sully remarked with a smile. According to the Accord, the fungal beings were not to engage them directly. Their true adversary was the massive, tardy mutant fungal creature lurking behind. In a blink, the spear-wielding squad clashed with the fungal entities. Students in the warehouse, stationed at the second-floor windows, unleashed gunfire upon the fungal beings, targeting their legs to impede their swift advance and maintain formation. The remaining members of the spear squad coordinated their efforts, with one targeting the chest while the other aimed for the legs. Working in pairs, they primarily focused on toppling the fungal entities, only resorting to lethal shots once they were downed. Their execution was commendable. Upon observation, Sully discerned that although these fungal beings possessed a humanoid form and appeared akin to zombies, they lacked the typical vulnerability of a zombie's shattered cranium. This was likely due to their fundamental nature as merely humanoid fungi, as per the lore. It was said that within these creatures, the fungi had supplanted the brain, commandeering the human nervous system to control their movements. Consequently, the true weakness of these fungal entities lay within their spines. Once shattered, they would become paralyzed, writhing helplessly on the ground. As the students engaged in fierce combat with the fungal beings, Sully and his 2 companions commenced their own tasks. Accompanied by heavy footfalls, a towering figure, standing at 2.5 meters, emerged from the mists. This creature exhibited a grotesque dissonance between its upper and lower halves. The lower half resembled that of a normal adult male, while the upper half was grotesquely composed of mycelial structures akin to muscle tissue, dotted with numerous repugnant cysts. In its movements, the cysts released small bursts of yellow spores, adding to the nausea of the scene. Its head appeared as a grotesque, exploded mushroom, seemingly devoid of sight and smell, a truly revolting sight. Upon reaching the battlefield, this creature promptly retrieved a cyst from its body, preparing to hurl it forth. With a resounding bang, the cyst in the mutated being's grasp shattered, releasing a cloud of yellow spores that further intensified the queasiness of the atmosphere. The venerable Principal, Peyton, holstered his revolver and rubbed his wrist, acknowledging the wear of age and the waning control over his old companion. It is your turn now. Exercise caution when igniting the spores, lest you harm yourselves. Suli and the other two were aware of their revival and charged towards the mutated fungal beings. Weaving through the battling students. Hold off on the fire for now. Let's assess their strength, Suli commanded. Understood. Ivan declared as he strode forward, leading the charge. He then raised his shield, a protective barrier cautiously manifesting around him. No, their power is immense. The old professor exclaimed anxiously. Suri felt indifferent. This creature could not possibly be of silver rank. Upon estimation, it barely seemed to qualify as iron rank. Ivan, on the verge of becoming a black iron guardian and armed with a magical energy shield, would undoubtedly withstand any assault. The mutated fungal creature emitted a bizarre roar reminiscent of a water harp, then raised its right hand to strike down upon the reliable miner. Ivan recalled the force techniques taught by his instructors and successfully blocked the attack head-on. With a resounding thud, he staggered back half a step, his invisible shield flickering momentarily. Akin to your usual strength. Suli raised an eyebrow. He was on the verge of becoming a black iron-level warrior. His immense strength, devoid of technique or magical energy, equated to that of 3 robust men. Meanwhile, Sophia lifted her rifle, aiming at the spine of the mutated fungal creature, and fired. The bullet struck the creature, creating a small pit, but almost instantly, countless fungal threads intertwined, healing the wound. Much like a bulletproof vest, it exhibited remarkable resistance to both tearing and compression and possessed the ability to regenerate. Sophia reflected on this in her mind. Surpassing the monstrous entity from either side, Suli and Ivan evaded the second onslaught of the mutated mycete. Subsequently, Suli observed the wound that was mending, not through sheer hardness, but through structural resilience, rendering it considerably less formidable. Suli focused intently on the mycelial texture of the mutated fungal creature and swung her greatsword between its ribs. The sharp blade glided effortlessly into the fungal mass, slicing through the flesh of the aberrant being. Yet, as she severed a portion, she was met with a sensation of sluggishness in her hand. Suli sensed a difference in the texture, and with a flash of inspiration, she made a subtle adjustment to the blade. When wielding a sword, the principle of unity between the person and the sword is paramount. Disregarding metaphysical interpretations, the most fundamental aspect of this unity lies in the alignment of one's force with the direction of the blade. Those who have experienced the use of swords and knives are well aware that if the application of force is misaligned with the edge, the act of cutting becomes exceedingly arduous. This phenomenon is often referred to as the misalignment of the cutting edge. In the midst of her slicing, Suli felt a sudden awareness and adjusted the blade of her sword. Logically, a misalignment in the cutting technique should have rendered the task arduous. Yet, surprisingly, the sensation in her hand became even more fluid. The two entities separated with a mere touch. Turning around, Suli beheld a deep gash on the ribcage of the mutated fungal creature, within which countless mycelia busily endeavored to mend the wound. At a glance, Suli discerned the distribution of the mycelium within. The mycelium inside predominantly exhibited a vertical orientation, while the outer surface was characterized by a predominantly diagonal, net-like arrangement. Suli's grip on the sword momentarily slackened before he tightened it once more. At that moment, he felt as though he had experienced a flash of inspiration. Executing a move he had only witnessed in highlights, his mind brimming with the aftertaste of his recent maneuver. "Stand back, allow me," Suli shouted to Ivan. He then surged forward, launching his attack. Ivan, sensing Suli's fervent prowess, prudently stepped back to provide cover for his elder brother. Meanwhile, Sophia maintained her stance with the firearm, attuned to the surrounding sounds, discerning the presence or absence of reinforcements. Suli moved with a grace that belied his status as a mere swordsman, deftly maneuvering around the mutated fungal creature, striking with precision while savoring the exhilarating sensations from earlier. The pitiable creature found itself ensnared in his skilled grasp. At last, when Suli felt he had sufficiently gauged his capabilities, he retreated and initiated a fiery assault to observe the outcome. Immediately, Sophia produced resin, ignited it, and hurled it onto the mutated creature. In an instant, the spores enveloping the creature ignited, and subsequently, the fungal armor began to melt away slowly, driving the now ablaze creature into a frenzied rage as it relentlessly pursued Suli. Suli deftly evaded the attack, followed by a powerful magical strike imbued with arcane energy, which severed the spine of the fungal creature. Stripped of its ability to flee, the creature writhed upon the ground for a brief moment, leaving a trail of flames in its wake. Ultimately, the mutated fungal being was reduced to a smoldering mass of charcoal. Mere seconds later, the charcoal, along with the spores it had left behind, transformed into a dark liquid and vanished without a trace. In the gaze of the awestruck youth, Sully leaned on his sword with one hand, feeling a surge of inspiration. He feigned retrieving his manual from his pocket. On the manual, his attribute interface flickered with vitality. Sully felt a surge of excitement. This phenomenon had been mentioned by his instructor in class as a mere glimpse into the mastery of certain skills. It was a manifestation of understanding, yet still incomplete. All he needed to do was to continue his pursuit of knowledge, and eventually he would acquire a new skill. Could it be that I have just grasped some form of ability? What might it be? The eye of insight? The direct death demonic eye? The clarity of sword heart? Is my golden finger finally arriving? Drawing from his extensive experience with protagonists in novels, Sully's mind conjured numerous heroic figures. His current sentiments toward this newly discovered skill resembled that of a father anxiously awaiting news outside a delivery room. Uncertain whether the nurse would announce the birth of a clarity of sword heart or a direct death demonic eye. What if it's something entirely different? Impossible. Absolutely out of the question. That sword technique was too magnificent to culminate in a mediocre skill like monsterology, which often leads to erroneous judgments. Ha ha ha. After a brief moment of exhilaration, Sully composed himself and closed the manual. Meanwhile, the students had successfully vanquished the mushroom creatures, sustaining only minor injuries. One student had dislocated a shoulder, which the old principal promptly attended to with skillful ease. Clearly, this gentleman had quite the history. Once the old principal had tended to the wounds, he approached Sully and his companions, clapping his hands repeatedly. Remarkable. I now begin to question whether this is indeed a role-playing session. It is astonishing to witness such swordsmanship in the modern era. In truth, the experience was quite similar to role-playing. Sully shrugged. This world had long since met its demise, and the fragments of the current reality resembled a memory archive. He raised his gauntlet hand. I engage in full armor combat, so I possess some insights, though regrettably, I did not bring my armor along. You all performed admirably. Not everyone possesses the courage to confront those monsters. It takes a village to carry a flower-laden palanquin. Mutual admiration is a hallmark of civilization. The old principal gazed at the remnants of the mutated mushroom creature, reflecting on the challenge it posed. Dealing with such a foe was exceedingly difficult. I recall we lost 5 individuals the last time. Its mycelium is akin to ballistic armor. Bullets cannot penetrate it, and its regenerative capabilities are formidable. It possesses immense strength and can launch spore explosions. Our only method to combat such monsters is to set them ablaze. Once the spores ignite, they become frenzied, with heightened aggression and fiery damage. We can only send brave souls to hold the line. With a weary sigh, the old principal removed his glasses and rubbed the corners of his eyes. In a moment of uncertainty, Sully was at a loss for words to offer solace. Fortunately, it was Sophia, with her stern demeanor, who stepped forward. There was no time for sorrow. The pressing matter was to swiftly gather their belongings and leave this perilous place. The old principal felt a jolt of realization. Indeed, he had lost his composure. Age was taking its toll. Drawing from their collective experience, he knew that after an initial onslaught from the creatures, they would likely refrain from further attacks. Thus, they hurriedly set about transporting their supplies. A few students remained on guard, while the others diligently continued to move the provisions. Sully contemplated the treasure chest hinted at by the blessings and addressed Principal Peyton, saying, I wish to enter and retrieve some items. As you know, our team must depart soon. The supplies you no longer require may prove invaluable to us. Principal Peyton nodded in agreement. You are correct. Please feel free to take what you need. However, I have a request. Would you kindly leave Miss Sophia behind? We truly require her reconnaissance skills. Sully cast a glance at Sophia, who nodded in affirmation. Before he spoke, very well. Ivan, ensure the safety of your sister. Understood. Sully does not concern himself. He is a warrior, resilient to blows. As Sully entered the warehouse, the students within regarded him with a gaze imbued with admiration, which he found quite gratifying. The sensation of being revered is undeniably pleasurable. However, Sully allowed himself only a moment of secret satisfaction, his mind remaining clear and focused. The foul-mouthed Bob spotted Sully, let out a disdainful snort, and turned away to mutter a few words to a subordinate. The young man glanced awkwardly at Sully before being prodded by Bob's hand on his back, reluctantly following along. Sully, it would be unwise for you to carry everything alone. Allow me to assist you, the male student offered, casting a shy glance at Sully. embodying a distinct innocence characteristic of university students. Very well, Su Li replied, eyeing the young man, who was just in time for an experiment he had in mind. Together, they ventured deeper into the warehouse, casually sifting through the remaining supplies. The space had clearly been ransacked. Bags of rice, flour, and canned goods had all been taken, leaving mostly an assortment of mushrooms behind. Since Su Li intended to use mushrooms for his snake soup, he began to gather the dried fungi into his backpack. Reaching the far end of the warehouse, Su Li spotted a wooden treasure chest nestled between two shelves. He glanced back at the male student, only to realize that he seemed utterly oblivious to the chest's presence. This was puzzling. The chest was conspicuous, its design markedly different from the surrounding items. I'm going to check the one on the left. Could you retrieve that box between the shelves for me? I need it for storage, Su Li instructed. Oh, certainly. Su Li, the student replied, approaching the treasure chest. He examined it from various angles before turning back with a puzzled expression, saying, Su Li, there is no box here. Su Li observed the student's right foot as if it had glitched through the box, reminiscent of a scene from a video game. It seemed the indigenous people were entirely oblivious to the box's existence and unable to interact with it. Perhaps it was merely an illusion on my part. As the student emerged, Su Li approached the treasure chest, feigning an examination of the mushrooms piled within. In truth, he sent a message to Ivan, towards the northwest of the warehouse. I am about to open the treasure chest. Understood, Brother Su, Ivan replied, directing his gaze towards the designated location. As Su Li received the restoration, she took a deep breath and opened the treasure chest. The moment the chest swung open, a beam of golden light burst forth, coalescing in the air into a staff that struck Su Li, whose expression was one of utter despair. The impact left her dazed and disoriented for a fleeting second. Su Li regained her composure and messaged Ivan, inquiring if he had seen anything. I didn't notice the golden light from your treasure chest, she remarked. You're quite quick to respond. Handsome. As Su Li gazed at the ceiling, he noted that the warehouse boasted a height of approximately 4 meters. He recalled Ivan's words, which described the golden light emanating from the staff as towering 10 meters, crashing down with a formidable presence. It appeared that the god of exploration had shown some restraint, as this golden light effect was unable to penetrate walls. Furthermore, it seemed that Ivan might be entering a rebellious phase recently. Upon confirming this, Su Li turned his attention to the dissipating staff and began to contemplate a new idea. Reining in his thoughts, he commenced an inspection of the supplies. He obtained 3 silver ingots, 1 iron ingot, 1 rope, and 1 fragment of wood element. Fortune smiled upon him, as he had acquired the much-needed wood element fragment. Su Li placed these items into her backpack and then returned to the truck. After approximately 20 minutes of waiting, Su Li and the others had completed the transportation of the supplies. Subsequently, they were to divide into 2 groups. One would follow the truck directly back to the library, while the other would proceed to the laboratory to prepare their weaponry and equipment. Su Li naturally followed to the laboratory building. After parting ways at the fork in the road, they arrived at the laboratory. Upon arrival, Su Li immediately sensed a familiar prickling sensation. Someone was observing her. There were indeed people inside the laboratory. In a fleeting moment, Su Li pondered whether it was merely a coincidence. Could it be that I truly am the protagonist? Yet, in the next instant, he realized that the fog had cleared the previous night, allowing the residents, long confined within their homes, to venture out in search of supplies. The sensation of being targeted was not particularly intense, suggesting it was not a deliberate aim at him. Su Li glanced at his companions, who also exhibited signs of awareness. The perceptive Sophia discreetly gestured towards a direction with her hand on Ivan's back, shielding their view from the enemy. Stop the vehicle, the old principal suddenly exclaimed, stirring an unsettling premonition within him. Almost as soon as the words left his lips, a boisterous laughter erupted from within the laboratory building. Principal Fei Dun, it brings me great joy to see you unharmed. Following this, the doors of the laboratory swung open, revealing a robust man clad in a football protective uniform, flanked by a throng of people as he emerged from the building. Su Li observed that the individuals emerging from the shadows bore deep dark circles under their eyes, far more pronounced than those of the library dwellers, presenting an unmistakable visage of overworked corporate drones. Yet, they were ostensibly university students in their 20s. Surely, they could not be indulging in nocturnal revelries while enveloped in such a fog of confusion. Their leader, a robust man, exuded an air of vitality, completely devoid of any signs of fatigue. Bully Johnny, exclaimed one of Su Li's companions, uttering the name of this prominent figure. Johnny, I am also pleased to see that you're well. The principal appraised Johnny from head to toe, clearly discerning that he was thriving, even more so than before. Exhibiting a greater strength. Sully quietly nodded. Indeed, the physique of this individual was so robust that it raised suspicions of illicit enhancement. With a bit of posturing, he could easily compete in a bodybuilding contest. This was Su Li's first encounter with the imposing stature of a double-door refrigerator in reality. Perhaps this mist brought with it some extraordinary power. When Johnny smiled, his yellowed teeth revealed a certain canine-like charm. "My old principal, what brings you here?" "I am here to retrieve something. There are plenty of materials here, are there not?" "Then I wish you success." After Johnny spoke, he departed with a group of people. As he passed by Bob, he scrutinized him from head to toe and remarked, "You've become rather weak, Bob." With that, he embraced a woman whose collar was quite loose, plunging his hand deep into her neckline, and laughed heartily as he exited. Silently, Sully observed as the group departed. And then she felt the sensation of being watched dissipate. "Let us proceed," the old principal addressed the assembly. Bob lowered his head, trailing behind the others as they entered the laboratory building. Sully subtly indicated to Sophia about Bob, who seemed rather off at the moment. Sophia nodded in acknowledgement, assuring she would remain vigilant. The group proceeded smoothly into the laboratory building and made their way to the location of the lathes. Norfolk University is renowned for its engineering prowess, and within the laboratory there were several discarded lathes. Although antiquated, they were still capable of machining various items. Fortuitously, there were also ample materials available, perfectly suitable for the fabrication of firearms and ammunition. Sully expressed her skepticism regarding the materials, suspecting they were orchestrated by the game. Nevertheless, despite a minor unpleasant incident, we have finally arrived at our destination. The former principal polished his glasses and declared, "I shall begin the processing now. Someone, please connect the electricity. Fortuitously, we are not experiencing a power outage." "I shall take care of it," Bob volunteered. Suddenly, Sully sensed that the creature had not held back its utterance. Once Bob had departed, Sully instructed Sophia to remain vigilant and then followed him outside to observe the surroundings and keep an eye out for any adversaries. After a brief wait, the power returned. There were still some individuals steadfastly manning the power plant, yet no one dared venture out to repair the malfunctioning wires. Fortunately, Norfolk University had escaped damage to its electrical lines. With the power restored, we first assisted our running team in crafting some equipment. The old principal donned gloves, accompanied by a few students. "What do you require?" he inquired. "Ivan, you go first." Ivan approached the principal and removed his round shield. "Please help us create a high-strength shield. A circular steel shield will suffice, based on this design. The weight should be under 10 kilograms. No problem. This is quite manageable," the old principal replied, retrieving some steel from the side. "This is special steel, intended for aircraft construction. Typically, one would require clearance to utilize such material." Ivan, however, did not ponder the origins of this item. In this fragmented, gamified world, he would not be surprised if the principal produced a magical artifact fashioned from an indigenous person's scalp. "My dear boy, I am unfamiliar with crafting a comfortable grip. I will need to dismantle your shield to attach this handle to the new one. You may proceed as you see fit, sir." Before long, Ivan's shield was ready. He lifted it with one hand and tested its mobility. The shield weighed 8 kilograms, made entirely of steel, and the quality was commendable. It felt slightly awkward to use, but he would adapt. "Next, we need bullets and grenades, correct?" The old principal began to gather materials. "There is not much material left here. We also require ammunition for ourselves. Therefore, I can only provide you with 3 grenades and 50 rounds of ammunition. What caliber do you need?" Sully controlled her pace as she walked through the laboratory building. The floor, composed of cement, was partially coated with paint, resulting in a muted sound as she moved. Bob, leading the way, wore a heavy expression, oblivious to Sully trailing behind him. Upon observing Bob making his way towards the exit, Sully ascended the staircase and positioned herself by the window on the second floor. Bob, having activated the power in the distribution room near the exit, glanced around before departing the laboratory building and entering the secluded corner of the flower bed adjacent to it. Sully shifted to another window, listening to Bob's voice. "Bob, my good partner, you have indeed arrived," came Johnny's voice. "I saw your gesture. Do you need something from me?" Bob inquired somewhat morosely. "Look at you, my partner. How spirited you were during our time on the football team, yet here you are, reduced to a mere underling," Johnny teased. "With so many monsters outside, we must unite." "I must admit, the old principal, who has seen battle, is better suited to be a leader," Bob retorted. "Monsters, indeed. There are creatures out there, those that consume fear. Johnny chuckled. Bob, you disappoint me. The prophecy of the apocalypse has come to fruition. The monsters of hell have been unleashed. You've seen that towering creature, haven't you? If we do not grow stronger, we will inevitably fall victim to it. Johnny's deep voice, laden with content, even bore a hint of manipulation. How do we grow stronger? Bob countered. We are merely ordinary people. Fear, Bob, it is fear. Consider this. The fear people have of monsters can conjure them into existence. But what if that fear is directed towards living beings? Then, Sully heard the sound of something being crushed. Good heavens, you crushed the stone, Bob exclaimed. You see. This is the power I have acquired. Fear, intoxicating fear. Initially, I resorted to violence and theft, but then I discovered my strength was amplifying. I escalated my actions and grew ever stronger. You cannot begin to fathom the life I lead. My greatest dilemma each day is how to manage the multitude of women vying for my attention. I am the emperor of Knockford University. By the way, don't you fancy Haley? She is with me, my good partner. I can share her with you, provided you assist me, just like in our football days. Bob remained silent for a while before finally responding. What must I do? Partner, I know that old coot, Peyton, can craft weapons. He bragged in class about his ability to create explosives and firearms from the materials here. That battle-hardened old man is undoubtedly reluctant to help me. Once he finishes the weapons, you will help me retrieve those explosive treasures, and I will handle the rest. What will you do? Bob continued to inquire. Humans adapt to fear, which is infuriating. Therefore, I plan to acquire some naive individuals, capture the old man, eliminate a few to establish my dominance, and refresh the fear others have of me. I must become stronger. And of course, there SU. Subsequently, Bob remarked, very well. When the time comes to commit the deed, let us first eliminate the Asian individual wielding the sword. His swordsmanship is formidable. Indeed, indeed. A pleasure to collaborate, partner. Upon hearing this, Sully ceased to listen and stealthily departed from the scene. Upon returning to the lathe, the elderly professor was still industriously engaged in his work. Surrounded by the atmosphere of uncertainty, Sully stood beside Ivan, producing a manual to relay the acquired information to both Ivan and Sophia. After all, the indigenous people were oblivious to the contents of the manual. Should we inform the old principal? Ivan inquired. Let us mention it. They seem decent enough, don't they? As for their belief, that is beyond our concern. Remember, the humanity present here is merely a lingering shadow. They have long ceased to exist, having perished alongside the destruction of the world. Thus, when the time comes to act, we must do so without moral hesitation, Sully cautioned. Can we perhaps deceive someone into becoming a human bomb, striking first to gain the upper hand? Sully glanced at Sophia, feeling that such treatment was rather uncalled for. Surprised, she realized that she had never encountered non-crew members before and was taken aback by the girl's fierce demeanor. As Fenton completed another batch of bullets, Ivan stepped forward, holding a shield, and addressed Fenton. Mr. Fenton, I have a feeling that this shield is somewhat inadequate. Could you kindly take a look? Sighing, the old man admitted. I must confess, I have never crafted a shield before. I had a premonition that I might embarrass myself. With an expression of concern for his reputation, Fenton took the shield and examined its interior, his pupils narrowing in alarm. Inside, there was an inscription written in resin. Though unfamiliar, he could comprehend it without detecting anything amiss. Bob and Johnny conspired to seize grenades and enslave everyone, he muttered, adjusting his glasses while catching a glimpse of Bob, who was unable to conceal his unease. Sensing the gravity of the situation, he turned to Ivan and said, My boy, I have identified the issue. Take this wax, apply it, and tighten the screws. That should resolve the matter. Ivan accepted the wax and shield, returning to Sully's side. Once they confirmed that the old principal had managed the situation, Sully and the others began to recuperate. It was at this moment that they unexpectedly received a notification from the system. The announcement of the triad sent a chill through Sully, recalling the last time such a notification had occurred, when those 5 individuals had ascended to level 6. Marking a significant advancement in the system's progress, Sully hurriedly opened the leaderboard. First place, Luo Pingan, train level LV10, enhanced critical strike. Second place, Li Fan, train level LV9, summoning system. Third place, Tang Sheng, train level LV9, all-inclusive system. Fourth place, Su Xing, train level LV8, ultimate hint system. Fifth place, Lin Feng, train level LV8, check-in system. The annotations in parentheses are notes from the author for the readers. They have not reached LV11, so they are not the cause of this. Sully let out a sigh of relief. Subsequently, the system continued to issue notifications. Upon detection, the remaining 432, 975, 194 survivors of the Blue Star civilization, 430 million, have upgraded their trains to LV-1 official trains, and the advancement function is now activated. The chat room has opened the private group chat feature, allowing players to spin survival coins to create group chats. The chat room has initiated the search and speaking function. The chat room has enabled the World Channel feature for the Blue Star. Specific functionalities can be explored at one's discretion. Upon witnessing the staggering figure of 430 million, Sully was enveloped in a profound sorrow. The Blue Star once boasted a population of 9.8 billion, and this was merely the fourth world. In just over 20 days, the number had dwindled to a mere 430 million. It was not solely the staggering loss of life that weighed heavily on his heart. Rather, it was the severance of civilization itself. The sheer scale of death foretold that the majority of the deceased were likely to be the elderly and children. In the context of the Yinxia civilization, most masters of traditional scholarship were middle-aged or elderly. And how many young individuals truly held an interest in the ancient culture of Yinxia? The continuity of Yinxia's cultural heritage had undoubtedly suffered irreparable losses. Culturally, Yinxia now stood on the brink of extinction. After a prolonged silence, Sully could only let out a resigned sigh, realizing that he was powerless to effect any change. He opened the chat room, where players were fervently discussing the matter at hand. However, most had not contemplated the notion of cultural extinction. Instead, their conversations revolved around the death toll and the identity of the genius who, with nothing but a level 0 newspaper shell, managed to advance to the fourth world. Before long, someone provided an answer to the inquiry. It was likely the meat pig convoy, as my friend had mentioned before his demise. They were fervently engaged in scavenging resources from other players, utilizing their survival coins solely to acquire skills and enhance themselves. Consequently, their vehicle space was insufficient. To remedy this issue, they coerced the players they looted to join their convoy, using the vehicles of others to store their supplies. As their resources accumulated, they could also upgrade the central meat pig vehicle to earn rare supplies from the novice gift packages. Would it not be simpler to form a convoy? However, if one did not form a team and simply forced others to follow, what would happen if those individuals fled? A convoy comprised entirely of one's own members. With the meat pig in the middle, functions like a train rather than a car, reliant on tracks. If a team were formed, the team contract would necessitate guaranteeing basic treatment for its members. For the meat pig convoy, the drawbacks of forming a team include the inability to access novice gift packages and the risk of members, when pressed, choosing to reclaim their vehicle slots upon death. In a team, members relinquish their locomotives, while the leader receives an additional vehicle slot. This slot can either be reclaimed or bestowed upon the leader upon a member's death. The meat pig convoy, being numerous, gathers resources swiftly and continues to engage in looting. As a result, they have an excess of basic supplies. It is likely that the meat pig convoy upgraded the last level 0 train to level 1 to claim the novice gift package. Otherwise, how could a level 0 newspaper shell navigate through 3 worlds? With a heavy heart, Sully closed the manual, his mind awash with thoughts. Yet, he quickly gathered his composure. Now was not the time for such musings. He needed to devise a strategy to confront Johnny. Originally, Sully intended to part ways with this group after obtaining the desired items, indifferent to their fates. However, upon overhearing the conversation between Bob and Johnny, he altered his plans. Johnny had assimilated the strange power responsible for all of this. Thus, he would undoubtedly undergo certain transformations. Through these changes, Sully could discern the true source of the underlying force. Suri is acutely aware that as an unremarkable high school student, her survival into the fourth world, thriving more than others, is solely attributed to her access to intelligence and knowledge. Being informed about the hidden biological entities in advance allows for timely countermeasures. Those who have played games understand that when faced with a new dungeon, having information on the countering team is vastly superior to recklessly engaging in high-intensity assaults. The resources and equipment required for each approach are of entirely different calibers. 3 individuals observed Principal Phaeton as he crafted rudimentary firearms at the car window, reminiscent of watching an excavator dig or witnessing someone else tend to a horse's hooves. After a considerable time, Principal Phaeton completed 2 rifles along with several long and short knives, seemingly having discovered their efficacy in combating the infected. He stowed away his creations and wiped the sweat from his brow, reflecting on his aging state, lamenting that he once could work tirelessly for an entire day. "Come, lads. Gather the weapons," he beckoned. Bob was the first to approach, lifting the heaviest box containing grenades. To the astonishment of his peers, he managed it with ease, prompting one student to commend him as a strong man. After securing the vehicle, the group prepared to exit the laboratory building, with Su Li and his companions trailing behind. Once everyone had vacated the classroom, Bob suddenly quickened his pace. A loud gunshot rang out, followed by the sound of something heavy crashing to the ground. Startled, everyone turned to see Sophia aiming her weapon. Unperturbed, she directed her firearm elsewhere. "What keen instincts? You took out my marksman. I quite admire you," came Johnny's voice from the mist as he emerged with a group, two individuals holding the truck driver, whose mouth was gagged with cloth. Due to the fog, the shooter's range was severely limited, forcing him to conceal himself by a large tree near the entrance, barely able to glimpse the door. This proximity rendered the sensation of being targeted particularly acute for Su Li and his companions, who had trained their magical abilities and heightened their perception. When the marksman focused on his target, his intent would emanate through his gaze, projecting lethal intent onto his adversary. After attaining the extraordinary, they became exceedingly sensitive to such raw, unmasked malice. Hence, Sophia's initial sharpshooting lesson included techniques on how to veil this murderous intent with magical energy. Even outside the realm of the extraordinary, ordinary people occasionally experience the sensation of being watched. The moment Johnny stepped forward, Sophia pulled the trigger once more. The gunfire echoed again, and as Johnny attempted to speak, his head jerked back violently, collapsing onto the ground. 2 seconds later, his football helmet fell to the earth. "Maybe killed him," a student from Su Li's side shrieked. In an instant, without a word exchanged, a life had been lost. The students found it difficult to fathom. Strangely, the students near Johnny exhibited no reaction. Bob, who had rushed to Johnny's side, stood frozen, bewildered. "Wait, brother. Was it not promised that we would gain immense power? Is this it? He dies upon his entrance? Have I truly allied with you for nothing? Bob, do you think we were unaware of your betrayal?" In his youth, Principal Phaeton, accustomed to the specter of death, swiftly intervened to restore order. "We are aware of your clandestine discussions with Johnny. Release the grenade in your grasp and return. I am willing to overlook past transgressions. Johnny is dead. What comes next for you?" The old principal's words were abruptly halted as Johnny's body suddenly sat upright, with half of his brain missing. Johnny's bloodied visage broke into a radiant smile. "Surprised? Ha 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 ha." Johnny rose from the ground, his half-crushed head juxtaposed with a jarring grin that exuded an eerie malevolence. "You possess quite the skill, my dear. Your actions were decisive and unflinching." Johnny placed a hand upon his own neck, his expression contorting into a more grotesque form as he struggled to suppress the pleasure coursing through him, lest he ruin the atmosphere with a moan. "A rifle packs a punch. My neck is broken." With a resounding crack, Johnny's neck realigned, while black blood gushed from the gaping wound in his head, swiftly mending his shattered brain within mere seconds. "What do you think?" Johnny spread his arms wide. "I am the undying king." This grotesque display of insanity sent ripples of terror through the crowd. In Su Li's eyes, dark energies coalesced from the masses, gravitating towards Johnny. It was evident that Johnny was harnessing the fear of the onlookers to augment his own power. With a swift motion, Su Li cast a hand grenade, which struck Johnny squarely in the abdomen. Just as Johnny was about to boast further, he suddenly realized it was a grenade, and a flicker of panic crossed his face. He hastily discarded the grenade to the ground and seized Bob, covering him with his body amidst Bob's terrified screams. In a deafening explosion, Bob's chest was obliterated, his eyes wide open in a final gaze at Johnny. Such brutality. Fortunately, I am not without my own defenses. Though Johnny was momentarily affected by the blast, he appeared unfazed, and with a single hand, he smashed the box Bob had brought, retrieving yet another grenade from within. "Now, you shall experience this," Johnny declared, pulling the pin and tossing the grenade towards the crowd. Su Li and Ivan disregarded the grenade entirely, charging towards Johnny. Meanwhile, Sophia retreated into the laboratory building. The students, suddenly alarmed, scurried after Sophia into the confines of the lab. The group that Johnny had brought with him, in a state of confusion yet maintaining some semblance of order, distanced themselves from Johnny. "Haha, brilliant." Johnny laughed heartily, mimicking a blooming gesture. However, the grenade he had thrown merely bounced twice on the ground before falling silent. The old principal had not filled it with gunpowder. Stunned, Johnny felt as if his bravado had turned him into a fool, and he shouted in frustration, "Damn it. If that's the case, I will tear you apart with my bare hands." As he spoke, Su Li and Ivan had already caught up to Johnny's side. With a fierce yell, Johnny struck a muscular pose, and suddenly, a torrent of black liquid surged from his body, enveloping him entirely. His physique began to stretch and expand, even his football pads increasing proportionally in size. When the transformation ceased, Johnny towered at a staggering height of 3 meters. "Die for me," Johnny roared, bringing his fist down towards Sully. Sully did not directly confront this assault. Judging solely by the sound of the wind, the force behind this attack was considerable. With nimble footwork, Sully adeptly maneuvered around Johnny's body, delivering a swift cut with his sword. The blade grazed Johnny's form, sending a flurry of debris cascading from his protective gear. Johnny's armor, reconfigured from that of a rugby player's, featured numerous enhanced protective segments. Its structure resembled an insect's exoskeleton, matte, resilient, and, upon impact, it conveyed a remarkably solid sensation. Ivan and Sully synchronized their movements, encircling Johnny from behind. After his fierce charge, Johnny continued to sprint a few steps forward before halting, pivoting to face Sully and the others with a roar. The brain is not the vital target. Unfazed by the secondary explosions, 2 erroneous options were dismissed. Sully silently recited within her heart, then coordinated with Ivan to fend off Johnny's assaults. It was evident that Johnny's methods of attack were exceedingly rudimentary. His approach relied solely on brute strength, as he relentlessly attempted to pummel and crush Sully and her companions. While such simplistic tactics, combined with formidable power and remarkable resilience, could prove quite troublesome and even exhilarating during the act of striking, they fell short against a trained professional like Sully. No matter how great the strength, it amounted to naught if one could not land a hit. Seizing the opportunity, Sully struck at Johnny's throat guard with a swift sword thrust. Although the blade did not penetrate the armor, the force of the blow shattered Johnny's Adam's apple. Grasping his throat, Johnny erupted into a fit of violent coughing. Ivan, displaying his own prowess, seized this moment to deliver a kick aimed squarely at little Johnny. A collective gasp escaped the onlookers as they witnessed the unfolding chaos. Meanwhile, an opening appeared in the second-floor window of the laboratory building, where Sophia seized a fire hose and directed a stream of water at Johnny. "You scoundrels!" Johnny shouted defiantly at Sully and his companions, undeterred by the onslaught of water. Unfazed by this new development, Sully pondered, mentally dismissing one possibility. Only a spirit creature and a parasitic creature remained as potential threats. Previously, Sully observed that after the demise of a monster, it transformed into a black liquid, subsequently merging with the earth. In the compendium, those associated with the powers of fear and creation predominantly consist of ethereal entities upon their demise. They do not turn into water, but rather into mist and luminous particles. Only a select few, typically of the parasitic variety, undergo a transformation into a liquid state after death. In Zurich, after meticulous selection, 5 types of monsters were chosen. This time, the opportunity was seized to unveil the mysterious veil surrounding these creatures. Roar! Johnny roared in the direction of Sophia's position, propelled by the rushing waters until he reached the group of students he had brought along. Strangely, these students appeared utterly unresponsive to the chaos of battle, resembling mere puppets. Seizing one of these lifeless figures, Johnny hurled it toward the second-floor window where Sophia was situated. In an instant, the tossed student's body grotesquely expanded into a spherical form, countless black tendrils writhing beneath her ruptured skin. Realizing the imminent danger, Sophia swiftly retreated to the adjacent classroom, placing 2 concrete walls between herself and the unfortunate student. With a resounding explosion, the student detonated mid-air, unleashing a cloud of dark crimson mist. Sophia felt a powerful shockwave, leaving her momentarily dizzy, yet miraculously unharmed. Witnessing this distinctive form of assault, combined with the ability to absorb fear and create, Sully immediately identified the creature's name. Damn it, how could it be the Cosmoth worm? This creature doesn't produce mist. There is at least one more creature coordinating with it. Sully cursed. Sophia, strike at its spinal midsection. Ivan, be cautious of the insect's limbs piercing the skin. As Sully spoke, he raised the great sword in his hand, one hand steadying the sword's hammer while the other gripped the hilt tightly, lifting the blade in a horizontal position. Ivan steadied himself, raised his shield, and enveloped himself in a magical energy shield, his entire form ignited with a radiant blue glow. Magical charge. Ivan's body suddenly surged with explosive speed, crashing into Johnny with a shield. Johnny's movements faltered momentarily, just as Sully's assault descended upon him. The storm crystal sword's razor-sharp blade pierced into Johnny's spine in an instant. Sully felt the blade scrape against the vertebrae. Yet it did not hinder the sword from penetrating deep, severing something with remarkable resilience within. With no time to withdraw the sword, Sully quickly crouched down. In the next heartbeat, 6 sharp bone spines erupted from Johnny's back. Had Sully remained in proximity, he would have surely been pierced through like a sieve. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sully directly harnessed the magical energy in a certain manner. With a rising dragon fist directed at the bone spurs, he exclaimed, "Magical slash." Sully's hand, imbued with formidable strength, shattered the bone spurs with ease. Subsequently, Sully brandished her crystal sword. Hiss. Johnny emitted a cry that resembled not that of a human, but rather the shrill sound of an insect. He swiftly turned to launch an assault against Sully. However, Ivan adeptly intercepted this hasty attack with his shield. Following this was a sharp gunshot. A bullet, infused with blue magical energy, struck the opening Sully had created behind Johnny, shattering his spine with devastating precision. Seizing the opportunity, Sully executed a powerful horizontal strike imbued with magical energy, cleaving Johnny in two and sending his severed half sprawling. The two halves of Johnny lay apart, with the stronger portion emitting a faint, insect-like buzz. A segment of a black, armored worm protruded from the wound, and a similar appendage emerged from the other half. Do not deliver the coup de grâce. Let him succumb naturally, Sully called out to Sophia. Do not damage the specimen. Upon hearing this, Sophia refrained from pulling the trigger. The worm extricated itself from the carcass, resembling a long, segmented creature akin to a stick insect. Its surface shimmered, presenting an unexpectedly appealing appearance. The severed worm writhed on the ground for some time before finally ceasing its struggle. Ivan glanced at Sully, who shook his head reassuringly, indicating that there was no cause for concern. The Kosming worm would not feign death. Sophia, please fetch a sealed glass vial from the laboratory, and if you can, bring some alcohol as well. After instructing her, he lifted the worm. The creature measured 3 centimeters in diameter and half a meter in length. Sully silently intoned, "Disassemble." Preserving the gland of the Kosming worm. Disassembly successful. You have acquired Kosming worm gland 1, Kosming worm flesh 1, sharp worm appendage 1, dream worm crystal core 1. After securing the spoils, Sully retrieved the gland of the Kosming worm. At that moment, Sophia approached, clutching several glass vials and a bottle of alcohol. Sully accepted the vials and poured the alcohol inside. He then punctured the gland, squeezing forth a stream of purplish-black liquid into the alcohol. As the liquid mingled with the alcohol, it instantly darkened the solution, creating a mesmerizing, dreamlike shimmer within the mixture. Sully returned the glass bottle to her backpack and then gazed at the bewildered students and teachers. Noticing the deep circles under their eyes, she let out a sigh. These individuals appeared utterly exhausted. In contrast to the panicked students, the old principal, Fenton, regained his composure more swiftly. He harbored a multitude of questions. Yet he understood the urgency of the moment. Let us gather our belongings and depart from here. Returning to the library, the group hurried back to the library, leaving behind the dazed students brought in by Johnny, as no one dared to approach them, fearing an imminent outburst. Sully and the others also returned. And Sully did not forget that there was a treasure chest on the upper floor of the library. Upon returning to the library, due to Johnny's incident, the survivors' attitude towards Sully had improved significantly. Seizing the opportunity, Sully suggested ascending the stairs to retrieve a book. Naturally, Principal Peyton acquiesced. Sully ascended to the second floor. The library's upper level had been transformed by students into a living area, where over 30 individuals, all female, resided. Sully exhibited no interest in the group of individuals and made his way directly to the location of the treasure chest. Subsequently, he discovered the chest, which was crafted from wood. Upon directly opening the treasure chest, after receiving a blow from the seasoned adventurer, Sully beheld the contents within the compartment. She acquired 2 cakes, 20 universal selectable bullets, 5 units of coal, and blueprints for glass bottles. At that moment, Sully was filled with joy. Fortune smiled upon him as he had obtained both the blueprint and the ammunition, marking a significant triumph. He carefully stowed away his possessions, immediately studying the blueprint. Sully then retrieved the versatile selectable ammunition, a type of bullet that could only be acquired from treasure chests. Once obtained, it could be transformed into a commonly used bullet type. Immediately, Sully transformed it into a rifle bullet. After securing the items from the treasure chest, Sully descended from the second floor. In the grand hall of the library, Sophia and the others awaited his return, while Principal Faye Dunn held a box in hand. Patiently waiting, Sully approached the principal, stating, "Principal, our transaction is complete. It is time for us to part ways. I am immensely grateful for your assistance. Without you, we would have fallen victim to Johnny." Upon finishing his words, the principal handed a box to Sully, adding, "Johnny is beyond the scope of our agreement. Thus, I have prepared some supplies specifically for you. Go ahead and take a look. Suri felt no malice or danger, and thus she opened the box. Inside the box lay 3 grenades, 20 rifle cartridges, and 2 small booklets. Suli took out the booklet and opened it. It revealed 2 maps. At first glance, Suli found it somewhat perplexing. Principal Finton explained, this is the layout of the sewer system in the subway transit map of Knockford City, albeit from 5 years ago. You will still need to venture out. This should assist you. This is incredibly useful, Suli exclaimed with excitement. With this, they could save a considerable amount of effort. When faced with a swarm of monsters, it was best to avoid retreating into the sewers unless absolutely necessary. Once one sought refuge in the sewers, the options for concealment became quite limited. Principal Finton offered this advice. Suli solemnly placed the 2 maps into her backpack. The 3 bid farewell to the group of survivors and departed from the library. Shall we proceed to the police station, Sue? Ivan inquired. As the clock struck 1 in the afternoon, Suli glanced at the time and nodded in agreement, suggesting a brief respite for lunch. The trio took a moment to reorient themselves before embarking on their journey towards their destination. Their pace was brisk, and soon they had exited the university grounds. After scaling the wall, Su Li and his companions discovered a restaurant. Unfortunately, the establishment had been stripped bare of its culinary offerings, prompting them to boil some water instead, which they then shared as a warm snake soup. Following their meal, they convened for a brief meeting. First and foremost, allow me to share some information regarding the creature. As Su Li recalled the information he had previously memorized about the monstrous entities, he remarked, the Cosmoth dream bug is a parasitic creature of the dream curse variety. It belongs to the realms of darkness and spirit, capable of absorbing negative emotions to spawn nightmares. Initially, I did not consider this creature for 2 reasons. Firstly, the Cosmoth dream bug does not induce fog. Secondly, its method of parasitism is rather clumsy. They employ a waiting for the rabbit by the stump style of parasitism. After the adult lays its eggs, the larvae curse nearby slumbering beings, plunging them into nightmares, from which they extract fragments of dreams and negative emotions to facilitate their own hatching. Once they have absorbed sufficient nightmares, they select a host from the dreamscape for parasitism. Initially, they inhabit the realm of dreams, but as they mature, they gradually materialize into reality, replacing the host's spine. The afflicted host becomes mentally tormented, incessantly generating negative emotions to foster the growth of the larvae. The lethargy observed in the indigenous people is a direct consequence of this curse. When numerous dream bugs congregate, they can give rise to nightmare derivatives. The more the cursed individuals dread these monsters emerging from their nightmares, the stronger the derivatives become, akin to that of Godzilla, or the likes of the mycelial men and the wolf lords. In addition to controlling nightmare derivatives, they can also launch surprise attacks with their sharp appendages. Moreover, newly hatched larvae are capable of self-detonation. However, once they mature, this ability ceases. Simultaneously, the adult bugs can enhance the physical capabilities of their hosts. Yet, if the adult residing in the spinal cord sustains severe damage, the host's physical abilities plummet dramatically. This was the case when I faced Johnny. Upon severing the spinal cord of the adult bug, Johnny's strength diminished instantaneously, rendering him vulnerable to a single magical strike. The previous iteration of Johnny was an adult individual, while those numb students he brought along were still larvae. The survivors in the library remain under the curse. Should their condition deteriorate further, they will inevitably fall victim to the dream bug's parasitism. Is there a means to counteract this parasitism? Sophia posed the pivotal question, recognizing that the dream parasitism of these creatures would likewise affect them. There are indeed numerous solutions available. However, many conditions remain unmet. For instance, a simple blessing spell from the light domain can dispel the curse. Fortunately, there exists a viable method that, although it may incur some expense, offers considerable convenience. Suri continued, stating that it suffices to grind the crystal core of the light element into powder and mix it with honey and green-spotted mushrooms before consuming it. The crystal core of the light element? Ivan pondered, immediately recalling something significant. Isn't there a cloud world among our chosen realms? Suri had mentioned that it was inhabited by light-sweeping birds. Would that suffice? Indeed, the light-sweeping birds. Suri snapped his fingers. I suspect that these worlds are not selected at random, but rather with intention. The crystal cores of the light-sweeping birds can withstand the curse of the Cosmoth dreamworms. As a dark and psychic insect-like beast, the meat of the Cosmoth is an excellent bait for the light-sweeping birds' post-processing. In the mushroom world, there exists an herb known as water droplet grass, which acts as a remarkable flavor enhancer alongside abundant green-spotted mushrooms and a modest amount of honey. These three worlds exhibit a certain complementary relationship, suggesting they were not chosen at random. Sophia, you shall trade for the crystal cores of the light-sweeping birds. Ivan, you will trade for the water droplet grass, green-spotted mushrooms, and honey. Moreover, be cautious during the trading. Only Sophia is permitted to trade the snake broth outwardly. We must not allow others to connect our group. Aim to procure around 100 crystal cores of the light-sweeping birds. I noted that their price is quite reasonable. Approximately 5 iron ingots each. Furthermore, the crystal cores possess additional uses. I have recently acquired a blueprint for a glass bottle, which allows for the creation of various small trinkets. After assigning the trading tasks, Suri continued, having discussed the trading matters, we must proceed to the next issue. I previously mentioned that the coast moth dreamworms are ambush predators. However, these creatures have stealthily permeated the entire city. I suspect the coast moth dreamworms have accomplices, perhaps voluntarily or through parasitism. The pervasive fog enveloping the city cannot be a mere natural phenomenon. Has the gateway to another world been opened? Or is it some skill of a magical creature? Both possibilities exist. We must prepare for the worst-case scenario, such as the presence of 2 additional magical creatures collaborating symbiotically with the coast moth dreamworms. After Suli finished speaking, she opened the sewer distribution map provided by Principal Faye Dunn. The city of Nogford boasts a highly developed sewer system, with main conduits spacious enough for a person to walk through. If one were to discreetly distribute insect eggs throughout the city, the sewers would indeed serve as an ideal location. Ivan raised his hand, and Suli gestured for him to speak. Should we venture into the sewers for exploration? He inquired. I have considered it, but the risks are considerable. The interior of the sewers is quite cramped, rendering it unsuitable for our capabilities, Suli replied, shaking her head in disapproval of the suggestion. However, a brief exploration is feasible. We must at least ascertain the nature of the enemy. If all is well, we shall proceed with the preparation of supplies. Suli and his companions listed 5 iron ingots and 1 luminous glider crystal core for trade, along with green-spotted mushrooms that could be exchanged for meat and water droplet grass also available for iron ingots. They decided to put up all the assorted meat they had left, as they were currently subsisting solely on snake stew, which they would need to consume for quite some time. After posting their items, Suli and his companions took a brief respite before resuming their journey. The trio continued to follow their prior plan, heading toward the local precinct. Along the way, they encountered 2 groups of mushroom creatures, but rather than engaging in combat, they swiftly entered the nearby residential buildings, utilizing the intricate layout to evade the fungi. Subsequently, they arrived at a small shopping mall. After spending some time exploring, they found no essential supplies within. Given the distance from their train, they opted not to gather much, ultimately only acquiring some salt and all available honey. After advancing 3 kilometers, they finally reached the precinct. Suli felt a twinge of disappointment at not discovering any new treasure chests. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. Random treasure chests were typically scattered several kilometers apart, and in such a compact urban environment, they were indeed scarce. Suli divided the treasure chests into 2 categories: random treasure chests and event treasure chests. The random treasure chests are scattered across the map, while the event treasure chests appear in response to nearby occurrences. For instance, the chests within the lair of the storm crystal feather serpent are examples of such treasures, as are those that refresh at various resource points. Additionally, the chests discovered earlier in the library belong to the survivor event category. In urban maps, where resources are dense, random treasure chests are relatively scarce, and event treasure chests are more prevalent. Upon arriving at the precinct, Suli sensed an ominous atmosphere from a distance. As the main entrance had been shattered, it was evident that someone had breached the premises. Shall we proceed? Sophia inquired. We might as well, since we are here. Let us see if any supplies have been overlooked. The trio cautiously entered the precinct through the broken door, only to be greeted by several myconids standing in the corridor, resembling individuals in a state of punishment, occasionally twitching in a manner that vividly portrayed their addiction. Suli breathed a sigh of relief, signifying that the intruder had likely departed. Suli drew his greatsword and charged forward to engage in combat with the fungal beings. The 3 of them fought and retreated simultaneously, luring the fungal creatures from the corridor and methodically dispatching them one by one. Once the last foe lay defeated, Suli commenced his search for supplies. He dismissed the offices, filled merely with trivial snacks and documents of little utility. With purpose, he made his way to the armory of the Public Security Office. Upon arriving, he was met with a disheartening sight. The armory had indeed been thoroughly plundered. The cabinets that once held firearms and ammunition stood empty, stripped bare of their contents. Suli could only continue to sift through the items within, searching for anything that others might have overlooked. After a lengthy search, she discovered merely 5 walkie-talkies of value. Well, it is better than having nothing at all, Suli sighed. Suli returned to the corridor, where they had separated to conduct their search, Suli with one team, while Sophia and Ivan teamed up. Sophia and Ivan took a considerable amount of time in their scavenging, and after a prolonged wait, Suli finally saw them approaching. Suli noticed the bright expression on Ivan's face, indicating that he had discovered something valuable. Upon seeing Suli, Ivan waved his hand and exclaimed, "Brother Su, we have found bulletproof vests." Suddenly, Suli was filled with delight, exclaiming, "What a splendid find." However, he soon felt a twinge of curiosity. Hadn't this place been ransacked? How was it possible that there were still bulletproof vests here? Sophia approached him, handing over a vest while explaining, "Indeed, this place has been pillaged." Yet, the looters lacked knowledge regarding bulletproof vests. Many vests, devoid of ballistic plates, were mistaken for tactical vests and thus were left behind. She and her companions had discovered 5 sets of bulletproof vests. Without hesitation, Suli donned one of the vests, realizing its utility far surpassed that of his wooden armor. This bulletproof vest differed somewhat from the type he had encountered in the game. When laid out, it resembled 4 fabric pouches, bearing little resemblance to a conventional bulletproof vest. Suri also comprehended why the looters had overlooked the bulletproof vest. If he were in their position, he too would not have recognized it as such. It seemed that Sophia had previously utilized this type of equipment. Suri observed her meticulously threading the straps and installing the ballistic plates. As she completed her assembly, the vest gradually transformed into a T-shape. After guiding his head through the central opening, Suri began to fasten the waist straps, following Sophia's instructions. Although assembling the vest proved somewhat cumbersome, donning it was remarkably straightforward. Once adorned with the protective gear, Suri moved his body to test his agility and found no issues. After all 3 had donned their vests, Ivan produced a car key and exclaimed, "Suri, there is more to discover." Suli was overjoyed. He had long desired to acquire a vehicle. The challenge, however, lay in the difficulty of obtaining a matching car and its keys. This situation resembled that of the 1990s on Blue Star, where cars lacked the modern convenience of electronic locks that illuminate with a mere press of a button. Suli realized that he could neither short-circuit the ignition nor unlock the vehicle. If he desired the car, he would have to venture into the residential area to search for the keys and subsequently attempt to unlock each vehicle, an exceedingly time-consuming endeavor. The police station, however, proved to be quite convenient, as the keys were readily available in the office. Locating a vehicle was straightforward, undoubtedly belonging to one of the police cars stationed outside. The 3 individuals stepped outside and swiftly identified the keys corresponding to the vehicles. It was an unremarkable 4-seater police car. The next step was to drive away. Suli, at the age of 18, traversed into this world and transformed into a 15-year-old. Upon reaching 18, he entered a train game, devoid of any driving experience. He glanced at Sophia, who shook her head, stating, "I am only 18 as well and have yet to obtain a driver's license." Suli disregarded Ivan entirely. 12-year-old dang. What does he know? Fine, I have observed how others drive. I shall give it a try. Suli inserted the key and turned the ignition. The engine roared to life successfully. Glancing at the fuel gauge, she noted that there was still more than half a tank of gas. Surging forward, Suli inhaled deeply and pressed down on the accelerator. As Suli pressed down with a bit too much force, a thunderous roar erupted from the engine. Yet nothing transpired. "Su, the handbrake. Release the handbrake. Apply less force on the accelerator." Ivan, seated in the back, shouted. Suddenly, Suli recalled an important matter and, with poise and composure, pulled the handbrake down. Once the handbrake was released, Suli pressed the accelerator once more, and the engine roared to life with a thunderous growl. The car lurched forward a few paces, and with a steady hand, Suli shifted the gears. However, with a series of jarring clunks, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt. "Depress the clutch, Sugo," came the anxious voice of Ivan, echoing in his ears. Suli halted the vehicle. Pausing for a moment of contemplation before cautiously inquiring, "Ivan, it appears you possess considerable knowledge. Why not give it a try?" "Sure thing, Brother Su. I have operated agricultural machinery at my grandmother's house." Ivan stepped forward without hesitation, fully aware that Brother Su was utterly unfamiliar with driving. Suli gracefully descended from the driver's seat, making way for Ivan. With practiced ease, Ivan ignited the engine, engaged the handbrake, pressed the accelerator, depressed the clutch, and shifted gears. The police car, now in the capable hands of a reliable miner, smoothly exited the parking lot, transporting two rather dubious adults toward the nearest bank. Once behind the wheel, the pace quickened dramatically. Sully was seated in the driver's seat, perusing the map and guiding Ivan forward. After several minutes, the vehicle arrived in front of a bank. As Ivan pressed the brake, the car came to a steady halt at the entrance of the bank. Sully and his companions swiftly disembarked, confronting the monstrous creatures drawn to their vehicle. The car had lured a pack of wolves and a horde of fungal beings. Sully and Ivan confronted the pack of wolves ahead, while Sophia remained vigilant. Having witnessed the terrifying prowess of the Wolf Lord's fear-inducing abilities, they were naturally on high alert. Should the Wolf Lord attempt to assault them, Sophia would unleash a magical arrow to vanquish the creature. Fortunately, this time, the feared Wolf Lord did not materialize. Instead, an aberrant mushroom creature emerged. As Sully and Ivan parted ways, Ivan wielded resin to draw the attention of the mutated fungi beings, while Sully exerted herself fully to swiftly eliminate the remaining minions. Upon dispatching the henchmen, Sully rejoined Ivan, and together they vanquished the mutated fungi creatures. Once the ordeal was resolved, the trio took a brief respite before entering the bank. It was evident that the establishment had previously been visited. Sully observed several shattered doors and examined the traces of destruction, which were clearly inflicted by sharp weapons. This effectively ruled out the involvement of the Wolf Lord and the fungi beings. Exercise caution and remain vigilant, she advised. Sully issued a brief admonition before embarking on an exploration of the bank's interior. She swiftly bypassed several rooms in the foyer, as the papers and pins held no utility for their purpose. Their objective was unequivocal, the treasure concealed within the vault. Upon reaching the heart of the bank, Sully beheld a staircase descending into the depths. At the bottom lay a barred gate reminiscent of a prison, though this gate had been compromised. The three individuals from Zurich ventured deeper, until they finally arrived at a grand door nestled in the depths below. This metallic portal bore a resemblance to an ordinary entrance. Yet at its center lay a circular switch valve. The objective of Sully and his companions is not merely to breach a door. Although it may not resemble a classic circular gate, even an ordinary vault door proves to be quite formidable. However, this is not the realm of reality. It is a train game imbued with extraordinary powers. Sully turned back to Sophia and inquired, "Have you finished?" "Yes, I've prepared everything." The other party requested 10 servings of snake soup and exchanged 3 spell crystals with me. With that, Sophia produced a crystal and handed it to Sully. In Zurich, a crystal spell known as Crystal Fossil to Mud is utilized. Upon activation, it releases a spell that transforms stones into sludge, lasting for 5 minutes. The creator of this spell is Lu Jiawen. As the game has progressed, many players have honed their unique skills. Among them is a newly emerged player, who appeared only after the recent merger, offering various spell crystals for sale. While the exchange rate for ordinary materials is rather steep, the price remains reasonable when it comes to trading with special resources. Sully exerted force, shattering the crystal in her grasp. Upon its destruction, a luminous sphere materialized in the palm of her hand. She pressed the sphere against the concrete wall before her. As the sphere vanished, Sully prodded the wall with her finger, discovering that it had transformed into a substance resembling sludge. The three promptly commenced their excavation of the wall. The concrete, altered by the spell into muck, was easily excavated, yet the spell's duration was limited to 5 minutes, necessitating haste. After removing the sludge, remnants of the steel reinforcement structure remained. Sully and Ivan each took a side, harnessing their magical energy to push the rebar downwards, subsequently pulling the vertical steel rods apart. As the concrete had turned to mud, it could no longer support the rebar, and with their combined strength, they effortlessly created an opening. Once the spell concluded, the mud reverted to concrete, securing the position of the rebar. The aperture was modest, yet ample enough for the petite Sophia to enter. However, our genuine child, Ivan, having recently developed rapidly through training, found it challenging to squeeze through. Sounds of rustling emanated from within, and before long, Sophia emerged. "How is it?" she inquired. "Not great," Sophia replied with a hint of disappointment. "There was quite a bit of gold inside, but after placing it in my backpack, the haul was minimal." "Well, that was somewhat anticipated." Sully remarked thoughtfully that gold is a precious metal, and banks typically sell it by the gram. The recognized metal ingots, iron, copper, and silver, are generally several pounds each. It is rare for an ordinary bank to possess such substantial reserves of gold. "How much do you have?" Sully inquired. 5 units of gold," came the response. 5 units will suffice," Sully nodded, realizing that it was just enough to construct a basic workbench. Upon viewing photographs of the basic workbench flaunted by others, Sully noted the stark contrast to the rudimentary workstation, which consisted merely of a single table. The basic workbench had truly evolved into a fully fledged workspace, replete with a plethora of processing tools. Subsequently, she made her way back home. Sully and his companions swiftly emerged from the bank and drove towards the subway station where their train awaited. They returned to the supermarket they had previously raided, collecting an abundance of high-energy food items such as candies and chocolates. Once they had filled the police car to capacity, they continued their journey home. However, midway through their travels, Sully suddenly recalled an important matter. "Ivan," he exclaimed, "at the third intersection ahead, make a left turn. We must pay a visit to the gas station." At this moment, Sully suddenly recalled that in the future, the trains would be upgraded to run on fuel. Consequently, coal and timber would become obsolete, necessitating the collection of oil anew. Now that they had reached the city map, it was imperative to gather some gasoline. The trio arrived at a gas station, disembarked to deal with the pursuing mushroom people and wolves, and then surveyed the condition of the gas station. After fiddling with the fuel apparatus for a while, Sully was pleasantly surprised to discover that the device was operational. "Let's search for a fuel drum," Sophia suggested. The three of them scoured the vicinity of the gas station for a fuel drum, and fortune smiled upon them as they found a storage shed behind the warehouse, containing 30 empty fuel drums. Sully examined one of the drums, each capable of holding 200 liters of gasoline. In the dim light of the underground station, Sully, vigilant and alert, oversaw two companions as they diligently transported empty oil barrels to be filled. 8 fueling points were operational simultaneously, and within a span of 2 hours, they successfully replenished their supplies. Sully then stowed the filled barrels into his backpack, feeling a swell of satisfaction at the ease with which they acquired resources. It evoked a nostalgic sensation reminiscent of their experiences in the Wailing Valley, where the initial days felt akin to a leisurely excursion, with ample water and timber readily accessible. Foraging for food was effortless, as wild fruits and beasts abounded in the forests. He vividly recalled the buoyant spirits of the players in those early days, only to witness a stark decline as the fearsome storm Crystal Serpent emerged, causing player numbers to plummet and rendering the chat groups eerily silent. At this moment, the present mirrored that past all too closely. This revelation resonated with his companions, who reminisced about their own adventures in the Wailing Valley, where their foresight and gathering intelligence led them to the lair of the Crystal Serpent, allowing them to evade the cataclysm that befell the plains. Those who remained oblivious to the dangers, even if they sought refuge underground, inevitably encountered the serpents lurking below. The initial joy of the players soon gave way to despair. Now, in this mist-shrouded urban world, the abundance of food, fuel, firearms, and gold seemed almost too easy to collect. Yet, Sully sensed that this tranquility was but a prelude to an impending storm. The thought of the monstrous Godzilla they had encountered loomed large in their minds, as it appeared to be the most formidable challenge awaiting them. "Let us return for now, and refrain from unnecessary worry. We shall gather intelligence and resources swiftly to fortify ourselves, ensuring our survival," Sully sighed, his words hanging in the air as they made their way back to the subway station. Upon arrival, they disembarked to assess the station's condition. It was evident that new survivors had arrived, some harboring intentions towards their train. Yet, their efforts were futile, culminating in frustrated kicks against the train's exterior, leaving Sully to chuckle at the sight. After unloading their supplies onto the train, they set it in motion, traveling a kilometer before halting within the tunnel. They were cautious, wary of potential nighttime assaults. Stationing themselves within the platform felt risky, as there was always the chance of disturbances from other survivors. While they did not fear confrontations, the annoyance of interruptions was palpable. Once back inside the train, they shared a meal before engaging in their respective activities. Sully focused on concocting potions, while Ivan tended to their crops and Sophia took the helm for the first half of the night watch. Ivan would take the latter half, leaving Sully with no time for rest. Surrounded by the clangor of the workshop, Selina approached the rudimentary workbench at the front of the vehicle, clutching 5 units of gold bullion. She then perused the construction list with intent. Basic workbench requirements: 50 units of wood, 30 units of iron ingots, 20 units of copper ingots, 10 units of silver ingots, 5 units of gold ingots, and 1 rudimentary workbench. She confirmed the construction. After a 10-minute wait, Sully received access to the new manufacturing platform. Sully arranged the primary workbench at the front of the vehicle, then meticulously examined this workspace. It was far from a mere rudimentary table. Rather, it was a commonplace workstation. The surface was adorned with a textured, cushioned mat. A sturdy board stood upright, showcasing an array of tools, including various screwdrivers and pliers. To the right, a cabinet opened to reveal an assortment of additional implements. Above, an adjustable shadowless lamp provided illumination. Furthermore, the tabletop was equipped with a spray torch, sandblaster, and other facilities. It can be said that although small, it was remarkably well-equipped. Suli's eyes sparkled with excitement. Which man could possibly refuse a workbench so fully equipped? Next, let me ponder how to manually craft a certain tool, ahem. But first things first, it's imperative to concoct the potion to resist the curse of the Kosaman dream bug. Suri took out the green-spotted mushroom, the shimmering bird crystal core, and the honey that she had just obtained from the brother and sister duo. Suli retrieved a mortar from the cabinet and cast the luminous bird's crystal core into it. The information in the compendium was rather vague, merely stating that a combination of powder from the light-type crystal core, green-spotted mushrooms, and honey could yield a potion to fortify oneself against curses. However, the precise proportions remained elusive to Suli. Furthermore, the method of this seemingly simple amalgamation was somewhat perplexing to her. Suli cast the crystal core into the mortar and began to grind it. After reducing it to a fine powder, he proceeded to grind the green-spotted mushroom. Subsequently, he blended the mushroom extract, honey, and the powder together. It was then that Suli observed a reaction between the powder and the mushroom extract. As the green liquid gradually transformed into a shade of purple, Suli was unsure of the nature of this change. He thought that since a reaction was possible, he might as well stir things up to enhance the speed of the reaction. Selina retrieved a glass rod and commenced stirring within the beaker. After an extended period of vigorous mixing, the contents transformed into a substance resembling a salve. Suri picked it up and employed her appraisal technique. Unknown honey paste possesses a slight calming effect and offers resistance against curses, effective for black iron grade and below. It seems that the key lies in the reaction between the mushrooms and the crystal core. Perhaps a touch of water should be added? Suli commenced another experiment. This time, he began by merging mushroom juice with honey, and after achieving a harmonious blend, he gradually sprinkled in crystalline powder. To his astonishment, the reaction intensified significantly, with the powder emitting a subtle luminescence. Once the synthesis was complete, Suli examined the final product once more. The unknown honey water exhibited a slight calming effect, capable of resisting curses, effective against those of black iron grade and below. Could this be deemed a success? Is this effect sufficient to counter the curse of the Kosming worm? Sully was quite perplexed. At that moment, Sophia, who had been reading by his side, suddenly remarked, "Are you going to infuse your magic essence?" Sully was taken aback. "Are you suggesting I should infuse my magic essence?" Sophia reiterated, "When I prepare snake soup, I always incorporate my magic essence to guide the fusion of the ingredients' magical energies. Only then can I create dishes with special effects." It turned out that infusing magic essence was necessary. Indeed, such practices were often depicted in novels. Sully slapped his forehead, feeling rather foolish. "Thank you, Sophia. By the way, why don't you assist me in this as well?" Very well. I often prepare special dishes and possess some experience." Sophia set aside her manual and approached Sully, then began to blend the ingredients in the manner he had just demonstrated, while simultaneously channeling the brilliance of magic essence through her hands, which flowed into the honey water via the glass rod. As soon as Sophia took over, Sully sensed an entirely different level of finesse. How should he articulate it? It was akin to the disparity between a novice and a master. The fluidity was markedly distinct. "I had no idea you possessed such skill. Are you perhaps a prodigy in potion making?" Sully exclaimed. "Isn't this merely a beverage?" Sophia blinked, clearly engaged in blending the honey water. Shouldn't potion making resemble a chemistry experiment? After a moment of contemplation, Suli realized that this was indeed more akin to blending honey water than concocting a potion. He then recalled the blessing that Sophia had recently received, which was to enhance her culinary intuition. Suri nodded vigorously, affirming that this was indeed the art of culinary creation, rather than some mere concoction. Whoever claimed it was a potion would certainly provoke her ire. Just then, Sophia extracted a glass rod, sampled the mixture, and, with a furrowed brow, remarked on the peculiar taste reminiscent of mushrooms. She suggested soaking it in saline, rinsing thoroughly, and then draining it to see if it might improve. Zurich has assessed the enigmatic honey elixir. It possesses a mild calming effect and offers resistance against curses, effective for black iron grade and below. It proves remarkably effective against dream invasions. As you suggested, I shall give it a try. Suli retrieved the mushrooms and, under Sophia's guidance, commenced the process of soaking, rinsing, and draining them in saline solution. The entire endeavor consumed approximately half an hour. Holding the fresh mushroom extract and crystalline powder, Sophia began her meticulous work. Once, twice, thrice. Until the fourth attempt, she adjusted the formula, combining 2 parts of mushroom extract with 1 part of crystalline powder, adding a pinch of salt. After stirring for several minutes, Sophia took out hot water, dissolved the honey within it, and then offered it to Suli, suggesting that it should be quite delightful to taste. Suri once again conducted an appraisal. The unknown honey beverage possesses calming properties and the ability to resist curses, effective for black iron level and below, proving remarkably effective against dream invasions. This is it. Sophia bestowed upon Suri a delightful surprise. Zuli took out the beverage and divided it into 2 cups, discovering that it could be split without diminishing its efficacy. Suli only wishes to exclaim the greatness of the kitchen god and Sophia. This concoction not only aids them in fending off the dream invasion of the Kosh-dream worm, but also has the potential for profit. Suri directly summoned Ivan, instructing him to take over the night watch. Ivan, you shall grind the crystal cores. Sophia, you will prepare the beverages. We must endure 6 nights here. First, let us prepare 18 cups for ourselves, and the remainder shall be traded away. Understood, Sue. Suli hurriedly took a seat nearby, opened the manual, and entered the chat room. In a momentous revelation from Zurich, I have uncovered the true nature of the creatures that inhabit the enigmatic fog city. What? So soon? My friend, have you encountered one of these beings? Are you unharmed? I thought the monsters of Fog City were merely wolves. Could it be a vampire bat rather than a succubus? Goodness, my friend, which city are you referring to? In the realm of Fog City. Those that transform into black sludge upon death are merely derivatives, not the essence of the creatures themselves. Indeed, those that have transformed into black sludge are creations of the malevolent beings. Without vanquishing these dark entities, the monstrous creatures shall persist endlessly. Today, I eliminated a creature that had infested one of the indigenous inhabitants. The crystalline core of the Kosming worm was obtained as a result of this encounter. I recognize this kind of monster, one that can curse its enemies in their slumber, subsequently embedding itself within their psyche, and upon maturation, devouring the host's soul. How terrifying. But who knows if this is merely a scare tactic? The chat room erupted in chaos. At this hour, most players would be resting, perusing the chat, resulting in a significant online presence. Damn, I wondered why the difficulty in the Misty City was so low and resources so abundant. It seems they were waiting for me here. According to the esteemed analysis of Zheng Hongyuan, the Misty City is classified as a world of major events. This must be a precursor to such an event. Major events? Upon hearing this term, I began to sift through the chat history, searching for the keywords major events and Zheng Hongyuan. I soon stumbled upon Zheng Hongyuan's remarks from half an hour prior. Based on my research, I have broadly categorized world fragments into 2 types, environmental and major event types. Environmental types present challenges primarily centered on survival, extreme cold, intense heat, scarcity of water, wild beasts, viruses, and so forth. The defining characteristic of these worlds is their consistent level of difficulty from beginning to end. In contrast, major event types are tranquil in the early stages, allowing for the easy gathering of resources, appearing quite pleasant. However, as one progresses to the later stages, catastrophic events arise that are beyond the capacity of ordinary players to contend with. For instance, as mentioned in the chat, the Howling Valley world features concentrated difficulty, where the primary challenge lies in enduring the final wave of a major event. Suli concurred with this assertion. The first world he encountered, a saline alkaline land, was evidently an environment-based realm. Subsequently, the Howling Valley and the mist-laden city he faced conformed to the category of significant events. In the end, Zheng Hongyuan called upon everyone, reminding them of the system notification from today. He noted that the remaining inhabitants of Blue Star are few. He expressed a hope that, without endangering themselves, everyone would extend a helping hand to others. He did not wish to witness the annihilation of Blue Star civilization. Furthermore, a larger population equates to a more expansive market. Everyone has experienced regional mergers, haven't they? When the population was at 100,000, the trading market brimmed with abundant resources, stable prices, and diverse varieties. However, as the population dwindled to merely 10,000, prices surged and the variety diminished. Many unique resources became inaccessible due to the demise of their producers. Zheng Hongyuan urged everyone to reflect. Only through mutual assistance can we thrive. After absorbing Zheng Hongyuan's words, Suli fell into silence for a moment before letting out a sigh. Helping others, how effortlessly it is spoken. Who does not yearn to survive in this game and to thrive? Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on this matter, deeming it too taxing. and continued to engage in the chat group. In the realm of Suli, there exists a remarkable beverage that can aid individuals in fending off the parasitic dreams of the coast mothworm. The unknown honey elixir possesses extraordinary properties, catching one off guard. Indeed, one might ponder whether to partake in this offering. Gratitude is extended to the benefactor. It is suitable even for those with sensitive skin and can be utilized by individuals with specific needs. While the intent to profit is evident, the information provided is genuine. Were it not for this disclosure, countless souls would fall victim to parasitism this very night, awaiting an inevitable demise. To speak candidly, if he had remained silent, I would have succumbed to slumber shortly. At that juncture, being parasitized and succumbing to the realm of dreams would render the acquisition of such a beverage unnecessary. The coast moth worm indeed signifies dream parasitism. Thus, appropriate protective measures could eliminate the need for this drink. Do you possess any means of defense? I do not. Then why speak of such trivialities? In the world of Linfeng, I possess a vaccine priced at 30 gold ingots per vial, and for the mushroom realm, I have a fungal antidote, also at 30 gold ingots per vial. For special items, feel free to reach out privately. The moment this character emerged, I sensed something amiss. My specialization lies in the mental domain, having acquired a skill for mental resistance in my previous existence. Upon his utterance, alarms blared in my mind. As if a voice urged me to purchase from him. It is a trivial expense, and the exchange is certainly worthwhile. Alas, mental control? Does Lin, my esteemed brother, truly require to manipulate a throng of impoverished souls? The top 5 figures on the leaderboard hardly necessitate such tactics. The notion of brain control has surfaced. How absurd. Certain individuals, in their endeavor to tarnish others, have lost their wits. To suggest that Lin possesses mental manipulation is ludicrous. Why not claim he has a system as well? Do not dismiss the idea. Upon reflection, which world does Linfeng hail from? It must be the Mist world. Previously, someone from that realm shared an image claiming to have encountered Linfeng, only to meet an untimely end. The circumstances of his demise remain shrouded in mystery. How could one ascertain that individual was indeed Linfeng? It is evident, with a vehicle boasting a G8 cannon atop and a double-decker train. Who else could it be? Remarkably, from the Mist world, possessing antidotes from the mushroom realm and vaccines from the zombie world, one must appreciate the significance. What is there to appreciate? It is only natural for a figure of such caliber. Upon Linfeng's entrance, the chatroom descended into chaos. This Linfeng, having executed a series of outrageous trades in the initial world, subsequently became quiet in the following 2 realms, engaging primarily in disputes within the chatroom. Upon entering the 4th world, as players' skills increased, resources began to emerge that Linfeng found useful, prompting him to resume trading. However, the prices for such transactions were quite exorbitant. For identical secret delicacies, he would willingly exchange 2 for one of his own. The discourse surrounding mental control does not seem unfounded to Suli. Suli closed the chat room, ignoring the ill-fated Linfeng. He opened the trading interface and listed his offerings. What he currently lacked were only gold ingots, elemental shards, batteries, and a rare item known as the forging rune. The first 2 items were in high demand, while the forging rune was an essential component for crafting the arcane forging furnace, and the batteries were necessary for train upgrades. Among these, the elemental shards and gold ingots were the most pressing needs, thus they constituted the primary focus of his trade. Unknown honey special drink. 1 gold ingot for 10 unknown honey special drink. 1 elemental shard for 5 for 10 unknown honey special drink. 1 forging rune for 1. The prices were set neither excessively high nor particularly low. They were reasonable enough for the majority to afford. In the previous world, Suli resided in the tumultuous Wuthering Heights, while many others opted for the New World. The New World boasts a higher energy level, presenting the potential for harvesting gold mines. He intends to adopt a sales-oriented approach, allowing a greater number of individuals to indulge in this exquisite beverage. Upon its debut, 20 bottles of the specialty drink were swiftly sold out. Zuri acquired 50 elemental fragments and 10 gold ingots. After Suli acquired the materials, he set about constructing a rudimentary workbench. Once this was completed, he upgraded it to create a basic enchanting table. The basic enchanting table required 50 units of wood, 30 ingots of iron, 20 ingots of copper, 10 ingots of silver, 5 ingots of gold, 5 elemental fragments, and 1 rudimentary workbench. After a wait of 10 minutes, Suli successfully completed the enchanting table. He placed it in the carriage and began to examine this enchanting apparatus. Its design resembled that of a wash basin, but instead of water, it contained a shimmering glow. The enchanting table could enhance lower-tier materials into higher-tier ones, or conversely, decompose high-tier materials into their lower-tier counterparts. Su Li's purpose in crafting the enchanting table was to evolve elemental fragments into elemental crystals. The fire elemental crystal required 5 fire elemental fragments and 1 lower-tier magic energy crystal. Elemental crystals were essential for the construction of the magic energy forging furnace. And with this furnace, Su Li and his companions would be able to forge the equipment obtained from the storm crystal feather serpent. Truly extraordinary gear. Ivan and Sophia worked diligently until midnight, exchanging some luminous bird cores before finally indulging in honey beverages to rest. The night watch was unexpectedly assigned to Su Li. He managed to list 200 bottles of honey beverages, all of which sold out by morning. Su Li possesses a total of 95 gold ingots and an abundance of 500 elemental fragments from various elements. This wave has significantly replenished the supply of elemental fragments. In terms of survival currency, this round has yielded a profit of several tens of thousands of survival coins. After organizing the supplies he had exchanged, Sully took a moment to calm his excited heart before commencing his little craft project. He retrieved the extract he had prepared earlier by soaking the glandular fluid of the Kosming insect he had slain during the day. Sully stepped out of the vehicle and scattered a handful of luminous bird crystal powder on the ground. Then, she dripped a few drops of the extract onto the crystal powder. 3 seconds later, a flash of white light erupted before Su Li. As the light elements were released in a chaotic frenzy, Su Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. I can do it. She then returned to the cabin and began to utilize the rudimentary workbench to craft glass bottles. The recipe provided by the system required 1 unit of glass, resulting in a glass bottle resembling the familiar shape of a beer bottle. Su Li crafted a glass vial and then inserted a low-grade magic crystal into the workbench. Subsequently, he ignited the flame torch of the workbench. Using tongs, he grasped the glass vial and subjected it to the searing flames. The fire, catalyzed by magical energy, was ferocious. In no time, the glass vial transformed into a vibrant orange-red hue. Su Li then took a steel pipe and inserted it into the mouth of the glass vial. Donning heat-resistant gloves, he began to blow into the vial. Though his hands were somewhat untrained, they remained steady, and his vision was sharp. After several attempts, he successfully transformed the glass vial from a beer bottle into 2 distinct sections. The ample-bodied vessel morphed into a round-bottomed flask, while the slender neck was severed to create a small test tube. He then fashioned a small opening on the flask, inserting the end of the test tube into it, and melted the 2 openings together. Once completed, Su Li waited for the flask to cool before pouring water inside to test its seal. The seal proved to be excellent. Su Li took a piece of wood and began to carve a cork. Once finished, he drove a nail into the bottom of the cork. He then retrieved the extract from the Kosming insect's gland and poured 1/3 into a flask, sealing the opening with resin. Subsequently, he placed a crystal core from a luminous bird into a test tube. He then inserted the cork, adorned with the nail, into the test tube, ensuring it fit snugly and confirming that no crystals would leak out. With this, Su Li returned to the outside of the vehicle. This time, he held the newly crafted device in his right hand, pressing down on the cork with his thumb, exerting force until the nail shattered the test tube, causing the extract and crystal powder to collide. Su Li swiftly shook his hand and then hurled it forward. In an instant, a brilliant flash erupted before Su Li, followed by an overwhelming surge of light elements. This is feasible, Su Li exclaimed with excitement, clenching her fists tightly before approaching to examine the remnants. Among the debris, there remained some leachate, but no traces of crystal core powder, indicating that the reaction of the crystal core powder had concluded. With the addition of more crystal cores, the power could potentially be enhanced further. Suppressing the urge to cheer, Su Li returned to the carriage and continued his work. This prop stemmed from a moment of inspiration. He had once come across a passage in the compendium stating that when dealing with this particular magical creature, one could strike at its exposed crystal core with opposing dark elemental attacks to induce elemental conflict. At that moment, he pondered whether this elemental conflict could be harnessed. Furthermore, he recalled an introduction to another magical creature which mentioned that its fiery powers were derived from a unique gland. The exudate from this gland was an excellent source of fire elemental material. Additionally, within the description of the Kosming bug, it was noted that this creature could secrete a manipulable dark attribute liquid from its glands, which could serve as a foundation for crafting derivatives. At that moment, Su Li speculated whether the glands of the Kosming insect could also produce an extracting solution, which, when combined with the crystalline nuclei of the light system, might generate elemental conflicts. Thus, he decided to experiment. The common alchemical solvents, as Sully discovered while perusing the trading items in the shop, primarily included alcohol, water, and oil. Many of the potions bore names such as elixir, liquor, and oil. Sully approached the endeavor with a spirit of experimentation, soaking the materials in alcohol. To her astonishment, it proved successful. However, unbeknownst to her, oil could have also served the purpose, with certain unique oils yielding even more remarkable results than alcohol. The resultant extract, combined with the crystalline cores of the light glimmerbirds and a few imaginative ideas, culminated in the creation of this extraordinary elemental bomb. In this world, its utility transcends that of a mere flash bomb. The light elements it unleashes possess the capability to inflict harm upon the Kosming insect, a creature that is particularly vulnerable to light-based attacks. Sully named this device the Lightburst Bottle. He meticulously crafted the remaining two, enhancing them with an additional crystal core compared to the previous prototype. Upon completion, he proceeded with their appraisal. Roughly constructed Lightburst Bottle, a hastily made explosive device harnessing light elements. It inflicts limited damage yet proves particularly effective against creatures of darkness. Crafted by the player Sully. Once finished, Sully placed the two items into his backpack. Subsequently, under the glow of the lights, he leisurely perused the illustrated compendium, feeling a newfound motivation to delve into its contents. He was reminded once more that knowledge is indeed power, just as his homeroom teacher had asserted. Sully diligently studied until 4 o'clock in the evening, then roused Sophia for her shift. Subsequently, he consumed the potion and returned to his chamber, drifting into slumber. Slowly, Sully opened his eyes and beheld the familiar ceiling of the car. Glancing at his watch, he noted that it was 8 o'clock in the morning. Having slept for 4 hours, he found that this duration, bolstered by the enhancement of his dormitory and his own improved capabilities, was sufficient to invigorate him. After stretching his body, Sully changed his clothes and exited the dormitory. As he strolled through the cabin, he discovered Sophia preparing a meal. He naturally approached her, took a glass of water, and drank it down. "You're awake. How did you sleep?" Sophia inquired. "Not particularly well," he replied. "I initially fell into a comfortable slumber. It has been a long time since I slept so peacefully. However, shortly thereafter, I sensed something disturbing my spirit, and then I dreamt of the sun exploding." Sully furrowed her brow as she set down her cup of water, relieved to have noticed in time. Otherwise, she would have truly fallen victim to the parasitic Kosming insect. Should that have occurred, her only recourse would have been to seek out some means to dispel the curse, such as holy water. Sophia placed the prepared snake soup on the table, and as she tidied up the stove, she remarked that many in the chat group were engaged in discussions regarding this matter. Those with heightened perception and mental attributes had sensed it, and some capable players had expended their energy to resist the curse. Numerous individuals expressed their gratitude for your shared information. Sully nodded, realizing that there was still a possibility of earning some money, albeit with certain limitations. Henceforth, only those who had not yet been parasitized would return to purchase this beverage. Considering that many had bought multiple bottles yesterday, the daily sales volume would hover around 150, provided our supply remained ample. Currently, the crystalline cores of the luminous scavenger birds had been nearly depleted by Sully and her companions, and the green-spotted mushrooms were also running low. However, there was still an abundance of honey. Another concern was that those who were aware of their parasitic condition might succumb to despair. A person, upon realizing they had merely 7 days left to live, could potentially act unpredictably. The city map was rather small, and there was a chance of encountering other players, necessitating caution. Sully glanced over the market, noting the recent rise in the price of Lightbird's crystal cores. Fortunately, he had changed his mind yesterday and acquired a substantial quantity of these cores. Lightbirds are social creatures, often found in large flocks, leading to an abundant drop of crystal cores. Yesterday, Sully procured a total of 400 cores. Currently, the most exorbitant items on the market are the potions for lifting curses, each priced quite steeply. Next, he intended to exchange for gold ingots and elemental fragments, and replenish his stock of quartz, as a considerable amount of glass is required for upgrades. Previously, they had been using crystals to produce glass. However, crystals are significantly more expensive than quartz, making their use for glass production rather imprudent. As for sulfuric and nitric acid, there is no need for immediate exchange. They can discuss that upon their return from the chemical plant. As Sully closed the manual, Ivan returned just at that moment. After Sophia had tidied up the stove, she turned to Sully to share her recent discovery. "Sully, after the system update, There is now a new feature for creating groups. Isn't there? Today, while I was exploring the trading market, I discovered that a group was requesting to add me. Oh, a group wants to add you? Let me take a guess. Is it the secret food group? Suli speculated that their team, led by Sophia, typically acquired various ingredients, with their flagship product being the secret dish known as snake soup. It is only natural that someone would take an interest in this delicacy, prompting Sophia to join the group. Indeed, it is a clandestine culinary circle. The players within this group possess unique recipes for secret dishes. I wish to engage and trade for some of these recipes. This is splendid news. Trading with them would enable us to enhance our other attributes. What is the quality of their formulations? The dishes of the black iron rank, characterized by their attribute-enhancing effects, typically require consumption 10 times to yield an increase of 2 points in a specific attribute, with a maximum efficacy of 3 times. The attributes of a character are divided into physical traits such as strength, agility, and constitution, as well as soul attributes including intelligence, magical power, perception, and spirit. Dishes that enhance soul attributes are rather scarce. I am currently uncertain about which attribute-enhancing dish to choose, Sophia remarked. You should focus on agility as your primary attribute, supplemented by constitution and spirit, suggested Ivan, who emphasized constitution with strength and spirit as secondary. My primary attribute is strength, with constitution and spirit as secondary. Constitution represents the foundation of physical attributes, closely linked to defense and vitality, while spirit corresponds to the strength of the soul and resistance to negative states. Almost all professions require both constitution and spirit. Very well, I shall exchange with others. By the way, one cannot consume too much of these dishes in a single meal. Those designed for training require subsequent exercise for proper absorption. Overindulgence may hinder absorption. It is best for us to consume 3 types per meal. Thus, Sophia proceeded to exchange for the dishes, specifically opting for those of superior quality. For attribute-enhancing dishes, the effects of superior and inferior quality are identical. However, for training dishes, the quality makes a significant difference. Higher quality results in greater absorption efficiency. Sophia was mindful not to exchange excessively, as these dishes lack special preservation methods after a day. The unique magical energy within will dissipate, leading to a loss of effectiveness. When mealtime arrived, Sophia placed the new dishes on the table. Superior strong bone fish noodles. Upon consumption followed by training, it enhances the effect on constitution. For players whose constitution is below 50, consuming 10 portions will increase constitution by 2 points, with a maximum effect of 3 times. Superior moonlight cake, 2 points to spirit. Superior fong boar meat skewers, 2 points to strength. Superior storm crystal feather serpent soup, 1 point to agility and 1 point to perception. Each individual received a portion of the noodles and moonlight cake, while Suli and Ivan enjoyed the skewers, and Sophia opted for the serpent soup. Unfortunately, the dish that boosts agility from the group was one that also enhanced agility and magical power. After contemplating, Sophia decided it might be more beneficial to continue boosting perception instead, and thus did not make the exchange. Following the meal, it was naturally time for training. The exercise methods employed by Su Li and his companions, according to the classification found in the novels previously read by Su Li, can be regarded as dynamic cultivation. This is akin to the martial arts approach where external skills are harnessed to refine internal prowess. Within the confines of the train tunnel, the trio commenced their trainings, diligently adhering to the teachings imparted during their lessons. Having consumed the secret sustenance corresponding to their chosen professions, their practice indeed became significantly more fluid and effortless. Suli could distinctly perceive the power extracted from the food within her body, seamlessly merging with her movements as she wielded her sword. Subsequently, her body responded by generating new magical energy, which intertwined with her innate magic. In the past, when consuming secret delicacies, she experienced a similar sensation. However, she always felt unable to harness it effectively. Yet this time, the energy, symbolizing strength, integrated into her muscles as effortlessly as water soaking into a sponge. Upon concluding her training, Suli flexed her hands, sensing a significant enhancement in her strength. At this rate, with 3 sessions a day, she believed she would reach the black iron level by tomorrow. What about you all? Suli inquired of the other 2. As for me, I believe I am nearly done for tonight, Sophia replied. Her primary attribute was agility, thus she progressed more swiftly. Ivan, on the other hand, lagged behind, having started a week later than Su Li and Sophia. However, during that week, Both Su Li and Sophia had refrained from consuming secret meals for self-training, so their advancement was not significantly greater. I shall likely finish by the night after tomorrow. After completing their morning exercises, Su Li and the others continued to strategize their journey. Su Li realized that their current location was to the southwest of Knockford City, while the industrial district lay to the north. To procure some industrial acids from the chemical plant, they would need to traverse the entirety of the city. On the unfolded transportation map, Su Li delineated a line that circumvented the heart of the city, effectively tracing an entire perimeter before reaching the northern industrial zone. Upon reflection, this route seems rather lengthy. I believe we should take this alternative path to the northern industrial area, steering clear of the city center. Su Li expressed her reasoning. At the heart of the city resides that monstrous entity, the fusion titan. I had previously inquired with Principal Phaeton, who informed me that the permanent population of Knockford City stands at 3 million. With the persistent fog, many have undoubtedly perished. That creature is a manifestation formed from the absorbed soul energies of 3 million individuals, and I shudder to contemplate its strength. It is a foe far beyond our capacity to confront. Thus, it is prudent for us to avoid provoking it. We should diligently circumvent the central district. Su Li then pointed to 2 locations on the map, drawing attention to these sites, one being a large supermarket, and the other the headquarters of Knockford Bank, the largest bank in the industrial district. This morning, we shall continue processing transactions, and in the afternoon, we will visit the large supermarket. Tomorrow, we will head to the bank, followed by a visit to the chemical plant located to the north. Throughout the morning, Su Li and his companions prepared a variety of beverages until they depleted their stock of honey. In the afternoon, they set out for the large supermarket marked on their map. The overall city map is relatively small. With their vehicle traveling at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, they could traverse the entire city in less than an hour, reaching their destination in no time. Upon disembarking from the train, Su Li and his companions discovered an ice cream shop nearby the subway station. Within the establishment, they located the key to an ice cream truck and set off towards a large supermarket in the vehicle. Upon entering the supermarket, Su Li realized that it had already been ravaged. The shelves that once held grains, biscuits, and instant noodles were entirely emptied, and several valuable items had been taken. However, a plethora of snacks remained, suggesting that not many had come to scavenge. Otherwise, these would have been cleared as well. They found that little honey had been taken, which they gladly accepted. The supermarket, being quite expansive, boasted a wide array of products, and after perusing for a while, Su Li and his team managed to gather some overlooked items such as outdoor tents, fire starters, camping lanterns, and numerous batteries. Regrettably, these batteries were not acknowledged by the system. Su Li speculated that only batteries capable of storing a kilowatt of energy would be recognized by the system. Additionally, he accumulated a substantial amount of bottled drinking water, understanding the perpetual necessity of ensuring an ample supply of both water and food, especially considering the potential for 2 consecutive worlds to face water shortages. Thus, he prepared accordingly. On their return journey from the supermarket, they made a brief detour to a gas station. Unfortunately, this station offered a meager supply of fuel containers. After an exhaustive search, they managed to find only 10 barrels. The previous gas station, situated between the suburbs and the city, had a significant demand for gasoline in rural areas, which explained the abundance of fuel barrels there. In contrast, this station, located in the city center, had a lesser demand, resulting in fewer available barrels. After filling the barrels with gasoline, Su Li and his companions returned triumphantly, having amassed a total of 40 barrels, each containing 200 liters, amounting to 8,000 liters in total. According to the system's configuration, this equated to 800 units of fuel, which Su Li believed would suffice for a considerable duration. In the morning, after finishing with the fuel barrels, Su Li scavenged 3 treasure chests along the road. These chests were merely the most ordinary wooden variety, yielding materials that were not particularly rare. However, one blueprint for furniture, a luxurious double bed, was among the findings, leaving Su Li with an unsettling sense of foreboding, as if it were a hint of something yet to come. Su Li cast a discreet glance at Sophia, only to find her gazing back at him, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Upon returning to the train, he resumed indulging in his secret delicacies, followed by a session of exercise. Once the workout concluded, both Su Li and Ivan paused, leaving Sophia as the sole figure still engaged in her physical routine. Su Li and Ivan observed as Sophia continuously performed movements resembling a dance, exercising her physique. Simultaneously, A radiant blue luminescence emanated from her, a manifestation of her magical energy. With each graceful motion, the brilliance not only intensified but also underwent a transformation, gradually shifting into a colorless white light. The ethereal glow suggested that Sophia's essence leaned towards neutrality. I had anticipated a hue of icy blue. Sully contemplated. Why icy blue? Ivan inquired with curiosity. Is it because we hail from the frozen lands? Sully wore an expression of inscrutable profundity, observing that the young man before him was utterly oblivious. In our industry, the labels of taciturn beauty and first female lead, once affixed, unmistakably signify an awakening of ice attributes. By the way, is your sister the campus belle? Ivan pondered for a moment before shaking his head, indicating that she likely was not, as there were indeed those in her class who surpassed her in beauty. What? There are others who can rival your sister's beauty? Sully exclaimed, taken aback. Her allure was certainly extraordinary. Ivan gestured to his own chest, prompting Sully to understand. Oh, the trials of adolescence. Your tone, Sully, resembles that of a middle-aged man, Ivan retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Meanwhile, as Sully and Ivan engaged in their banter, Sophia had concluded her own endeavors. The radiance that enveloped her gradually receded into her being. With a sigh of relief, she was shrouded in steam rising from her perspiration. After stretching her limbs, she gathered her strength and sprinted at an astonishing pace, retrieving a rifle from her backpack. She navigated the tunnel with agility, continuously aiming her weapon at Ivan in the midst of her movements. It seemed that Sophia had indeed overheard Ivan's remarks, leaving him drenched in sweat, while reveling in misfortune. Sully also discerned the condition of Sophia, noting that her speed and agility had improved by at least fivefold. Her balance and flexibility were nothing short of remarkable. Observing Sophia execute several familiar yet highly professional movements, Sully could not help but inquire of Ivan, what exactly did your sister do in the past? These movements seem reminiscent of dance. Ivan replied, my sister studied ballet in her youth, but upon reaching high school, her inability to express emotions and her lackluster performance led to poor results. Frustrated, she dropped out and returned to our hometown to hunt with our grandfather, spending 2 years in the countryside. Sully nodded, acknowledging that dance performances require not only physical movements, but also an expression of emotions, a realm in which Sophia does not excel. It is not that Sophia lacks the ability to express feelings. Rather, she struggles to convey them authentically through her performance. During her initial rendition of the same piece, she may become immersed in the emotional essence of the music and dance, displaying a vivid array of expressions. However, with repeated practice, she becomes desensitized, leading to a performance characterized by a blank demeanor. As the two conversed, Sophia adjusted to the changes in her own body, approaching Ivan with an impassive visage. With each step closer, Ivan's expression began to pale. Sully gazed as Sophia's merciless iron grip seized Ivan's head, then lifted the insolent miner by his hair. The poor child resembled a fledgling chick being dragged to the other side of the train. Ivan, come and test your skills with me. Ignoring Ivan's pleading gaze, Sully opened the manual and began to browse through the transactions. Alas, dear brother, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you. The demands of business are simply overwhelming at this moment. Please forgive me. After advancing to the black iron level, Sophia's physical capabilities have undergone an explosive enhancement, surpassing even those of Sully. As a warrior of strength, Sully found himself unable to best Sophia in an arm wrestling contest. Truly impressive. Having entered the realm of the extraordinary, the black iron level indeed signifies a remarkable transformation. Rubbing his wrist, Sully sighed in reflection. The thought of himself reaching the black iron level by tomorrow filled him with anticipation. In addition to the comprehensive enhancement of her physical attributes, Sophia's speed had significantly increased. According to scientific studies, the physiological limit for human speed is approximately 10 meters per second. Yet, Sophia now reaches an astounding 30 meters per second. While this may seem inconsequential, it equates to a velocity of 108 kilometers per hour, which is deemed excessive within urban confines. Even racehorses cannot match her pace. Her agility is equally commendable, befitting a profession renowned for producing skilled assassins. Moreover, the surge of magical energy within her has also escalated. Previously, during a single battle, Sophia could only unleash 5 magical shots, but now she can exceed 20. I had not anticipated such strength. The black iron level practitioners correspond to the black iron level monsters. Yet it seems these creatures are not particularly formidable. Sophia expressed her bewilderment regarding this matter. This is because the monsters we have encountered thus far are specialized variants of the black iron level, Sully elucidated. The black iron beast we have faced, the storm crystal feather serpent, lacks its most potent wind-based attack when there is no wind. Imagine the sensation of a supersonic, guided projectile relentlessly pursuing you. The Kosming insect, taken by surprise, fell victim to its parasitic nature due to its insufficient soul-related attributes. The light plunder bird employs optical camouflage, and upon its appearance, at least 20 of them can launch light-based attacks simultaneously. Furthermore, one may encounter combinations of the refraction bird and the light plunder bird, transforming light projectiles into variable trajectory laser beams. These are all specialized monsters, and our methods of dealing with them can be viewed as a strategy of leveraging strengths while avoiding weaknesses. Once we confront monsters designed for direct combat, you will truly grasp the challenges posed by these creatures. Sophia nodded, acknowledging, I understand now. I have been somewhat arrogant. With a satisfied smile, Sully remarked, one must not be careless. Arrogance is the precursor to downfall. That said, while skipping classes may provide momentary pleasure, persistent truancy can lead to continuous enjoyment. If we possess sufficient knowledge about magical creatures, we could potentially evade our lessons altogether. Knowledge is indeed a facet of power. Our progress thus far can largely be attributed to Suji's expertise in the study of magical beings. The ambitious Ivan nodded repeatedly, saying, Sugu. Should I also delve into the study of magical creatures? Acquiring knowledge in that area wouldn't be detrimental, Sully responded. However, we are not in a fantastical narrative that spans hundreds or thousands of years. We are engaged in a survival game. I believe it is best for a team to have members specializing in different areas. For instance, I will specialize in magical creatures, while your sister can focus on culinary skills. As for you, it depends on your interests. Specialization? I will consider it, Ivan mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. In essence, everyone ought to hone their life skills and non-combat expertise, Sully concluded. After tidying up and organizing the night watch schedule, Sully hung up the merchandise and went straight to sleep. On the third day in the misty urban world, upon waking, he completed his morning routine of eating, drinking, and exercising, then set off with firewood in hand. The train sped through the subway, encircling the city's perimeter before arriving in the northern part of the city. During the journey, a small incident occurred. Sully felt the tunnel surrounding the train suddenly widen significantly. Before long, she emerged into a vast underground transfer station. Within the station, 3 trains, which appeared to be vehicles of other players, were stationed. Sully, for the time being, preferred to avoid interaction with other players, maintaining his speed and swiftly departing from the area. The other players exhibited no inclination to engage with him either. It was as if they were oblivious to each other's presence as they brushed past one another. Once he had distanced himself from the other players, Sully let out a sigh of relief. He was reluctant to encounter other players, partly due to his awareness of his limited social experience, fearing that he might be easily deceived in a moment of impulsiveness, as he had yet to navigate the intricacies of the real world. Additionally, players could pose a greater threat if they harbored ill intentions. Who could predict what treasures they might extract from their loot chests? The unpredictability of players surpassed that of both the natives and the monsters. An unassuming player might suddenly produce a detonator from thin air and charge at you. Until he grew stronger, Sully adopted a non-confrontational and untroubled stance towards other players. After some time, he encountered another player's train once more. They seamlessly traveled alongside each other for a stretch before the player veered off towards a fork in the road. The compactness of the city map increased the likelihood of such encounters, Sully mused. Moreover, with the future upgrades and enhancements of the trains, it was evident that players would discover various means of resource exploration. In such a scenario, players would congregate near resource-rich areas, leading to intense conflicts over resources. Sophia set down her rifle and remarked to Sully, based on my observations in the chat room, due to the pressure from the monsters, players currently tend to favor cooperation over competition. Sully agreed, stating that advancing the schedule could be seen as both a blessing and a curse. Had it not been for this unforeseen circumstance, he would likely have chosen to pursue a solitary path. As they were engaged in conversation, the train finally arrived at its destination, near the headquarters of the Knockford Industrial District Bank. Sully, Sophia, and Ivan emerged from the subway station. Sophia surveyed her surroundings. With her enhanced abilities, her observational skills had significantly improved, and the height of the mist appeared to have risen, albeit with a slight decrease in density. Remain vigilant, Sully commanded. Nearby lay a major trunk of the sewer system. It was prudent to investigate it first. Ivan lifted a manhole cover and descended into the sewer. followed closely by Sophia and then Suli. Once inside, the trio meticulously examined the ground. Knockford City had not seen rain in quite some time, rendering the sewer surprisingly dry. After wandering through the subterranean passage, they detected no signs of unusual activity. How peculiar. Were they not supposed to be utilizing the sewer to transport the cosmang insects? Suli found himself perplexed. After walking several hundred meters without any discoveries, the three decided to return to the surface, the odor within the sewer proving quite unpleasant. They maintained a combat formation as they proceeded towards the headquarters of the bank. Suli's treasure sense detected the presence of 3 treasure chests nearby, 1 to the south and 2 towards the bank. As she contemplated her return, she resolved to seize the chest along the way. After walking 2 kilometers from the subway station, Suli and her companions encountered the wolf walker once more. This time, Sophia acted with remarkable decisiveness, drawing her weapon and firing with precision. The combination of arcane energy and the bullet's force resulted in a direct headshot, eliminating the wolf walker instantly. Suddenly, Suli was taken aback. The intensity of the magical energy projection had also surged. How exhilarating! Having a high-output powerhouse in the team is truly a delightful experience. Suli and Ivan collaborated seamlessly, swiftly dispatching the wolves. Upon entering the headquarters of the bank, they immediately discerned the predicament. The glass windows had been shattered, leaving no doubt that this bank had also fallen victim to an intrusion. The trio similarly climbed through the windows. This bank's headquarters was significantly larger than the previous one they had visited, yet the internal layout remained largely the same. They ascended the staircase to reach the basement level. Subsequently, Sophia gestured and gently tapped Ivan on the shoulder. Ivan halted, and Sophia directed her rifle towards the depths of the corridor. Suli nodded. Sophia implied that there were individuals inside. It seemed they had encountered fellow travelers, yet it remained uncertain whether they were natives or players. At that moment, the door at the end of the corridor was abruptly kicked open. A tall foreign man with blonde hair, clad in a bulletproof vest and helmet, locked eyes with Suli. In an instant, Sophia raised her weapon and fired. Simultaneously, the man opposite her also aimed his handgun. Ivan reacted with remarkable swiftness, immediately raising his shield while casting a magical barrier upon himself. The sound of gunfire resonated, a louder shot followed by 2 weaker ones. Mozambique shooting, how renowned! Suli instantly recognized this famous marksmanship at close range. The strategy was to target the torso first to incapacitate the enemy, followed by a fatal shot to the head. However, the man's speed was insufficient. His first shot was swiftly countered by Sophia, resulting in a headshot, while the second merely reflected the involuntary contraction of muscle. The initial bullet found its mark, successfully blocked by Ivan's magical shield, while the second veered wildly off course, striking the wall twice before disappearing into the unknown. In the meantime, Suli pivoted and executed a kick, conjuring an illusory figure in midair. Following this, Sophia, having discharged her firearm, swiftly retreated, wielding her long gun from below in a manner akin to wielding a blade against the phantom. With a sharp sound, shards of ceramic exploded as Sophia withdrew, aiming once more at the head of the illusory figure. With a resounding crack, another metaphorical watermelon burst forth. Suli let out a whistle, impressive skills. Sophia calmly loaded a fresh round into her rifle. Thank you for the compliment. No one else emerged to attack. It appeared that only these 2 players remained. Thus, the skirmish came to an end, with both assailants meeting their demise. Suli approached the ethereal figure, nudging the body with her foot. Soon, the illusion surrounding the spectral form dissipated, revealing a corporeal presence. How ruthless! If it were an ordinary person, they would have been swiftly eliminated. Suli remarked with a hint of sorrow. But how did they discover us? We, who indulge in sensory delicacies daily, were unable to detect them before they ambushed us. Perhaps it was some kind of special artifact? Ivan speculated. Let's search them. Such foes are likely to possess valuable treasures. Suli inferred that these 2 individuals had detected their location in advance and took the initiative to strike first. One concealed himself in the shadows to launch a surprise attack, while the other engaged in a frontal assault with a firearm. Had it not been for Suli and the other's quick reflexes and formidable strength, they would likely have succumbed. However, one must wonder if this approach is overly cautious. After all, they possessed firearms and resorted to ambush tactics, even employing precious medicinal resources. Could it be that those who survive now are all such meticulous strategists? The pressure suddenly escalated. While Suli was lost in thought, his hands were not idle. He began to rummage through the equipment of this invisible adversary. Upon a player's demise, certain items from their system inventory are dropped. The belongings within the item inventory can be directly looted. This particular player possessed a piece of equipment that was quite familiar to Suli. Indeed, it was the very backpack that Suli had previously sold. Suli promptly unzipped the backpack to examine its contents. Within, aside from 2 bottles of water and 2 portions of roasted meat, there lay a vial. Concealment elixir. Upon consumption, it grants the user a state of invisibility for 1 minute. It seems this item is the source of its ability to become undetectable. After securing the backpack, Suli began to inspect the equipment that had been obtained. 2 minor healing potions were readily accepted by him. Next, he scrutinized the gear adorning the body. The bulletproof vest had been slashed open, revealing the protective plates within, which bore a noticeable gash. Suli glanced at the bayonet affixed to Sophia's rifle, acknowledging the remarkable power behind such force. The dagger in his possession, however, was a commendable piece of equipment. Joker's dagger, black iron grade, inflicts 1.5 times damage when performing a backstab on an enemy. A fine tool for an assassin. Yet it seems of little use to us at present. For now, it shall be stored away. Perhaps it can be sold later. After thoroughly searching this individual, Suli proceeded to examine the golden-haired giant. The giant too wore a bulletproof vest and possessed a handgun of indeterminate make. After a moment's consideration, Suli decided to hand the pistol to Ivan, allowing the young lad to possess some offensive capability. In the event of a confrontation, Suli would need to wield his 2-handed sword for spinal surgeries, leaving no time for gunplay. To speak candidly, those accustomed to delivering spinal strikes know the gratifying sensation it brings. The items yielded from the giant were particularly intriguing, a classic type of remote explosive, reminiscent of those found in films, adorned with numerous wires. Suli uncovered a detonator, seemingly intent on breaching the bank vault. A vault, explosives, a detonator. Was this not the very essence of a cinematic plot? Next, there lay a key and a pendant. Hank's train key, a key derived from the manual left behind after Hank's demise, capable of guiding the train's direction and unlocking the secured train. Ivan gazed at the exquisite key, remarking, "This is the infamous bloody key of the chatroom. At last, I behold the tangible artifact." He contemplated searching for their train. Their prowess appeared commendable, and they likely amassed a considerable stockpile of resources. Then, Suli's attention turned to the necklace, and upon examining it, he revealed a bemused expression. The hunter's pendant. It vibrates when a female superhuman is within a 1-kilometer radius, capable of disabling the legendary hunter's crossed-out pendant. My necklace is vibrating. There must be a female superhuman nearby. Suli inwardly scoffed. "Oh, Gerald, I see. No wonder this individual was so straightforward, equipped with such an artifact. One would need to master the art of the New Year sword technique to be authentic." Simultaneously, Suli's confusion dissipated. It was this very artifact that had betrayed their whereabouts. The adversary was aware of the approaching female superhuman and had opted to ambush them using an invisibility potion. Immediately, Suli handed the necklace to Sophia. Upon observing the description of the item, Sophia displayed a peculiar expression, as if surprised by the existence of such an artifact. Items are crafted by individuals. Where there are eccentric people, there will undoubtedly be eccentric items, Suli concluded. He refrained from citing the perpetual purple mood item he had previously encountered, which was reportedly purchased by a player skilled in alchemy for the purpose of mixing potions. Although this necklace appeared rather strange, it proved to be quite functional. Suli tested it, and due to Sophia, the pendant vibrated once before ceasing its motion. Had it continued to vibrate incessantly, Suli would have chosen to discard it. The abrupt skirmish had come to a close, and Suli and his companions entered the grand hall of the bank vault. Upon entering, Suli couldn't help but marvel at the circular vault door situated in the center of the hall, exclaiming, "This is it. Only with such a circular door does one truly feel as though they are entering a vault." Ivan nodded in agreement. Recognizing that a bank heist without witnessing a circular vault door is akin to enjoying a Chongqing hot pot without dipping oil, it simply lacks completeness. "Let us not waste time," Sophia urged. Regaining his focus, Suli approached the vault door. There, he noticed 3 bombs affixed to the side, identical to those they had just confiscated. As they were system items, disarming them proved to be remarkably straightforward. It was merely a matter of removing them. Suli carefully placed the bombs within her spatial backpack for future use. As for the vault door, she utilized the remaining 2 fossils to create a makeshift mod. Upon locating the concrete wall, Suli applied the fossil-infused mod. This was a large vault, and the thickness of the concrete wall exceeded 50 centimeters. This time, Suli was well prepared, having brought along a shovel. She removed the concrete protective layer and, with Sophia's assistance, forcefully pried open the internal steel structure, creating a narrow gap. Sophia then entered to retrieve the items. When she emerged, her face radiated an uncontrollable joy. Fortune smiled upon her as she had collected 30 units of gold ingots along with a silver treasure chest, due to the blessing of the god of exploration. Both Sophia and Ivan found their treasure chests empty. Thus, Sophia refrained from opening it inside the vault and opted to bring it out for Suli to open instead. Upon opening the treasure chest, Suli was predictably met with yet another blow. She acquired 2 batteries, 2 invitations to the underworld, 5 minor mana restoration potions, and a spell crystal imbued with holy light. Suli's eyes brightened at the sight of the fine items before him. Curiosity piqued. He decided to examine the uniquely certified battery of this system. He retrieved a battery that felt surprisingly weighty in his grasp. Upon closer inspection, it resembled the 1-degree electric batteries he had previously encountered, often seen in camping and RV setups. This battery was a rechargeable storage unit, capable of holding 10 degrees of electricity. Indeed, the ordinary batteries used in flashlights were hardly comparable to this one. Suli had accumulated 4 invitations to the underworld and needed just 1 more to venture to the divine selection to recruit allies. As for the magical energy recovery potion, it required no elaboration. It was simply a common blue vial found within the game. Lastly, there was the spell crystal. Spell crystal, Holy Light Cross. Upon use, it unleashes a black iron tier spell, Holy Light Cross, against foes. Holy Light Cross detonates light elements, resulting in a cross-shaped explosion. Suli was uncertain about the efficacy and strength of this technique. However, given that it was a black iron level spell, it should at least possess black iron level damage. It was better to reserve it for the Kosh Dream Bug. After securing their belongings, the 3 of them located the keys to the armored vehicle within the office and subsequently drove away from the bank. Suli took out the key to her spoils, and after using the key, before her appeared